Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The May 16th, 2007 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in accordance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. Now, this building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. So if alarms should go off during the proceedings today, please use the exits, and when you get outside, look for folks who have safety vests on. There are city marshals, and they'll tell you when it's safe to re-enter the building. Now, we make this announcement every single meeting. We have no reason to suspect that anything's going to happen, but just in case, in an abundance of caution, I've been advised that we should make that kind of statement. So we're looking forward to a very, very productive meeting today. It's going to be a long meeting. It's a tough meeting for this council, and we want to move the proceedings along. So before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Bonnie Colley, Christ Episcopal Church, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. O Lord, our Governor, bless each one gathered here this morning, especially our mayor and our council members, that they may be a people of peace among themselves and a blessing to this community. And how wonderful, Lord, to participate in the excitement of each student present with us this morning. We ask you to strengthen them, comfort them, raise them up and love them, and give them your peace, helping them to grow in wisdom and in grace. We ask this in your most holy name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start with the ceremonial portion of our agenda, I'd like to just tell you about a couple of events that I think are really, really important. One is going to be announced today by Councilman Brown later in the ceremonial about a phenomenal event that's happening tonight. And this coming Saturday up at the Zaire Kellogg Park, you're all invited. We're going to have a free walk with the mayor. It's part of our wellness program in the city here. And we'll walk around the track. Everybody, the first 250 people who get there will get a free shirt, a very cool shirt, and plenty of refreshments for anybody who shows up. And then that evening, of course, and that's why Councilwoman Williams is dolled up the way she is in anticipation of our El Dorado celebration here. And we're going to have the El Dorado parade for the first time, I think, in anybody's memory in the evening. We'll start at 7 o'clock down at 4th and Charleston, and it's going to be a great festivity. So please, go home, youngsters, tell your folks you want to be at both events, but more importantly, the El Dorado, because we want the community to get together and feel like they're part of something very, very special, and El Dorado is part of our heritage and tradition in this community. So remember, that's Saturday night, 7 o'clock, that's the 19th, May 19th, 4th and Charleston, all the way down Charleston for the El Dorado Parade. Okay. Our first item is going to be the May Employee of the Month, and to assist me in making that presentation, I ask Chief David Washington with the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Department to please join us up here, and I'm pleased to announce that the May 2007 Employee of the Month is David Westbrooks. David? David, nice seeing you. Congratulations. David is a communications specialist with the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Department and has been a city employee since 1992. He's an exceptional dispatcher, remaining very patient and calming citizens as they call an emergency. He always maintains a high degree of professionalism with the callers, and twice he's been recognized for instructing callers in application of CPR that directly resulted in the survival of a patient in full cardiac arrest. He also routinely coaches callers with pre-delivery instructions for expectant mothers and other patient care instructions until paramedic units arrive. In turn, this wonderful customer service sets an example for his co-workers and lifts their spirits and improves overall morale. He also has a great sense of humor and keeps everyone laughing, which helps to reduce stress in an otherwise very stressful environment. On behalf of the entire City Council, I'd like to congratulate you on being named the May 2007 Employee of the Month. And along with the plaque, which you'll receive, you also have a gift certificate for dinner for two, compliments of Andre's Las Vegas restaurant in downtown Las Vegas, and a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, as well as City Management. I, like my fellow directors, were always pleased and honored to have one of our employees to be recognized by this great council. Dave is an outstanding individual who can hit a softball, I should say, Councilman Brown, out of the park on a routine basis. But he's a great guy. He's an outstanding individual to be a part of our particular department, and we appreciate your service greatly, Dave. And I'll pass it on to Mike, who's the supervisor, Deputy Chief Mike Myers over the Dispatch Center.
Thank you, David. David, it's a pleasure, and I hope you understand what the definition of success is. It's not the amount of money that we make or the titles that we have, but it's the number of people that we positively impact every day. And you make a positive impact on people's lives every day, and you're very successful. We appreciate everything you do up there. And I wish we could do more to even show our respect, but you're tremendous. You're outstanding, and thank you for being there for everybody. Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
David, you probably have to say a few words. You have to.
We'll take the check back.
I lived. No, I'm just kidding. I've always wanted to do that and stuff. This is an honor to get something like this from my peers, from the public. I would do this for free. All my life, I've helped people, and I've gotten joy out of doing that. And putting a smile on anybody's face and bringing order to a world of chaos is what we do better than anybody in the fire department. So I accept this on behalf of all my coworkers and the entire fire department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was really great. And in accordance with Dave's request, Dr. Selby, would you please stop his paycheck? We want him to be happy today. For our next item, we'll recognize May as Historic Preservation Month, and we'll ask Bob Stoddall, Chairman of the Historic Preservation Commission, to come up here and accept the proclamation. It's important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve our unique cultural heritage. This year's theme is Making Preservation Work, and preservation couldn't work without the help and support of the community. With us today are some individuals who represent organizations that help make historic preservation in our community possible. And I'd like to recognize the following individuals and ask them to join us at the podium. But before I do that, I really mean what I'm about to say, and that is so much of what the city does is to protect the history and to promote the history of Las Vegas, which brought us here today. And we couldn't do that, in all sincerity, without Bob Stoddall's help. He's sort of the informal historian. It's no formal title that he has, but whenever we have a committee and we're looking for somebody who is able to piece together our history or to find something that may be the missing link, it's Bob that we call, and I want to thank you personally for all you do for the city. Seriously. Please, thank you. And now,
I do this for free.
Bob, would you put him on the payroll, please? For preservation of the La Concha lobby and historic neon signs, the Neon Museum Board of Trustees, represented today by Chair Nancy Diener, our city employee. Nancy? For preservation of the Morelli House, the Morelli House Rehabilitation Project, and the Junior League of Las Vegas, represented today by Fund Chairman Sherry Colquitt. And for furthering the Site Stewardship Program, which uses volunteers to keep an eye on historic sites, the Nevada Historic Preservation Office, represented by Sally Underwood. Is everybody up here? There's Miss Underwood. Why don't you join us here? And I'd like to proclaim, and Bob, do you have the proclamation? Okay. I'd like to proclaim May 2007 as National Historic Preservation Month and urge all citizens to join us in recognizing and participating in this very special observance. Bob?
Mayor, I had prepared a 30-minute speech.
Next, please.
And I was asked to simply say thank you. And thank you to the council and to the mayor, not only for proclaiming it Historic Preservation Month, but we're 102nd birthday we celebrated in the last couple of days. But the celebration, and I'll be brief, the celebration is the Fifth Street School. It's the Las Vegas Post Office. It's the Las Vegas High School. It's making downtown Las Vegas not only a destination, but a community. And that's what the three of them are doing through volunteer work. Thousands and thousands of hours have been put in to make this a community as well as a destination. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Would you like to go?
I would just like to say thank you on behalf of the Neon Museum Board of Trustees, everybody who's donated to this project, and then years and years and years of support from the community, casino owners who have donated their signs, and the future of this project. Thank you, and thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Here's the Neon Museum. And Sally, would you like to say something?
I just would like to say thank you again on behalf of the Site Stewardship Program throughout the whole state of Nevada, but also specifically with the Clark County program, which George Phillip is the program manager. Without the volunteers' work, we wouldn't be helping preserve archaeological sites and historic sites throughout the whole state of Nevada. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That's you. And Sherry?
Again, I'll echo what they said. None of this would have been possible without a very generous state, city, and community, and we're grateful to all of them and the many volunteers that have helped us in Junior League willingly, gratefully, and we are so happy to be a part of downtown Las Vegas and very privileged to receive this award. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. For our next item, we'll be recognizing Salvation Army Week. I'd like to ask Charles Desiderio and Major Harriet Rail from the local chapter of the Salvation Army to please join us at the podium. The Salvation Army has been serving Southern Nevada since 1945. Since then, the agency has grown to provide a range of services to more than 2,000 people daily through Southern Nevada. The organization is an invaluable resource to both individuals and families in need, providing vocational training, lodging and meals for the needy, addiction treatment, chapel services, senior services, and after-school programs. In 2007, the Salvation Army expects to contribute approximately $18 million in program services to the residents of Southern Nevada. And because of the contributions this group makes to our community, we're happy to proclaim the week of May 14th through 20th as Salvation Army Week in the city of Las Vegas. Congratulations.
Thank you very, very, very much to each and every one of you. The Salvation Army considers it a privilege to serve the Lord and to serve the city of Las Vegas together and with our partnership. And we always have a heart to God and a hand to man, and we also try to do the most good with all of your dollars and to help to serve the people of Las Vegas. Thank you very much.
You do a great job. Charlie?
Mayor, I've learned when you do fundraising, you can't say thank you enough. We are blessed at the Salvation Army to have such fabulous friends here in the city government. So many of the workers in the city government, the city council, and you, I can't say thank you enough. We could not do what we do were it not for all of these people working together. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. And when the truth is told, we could not be the city we are without the services that the Salvation Army performs. There are certain charitable institutions, service organizations that give us things that the city can't provide. And the Salvation Army makes a tremendous contribution every single day to make this a better place in which to live. We thank you very much.
We're not going to stop.
I know that. All right, good. Good. Okay, for our next item, we're going to ask Paul Wilkins, who's the director of the Building and Safety Department. Oh, geez. Good. To come forward? You couldn't wait for this one. Paul is anxious, and we'll ask Dr. Doug Selby, our city manager, to join this hustling Paul Wilkins up here. Paul, geez.
Thank you, Mayor. The International Code Council Foundation is a nonprofit organization dedicated to the mitigation of natural hazards, the devastating effects of natural hazards, and also building disasters. They're kind of like the Library of Congress for the building industry. They do research on new building methods, systems, technologies. They're a clearinghouse for building organizations, architects, engineers to go and receive information about building, and their main goal is safe buildings. Every year they scour the world for organizations or individuals who have contributed to building safety. And because this is Building and Safety Week, which probably not very many people knew, we had the opportunity, the City of Building and Safety, Las Vegas, to be one of these recipients, along with 3 other individuals and organizations. There was a state senator from Louisiana and a state legislator from Louisiana that introduced new building codes in Louisiana after the devastation of Hurricane Katrina. And then there was a group called the Architects Without Borders who go around the world and help developing countries build buildings that they desperately need. And then with great pride, I can announce that the City of Las Vegas was also a recipient. In fact, the first building department recognized in the world for its contribution to safety in this community. And so it's with great pleasure that I present this token called the Silent Defender Award to you, Mayor, the City Council, all the City Council, and to Doug Selby, this prestigious award. And thank you very much, all of you, for your leadership and your support for the Department of Building and Safety.
It's a beautiful award. Doug? Absolutely.
If I may, I just want to congratulate Paul for all his efforts in the Building and Safety Department. He's really brought the department a long way, both in customer service and in the safety of our community. And this recognition really is a national achievement and actually international to some extent. So I'm very proud that for Paul to bring this attention to the city of Las Vegas in such a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, for our final 3 items, Councilman Brown will recognize 2 groups of students and Live Strong Day in the city. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Our first group is a group of talented students from Mountain View Lutheran School, and they are part of a program that this council has become very familiar with. Their system is called the Great American Award, and as we have seen in the past, the students must learn and be able to recite the preamble of the Constitution, which we will hear this morning, all the presidents, states and capitals, Gettysburg Address, and the entire Star-Spangled Banner. They can either recite it or sing it. The teacher involved, Christina O'Neill, I'll have Christina come up. She's going to say a few words, and let me bring the students up also for their big performance. Liliana Bonora, Sonia Borg, Allison Boline, Sydney Boline, Joshua Childs, Michael Hansen, Jordan Harmony, Jenna Keith, Mary Elizabeth Knott, Tyler Leaf, Brandon O'Neill, Kianak Parvez, Alexa Perez Krizan, Camille Smith Corpus, Brenna Spector, Brennan Stone, Nicole Thompson, Eric Ullman, and Brianna Yee.
Very good.
Please. Christine, if you could just talk about what the students went through to get to this point.
Well, first I just want to thank you for having us here today and for recognizing our fifth graders for their hard work and their accomplishment. We have been working on the Great American Award all year, and in our classroom, I just presented it as a challenge at the beginning of this school year, that they would go through the criteria that you mentioned before. And this was above and beyond their schoolwork and their homework and their sports and activities. They set a goal for themselves at the beginning of the year that they would work on this, and throughout the year they have done so, and we just thank you for recognizing their hard work and having us here today.
We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America.
All right.
Mayor, we will be giving all the students a certificate of appreciation and accomplishment. Congratulations, and this is just the beginning. We expect great things from you in the years ahead. In fact, stick around for a few minutes. You're going to hear about a high school group that did something pretty special. So congratulations. Thank you so much.
All right, now, wait, I'm not going to let you get away without a question, okay? This is a tough question. You ready? You sure? Who's the 15th President of the United States? Yes. All right, James Buchanan. What's your name?
Mary Beth.
Mary Beth got it. That's the toughest question to know how to have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. That's excellent. That is tough. That is tough. Boy, oh boy. Nice seeing you guys. Good job. That's good. That's a charm. That's great.
And now we're going to meet perhaps the most impressive pit boss in America, if not the world. Our next group is from Cimarron High School, called the High Rollers, and they have recently competed in the Robotics Club World Championship and came home with the first prize. High Rollers, Mayor, they also know that they've been following your gambling exploits, and they think they can help you get out of the doldrums.
I need help.
He needs a lot of help. So I would, Mark, if you could, Mark Rogers, come up. Well, let's bring, ladies and gentlemen, this is Pit Boss World Champion. I think that's robotic. Thank you very much. That was. All right, the members of the High Rollers group, again, world champions, Sean Conway, Anna Fricker, Keaton Fraker, Randall Jones, Maxwell Mitchell, Sarah Salami, Alex Samvani, Natalia Subaranis, Nathan Supercool, Kayla Tatlinger, Josephine Cho, Joel Tabreen, and Ryan Wamble.
That's very cool. Great.
And Josephine? Is it Josephine? Natalia? Okay, you're going to do this. And Here are our teachers, mentors, advisors.
Congratulations, that's cool. That was terrific. Thank you. Really good.
It's unbelievable.
Great job.
Thanks so much. Thanks.
Terrific job. Really good.
Natalia, you're going to tell us a little bit about the competition.
Well, it's a NASA program, and we had 6 weeks to build a robot, and we went to 2 different competitions. There was one in Vegas and one in Silicon Valley, and we went to Georgia to the national competition. There was about 340 teams, and we won first place. And we want to thank everybody for making this possible, all of our sponsors, Rainbow Chain, Albertsons, Walmart, and all our teachers, family, everybody that supported us. So.
Tell us a little bit about the competition. How many teams, and was it national, worldwide? Or?
Okay. Well, thanks again for honoring us and having us out here. I'm a sports fan. I kind of equate this to UNLV's 1990 run when they won the NCAA Final Four. It's kind of like that. There were 1,700 teams throughout the world competing in this thing. And Natalia said we went to 2 different regionals. We did well enough this year and last year that we were invited to the World Championships in Atlanta. They invited about 350 teams to Atlanta, and they broke it up into 4 divisions, and we played through that kind of like regionals for a basketball tournament, and then the winner of each division met for a overall Final Four. So we were playing in the Final Four in front of about 20,000 people in Atlanta, and it was exciting. It was the most exciting thing I've ever done, and I'm real proud of the team. That the team is what you see here, but it's also the sponsors, the parents. We've got parents that come out. The administration, our school is very supportive, our principal and assistant principals. So we couldn't have done this without a lot of help, but it's very exciting.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming down.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion high rollers. And of course, Pit Boss. What happens to Pit Boss?
This one will be enshrined.
Goes in a glass
I just wanted to say, I was fortunate enough to be the school board trustee when Cimarron Memorial first started, and I have followed your robotics achievements through the years. And you know, when you compare it to that 1990 team, you compare it to just what you did. Each year you kept getting better and better, and maybe you'd have to fall back and then move ahead again, but you did it, you stuck with it with brilliance, and I just want to add congratulations from someone who was with you a long time ago.
Thank you, Councilman. And the final presentation this morning, Your Honor, is for a very big event here in Las Vegas tonight, Lighting the Way for Survival. It's a cancer awareness event. I'd like to invite Rob Keenis up. Rob was diagnosed with a rare blood cancer a few years back, but for the fact that there was a radical protocol out there that he was able to tap into. Since that time, he has devoted many, many thousands of hours of his time to raise the awareness here in the city of Las Vegas and certainly the state of Nevada. And he's here with us this morning to talk a little bit about a first time and very special event tonight at the Darling Tennis Center. Rob?
First, thank you very much. Today is Livestrong Day. On Livestrong Day, the Lance Armstrong Foundation asks residents in various communities to put on a cancer awareness event. Our event is at the Darling Tennis Center tonight from 7 to 8:30 p.m. There's no charge for the event. It's a luminaria event, so if you go out there now, there are probably 3,000 to 4,000 luminarias in place. We'll be lighting those at sunset tonight. There'll be a music program. Clint Holmes is going to perform. We will also have the past chair of the Lance Armstrong Foundation flying in from Austin. He arrives momentarily. The national chair-elect for the American Cancer Society is flying in. Schedule permitting, we believe the mayor and councilman will be out there tonight. So we hope you can join us 7 to 8:30 at the Darling Tennis Center, which is the Summerlin Parkway in Durango. Thank you very much for your support.
And if you don't know where Summerlin Parkway in Durango is, you could go to Washington and Buffalo, because you'll find it there as well. This is a very special occasion. This is it's a big deal for Las Vegas, as Don Snyder likes to call special events here. It's a big deal for Las Vegas because Las Vegas is going to a place where we've never been to before as a great American city. Coming into our community are projects that we wouldn't dream of perhaps 10 years ago being housed in this wonderful community of ours. We have the Lou Ruvo Brain Institute, which will be going over in Union Park with the Frank Gehry design, and that will be an iconic structure where people from all over the world are going to be saying, look what's happening in Las Vegas. We have the Nevada Cancer Institute with the tremendous strides that they've made in our community, putting us on the map as far as cancer research and treatment. So we're a special kind of place, and an event like this is a very special event. And we ask all of you to come out there and join us tonight to show your support for making Las Vegas the kind of city that it's becoming. Thanks. Oh, I'm sorry.
Nice shirt. No, we got like Mr. Manager, keep Nice robot. Who designed it? All of them. Really cool. Oh, but she threw us in. Oh, well. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Oh, here. Eugene. Hi, how are you?
Good.
What's your name?
Mariah.
Hi, Mariah. How you doing?
Good.
Good. You'll probably be pushing those buttons here next to Councilman Brown. And what's your name? Hi, how are you? You'll be pushing these buttons here. The green one means yes. I'll say yes. The red one means no. And the orange one in the middle, that means I'm not voting. Okay, where do you go to school? All right, very good. Excellent. What grade is everybody in?
Sixth grade, seventh grade.
Terrific. That's great. Hi, how are you? Very good. Very good. Okay. As soon as everybody's seated, we'll be ready to go. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, very good. Before we start with our agenda, we'd like to welcome the youngsters from the Desert Torah Academy. This is 6th, 7th, and 8th grade student council representatives. And what we'll do is we'll go down starting from the right next to Councilman Ross. If the young man would tell us his name and what grade he's in, I'd sure appreciate that.
I'm Michael Jaggett, and I'm from the school Desert Torah Academy. And
I'm Tolly Wine, and I'm from Desert Torah Academy also.
My name is CJ Christensen, and I'm from Desert Tor Academy, 6th grade.
My name is Chaya Bornstein. I'm from Desert Tor Academy.
There we go.
My name is Mariah Kranick. I'm from Desert Tor Academy, and I'm in 8th grade.
My name is Sharon Lazarus. I'm in 7th grade from Desert Tor Academy.
My name is Beanie Harlig. I'm in 8th grade from Desert Tor Academy.
Okay, well, welcome here. I'm sure you're going to have a great time seeing our city council meetings. We're going to have a lot of interesting things for you. So we'll call item number 12 from the agenda. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 26, the restricted gaming license for 5 slots. Zadora Inc., doing business at 711 store, number 27228, 2403 Southeastern Avenue. It's in Ward 3. Staff asked to strike that item. And item number 56 is work card appeal for Takesha LaRue Prims. Metro's asked to strike that item. Are there any other items, council members, we need to bring forward at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these 2 items forward and take appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please.
Yes.
Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 13 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the special city council meeting of April 9, 2007, and the regular city council meeting of April 18, 2007. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I make a motion for approval of the minutes, please.
All right. Let's vote on that, please.
Yes.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 72 is being called out of order. This is the Housing Authority's report on the tenant-based rental assistance program for Hurricane Katrina victims, and it's entitled Discussion and Possible Action on a Report from the Housing Authority, City of Las Vegas, on the tenant-based rental assistance program for Hurricane Katrina victims. This pertains to all wards. Mr. Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. In fall of 2005, City Council approved about $1 million of federal funds to assist evacuees in response to the Hurricane Katrina that hit the Gulf Coast on August 29th of 2005. The Housing Authority was assigned the responsibility of actually administering these funds through the tenant-based rental assistance program, and the money was designated for housing assistance in order to assist individuals and families that found their way to Las Vegas. I have with me today Carl Lowe, who's the Executive Director of the Housing Authority, Dolores Sawyer, and they're going to give you a brief presentation on their performance of allocating these funds. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right, folks.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. This is Dolores Sawyer, our Housing Programs Director, and Brenda Fonseca, and our newly appointed Chairman, Father Dave Casaleggio.
Ooh.
And if my hair looks good, it's because of Gary.
And if it looks bad, it's because of Gary.
That's the truth.
Good morning, Mayor, council persons. I'd like to give you a brief presentation on our efforts. The City of Las Vegas Housing Authority and the city put together a Katrina assistance program. On August 29, 2005, Hurricane Katrina caused widespread devastation. In response to the national disaster, and as a proactive measure, the city's neighborhood service developed a partnership with the Housing Authority to provide an assistance program. On October the 19th, the City Council approved $1 million in low-income trust funds and redevelopment set-aside funds to sponsor this program, with the Housing Authority acting as the administrator. Over 100 evacuees received emergency rental assistance. This was very important because, as we all are aware, the FEMA assistance was going to be very short-termed. Over 200 applications were processed, and the Housing Authority also partnered with other community entities to provide clothing and furniture for some of the families. We're very proud to say, through an independent audit, we have files reviewed and there were absolutely no findings. Here are a few pictures of some of the families who received assistance. This is a briefing where we explain the program and the requirements. And here's a shot of some of our seniors. So you see we serve not only families but seniors through this program. We'd like to say a special thanks to the Mayor and City Council for approving the program and the funds. Special thanks to City Neighborhood Services staff, and if I could please acknowledge Arlene King and Orlando Sanchez. Every time we ran into any type of roadblock, we found a way to come past that and move forward. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my board, my executive director, and my staff. My staff in Section 8 really worked very hard to make this happen. Brenda Fonseca, who's my Housing Programs Manager, my Senior Occupancy Specialist, Ms. Sabrina Roan, Teresa Smith, and Michelle Talaferra, Carla Lee Edwards, and Sheila Christmas. These ladies worked extremely hard and really served our constituents. I also have before us today an award. This is a national award. Our agency over the last 7 years probably have received 50 or 60 national awards for the administration of our Section 8 program. And I'm very proud to say we're one of the best ran Section 8 programs in this country, no matter what you hear. And last year we received an award for this national program for the Katrina assistance. And I have a copy of this plaque. It's to the city, and I'll leave this with the city. It's presented to you from the National Association of Redevelopment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate the report and the good work you're doing. And it's a good time to say that for a troubled agency, an agency that really took a lot of heat and was subject to a lot of criticism, you turned it around. Carl, you've been terrific. Your staff is great. The board is wonderful. Very responsible citizens. Father Dave is an old friend, and he had asked me many years ago whether or not he could participate to help the city become a better place, and I couldn't think of a better spot than to have him and his good judgment there. We have Councilman Ross, who went in, and as he usually does, he does an overhaul of the committees and the agencies that he's associated with and makes them honest. And our latest member of the board is the cowgirl herself, the grande dame herself, Cowgirl Williams. And it's really terrific that we're on the right path at this point in time. And thank you very much for everything.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could real quickly say, there's no question we've had some issues. There's also no question, as you stated, that we're on our way to making this board in the city of Las Vegas extremely proud of the Housing Authority. Thank you.
And this is a good time also to thank Bill Gonzalez and Bobby G. Gronauer for the service that they provided, once again helping us get onto the straight and narrow path. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. May I have a motion to accept that report, please?
Very good report. We move to accept.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
Doug?
No, you're. Motion carries. Thank you. And the record should reflect that the Councilwoman Williams asked whether she should abstain. I don't see any reason why she should abstain on that vote. I made that call, Mr. Durbin. Okay? You know, I'm the ethics maven, right? Okay. Items 14 through 51, with the exception of item 29, which will be trailed to be heard in conjunction with item 160 in the afternoon session on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward at this time? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hearing none, then I'll make a motion to approve items 14 through 51 with all conditions, please.
All right.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I apologize.
No problem.
Oh, no.
I'd like to bring item 89, I think, forward off the consent. I'm sorry.
89 is
I'm on the wrong page.
We okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. All right, let's vote on that, please. Yes. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Item 55. Item 55. Well, not 80. Here we go. Here we go. Item 52 is a report from the city manager on emerging issues. Dr. Selby.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'll keep this brief. because a couple of the items I was going to mention you've already covered. The event on Saturday morning with you, the walk, and the Eldorado Parade. But in addition to that, this Friday we're opening a new fire station in the city of Las Vegas. That'll be Fire Station 47, located at Pine Ridge and Far Hills, and 215, that's in Ward 2. This is a station built by the Howard Hughes Company to offset the impact that they've had with their major development on our fire and rescue services. So it's a joint effort between the private sector and the public sector. They provide the station, and we're providing the manpower and the equipment and the emergency vehicles. The official grand opening ceremony is this Friday morning at 10 a.m. Saturday includes things other than just the Eldorado Parade and the walk with you, Mayor. Saturday will be open house for all 16 of the city's fire stations. So the public is invited to come out to a fire station in their neighborhood and see the firefighters, the equipment, see where their tax dollars are going to ensure their public safety. Those open houses run from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. Following your walk, there's a sports fest at Kellogg's Air Complex. There's an event there that will have 50 sports and food vendors. That takes place from after the walk until 6 p.m. at Kellogg's Air Park at Washington and Buffalo. There's also a community festival and bike rodeo taking place at Vale Pittman Elementary School in Ward 1. That school is located at 633 Fargo Avenue, and this fair focuses on safety and on fun for the whole family. So there'll be good food and some educational exhibits and training for safety. And that basically concludes my report.
All right, very good, Mayor Pro Tem.
Doug, you've forgot another one of the most important things, though, is tell us about the Eldorado Village. Western Village is going to be, I think, starting Thursday night or Thursday afternoon at Cashman Field.
Right. There's actually going to be a Western Village, the traditional Eldorado Village that we might remember from the early days of Eldorado, will be in the upper parking lot at Cashman Center. Also, at the Old Mormon Fort, there will be events occurring throughout the day prior to the parade. So hopefully the public will come out and enjoy those events.
It's great for the families. It's a wonderful, wonderful, wholesome way to have family fun, and it's reasonably priced. Everything is done to bring the community together. So we hope to see everybody over at the Western Village as well. Thank you.
Any special highlights, Your Honor, for this year's parade?
Well, I didn't want to get into that, but now that you've broached the subject, the parade is going to be very, very special. Councilman Ross has been giving horse riding lessons to members of the City Council. I understand that all members of the council will be riding horseback that day, with the exception of myself, who will be in a stagecoach carrying a shotgun. And if there's anybody doing graffiti along the way, I'm going to use that shotgun.
Well, I'll guarantee you one thing, sir. Councilman Rich not going to be riding a horse either.
Councilman Wilson, are you riding?
I'm invoking the Fifth Amendment.
All right, that's a lawyer's answer.
Councilwoman Williams will not be riding a horse.
Councilwoman Williams made that very clear. Councilwoman Tarkadian? Okay, that's. I think we're going to have the Lone Ranger out there. How about Councilman Brown?
Councilman, did you get that special horse for me?
I certainly did.
I will be riding.
Councilman Brown will be riding a llama. Okay, so
That's 2 out of 7.
Your Honor, I appreciate your last attempt for the entire council to ride horses. That meant a lot to me. I just want to point out as well, ex-councilman and current Commissioner Weekly will be riding with us on a horse, as will Clark County Commissioner Tom Collins. So we get the county folks over there as well.
Very good. We want everyone participating in the Eldorado Parade. That's great. But be there for sure. It's just so much fun. Great, great time for us.
And Mr. Mayor, even though we may not be riding horses due to the fact we don't want to put the city in a precarious libel situation, we will be on wagons and stagecoaches. So we will be there. It's going to be great.
Very good. That's great. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Selby. Appreciate that.
Your Honor, if I could
Yes.
also, we plugged this earlier, but on Friday, although it's in conflict with our fire station, On Friday up at Police Memorial Park will be the Law Enforcement Memorial Service that's held each year. And I know the city's well represented there at that one also, but that's open to the public at 9 a.m.
Thank you very much. Okay, item 53 is discussion and possible action concerning the status of 2007 legislative issues. Ms. Fretwell.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the council.
Good
Betsy
morning.
Fretwell, reporting for Chris Knight because he's on assignment in Carson City. I've successfully avoided having to give this presentation for almost the entire session, but I'll try and do justice on all the legislative issues. As you know, the legislature is winding down. There's about 3 weeks left. Friday, in fact, is the second House committee passage deadline, so there's a lot of work happening up there. In fact, even the sheet I'm passing out to you right now, I'll read in some updates for you on some of those measures. As you know, earlier in your agenda, you adopted a resolution opposing the redistribution or increase of the room tax, a similar resolution to the one that was considered by the LVCVA last week. So we are trying to monitor the transportation situation. Our Deputy Public Works Director, Jorge Cervantes, went up yesterday to meet with some of the legislators regarding the transportation needs in Southern Nevada, and we'll continue to monitor that situation. On the list before you are mostly the city's bills at this point. SB 90 is the Homeland Security Commission bill where there would be a designated membership for the city of Las Vegas. I'm happy to report that that did pass out of Senate Finance yesterday. So that bill is starting to move. It had a fiscal note on it, so that kind of slowed it down a little bit. SB 139, which was the bill that would revise the level of interlocal contracts, actually passed yesterday. So that one's moving along, and hopefully will be scheduled for a floor vote in the next couple of weeks before the session winds down. SB 198 passed yesterday. That's the lease purchase language that we were asking for. So we're pleased that that's made it out of Assembly Government Affairs and hopefully will be scheduled for full Assembly consideration in the next 2 weeks. SB 234 is the redevelopment bill that would allow for redevelopment projects to be connected by a private developer. That bill has some issues and we're still trying to work that out. I'm not sure where that's going to go, but we're still trying to get it out of Assembly Government Affairs by the Friday deadline. And we've made some changes to the bill, so we may be able to save it. AB 514 is the city's charter bill. I testified on that last week up in Carson City. There's an issue with the Salary Commission. I don't know that that section's going to survive. We'll know this afternoon. But the rest of the bill seems to be intact without any issues that have been brought to our attention at this point. So I think we're probably likely to get a bill out, but I don't know that we're going to get the bill out with the Salary Commission.
What's the problem with that?
Well, some of the questions that I received were, you already have the authority to raise your own salary, so why don't you just do it? And we're in the same boat, meaning the legislators are in the same boat. And what I tried to express was that there's this appearance, if you have to vote on your own salary package, even though we all know that the implementation would be after your term of office. So you couldn't vote in your own raise really anyway. The perception is that you're not independent and that you're voting for something for you. And that if we had an independent salary commission, that maybe that independence would be weighted more heavily by the public, and so it wouldn't look like you were voting your own raise. So it kind of became an accountability versus independence discussion. And it just seems that there's not a lot of appetite to address that situation because you have the latitude to do it for yourselves.
They don't have any problem giving the county commissioners their pay raises.
Well, the county commissioners have to go and ask for pay raises there because they don't have the authority. They don't have a charter, for one, but they don't have the authority to raise their own salaries.
Well, but again, though, the legislators have no problem giving it to them, whatever they ask for.
I wish I had an answer for you, but I think they feel like you have sufficient. I can't speak for them, but the impression I got was that it seemed that they felt that you all had sufficient latitude and authority in the charter to change your salary structure. And
I know that there had been a discussion. Dr. Selby, in his briefings with us, felt that we should address that issue as a council, but because of the supposed political ramifications that go along with the perception of one giving themselves a raise, even though that would not be the reality, that had a tepid reception on the part of the council members. I personally believe, and I'm going to speak out here, that these council members work very, very, very hard. I don't care about the cynics and the critics and the naysayers. The bottom line is they're at meetings all the time at the community. What you see here is just the very, very tip of the iceberg. The salary structure, I don't know when those salaries went into effect. I know it was before I got here in 1999. I don't know how much before. They're ridiculous, to be quite frank with you. You know, the public is going to say, well, they know what they're getting into. Of course they do. But at the same time, I think they have to be treated fairly. And I think that the folks that will follow us here should be entitled to have a wage which they feel justifies their working as public servants and not necessarily as politicians. So I'm going to ask Dr. Selby, and we'll put it upon ourselves, to bring up this discussion again. It's not going to benefit me. It's not going to benefit the folks who will be here during this term. But I honestly believe that we're a big city now, and we should be compensated. We don't get any car allowance. I don't think many of us put in for the gasoline allowance that we're entitled to. I know myself, and I don't say this facetiously, I tip about between $20 and $30 a day when I go from hotel to hotel making speeches on behalf of the city, and it comes out of my pocket, and I don't seek reimbursement for it from the city. So these are things that I think have to be considered. We're in 2007 now, and these people are entitled to be paid a fair wage for the kind of commitment that they make.
Your Honor, if I could, it seems over the years, I'll even go back as far as 20 years ago, any elected official, I should say any, there has been elected officials that voted on their salary increases. Yes, true, they have to be reelected in order to receive the benefit. They don't get reelected. I'm even talking about some of the legislators. Here a few years ago, I won't mention any names, but there was some that had been up there for quite a few years, and they voted themselves a raise, and they got beat. And it's very, very strange. People really don't care. And again, I'm looking at it for myself. I'm term limited out, so the next, 2 years from now, we go ahead and put this on the ballot. We vote for it. There will be some of the people here that will get beat. They won't get reelected because they gave themselves a pay increase. I know in North Las Vegas they did the same thing a few years ago, and all the incumbents that they voted for the raise, they got beat. And it's just it's ludicrous what it is. And I don't know how they expect you to go out there and get this salary where you can have good, honest people running for these offices and stuff.
And in that discussion, before I call upon Councilman Wilson, I think we have to talk in terms of full-time positions. May as well put it all together, and if the council doesn't want to vote for it, that's their prerogative. But I'm a lucky fellow because I made enough money where I'm independent, and I don't have to have a second job. I'm unique in that respect, perhaps. But I know that the next mayor, if they're going to do a halfway decent job, has to be a full-time mayor. And if there's a person who is not economically independent, they won't be able to be a full-time member. And we should not have, I think it's called a plutocracy, where only rich people are able to hold public office. I think that there should be a sufficient salary that everybody who wants to run for office knows that they could work full-time at the job and they could be paid a fair and honest wage for it. So I'd like that part of the discussion as well. Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. I was just going to ask Betsy, because we've launched into a little discussion on this, if you could go back to square one, because a lot of people listen to our meetings here, and just go back to square one and describe what we're trying to accomplish with this bill,
This
with regard to the
component of the
salary
bill.
commission?
If you roll back a little bit further than just the genesis of this bill, the council had impaneled an independent advisory commission about a decade ago of citizens from the city of Las Vegas who went through and did pretty much what the mayor's asking us to do again now, which is evaluate the workload, look at the growth of the city, figure out the roles and responsibilities, how the job has changed, and make recommendations as to fair and adequate compensation given the new duties. 10 years ago, that committee recommended that you were not receiving sufficient compensation for the job you're doing. Now, there is...
Mayor Goodman, was the compensation then what it is now?
I was going to just mention that your salaries increase annually by CPI, period. And that's by ordinance. That's older than 10 years ago. Councilman Reese was mentioning that. And so there is some modification. What that doesn't necessarily do for you is talk about how the job has changed. The mayor just mentioned that a lot of this job is pretty much full-time. And it, for some people, is very difficult to be able to do the duties of this job, which you all signed up to do and are passionate about doing well, and still earn a living in your current professions. I know that, not to pick on Councilman Reese, but it's very difficult sometimes. We have to go down to City Hall East down there and talk to him because he's got to earn a wage at his barber shop, and sometimes that makes it difficult for you all to do your jobs. The mayor is elected not to take on any cases so that he can do the job.
You're forgetting what happened back there when we had these recommendations. I see some of the press here today. The press tore us apart. They made it sound like we was just going to double, triple our salaries and stuff, that we wasn't worth it. And those people that was up for election at that time, we couldn't accept it. I mean, they would have got beat just instantly because they made it look so bad that we was trying to take money away from the public that we wasn't earning. And so at the time, the council denied this offer of a pay raise because of what they made it seem like it was going to be. And that's what I'm saying. It's the perception out there that we're overpaid now. I mean, the 13 cents an hour that I'm getting is way too much. And to me, it is ludicrous.
Well, there's definitely, when we're tipping the scale at about 600,000, that's not a small city. And you all have heard me talk about, we're a big city. We need to be dealing with big city issues, and we have a lot on our plate. And this is one of the things that I know is very difficult for each of you personally and collectively as a board. I will tell you that we tried diligently to save that part of the bill, and we are still trying to do that. I just wanted you to be aware that there's some concern about it. I think, actually, my perception of the legislators' response was that they completely understand the difficult position that it puts you in to have to vote on your own compensation because they're in the exact same boat. And Councilman Reese mentioned there are other elected officials in the state that do not have to vote their own raises. They can appeal to another governing body for that. And what we were trying to establish in this bill was an independent salary commission that we felt would be broadly representative of various industries and taxpayers from the city of Las Vegas, representing every ward. They couldn't have any affiliation with you personally or this city contractually. We put in a tremendous number of safeguards. And personally, I think because we were so thorough in trying to create the independence of this committee, we were successful in getting it out of the assembly. And I know that there were some issues there, and we worked out an amendment to have, instead of you appointing the people who would be on the Independent Salary Commission, having the Speaker of the Assembly and the Senate Majority Leader make those appointments, given those criteria, those 7 people that would be impaneled to make that evaluation of your workload, how the job has changed, and what the right compensation level would be. In fact, no one ever said that it necessarily would go up. I mean, that independent commission could look at it and say it's going down. So you would be taking a big risk by impaneling that group anyway. So we tried to create a section of the bill that we thought would work and create that independence that we felt was necessary for that group to make an independent judgment and provide a compensation structure for you. And you wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
Right, and basically,
it was all them.
I think the bottom line, though, if we're really going to be perfectly honest about this, is it would have provided a cover, and it would have taken us out of the line of fire because somebody else would be making the decision. But the bottom line is, I'd like it to be put on for a vote by us, and I know how I'm going to vote. I'm going to vote my conscience, and if people don't like it, they can lump it.
Well, we will work on that. Maybe when the Senate considers this afternoon, we may have a shot of keeping the Independent Salary Commission in the charter, but I'm not holding my breath.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Just a couple more items that I'll go over very quickly, Mayor. One of interest to you was the changing of the municipal elections to the fall. That bill did get amended to extend the terms of the next individuals who would be elected to office by year to get into the even year cycle of elections. So there'd be a staggering impact on your terms, so we wouldn't have everybody being elected in the first even year. Bev and I talked about it, and I believe she said the ultimate implementation will be in 2014, I believe. So it would take a long time to get it done. But those next terms would actually be extended to 5 years. We are still sharing our concerns about the bill with the Assembly members who are considering the measure now regarding the fact that our municipal elections are nonpartisan, and it allows us to address city-specific issues on a city-specific agenda for the council, for the constituents to consider. And I'm not sure where that one's going to go, but I wanted you to know what iteration we're on and what position we're in now. One thing we can tell you is based on the amendment that your current terms would not be harmed by the bill, which was one of our major concerns.
Well, one of the things that at least I feel very strongly about is I love the fact that this council is nonpartisan. I think it's a wonderful thing that we're elected without a party affiliation being one of the qualifications or criterion that allows us to treat our constituents in a way where we don't have to ask ourselves, are they a member of our same party? And I would do anything to preserve that. That's the most important thing from my perspective that we protect up there. Don't allow this council to be subject to a partisan race.
We continue to work that bill, and we'll know Friday what happens with it. Also wanted to give you a quick update on the green building situation. As you know, the governor vetoed the emergency measure that passed probably between our last presentation and this presentation, and issued an executive order basically putting on hold any new applications. There is a bill that's moving through the legislature that would modify this green building program, the abatement program. We are monitoring that. We want to make sure that we have the ability, particularly as we're considering our own tax consequences, that we have some role to play in that dialogue when these applications are filed. Right now, there is a notification requirement, although even though all of these abatements have been requested, we've not received notice of any of them. So monitoring this in a regulatory fashion, as well as this new legislation, we're staying on top of that to try and, at the same time, encourage green development, but not at the cost of us being able to provide needed public services. A couple more. One, there was a bill that was introduced. It's AB 209. It's related to taxation, and it would require us to pay taxes to the county, for instance, for any expansion to the wastewater treatment plant or any other facility that we might have to locate in the unincorporated county. We had a kind of a problem with that because we're not allowed to expand through annexation in order to get where we need to go to provide needed services in certain circumstances. So we're working with the sponsor of the bill to try and work out an amendment that will mitigate that impact to us. And then finally, I'll just mention very quickly that we're still working very diligently on the Affordable Housing Bill, AB 439. It's making its way through. We suggested some amendments last week. They've been accepted. And from our perspective, we're already meeting the standard that this bill would set, so we feel pretty comfortable about it. Finally, we've had many discussions about billboards. AB 120, which is the bill that we had been monitoring, that the billboard industry had requested an amendment to, passed out of committee without that amendment. So the chairman of the committee felt that we were making progress in our negotiation with the billboard community, and so at least we don't have to worry about that amendment at this point. And we will be contacting Senator Hardy and some of the other committee members today to tell them about our progress, but we made huge progress yesterday with the industry and think we're reaching resolution. So that one looks pretty positive. And finally, we're keeping our eyes on the Arena District bill, which is an amendment to AB 598, and monitoring that and hopeful that it will not go forward. So we're continuing to work that, but I don't have an update as to that amendment's progress.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, Ms. Fretwell, or any comments at this time? All right, seeing none, may I have a motion, please? Yes. When I say three, we'll all start, okay? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Betsy. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
And many more. Thank you. Thanks, Gary. You want to make a motion?
Move to accept that great.
Okay. Let's vote, please. Very good. Okay. Did we post? Nope. Post? Okay. You got it? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 54 is discussion and possible action regarding an amended and restated agreement to design, construct, and lease a performing arts center by and among City Parkway 5, Inc., the City of Las Vegas, and the Las Vegas Performing Arts Center Foundation on a portion of Union Park located generally north of Bonneville Avenue, east of Grand Central Parkway, south of the Ogden Avenue Underpass, and west of the Union Pacific Railroad. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. Excuse me. This is an item that essentially amends and restates the prior agreement we had for the development of the Performing Arts Center with the Performing Arts Center Foundation. And that is an agreement with the City Parkway 5 Corporation. It does a number of things, and perhaps the most important thing that it does is it relocates the site from a site where it was originally committed, which was a site in the old related company's master plan for Union Park, to a new site, which is the site designated for the Performing Arts Center under the new master plan for Union Park that was developed by Newland Communities. On your diagram on the overhead, I'm showing in blue sort of a curvilinear site, which was the former site, and then in green to the left, lower left of that, is where we're moving it to, which is designated current PAC site. In doing that relocation, it does a number of things. One, we moved it from a site that was less contaminated to one that's more contaminated from the standpoint of on-site need for remediation. For that reason, this agreement commits additional funds, which are in the budget, the bond budget that we've established for Phase 1 infrastructure for Union Park, to remediate the additional costs of remediating at the new site. And the agreement also really addresses a number of issues in terms of parking. It addresses issues such as the phasing of the development of the program that they're going to develop for their site. And it also reestablishes and sort of restates the fact that this project will be built using general obligation bonds, utilizing the rental car tax, that the city would be the owner, would be done through as a public work project. Really just takes that old agreement and makes the change to the site. I would point out that by moving this site, if you notice on the overhead, it does make available now the sites adjacent to the old site for development. We've entered into agreements for development of sites with Newland Communities for the development of their blocks, and recently with the City Corps Charlie Palmer Group for the development of one of those blocks. Those development agreements were encumbered by the Performing Arts Center agreement. With this relocation, we can now move forward with speed in terms of the development of those blocks that were encumbered by the former Performing Arts Center site. With all those comments, staff recommends approval. We do have representatives of the Performing Arts Center Foundation here. I know Myron Martin and Don Schneider are here, and we did have a very brief PowerPoint with some slides that they would like to walk you through that kind of give you the sense of how they see the phasing of the development of this site.
Look forward to it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. I'm Don Snyder. I'm the chairman of the board of the Las Vegas Performing Arts Center Foundation, also known as the organization that's bringing you the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. A lot of what we're talking about here today is old news in terms of resiting our project to a site that allows the whole property to flow, the whole 61 acres to flow a little bit better, and it certainly opens up the door to some other developments that are extremely exciting to us in terms of what the neighborhood is going to become. One thing that, since we started talking about this project, it was when we started talking in earnest about this project with the city, it was probably back in 2001. And in 2001, when we looked at this project and looked at the world in terms of what it cost to build a world-class performing arts center, the costs were a lot less than they are today. And so in today's world, the one thing that we aren't going to do is compromise the quality of what we're building here in terms of a world-class performing arts center. But because of cost, it's been incumbent upon us to have the flexibility to phase this project. And so the first phase of the project, the phase one that you see here, the large hall, named after Jim Large. No, it's not. It's not named yet, but it will be by the time that we open. This is the Carnegie Hall equivalent of Las Vegas. It's wonderful to have the Smith name on the entire 5-acre parcel, but it will also be wonderful to have someone's name grace this grand hall that will be the phase one of this project. When we started talking in 2001 in earnest, we estimated that the total project would cost about $150 million. In fact, we talked $125 to $150 million. Today, this first phase, to bring the first phase and to open in the year 2011, which is the schedule that we're on, we're talking something in the $300 million range, more than twice what we were talking when we first talked about this project for the entire project. The first phase, the $300 million, basically involves $200 million of hard costs to build that large hall, $50 million for all the costs associated with it in terms of architects and engineers and consultants and people like that, including lead consultants these days, to make sure that we open a building that will be LEED certified. And we're pleased to say that we have gotten to that level in terms of our design work. The design team has been doing wonderful work, but $200 million for the cost of construction of this facility is significant and significantly greater than what we had envisioned at the outset. In addition to that $200 million, $50 million for all the other costs associated with building this building and opening the first phase of the project. And then also from the very beginning, when we first talked with the city in 2001, we talked about the need to have a large operating endowment so we could make this building something very special, not only in terms of what it was physically, but what it was in terms of being a community asset. And so we committed at that time to a $50 million operating endowment. So the day that we open this first phase, we will have about $300 million in place. The rental car tax is a big part of that. The rental car tax is currently estimated by city staff and the consultants to the city, the financial advisors to the city, to raise about $125 million in bonding capacity, which is a significant amount of money. We've raised, in addition to that $125 million that will come from the public sector side, we have commitments of about $90 million, approaching $90 million from the private sector for this project. We're in the process of very aggressively raising additional money. We're doing it kind of by flying below the radar screen, talking very quietly with people that can make significant contributions to this project, $1 million and multi-million-dollar contributions to this project, which is what has got us to the $90 million that we've raised to date. In order to get to the next stage, which is really to initiate the bonding process on the rental car tax, we need to raise another $20 million or so on top of that $90 million that we have committed. And I must say that the $90 million, there's a few million dollars of that we have verbal commitments. We don't have all the commitments absolutely documented to the nth degree, but they're really wonderful commitments. We're well on our way to raising the additional money, getting the additional commitments that we need to be able to initiate the bonding process. And then our goal is to break ground in October of 2008, and we have an additional $60 million that we're in the process of raising to be able to get to that level. So we're making wonderful progress. The ability to phase the project is an important part of it. Cleaning up some of the things with regard to this agreement has been an important part of it. And what we'd like to do, rather than take a lot of time today, is schedule some time so that Myron Martin and senior members of our design team can come in and share with you where we are in the design process. And as we've talked about from the very beginning, the design process for a world-class performing arts center starts from the inside and is from the inside out. And so while they can get excited about how many bathrooms we have and sight lines and acoustics, we want to be able to share with you the design team's work when it comes to more visually how all of this project comes together. And we'll be able to do that here in the next few months.
Mr. Snyder, would you be kind enough to tell the council your feeling after traveling in Europe and seeing what these structures mean to a city as far as greatness is concerned?
Well, Myron Martin, who's the president, it's his day job to get this project done, and he's working every day, and he's doing a wonderful job of leading the design team. He came to us late last year and said that he and the design team wanted to take us to Europe for a few days, and we wondered whether or not that was the right thing to do. I certainly wondered whether that was the right thing to do. And then when he came to me with the itinerary, he had us going to 6 countries in 4.5 days and visiting 14 or 15 performance halls in that 4.5 days. And I will tell you that we saw some wonderful buildings that were wonderful in terms of their completeness, but also wonderful in terms of elements. And that gave us a real sense of some of the things that we wanted to do, that the design team wanted to do with this project. But I said to Myron and the design team afterwards, I said to you, Mayor, the greatest inspiration that I came away from that trip with was looking at some of these wonderful halls, some of the great halls that have been built in history, in the world's history, buildings that were built 120, 140, 160 years ago, and to be able to understand and study what impact those buildings had on their cities when they were built, but then today see that they are the heart and soul of the cities 120, 140, 160 years later. So it was a wonderfully inspirational trip from that point of view. It reinforced exactly what we've talked about here, and that is that we're going to build a timeless, elegant building in a city that has a tendency to tear things down after 25 or 40 or 50 years. We're building a series of buildings that will be here 120, 150, 200 years from now. And that's our commitment, and that's what we're working on. We're not going to sacrifice the quality of what we're doing to manage these very difficult construction costs that we're seeing. But we're going to deliver something very, very special here.
I know that. Myron, did you want to be heard?
No, Mayor, other than to say our foundation, our board is so pleased with the work that we've done with the city. City staff has been our great partner here, and we thank you very much. And I also just want to recognize the guy that spoke. Don Snyder is our chairman of the board. He's a volunteer. but he works every single day on this project, and it really will change our community. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Don Snyder, for all your work.
Well, he's a man who put his money where his mouth is, and Don came up with, I think, the first $1 million between him and his wife to get this project going. So you'll be long remembered for a lot of things, but this amongst it.
I've said before not to take anything away from the wonderful buildings that have been built in our community over the last many, many years, not to take anything away from hospitals, schools, the beautiful buildings that have been built on the Strip and elsewhere. But this is going to be the most important building or series of buildings built in Las Vegas in our lifetime because of how broadly it's going to touch the community and how deeply it's going to touch the community. That $50 million operating endowment is a big part of that breadth and depth at which we're going to reach the community. So we have something very special going here. It's wonderful to be involved.
Terrific. That's great. Any other? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Your Honor. You know, he mentioned this was called Jim Large. Just kidding. Maybe we call it the Don Snyder Hall.
Now, we need to get a major family to contribute to place their name on that large hall, and we will do that. But I will tell you, one of the wonderful things that Bill Boyd and Boyd Gaming did for me as a retirement gift, and you may remember when we had the retirement party on Fremont Street, they announced $1.5 million gift to help put our name, D and Don Snyder, on the Founders Room, and that was a very, very special thing. So,
right, that's terrific. Yes, Councilor Brown.
If I may, Don or even Betsy, Jacob Stowe from the RTC was over last week going through the whole tax scenario, and he had a list of about 18 areas that people were looking at, and one of them was the car rental tax. Do we have a comfort level that they're aware that this is committed and it's off limits? Understanding anything happens, but
I think many of us would like to see the legislative session adjourned, but I've had very strong assurances from the governor, his chief of staff, and the first lady that this is an incredibly important project, and that this is not on the drawing boards at this point.
Very good. All right, Councilwoman Williams, do you have a motion, please?
My motion is approval.
All right, let's vote, please.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck. Item 55 is a report and possible action related to the Las Vegas Strategic Plan priorities concerning managed costs and revenue resources to achieve efficient operations and support and encourage sustainability, livability, and pride in our neighborhoods. This pertains to all wards. Dr. Selby.
Mayor and Council, just this is part of the quarterly update that we try to provide to you on your priorities. It's not a time critical item, and it's going to take about 20 minutes. So I might suggest if you want to trail it till the end of the morning session, and if you have time at that point to hear the presentation. Otherwise, maybe take action to obey it till next meeting.
All right, let's take a shot and we'll trail it, and then we'll see where we stand, because this afternoon's agenda is a brutal one, that's for sure. All right, we'll revisit 55 a little later. All right. Now we're going to book 2. This is a record, folks. We have 8 books that we have to go through today. 8. I think the most before that was 5. All right, we're going to go to 57. 57 is discussion and possible action regarding continued funding of Harrison, Kemp, and Jones to represent the City of Las Vegas in an arbitration filed against it by Asphalt Products Corporation over the construction of Washington Buffalo Park Phases 1A and 1B for an amount not to exceed $700,000. This is in Ward 4. Unfortunately, I have to abstain from this because I have a minority interest in a piece of property with one of the principals of Asphalt Products Corporation, and I've been advised by the city attorney that that would constitute grounds for me to abstain from these proceedings. I'll turn this over to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Henry, please. Just before you get started, I think that we've all had a briefing from you on this item. Okay.
I'm just going to simply say that I believe that the item is in order, and that the money sought to continue to pay outside counsel and consultants are for defense. That Asphalt Products brought this matter against us, in essence, this lawsuit, and we have been defending ourselves and need to continue defending ourselves. And this kind of litigation, unfortunately, is very expensive.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Are there any questions from council members of Mr. Henry? Councilman Brown, please.
I'd move for approval.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Jervik, am I allowed to comment on this, or does my abstention preclude me from even participating as far as asking you a question?
It's an interesting question. The Code of Ethics certainly precludes you from participation, but it doesn't prohibit you from otherwise participating. That's nowhere described in the code as what that means, but I think a question is appropriate if you wish to ask one.
All right. I think it's important that we put this on the record, that you've had certain discussions and you've been given certain assurances about this fee and how far it's going to take us. And I think it would be appropriate for you to state that.
That's correct. I've spoken to outside counsel regarding this matter, and I've informed them that this is absolutely the last time we're going to go to City Council and ask for any money to litigate this matter.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Henry. Thank you very much. Okay, item 58 is discussion and possible action regarding a memorandum of understanding between the City of Las Vegas and Sun City Summerlin Community Association regarding legal fees and costs associated with litigation involving the right-hand turn at McCarran International Airport and other matters relating thereto pertaining to all wards. Jervik?
Your Honor, we handle this. As you're aware, the City of Las Vegas has retained outside counsel and filed a petition with the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals challenging the new right-hand turn at McCarran Airport. In order to present the Circuit Court with all issues raised during the public hearings concerning the right-hand turn, it was necessary to include several co-petitioners, including the Sun City Summerlin Community Association. From the beginning of the lawsuit, the city has assumed all financial responsibility for the filing of the case and all collateral consequences that flow from the lawsuit. This MOU formally recognizes the city's responsibility in this matter. It is in order, and I recommend approval.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Jervik? I have the motion, please.
I've been allowing Councilman Wolfson to make the motions on these items, so Councilman.
The motion is for approval.
All right, let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, 59 is discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of denial for a family home child care facility license for Leah Hernandez, 9108 Teal Lake Court in Ward 4.
Good morning again, Your Honor and Counsel. Todd Wright, Charles T. Wright and Associates on behalf of Leah Hernandez.
Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Mayor, I'd like to report that at your request, we have the mother of Michael, Miss Belinda Jimenez, here.
Good.
And I believe that's where we obeyed last time.
That's correct. All right, Mr. Henry, you want to bring us up to date here?
Yes, Mayor. The Child Care Licensing Board denied the application of the petitioner for a license from the city. The petitioner, as is her right, appealed to the City Council. That right set forth in Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.24.110, which relevantly at paragraph D provides a written notice of appeal filed pursuant to subsection B of this section shall be referred by the department to the City Council within 30 days, at which time the City Council, after reviewing the concerns of the board, shall either affirm the board's decision or direct that the board grant the applicant's license. As I informed you before, it's my view of the law because of that the council's review of this matter is confined to the record below that was established before the Child Care Licensing Board. Because of that, when counsel for the applicant and the appellant in this matter sought to bring the letter to your attention, I objected. My recollection is you said that you understood that, but that you wanted to have the woman who was the author of the letter before you, and apparently she is here. I will state that if it's your ruling that we're going outside the record, I am prepared to go outside the record with additional information relevant to the council's decision today that occurred after the matter was brought to the Child Care Licensing Board.
Your Honor, and I would object to that addition, as we did not request to go outside of this record. It was at your bequest that we've gone through.
That's true.
I believe it should be restrained to the record.
It will be.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who is the mother of the youngster? What's your name, man?
Belinda Kemenes.
Why don't you come up to the mic, man? How do you spell your last name?
It's Kemenes.
And where do you live?
I'm at 5617 Breacher Avenue.
All right. Have you had the opportunity to, is that in Las Vegas?
Yes, it's Las Vegas.
Okay. Have
131.
you had the opportunity to see the pictures of your child?
No, actually I have not, but I was there that night when I took him to the hospital.
Well, I'd like you to see the pictures of your child, which is before us today. And I'm going to say this, because I think that this is important for the public to see this as well. And I'm going to advise folks who are watching this at home that these are graphic depictions of a youngster who appears to have very serious injuries. And you may not want to watch them yourself, or you certainly may not want children to be exposed to them. But I think it's important that people see what we're talking about here. Have you seen those before?
Have I? No.
Okay. Do you see them now?
Yes.
And as I see them, I'm going to describe them. You tell me whether I'm right. Well, let's start with the one with the child with the bruise on the right side of its face, and there's like a little box covering the child's eye. You see that? Mm-hmm. Is that your son?
Yes, it is.
How old is he?
He's 4 years old now.
He's 4 years old. How old was he then?
2.
All right. And let's go to the next picture. Do you recall seeing those kind of bruises on his face?
Yes, I do.
And the first time you saw them is when you picked the child up?
Correct.
From this facility?
Yes.
And before you dropped the child off at the facility, were these bruises on his face?
No, they were not present, but before the child had been dropped off to that facility, Leah has been informed that my son had previously fallen 3 times on that side of his face. He fell from the pantry, and then he'd fallen off the couch a couple times.
And what hospital did you take him to?
I took him to Mountain View Hospital.
All right, for those bruises before you took him to the school?
No, that would be after.
No, I'm talking about what hospital did you take the child to after you say the child fell down and bruised its face?
There were no bruises at that point.
Okay, so you took the child, and the child had no bruises when he arrived at the daycare facility?
Correct.
And then when you picked him up, did you pick him up from the daycare facility?
Yes, I did.
And did you see these bruises on his face?
Not immediately, actually. The bruises were seen probably about 15 minutes after my son kind of woke up, and I seen his face.
Okay, but
So,
you saw a condition different than when you dropped him off, correct?
Yes,
Did you take him to the hospital then?
absolutely.
And what did the hospital tell you?
That he had deep bruising.
Deep bruising.
Yes.
And the child was 2 years old at the time?
Correct.
And as I understand it, you would send this child back to that facility?
Yes, I would.
Okay, anybody else have any questions?
Your Honor, could Ms. Jimenez offer an explanation to that yes or no question? Because I believe there's relevant information that she can. By no way is this a negligent mother, Your Honor. This is a single mother that works 2 jobs and has provided quality care, Your Honor.
I don't care. I don't care.
I believe that not to hear this is very short-sighted, Your Honor.
Somebody else wants to hear an explanation of a mother who's going to send a youngster who underwent that kind of injury back to the same place? You could ask them questions. I don't have any more.
All right. Well, I think, Mayor Goodman, out of an abundance of fairness and due process, if you will, if she has some sort of explanation, whether it's accepted or not, I'd like to hear it.
Thank you, Councilman Wilson. What I believe hasn't been brought to the attention is the cause of these bruises and then the remedy that Ms. Hernandez did take. These were not caused at the hand or by neglect of Ms. Hernandez. And I believe that I would like to defer to the mother to tell how this was handled and how it was remedied. This was an unfortunate incident. These are not, bruises take time to develop, and while I'm no medical practitioner, within the time that the drop-off took place and with the injuries at the home, which were minor, and then the compounding of what you'll learn was the backhand slap or otherwise of a 12-year-old boy for a bite that occurred, that this is the explanation, and I will turn the time over now to the mother.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Let me jump in here. Okay, I understand that Mr. Henry's request to keep it confined to the record, we allowed at the mayor's request for this lady to speak. But now let me ask Mr. Henry, if we're going to go beyond that direct question, are we going to open it up beyond that? Because my understanding is you don't want to open up any further evidence today.
No, but I would like this inquiry to be answered fully.
Well, that was the mayor's request to you to bring her here, and that's as far as I'm willing to go if we're not going to expand the scope of this hearing.
All right, the scope of my ruling is that we're not going to expand the scope of the hearing. We're going to limit it to the record below. I wanted to see the mother here. I have satisfied my need to see the mother, and now we will.
I would just ask out of fairness that the mother be able to present. I'm not cutting you off, but
yes, you are.
She has made a great sacrifice to.
You are cutting me off.
Let the councilman finish, please.
This is in Ward 4, and I've certainly sat and listened for a couple times, but I'm not interested as much in why she's here or would she send it back. I have been briefed by our council that we are evaluating the record at the Child Care Licensing Board. So for her to come in after the fact and give further information, I don't think it's relevant. And I agree that it's a matter of fairness that she's allowed to add that, but if you add that, I want Mr. Henry to have the ability to add additional information on the pending case. It's not so much about this young lady here. It's about the applicant in front of us. So if we're going to bring more information in, I want Mr. Henry to have the same opportunity to bring more information, because the more knowledge we have, I think out of fairness, the better decision you'll receive today. But if you're not willing to open it up, then I would suggest that we get back to the item as its agenda.
All right. Mr. Henry, the item as agenda.
Well, Mayor, of course you run the meeting, but the burden's on the appellant in this proceeding, and so I think he should be able to make his his presentation, apparently turning now to the matters that were heard by the Child Care Licensing Board, and after he's done that, I would be pleased to make mine.
Very good. Mr. Wright.
Your Honor, Ms. Hernandez was cited for operating a daycare without being properly licensed. And under 6.02330, for those licensed, the penalties that can be instituted wide range, but there is the possibility for additional restrictions on any licensee, and that has been interpreted to be inspections or increased inspections or anything else by their specialty which may be appropriate. There is no basis based on that fact to deny Ms. Hernandez a license. She would readily submit to an increased inspection or increased visits or increased licensure requirements, should that be required. The last item that was briefed by the council was the deliberate misleading or lying on her application about incidents in the past. And what I would substitute or offer the council is, in the investigator's report, it gives a very clear description of what occurred. And the specific question on the application asked, have you been cited, charged, or formally accused of any violation of statute, regulation, or code of any local, state, county, or municipal, provincial, federal, or national government? The discussion comes down to a 1999 and a 2003 discussion of violations that were noted by the Utah Licensing Board for Child Care where Leah was for many years a licensed daycare provider. And these are the only violations or visits that were noted in the file. And when she answered that no, she had not been cited or accused, these were routine visits in response to complaints that are lodged that resulted in no any formal action. It simply was a visit and a fix-it ticket, if you will. The question that was asked in the interview that led to the allegation that a lie was told was there was a specific question that was asked about the 1999 incident, which Ms. Hernandez fully answered and then did not expand to the 2003 question. There was no mention in the question of the 2003 or ask for clarification of that, and as such, Leah didn't voluntarily go into that, but it was on the record before the investigator, so there was no concealment of that fact during that interview, as is alleged in the investigator's report. There was a full and deliberate answer to the 1999 question that was posed. 2003 was not on the table or before Leah to answer to the investigator. We had covered the licensing without all three measures have been covered and briefed, and I would just beg the council, and while I know that no councilman wants to be he who or she, councilwoman, who has licensed a place where a child then gets hurt. You don't want to be the governor that released the ex-felon, and I understand that. But this is not that situation. These pictures were graphic, and they are atrocious. The situation was handled between the mother and Leah and the son, and I have a very beautiful picture of Michael today that I would like to put on the camera to counterpose these images that have been left in the minds of everyone.
Right.
He is a wonderfully bouncing boy that is doing very well and has no scars from those things. This was an unfortunate accident that had never happened before in Leah's care or in her 7 years being licensed in Utah. This had not occurred. This was egregious is not the word, but it was egregious, but it was not by neglect, nor was it by any action on Ms. Hernandez's part that she took her son to counseling. She has addressed the situation with the mother. The son was forced to sit in front of the mother and apologize and hear from the mother how this made both Michael and her feel. He was also then sent to counseling, professional counseling for these things to make sure that this wasn't an ongoing issue. I would beg the council, even if it's with further restriction, to grant this license, that it is not a life sentence against the occupation that she has always done and does very, very well. She has a home that is caring, that is loving, that is set up for specifically this. This is what and who she loves, our little children. And I would rest on that.
You're a very good lawyer, Mr. Wright, and I mean that seriously. You make an excellent presentation. But I have a very difficult time before Mr. Henry makes his remarks to understand how a 12-year-old can hit a 2-year-old in the face. I just don't understand how that happened.
Your Honor, and this gets way off the record, but I'm a father of 6, and while I don't spank my children or anything else, I know that we had one biter amongst our clan that they can pull a knee-jerk reaction that is not something that's done intentional. If it's whether too clear or otherwise, I don't think these things had to be with intent. And I know that my biter could hit you 3 times before you could pull your hand out of your pocket and stay stopped. So I don't know all of the facts, but I would put that before the council that there's a long record of good service that is documented by the Utah Board. There is no complaints that have occurred, and Ms. Leah Hernandez submits that she was wrong for not obtaining licensing when she got here. And I feel, Your Honor, this 2 years that this has taken to go through the investigations and those things serve as a very, very harsh punishment for those things that occurred, and would ask the council to take that on submission and grant with provision a license to where the board could regulate as tight as they need for the limited period that they may need to see how this child care facility would start to aid the problem that we have with quality child care in this valley.
Mr. Henry.
Mayor, I agree with your comment about the talents of Mr. Wright, my colleague. I'm reminded of long ago when I was a criminal defense attorney and had tried a case in behalf of my client, and a jury convicted him. And Paul Goldman, the district judge at the time, complimented counsel, and referring to me, said, "I would like to compliment Mr. Henry for having made something out of absolutely nothing." And that's the case here. This applicant before the Child Care Licensing Board and this appellant before you has a long and rich history of engaging in exactly the kind of conduct that should result in no government body ever licensing her to care for children. That conduct goes back to 1999 when the state of Utah, in their Child Care Licensing Board, charged her, found her responsible, and sanctioned her in 1999 because under their license she was caring for children, and she decided that she would punish one of those children who had misbehaved in her care by leaving this baby in soiled diapers. The question might then be, did she learn her lesson? Apparently not, because 4 years later, in 2003, the state of Utah levied the same charges for the same conduct. She sanctioned another baby, punished another baby for misconduct by leaving that child in soiled diapers. Then we come to 2005, when this woman takes her child, who appears seriously injured, to a hospital in the early morning hours here in Las Vegas. And whether she calls or the hospital people call, Metro gets involved, and we find out that her child has been injured by the 12-year-old of the appellant. Now, what I hear from the appellant and her counsel is she was not responsible for this 12-year-old. I say to you, if she was not responsible, she was irresponsible. And do you wish to give your child care license to a woman who is irresponsible in the care of children? Metro brought this matter to the attention of the licensing people here in the government of the city of Las Vegas, and it was determined that she was caring for children without a license. She was told she needed a license, and she was given a cease and desist order, and she agreed to cease and desist. Despite that, we find out that between January of 2005 and September of 2006, she went on caring for children. And finally, when she was caught caring for children again without a license, she made an application in July of 2005. And although I guess most of the world thinks that it's the business of lawyers to carefully parse language, I would submit to you that it was clear from that standard form that she was being asked, have you ever been charged with doing something wrong based on a business license that you had anywhere ever? And she lied. When I say she lied, I'm not stating my opinion, but I'm giving you the opinion of the members of the Child Care Licensing Board who heard the contested evidentiary hearing and made a finding of fact that she was intentionally deceptive in this matter. And that was similar to the finding of fact that they made after they listened to her explanation as to how this 2-year-old baby was harmed, which was she was incredible. The applicant was not credible. Counsel is, I think, attempted to turn this into a proceeding where the decision is whether or not to give a license to this woman to care for this other woman's child. That, of course, isn't the case. If you give her this license, then she will have the imprimatur of the city of Las Vegas to care for any child. Now, that may be fine for people who happen to be watching this proceeding, have seen those photographs, and are on notice of what she has done before. But of course, most of the men and women who bring their children to her, if she's licensed, won't have watched this proceeding. All they will know about her is that she can proudly hold up this license that you gave to her and say, I'm a licensed child care provider. I would submit to you that the Child Care Licensing Board reached exactly the right conclusion, and I would further submit to you that she has not carried her burden in this proceeding, and you ought not grant her appeal.
Thank you. Mr. Wright, did you have any?
I would, Your Honor.
Sure.
What I'd submit to the council is there's no better place, no better person to be licensed at this point in time than Leah Hernandez. This is a person who knows now the power of the licensing board, who knows the power of procedure, who knows the power of this council and that it is her future that is in its hand. We also have a 12-year-old boy who is now a 14-year-old boy who has unique experiences as to care in the home, and you can be assured that nothing like this would ever happen again. Further, I believe that incredible as used in that report would be incredible other than the findings in the investigation. This is an incredible woman, an incredible mother, an incredible care provider that has a long list of those who desire for her to be licensed. If disclosure is what counsel is worried about, and I had not thought of this as being a condition, but why then not take these photos or some measure and present it to those who petition her under this license? Allow them to have this disclosed to them as a requirement. Let her say that this happened to a child in my care. Here are the things that we did to remedy it, and here was the outcome. Here is what I have done since. This would serve that notice and disclosure requirement fully. The 1999 and 2003 incidences of the soiled diapers are they're mischaracterized. They are not fully brought out as they should be or could be in more time. These are not disciplinary measures. These were both agreements between the parents and those as a potty training. And whether I agree or don't agree, I don't know anything about potty training kids, but this was between those parents and Leah. And the 2003 incident resulted from her being pregnant at the time and being advised by her doctor not to change a dirty diaper, and from the frustration that went on between her and the parents over coming up with a solution for that. I would again ask the council to take my pleas and know with a surety that there is no better place for a license to hang in this city because of the things that have gone on for the past 2 years that assure her performance to all license standards and her willingness, our willingness to support and submit to the additional requirements of notice, disclosure, or increased inspections.
Thank you very much.
I just got a question for counsel. You made a statement that you had 6 children. And then you just made another statement that you had no idea how to potty train a child. You must have a great wife.
Yeah, don't even
Mayor
go
Pro
there,
Tem,
Mr.
I would just
Wright.
like to tell you that I have the perfect wife.
Okay.
I have the best wife, and that could be argued amongst all of us, but yes, I have the best wife in the world.
All right, second best. Are there any other questions or comments before the motion? Because I would like to get that resolved, and I'm going to do something, and then we're going to have a motion Councilman Wilson.
Yes, sir. With Councilman Brown's permission? Please. Thank you. Procedurally, Mr. Henry, I guess, we are sitting as the appellate review, if you will, to the Child Care Licensing Board. If we deny this applicant's license, then Mr. Wright's remedy would be to go to district court. Is it, if he chooses to do so, would it be a brand new hearing in district court, or would the district court be reviewing our record here today?
He would have exhausted his administrative remedies. He could go to district court. He would be confined to the record made before the Child Care Licensing Board and the record made here today.
Okay. Then can I make a couple of comments? I guess I'll just go first, I guess. Mr. Wright, you carry the burden in this procedure, as I understand, and you just made some comments about the incidents in Utah being mischaracterized or not as they are described in this report. Well, but you carry the burden. So what documents, what evidence, what information do you have to rebut this other than your client's statements to you?
Your Honor, what we have is the inability, I'm sorry, Councilman, is the inability to get any other documentation from the Utah Board, but I have made contact with the Utah Board for any notes that they may have. I have spoke to the investigator that came out to do this compliance check. I only know from my personal speech to them, and I could not bring them before the board, and there was nothing that would truly rebut what has been stated, but the words are not what they appear to be. They are not as punishment. They are not as they're reflected. They reflect a fix-it ticket. Don't do this anymore, even if you have an agreement with the parents to do this. There's no formal record or formal procedure that was followed that could be subpoenaed and brought before this body, and the investigator could not be brought either to testify, which would probably be the matter of the appellate to the district court.
Well, and I certainly appreciate what you're saying. You do have subpoena power, does he not, Mr. Henry? So subpoenas could have been issued for this hearing. I don't know whether they would have been honored or not. Secondly, an affidavit from the investigator would have been something. And with all due respect to you, I'm not saying that you're not credible, but what I have before me are these Utah incidents that I consider to be unrebutted. I mean, I'm just going to accept them.
Yes, Councilman, we could not put anything to directly rebut them through the procedures.
And then secondly, you made a statement that your client is, words to the effect, an incredible child caretaker and everything, and she's wonderful and all that, but I don't see any of that. I mean, to be perfectly frank, everything before me is negative. I accept some of the explanations. Perhaps a 12-year-old son struck this 2-year-old boy. You know, I guess that's plausible. We have a child abuse neglect specialist who did the investigation. Apparently no criminal charge was brought. Apparently no neglect charge was brought. But it still happened under your client's watch. So other than your personal feeling or whatever it is about your client, what evidence are you giving us that she's such a great child caretaker? Because everything in this report is negative.
Councilman, I believe that stands before you in Belinda's willingness to come before this council at great sacrifice to herself, that she stands as a testament to the care that was provided, that she came to speak publicly. Had this been open, I could have paraded many before that would be willing to testify.
I don't understand that comment. What do you mean, has this been open? You had notice of this hearing 2 weeks ago. We obeyed it 2 weeks. I don't know if you've had discussions with Mr. Henry or not, but you've had the opportunity to present your case, and I just don't see anything that
Councilman Wilson, we were restrained to the facts on the record.
Excuse me. You've had the opportunity, and you've done a good job as an advocate, but when it comes right down to you meeting your burden of proving to us that your client is worthy of this license, I see nothing. I see only negative, and your impression of your client as an advocate as a positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before we go further? Councilor Brown, did you want to do? Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Henry, the report I think the investigative specialist, Patricia Hickman, signed the report in our backup, the confidential book, and approved by Sergeant Alexander. You've seen that, Mr. Wright?
Yes, I have.
And this likewise was provided to the Child Care Licensing Board during that public hearing?
Yes.
Okay. So that's part of the record, and you're saying also that the minutes from the Child Care Licensing Board are also part of the record?
Yes.
And just by referencing those two, I can include them in the record of today's?
Yes.
So I would ask. And Mr. Wright, this council, if you've seen this council in action the last 4, 5, 6 years, it's a very forgiving council. It's a council of second chances in a lot of our business entitlements. We do demand background and records and testimonials and metro investigations. And in a lot of the business type activity, we have given second chances. But from my perspective, when it comes to the child care licensing, there is nothing more sacred that we decide here who will take care of children in our community. And the reason I mentioned earlier that the woman in the middle, whose son was involved, I can see it on her face, the emotion involved. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt your client is a good person with good intentions and would be a good child care provider. But we're going off this record. And not only the things that have been stated publicly, but some of the things in the Metro investigative report lead me to believe that there are lapses in her child care judgment. And there is a history, not a complete history, but certainly enough evidence here that she's not the perfect child care provider. And when that is brought before us, I'm not saying that everyone is the perfect child care provider, but what's before us today is a record of concern to me. If she is a good provider 90% of the time, that's not good enough. There are just some things that have happened and some statements that were made that were documented by Metro that, to me, that haven't been mentioned on the record but are in the report. They're extremely troublesome. Just on the reaction with your client and Metro, where there should be tremendous deference and respect for what Metro's trying to do, there seemed to be an apathy. And that scares me, because all we would have to have is one incident, and I would feel responsible. So I cannot support the appeal. And the reason I will not support the appeal is the record that's been presented at the Child Care Licensing Board, and especially some of the components of the Metro investigative report.
All right. Anybody else before? All right. I'm going to make a little bit of an unusual ruling here, but I think in fairness, as Councilman Wolfson stated, we want to be fair. I put the mother of the child in the hot seat. I want you to disregard what she's going to say as far as your vote is concerned on the motion, but I want to give her the opportunity, if she wants to expand on her position for the public record. I think she's entitled to that. Ma'am? But do not consider this when you're voting.
Okay, on the following morning, after Leah Hernandez had the policeman show up at her door, the policeman determined what had happened. I received a phone call from her probably about 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. I went down to her house. Her son had apologized to me for the incident. He then went to Metro himself and put in a statement explaining what had happened. And then he went to counseling all summer long to make things better. And I feel that I've had a daycare provider after Leah whom was absolutely not worth the license and the ink that the paper was written on. and I would take Michael back to Leah in a heartbeat compared to what I've had after her.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm ready for a motion, please. Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. On item number 59, I would move to deny the appeal for the license for Leah Hernandez. For the record stated, the comments on the record today, and also from the Child Care Licensing Board.
All right, let's vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Council.
Item 60, this item will be trailed to be heard in the afternoon in conjunction with item 150. Oh, youngsters, before you leave, why don't you come up? This is a chance. Tell us who you are, okay? Just come up to the mic and tell us who you are and what grade you're in so you can get on TV. Go ahead.
Ariella Siegelstein in 6th grade at Desert Torah Academy.
Okay.
Josh Weiner, 6th grade, Desert Torah Academy.
Thank you.
Raul Dahan, 7th grade, Desert Torah Academy.
Okay.
Rafi Siegelstein, 7th grade, Desert Torah Academy.
Thank you.
Pearl Goldblatt, 6th grade, Desert Torah Academy.
Thank you.
Can I say one thing, Your Honor?
Certainly.
My name is Joel Cohn, and I'm a 3rd and 4th grade teacher at Desert Torah Academy, and I am the advisor for Student Council. And if Mayor Goodman recalls, about October, November, he entertained my 3rd and 4th grade class in his office. And we were talking, and he said, why don't you bring Student Council down here to be, sit up here and witness what's happening here? And I said, well, this is my first year at Desert Torah. They don't have a student council. He goes, what do you mean? And I go, I know. Well, I went back there and I said, I brought it up in a meeting that we need it. I said, I'll do it. And these are my 12 students who have stuck with it from the beginning of this year to now, so we haven't had it that long. But I want you to know I thank you. You were a big impetus for us to get this going, and we'll continue it next year.
Really?
I thank all of you for having us today. It was a real treat, and hope to see you next year with my next group.
For sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, thank you. Yes.
We had a comment here from one of our visitors.
Sure.
Well, I just wanted to say it was really nice and interesting to be here, and I want to thank everyone, the council, for letting us be here.
That's very nice. Thank you. It's great having you. Yeah, keep it up. Thank you very much. Take care. Good job. Good job, fellas. Good job. Good. Okay. All right. Item 60, the item will be trailed to be heard in the afternoon in conjunction with item number 159. We'll move on to 61. 61 and 62 will be called together. 61 is discussion and possible action regarding approval of a corporate officer for tavern license for Jillian's at 450 Fremont Street, Suite 130. That's in Ward 5. And 62 is discussion and possible action regarding approval of a corporate officer for a liquor caterer license at Jillian's at 450 Fremont Street, Suite 130. These are in Ward 5. Mr. DiFiore, is the applicant here? Yes. Come on up, please.
Morning.
Morning.
Mayor and members of the council, you'll note in your investigative report that there was no area of concern developed on Ms. Kusahara in any criminal background at all. What was developed in the Metro report was the relationship between the owner of the Neonopolis and Jillian's management company. In that, the report will depict that Mr., and I hope I pronounce this correctly, Dharmesh Bahanavi
is the managing member of FAEC Holdings Warula LLC. In the relationship that they have with Ms. Kusahara, Ms. Kusahara is employed or has been paid on a monthly basis by Mr. Bonahabi on another project that they have developed. When the ownership did change hands, there was a reluctance, I believe, on Mr. Bonahabi to even keep Jillian's open. But the report will depict that the business was kept open only if Ms. Kusahara was going to operate it on a regular basis. The report will also depict, too, that she paid Mr. Greg Stevens, the former officer of Jillian's Management Company, Inc., $1 to purchase his stock in the corporation. Relative to the matter before us, the code requires anybody that has any significant influence over the control of a licensed business operation that holds a privileged license should come forward for suitability. When this was brought to Ms. Kusahara's attention about Mr. Bonahabi coming forward for suitability, she agreed to that and apparently was going to ask Mr. Bonahabi to come forward for suitability investigation. She reported back to Metro that he refused to do so. Today, what I'm going to ask the council to do on my recommendation is to grant a temporary approval of the corporate officer for Jillian's Management Company, Inc., with some conditions. The one condition would be, based upon what was represented in the Metro report, that Mr. Bonahabi come forward for suitability investigation and that he submit his application within 30 days. Should he not submit the application within 30 days, the council would grant me the authority to suspend the license on Jillian's Management Company, Inc. And on top of this, we would ask for a 6-month review. By that time, we should have some background information on Mr. Bonahabi regarding his suitability for this license.
If I understand you correctly, Mr. DiFiore, you indicate that Mr. Bonahabi told the young lady that he was not going to come forward.
That's correct.
Aren't we dealing with an illusory situation? Then why are we even going through the motions? Do you think there's any chance that he's going to come forward? Or are we just going to allow this condition to exist for another 30 days over there like we do everything else in Neonopolis?
That's the option the council has, is to deny it based upon the fact that there is an uncooperative principle for suitability.
Well, why don't you identify yourself, please?
Lorraine Waldborn Kusahara.
Okay, Ms. Kusahara. Is Mr. Bonahabi going to come forward?
No, he will not.
Well, then we're playing games once again. It's Neonopolis games. It's this is like how often do we meet? Every 2 weeks? It's great. I love this. This is fun. Why even go through this? The very nice lady says it's not going to happen. So why play games? What happens if we don't grant this approval with all the conditions? Does Jillian's close?
By not granting her license as an officer of this company, the council is denying the license for her to operate. That's correct.
And that means Jillian's closes?
That means Jillian's closes.
It's like everything we do with Neonopolis, it's like that. It's like everything has to suffer. Innocent people have to suffer with the way this whole thing is operated. I don't know what to say. To me, to vote to grant it is silliness. I can't. I personally can't vote for something that's not going to take place. I think I'm being asked to do something that is wrong to do. So I don't know how the others feel about this. I hate to see Jillian's close. I really do. I really do. Councilman Brown, do you want to go in and manage it? Mr. Vincent? And I appreciate your honesty.
I'm more than willing to take care of the place, Your Honor.
Well, why can't this? Why can't she run the place?
She can.
I don't know.
So why do we need somebody else to come forward for licensing?
Well, no. He would come forward as a principal of the operation simply because of the financial relationship that we have with FAAC and with Jillian's Management Company.
But what is his position with
Please,
any of
if
those
I may,
companies?
I have a lease with this gentleman. He's a longtime friend of my husband's family, not mine. and they were going to close the establishment. And
They
I
being
told-
whom?
FAC Holdings, Barilla. They do not want to be in any more
I see.
restaurant businesses. They had 2 hotels that had
I see.
banquet
So
facilities.
Warilla is the one who doesn't want to keep Jillian's open.
Absolutely not.
They don't want to keep it open.
Even though they do have the liquor license in Washington and one in Northern California, they are tired of that kind of business. And he said I would never make it, and that if I thought that I could go in there and do it. And since I went in August, I have paid off $191,000 of bad debt that was left to me. I have kept 55 people employed, and I have my own money and savings invested in this operation. Mr.
Can you buy him out?
Mr. Bonaby, could I buy him out?
Yes.
No, I don't have that kind of money.
Oh, somebody bought somebody out for $1.
I bought the stock option for $1 so that I could operate the Jillian's with that liquor license.
I see. These 2 gentlemen appear to want
This
to say
is
something.
my general manager,
You wanna-
Danny Gentile.
Okay.
This is my
Director of Event Sales. I'm Jeff Pardon. I know a lot of you know me.
Okay.
They've been working with me since I started. I am there 10 to 14 hours a day.
Straighten me out on this one. If the young lady were to remain as the responsible employee there, would that be satisfactory to you, or do we have to go another step and get somebody from Warilla involved?
This is a council decision. The applicant today has no criminal background. She's suitable for this license. What we're bringing to your attention is the fact that there is a relationship with the property owner, with Mr. Bonahabi, that would indicate that he has some investment in this. He has some suitability questions that have not been investigated.
Does he get
at this
any,
point in time.
pardon me, I don't mean to interrupt you, does Mr. Bonahabi get any payments from you?
I pay him $1 a month and $1.60 in cams until I have reached the ability to pay my rent. I am not paying rent right now because I am not earning enough money in the operation other than to pay the bills and to pay the employees.
Okay, let me ask this question to Mr. DiFiore. Basically, what the gentleman is, Mr. Bonahabi, he's sort of in the position of a landlord, as I understand it. And he does not have anything to do with the day-to-day operations of the establishment. Is that correct?
He absolutely does not. He doesn't even
Why
want-
would he have to be found suitable? I thought that the Nevada Supreme Court, I don't want to usurp Councilman Wilson's knowledge here, but I thought the Nevada Supreme Court in the Glussman case said that unless somebody has some kind of exercises some dominion and control over a particular business, they don't have to be found suitable if they're in the position of a landlord.
I believe that our code says that if an individual has significant influence over the control of a business, that they are considered to be a principal and should be investigated. Now,
I think the only control he has over it is he can close it.
well, and that would be significant control over it, and that way he needs to come forward as a principal.
Well,
of
he's
the
not coming
operation.
forward. That's obvious.
Okay, then I guess the option is with the council. They can approve her based upon her background investigation with the knowledge that Mr. Bonahabi is not going to come forward and grant her the license.
Let me ask our attorney. Mr. Jervik, pardon me. Do you have any advice for us, Mr. Jervik? I'd like to keep Jillian's open, personally, but I don't want to violate any law in keeping it open.
I understand. I think that legally you can grant a temporary license. I think the question is, do you want to? And I think we were just talking amongst ourselves here as to what the rationale would possibly be for continuing something that seems so futile and so destined to fail eventually, particularly when you have an owner that won't come forward for licensing. And then the only rationale would be that by keeping it open, perhaps a new buyer will step in the next 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, and Jillian's will get a second lease on life because that new owner would come forward and would be willing to submit to licensing. If you think that's a possibility and it's worth keeping it open until then, you can grant this license for a temporary license with these conditions, knowing full well that this particular owner is not going to cooperate.
Okay,
But
that-
on
I
the other
appreciate
hand,
that.
if you don't think that,
Let me ask, Mr. Adams, do you have any input? Would you like to add anything here? You don't have to.
The only thing that I might add, this is Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development, is that in past interest expressed by potential buyers of the property, the potential buyers expressed value in having a Jillian's in place. And that if we're a Jillian's to be in place and stay open, a potential buyer, a Jillian's is a very unique facility. There's only a few of those in the United States, and to attract something like that is a very difficult thing into a project like that. So for what that's worth, there may be some value.
When is the ICSC convention?
It's next week.
All right. I'd just like to tell Councilwoman Williams that next week I'm a panelist at the ICSC Shopping Center Convention, which is probably the premier convention. I'm going to do my very best to try to create some interest in Neonopolis. If, in fact, Mr. Adams is correct that those who have formally expressed interest in Neonopolis see some value in seeing that Jillian's is open, I'd at least like the opportunity to keep it open with the present arrangement until at least the time that I feel confident that no one has any interest in it as a result of my efforts at the ICSC. Yes, Mr. Durbin.
I want to just comment that if there's any hope that keeping this open will enable a sale of Jillian's, you might want to consider more than 30 days. It doesn't appear likely under any circumstances that 30 days is going to buy any amount of time that's meaningful.
Okay. Right. Okay. All right. The Councilwoman.
Are you ready for my recommendation?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I think I got it straight. But my recommendations would be to follow Mr. DiFiori's recommendation for approval, but with 90 days. Help me out, please.
I think your recommendation, Jim, was for a temporary license not to exceed 30, and I think that the motion would be, I'm sorry?
Not to exceed 90.
And then I'm going to say the correction from the councilman is to extend that from 30 days to 90 days with all conditions that you recommended.
Well, I think one of the conditions that we did here that was recommended was having Mr. Bonahabi come forward for suitability, and Ms. Kusahara has already said that he is not going to come forward for suitability. So I guess I would remove that as one of the conditions.
I think that makes sense.
Okay. So my recommendation to follow Councilwoman Williams' recommendation would be for a 90-day temporary license with a review at that time.
Is that the motion?
That's the motion.
All right, let's vote. That's item 61, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And item 62, same motion. $62 would be the same motion. Is that correct? All right. No problem. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. I'm going to ask you to do this. I'm not going to order you to do it because the motion carries. If you see yourself faltering to the point where you think that closure is a possibility, please call either the Councilwoman Williams or myself or both of us at that time. You have a lot of employees over there, and I'd like to see you stay open so at least I could take a shot in trying to get somebody to be interested in Neonopolis.
If I may say, sir, I'm 55 years old and I've never failed at anything I've ever tried, and I don't intend to fail at this.
Okay. I hope you're right.
I know I'm right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Item 63 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer wine cooler on sale license subject to provisions of the planning and fire codes for Momotaro Sushi and Shabu Shabu Bar at 7160 North Durango Drive, Suite 140. This is in Ward 6. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicants today do meet the criteria for consideration of a beer wine cooler on sale license, and my recommendation would be to approve this license subject to the conditions that have already been stated.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mayor and all councilmen. My name is James Yu, 2560 Montessori, Las Vegas. On behalf of an applicant, Yvonne Shin, who is here with me.
Good morning. Yvonne Shin, 7160 North Durango, Suite 140.
Very good. All right. Are there any questions of either the applicant or Mr. DiFiore? All right. Seeing none, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to say this. I've been dying to say this. Momotaro Sushi and Shabu Shabu Bar. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, do you mind if we ask what she's going to specialize in there, or is it pretty apparent?
I was going to ask you to do that.
Oh. Would you want to tell us about what kind of great food you're going to have there?
We have a sushi. Last time you asked the same questions.
Has anything changed?
So far, no. Not yet, but we're going to open soon. As soon as I have a beer and wine, we are trying to open this shabu shabu bar.
Shabu shabu. You say it quickly like that. Shabu shabu.
Yes,
What's
shabu
that mean?
shabu. It's like hot pot, swish, like you cook yourself.
Okay. Well, with that, Your Honor, I wish you all the success in the world and move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. Item 64 will be trailed to be heard in the afternoon in conjunction with item 157. We'll move on to 165. 65, pardon me. 65 is, yes, so was I. That was a Freudian slip. 65 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of business name, change of location, and change of ownership for a tavern license from Bola One LLC, doing business as La Salsa Cantina Mexican Fare, to Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's number 34 at 4437 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant today does meet the criteria for temporary approval of this change of business name and location and change of ownership for this tavern license, and my recommendation would be to approve the temporary license subject to the conditions previously stated.
All right, thank you. Folks?
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Kate Lowenhar. I'm from the law firm of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, and I'm here with Rory Garrett, and we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Very good. Are there any questions of anybody up there? All right, seeing none, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move to approve and welcome to the shopping center.
Thank you. All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you, folks.
If I may, we had one point of clarification.
Sure.
Do we need to open for 8 hours or just to serve one drink?
They're going to be remodeling, so you do need to open up for 8 hours
Okay.
to be able to serve alcohol.
Okay, we'll probably get away with more than one drink then. Thanks.
And when are you going to open those 8 hours? I may want to stop by.
See you Thursday, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Okay, 66 is discussion and possible action regarding a 90-day review of a psychic art and science license for Lorraine Marks, doing business as Miss Laurie at 425 Fremont Street in Ward 3. Mr. DeFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, you have before you an investigative report, the original investigative report and an updated investigative report, which was produced yesterday. In previous discussion with Ms. Greco before this meeting, or during this meeting today, I believe she may want to request an extension of time for her to be able to have an opportunity to review the report and be able to prepare a defense for some of the statements that are made in the report.
All right, Ms. Greco, be happy to hear from you.
Good morning, Councilman and Mayor. Vicki Greco on behalf of Ms. Marks. It's my understanding the report was produced yesterday, and if the council goes back to the last time we were here, and they had before it a packet that had no bearing, and I believe Councilman Wolfson even made some strong comments on how that happened. I think what we have before us is, I can certainly rebut the things that are before you in this new report today, but I don't have any, from what I saw 3 or 4 people prior to me, affidavit or any of that evidence today, because clearly I haven't been given opportunity
Fine,
to prepare.
and if you want to...
So if you would be inclined to hear my rebuttals today
No,
and make a decision, or else then we can just put it off for 3
I
weeks.
personally believe, as Councilman, well, as all the council indicated in that prior proceeding involving the child licensing, that this is your shot. So if you need time to prepare because you got the report yesterday and you want to get affidavits or whatever else you want to present to us, I think you're entitled to that. Otherwise, it's going to be your representation, which just does not have the same weight as documents which are under oath.
And then with that being said, I would ask, because Ms. Laurie has spent over $30,000 on the cart currently being used with regard to her temporary, if we could extend the temporary for the time that I have a chance to do diligence and to prepare those affidavits.
Your Honor, I'm just willing to give them 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Certainly.
Your Honor, Mayor, right after I got my temporary license, this is the truth, the very next day, I had complaints coming to my house. I had cops coming to my house. I had Child Protective Services coming to my house for about 2 weeks till the police department stopped coming, Metro. Child Protective Services, I straightened it all out. They said that my son was giving flyers on Fremont Street. I didn't even have a location at that time. My son was out of school. I proved to the Child Protective Services.
No, I understand that, but
they're just really jealous people.
Well, there may be, but Councilman Reese says he's ready to give your lawyer 2 weeks to prepare, and then we can go forward with the hearing, I guess, at the June 6th meeting, correct?
And then it would ask that we would be given or granted our temporary for those extra 2 weeks so that we can continue doing business at our location where we have been.
Are they under the temporary? It could be extended to 2 weeks?
Yes, they can. It expires tonight at midnight. It's actually 3 weeks is the next city council meeting.
Right.
So I would recommend that it would be, if you're willing to grant the temporary extension, that it would expire at midnight, June 6th.
Pro Tem? That's your motion?
I would also ask for one more request. If there's going to be any other supplemental reports that are going to be prepared by the licensing committee, then they notify my office of them and I get them in ample time to respond to that, not the day before.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay. So the motion is to obey this for 3 weeks to give you an opportunity to prepare.
And to give a temporary for the next 3 weeks.
For the next
Thank you.
3 weeks. Right. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, 67 and 68. 67 is discussion and possible action regarding a new psychic art and science license subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes for RLNA, doing business as Spiritual Insights at 6176 West Charleston Boulevard of Ward 1. And 68 is discussion and possible action regarding a new psychic art and science license subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes, RLNA, Inc., doing business as Spiritual Insights, 6176 West Charleston Boulevard, Nancy Evans, 50%, Ward 1. So we have, the distinction is on 67, it pertains to Lolita Evans, 50% interest, and 68 is Nancy Evans, 50% interest.
That would be correct.
Okay. Mr. DiFiore.
And today, members of the council, you do have investigative reports on both Lolita and Nancy Evans, and Detective Weeks from Special Investigations is here to answer any questions you may have about the report. Ms. Lolita Evans did have her investigation completed earlier this year. She withdrew it from consideration at that time, and she is now coming back before the council, or coming before the council for consideration of her approval of this particular license. So if any questions, I'll defer to Detective Weeks that you may have.
Okay. Detective, did you want to add anything before I turn to these folks?
Did you have any questions about the, excuse me.
No,
sorry, Mr. Mayor.
There's no problem.
Tony Weeks, Detective, Special Investigations with Metro.
Did you want to say
Morning.
anything before they address us?
Whichever way you would like to do it. If you have questions about the report, or if you want me to read the report into record, I can do that. Or if you want to listen to them first, that's your prerogative.
Fine. Why don't we do that? We'll listen to these folks first.
Good
Please
morning.
identify yourself.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Mike Reynolds, attorney with John Peter Lee's office on behalf of both Lolita Evans' daughter and her mother, Nancy. They are, of course, going into business together in this endeavor, and we're here to discuss or answer any questions about negative information that may be in the investigative report. If I can just go forward on this.
You may. We have the report. It's part of the record. We don't disclose these reports publicly because we don't want to embarrass anybody if that situation would be applicable. But you can address the issues to us, to your liking, and we're happy to consider them.
Certainly. I'll try to briefly discuss some of the issues that were pointed out in the application of Lolita Evans. She admits that she used a second Social Security number several years ago when she was living in Boston. There was a point where another gang had tracked her down and beat her in the streets. They followed her wherever she went. They tried to track her, so as a matter of obtaining a new identity and getting free from these folks, she used the Social Security number of one of her small children. She admits that. Nancy Evans, I think, is accused of using 2 other Social Security numbers, which she flatly denies. She does not know what this is all about. One was supposedly a deceased person. She doesn't know who that may be. Apparently she's also accused of not, on her application form, stating every name she's used in the past. She listed a couple names, but she remembers that 40 years ago she had a brief common law marriage and used the name of Adams. Issues on prior businesses. I don't know Nancy's exact age, but it was a long time ago, when she was 18 years old, she did briefly have a couple of businesses. She didn't think to put that on the form. Issues about income and income taxes. She's supported by her boyfriend, her common law husband. She's been sick over the years with kidney issues. She's had no income. As far as taxes go, she freely admits she's never filed a tax. In her mind, she never made an amount of income that would rise to the level of filing a return. Neither of them have a criminal record. They've signed a statement with their application that they willfully have made no false or misleading statements, and they stand by that. There may be some misunderstandings here on minor issues, but nothing that raises to a level of denial. As Ms. Evans told me, look, we're gypsies. This is the way we live. We help each other. We don't have good jobs. Our family members give money to the others who are in need. It's not an easy life. We kind of go from job to job to pay our bills. And what they're looking for here is just to open this little fortune-telling business.
All right, thank you very much. Detective Weeks.
Sorry, can't read without them anymore. To save some time without reading the whole report into the record, let me just clarify some things. Yes, I'll start out with Miss Lolita Evans. She did use her daughter's Social Security number, who was 5 years of age. She didn't just use this number because she was trying to flee from a gang. This is the first time that I've heard this. She used this to obtain a license, a psychic arts license, in Massachusetts. She not only used this Social Security number for licensing, she used it to obtain credit. And she also received a Massachusetts driver's license with this Social Security number, who, again, at the time, I believe her daughter was 5 years of age. They talked about sorry, lost my train of thought. On her application, she failed to list any prior employment. However, I did find, and she admitted in her interview, that A, she had used the Social Security number of her daughter. She never in this interview told me it was because she was trying to elude someone from beating her up. She did not put down employment information on her application, which she clearly had businesses before, including one that was the name Readings by Paris. Well, Paris is her daughter's name. There's a parent company to that called Readings by Zena, who, according to Dun & Bradstreet, made about $72,000 annually. Yet this individual has never once filed federal income tax in her entire life. She's been working for several years. There were several psychic businesses related to her name, all of her addresses that she lived in. So to say that this is just a misunderstanding, no, it's not a misunderstanding. It is a clear deception of this young lady trying to be dishonest, not only to deceive the city of Las Vegas, but deceive Metro Police on her investigation, because she did falsify her application because she did not put any of this information on. And yes, she did use several other names, including the name of Stevenson, who is the last name or the surname of her common-law husband, whom she has 3 children in common with. So that's Lolita. Nancy Evans, her mother, who they are going 50-50 in business, has been working. First of all, I want to say about Nancy Evans. In the investigation, during the interview, she was extremely evasive. She didn't want to answer any of the questions. When I asked her questions as simple as, have you ever used any other names? She made the comment, I think I quoted it, her reply, you mean ever? Then she answered, no. She never answered a question with an answer. She would ask me a question, which is a tactic I'm sure all of you are aware of, to try to mislead me or get me onto another subject. It didn't work. She didn't want to answer the questions. It was very clear. She has used several other names, and this came up, and another Social Security number. And this came from doing extensive records checks in all of the locations that she's lived, which were very extensive. Another thing that came out during the interview was not only some of the places that she had listed on her application. During the interview, I found out that there were other places that she had lived that she actually had businesses in those locations that she failed to mention on her application. So she clearly falsified this application. She, again, has never filed federal income tax. Perhaps her common-law husband now is supporting her because she's not working at the moment. However, she has been employed before. She and her daughter have worked in the same establishments before, so she has to have had some type of income. So clearly, there is some deception going on here by both of these women.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Detective Weeks or Mr. DiFiore or counsel or the Evanses?
Well, I'd like an opportunity, Mr. Mayor, to ask the applicants concerning some of these charges we just heard.
Certainly.
Lolita, did you intend to deceive on your application at all?
No, I didn't. It wasn't something that...
You have to speak into the mic, ma'am.
No, I really had no intention of deceiving anyone. I have some issues from Boston that I can address to you all if you're willing to hear.
Well, this is the time because you're not going to have another opportunity after this.
Why don't you tell us about federal income tax returns and prior employment?
I've never worked, so I have no federal income tax returns or prior employment. The establishment, Psychic Readings by Paris, was an establishment that I was trying to open in Medford, Massachusetts. I was granted a license, and then I had to give it back because I was having a lot of issues with other gypsies, and I do have, not in my possession, but there are police records in Boston stating all of the issues that I've been through. This is not something that I'm making up. I've been through a lot of issues. And the only reason that I used my daughter's identity was because when you're a gypsy, they don't take you very serious. I don't know about how it works here, but in Boston, when I went to the police to try and get help on these issues, it didn't go very far.
Anything else you'd like to add? What about the misuse of your daughter's Social Security number?
Oh, I never obtained a driver's license. I had identification, but never a driver's license. I've never had a driver's license in my name or my daughter's name.
You drive?
No.
Nancy, would you like to speak as to some of these issues? Were you attempting to be evasive on your application form?
Lie? No, I didn't intend to lie. Everything I said, I believe I told the truth to whatever I said. Bar is using someone else's Social Security number. No, I haven't. And if she has proof that I have used someone else's Social Security number, I would love to see the signature. I would love to see what did I use it for. I am determined to find that out.
Yeah, well, let's resolve it now. Do we have a copy of the Social Security numbers?
No, we have the Social Security information in the report, all of the numbers that she used. These numbers came up associated with her name with getting utilities in other cities and states that she lived in, and also through, I believe they were some local licenses that she used these Social Security numbers to obtain the licenses, business licenses.
Excuse me?
Yes.
I've never had a license other than Washington, D.C. That was at the age of 18 years old. And my dad helped me to get that. And I was fingerprinted. They have my fingerprints and everything. And the address there, which I did state, was 908 14th Street, Washington, D.C. And at that point, too, I have a paper, okay, that then, too, the gypsies were harassing me, trying to run me down. I could prove that. I have the newspaper from Washington, D.C.
Did you purposely fail to mention any prior businesses on your application?
No, I have had businesses, but I wasn't in business for long. In other states, you do not attain a license. You do not have to go through fingerprinting.
What about filing tax returns?
Filing tax returns, yes, I was in business, but I never stayed in business long enough. So I didn't make anything to file anything. And another thing, we're gypsies. I know it sounds bad. I know it sounds ridiculous, okay? Would you hire me, Mr. Mayor?
Well, see,
Being that I have no education?
in my whole life, now that you asked me the question,
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I represented a lot of gypsies, in particular Romanian gypsies. And my favorite story about my first experience with gypsies was when they came into my law office and I quoted them a fee, and they went into their pocket and they took out $7,500 in cash and paid me $7,500 that I asked for and stole a 25-cent ashtray.
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
I don't think I have any use for that.
I guess there's one more thing. Did you
I
use,
guess they wanted a souvenir.
did you use other names?
No, I did not use no other names other than the name Evans and the name Marks. That was my father's name.
And just one last point, Mr. Mayor, is that I think there are courts that have held that fortune-telling is a protected area of free speech under the First Amendment, which would call for, in the event of government regulation, easily objectively determinable criteria. And I think what we're talking about here is neither of these individuals have criminal records or accusations. I guess the report is saying, yeah, but they're kind of messy. There's some bad credit, and there's some credit cards, there are some Social Security number things going on. But they're just here trying to make a living. And, Your Honor, we would just ask that the council approve the applications.
Okay. Does anybody know who's playing tonight in the NBA? New Jersey and who? And Cleveland? Okay. You see me afterwards, okay? And I may make a proposition. Are you pretty good at basketball? No.
Being honest with you.
Okay.
Well, that's an interesting point, Your Honor. I think what they admit what they do is part entertainment and part advice.
Well, they're very entertaining. I do not
here-
rely on their advice, though. But that's okay. All right. Are there any other questions of either of these young ladies? Or all right.
Well, just a comment,
Yes,
Your Honor, please. One of the concerns I have in trying to make an intelligent and fair decision today is we have Detective Weeks who writes a report that states that certain information that comes up in a background check suggests that one or both of you used different Social Security numbers or different names and things like that in a state of whatever, Massachusetts. And then you Mrs. Evans come up and say, well, I've never been to that state, or I never used a name in that state. So I'm left trying to determine whether Detective Weeks' investigation may have a mistake in it, and I don't know, or whether you're telling the truth.
I never lived in Massachusetts. I'm sorry.
Let me finish. Maybe I picked the wrong state, but there was some discrepancy as to whether there's a mistake in a report or how accurate your report is, or whether you're telling the truth. So I'm left trying to determine which it is.
And we would submit that the governing entity would have the burden on that.
Well, I'm going to take at face value that Detective Weeks' report is accurate, because it's very easy for your client to come in and say, I was never there, but, prove it to me. So the only observation I have, and this is not in my area, this is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's area, and Councilman, I'm going to listen to your comments very carefully, but sometimes when we're asked to consider these things, I'm not getting clear answers to questions. In other words, Detective Weeks' assertion that you used a name or you used a Social Security number in some state, and you say, no, I didn't. Well, I'm left going like this. So my only observation would be I wish we could get some clarification or some clear answers on some of this information, because it's just left open.
Well, we're just hoping that they seem like credible individuals. I'm prejudiced, but to me they are.
A lot of people seem like credible individuals, but, at first glance, that doesn't mean anything.
Mr. Mayor, if I might say something to
Certainly.
Councilman Wolfson, I appreciate your comments. Certainly, we don't put in a report anything that we can't back up. And there is documentation to show that these, the names, the Social Security numbers have been used. Unless somebody else is using their name and identifiers too, that would be the only way that it isn't them. But the places that she wrote down on her application where she lived correspond with this information. So, pretty hard to refute.
And I appreciate that, because now what you just told me is that some of the information that the applicant gave themselves seems to support your assertion, because they say they lived in a particular location, which is corroboration for what you're saying.
That is correct.
My only other observation would be, I wish the four of you could just sit down, or the five of you, so you could give Mrs. Evans a chance. If you say you didn't use this number and you didn't live here, prove it to me, because she says she didn't.
Well, Your Honor, Councilman, one thing that may complicate this is that I'm told that in the Gypsy community there are common surnames that are used by all. Isn't that correct?
Well, just as an example, the matter which preceded this, the woman's name was Marks, and Ms. Evans is saying that her husband's name was Marks. That is a name that is very prevalent. I represented a lot of Marks and represented a lot of Scottish Williams. I mean, that's the way the Gypsy community works. I understand that.
Mayor Goodman, if I may, excuse me, Councilman Brown, like you, I've had a number of clients over the years that are gypsies, and many are hardworking people. And, I leaned over to Councilman Ross and I said, I give you credit for coming in here and saying that you're gypsies, and this is kind of what we do. I give you credit for that. But we have, in my opinion, some of these unanswered questions.
And if I could address that, I believe in Detective Weeks' report, when the applications are referred from our office to the Metropolitan Police Department, they go there with the application being notarized and sworn to that all the information is true and correct. When the interview is conducted with the applicant, they go over the application and they give the applicant an opportunity to make changes, or, oh gosh, I put this down wrong, I need to change this. And I think that they have been given that opportunity and they failed, quite frankly. When I see an application, the first thing that goes up as a red flag to me is when the information is incorrect, or it's lied about, it's misrepresented. And I think as people and citizens of the community, we have a reasonable expectation that whoever we deal with in business is going to be honest and forthright with us. And I just don't think that this is going to happen here. She can't be forthright with our office and Metro. What's she going to do in the community? One other point I'd like to bring up is we did an inspection on the business prior to today's meeting. We did this on Monday. It's a commercial location on West Charleston. It's an old converted home, but what we did find was we did find what appears to be some living in that particular home, which is a violation of zoning codes. So again, we expect people to be forthright and honest up front, and we now have what I consider to be a violation that we've already turned over to Neighborhood Services Code Enforcement. So I am very uncomfortable with this. My recommendation on both applications is for denial.
Councilman Brown?
Thank you, Your Honor. Understanding that this culture is entertaining and offers advice, I've heard that. What's before us is the license, so from a monetary standpoint, how much money in the city of Las Vegas does a business generate before they have to file federal income tax?
I can't answer that. Maybe Mark Vincent can answer that.
Is that right? Well, I did not know that.
Your Honor, Mark Vincent, Finance and Business Services. The question is whether or not it's a corporation or corporate business, or whether it's a Schedule C type business. If they're not if they're not reaching the individual income thresholds on a sole proprietorship, then there wouldn't be filing requirements for them. But that's the question. And I think that for a single this year, I think the threshold was $5,700 or something like that. Don't hold me to that. I'm not a tax man, thank goodness.
Mr. Mayor, are you talking about personal, or are you talking about business?
That's correct, Councilwoman. The question is, you can be in business as a sole proprietor. You can be representing yourself, and you would have a Schedule C that you report your business income and loss on your individual tax return. I'm going to make a leap of faith and assume that that's probably what's happening here.
But doesn't each person within the United States, aren't we supposed to file income tax if we earn any money whatsoever? I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking.
Well, I believe there's a school of thought that you do have to reach a certain level. For example, our children who may make money from odd jobs don't file.
Yeah, they fall in a different category, right? Well, all right. I just thought I'd get some income tax information. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Brown, do you have anything further? All right. Anybody else? Okay. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I had a few questions on this. I'm very uncomfortable with too many different Social Security numbers used too many different times. And it doesn't matter to me if you're gypsies or whatever you are. That bothers me too. You just don't go around using other people's Social Security numbers as often as you use them in as different number of places that you've used them. The other thing I wanted to ask, in this readings by Xenia, now was this a business that one of these ladies owned?
When I did the background investigation on readings by Paris, which was admitted by Lolita that she had, there was a parent corporation, and the parent corporation was Xena. Let me get the
Readings
exact.
by
Thank
Xena.
you. Readings by Xena, which was kind of interesting because just this morning before I came to the meeting, and I haven't had a chance to check out the legitimacy of this, but I did get something dropped off yesterday. I was at court yesterday afternoon, so I don't know who dropped this off. But the interesting thing, a placard with a telephone number on it and some printout from the Yellow Pages online, Xena Psychic Advisor. And the address for this was 8733 Autumn Valley, Las Vegas, Nevada. And that was the applicant Lolita Evans' address that she had on her application. So I don't know if maybe somebody else is living there. I don't know. Like I said, I just got this information this morning, so I haven't been able to verify it. But it seems kind of strange that it was her address, which would lead me to believe that they may be advertising without a license.
And Lolita can address that.
I can address that because when we first came in town, I did not know that the license procedure was going to be this extensive. I never thought it was going to take 9 months to get to this point. So I did invest in some things, but I've never done any readings. I don't have a license. I'm not licensed to do anything. So there may be something on the internet, but I haven't done any readings, and I'm not at that address anymore. So it doesn't really... I haven't even got any calls, to be honest with you.
Excuse me.
So that I understand this, that advertisement is yours? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, I
Okay,
just said
thank you.
As far as living in that house has been there for 9 months, since October. I've told Mr. DeFury about it. I'm not living in it. Me and my daughter is living together. It is a home. It was a home. It looks like a home. I can't change the way it looks. I do store stuff in there, but I'm not living in there. Now they could come back and check and see. There's no beds in there. There's nothing in there except furniture.
I believe you. Okay. Anything else? All right.
Well, were you going to say anything, Mr. DeFiore?
Well, I'll show you the pictures if you'd like to see them, but it does give the appearance that somebody is living there. And
Could you show us the pictures, please? Sure.
Overhead, please. Okay. Are either of you golfers?
No, that's my grandson's. Another thing, that kitchen, I did not put that in. That came with the house. I can't take the man's kitchen out if he doesn't want to take it out. I can't take the tub out.
But you do have a frying pan on the stove, and you do have.
I told the lady that I am using them.
Excuse me, and you do have the washcloth, as the woman would know. You don't, and the cereal. I just want to point that out. That does look lived in. The first one I wouldn't know if it was lived in or not. That one to a woman looks lived in. You don't do that stuff if you're not. Someone's not living in.
It's there. When I'm there, I use it.
Was there anything else?
no, that's it.
I do have a question, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
When I went to Mr. DeFury's office, he told me that we were supposed to go in there to get a temporary license. He told me due to the fact that he got some letters about me and my daughter, that there were very personal things about me and my daughter, and he sent them to Mrs. Wheat, okay, concerning this case. I says, where did these letters come from? He says, I don't know. I says, what do you mean you don't know? They have to come in an envelope. They just didn't fall. They have to come from somewhere. Were they signed? Were they anything? No, I don't know. I send them over to Mrs. Wheat. When I went to Mrs. Wheat, my question was to her regarding those letters, because they have to have been signed. Where did they come from? She says that has nothing to do with it, because this investigation would have went on with or without that letter. And that's my question about the Social Security and about those letters. I do have a right to know where they came from, right?
Not necessarily.
Not
You
necessarily.
have a right to know the information that was in them if it's being used against you. But as to where they got that information, I'm not sure you're entitled to know that. I just don't know. But it's not really that relevant to what we're doing today.
I just wanted to
No,
know.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I think we were told, too, where the Social Security information came from, because you had found that information relating to Social Security, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We're not. I just want to say that oftentimes I get letters that people are anti-psychics, and they will maybe send something anonymously or something like that, really against psychics. And these are none of that type of stuff you have used, as I understand, in your investigation.
That is correct. And that's why the example that I just used about the billboard that came back with the readings by Zena or however it was, that's why I never mentioned it previous, because I have not had a chance to check it out to see what the validity was. Certainly, we get calls every day. I can't tell you how many calls I get every single solitary day in regards to psychics. And some of it's legitimate and some of it's not legitimate.
And I appreciate that. In my opinion, there's maybe one or two folks in the community who want to corner the market, and they provide this kind of information to you anonymously.
That thought has crossed my mind as well, Mr. Mayor. That's why we don't take what they say. We take everything with a grain of salt. We have to back up everything we put in our report with facts. And it's not facts when someone's just calling and either anonymously giving us information or dropping things off, as I know they have done with you as well.
Yes.
We certainly will look at it and try to validify it. If we can't validify it, we're not putting it in a report. So our stuff is based on facts, not on some hearsay from people off the street.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilor?
I would like to say that in Ward 1, we have a lot of people who are very cautious about psychics, a lot of residents. I have approved psychics in Ward 1 because I feel that if they deserve that type of opportunity work, in fact, I think last meeting we had 2 licenses, and you're aware of what we did. I don't feel good about this. I don't feel good about the fact they didn't pay income taxes ever. And I don't know how they survived, because in this day and age, you'd have to have enough money in order to, you'd be hitting an income tax level where you would have to respond. I wish we could somehow do a chart, the way Councilman Wolfson said, that, you were saying, so you could know where the information came from and what the validity of it is. I don't know how difficult that would be for staff if we could do that. But if not in this case, in other cases that are coming. Am I making sense to you about what I'm talking about? If you say, for example, we have all narrative in here. If you say so-and-so used this card at such and such a time, and then you give where you got the usage and your source, and that helps us, I would think. Is that true or not? I'm not an attorney. Councilman Wolfson, don't laugh down there.
Well, Councilman Ross passed me something that distracted me for just a moment. I heard the beginning of your
He's
question.
too excited about that doggone Eldorado thing. Okay.
Councilman Ross, yeah.
Yes.
I apologize. Could you repeat what your
Well,
question was?
you were asking about how you could determine, how you could weigh. And right now, my feeling is the weight of facts is coming from staff, from the Jim DeFiore's office and the investigator. But in the future, I think it would help if we had saying where that your data came from, and then saying what the data is, where it came from, and more of sort of a chart type of thing like that. I feel we get lost in this narrative, particularly when we have 2 close relatives. That's what I think. But I wanted to get your opinion as an attorney.
Well, I'm going to give you my opinion as a council person, because I think that's where I'm coming from on this. And I think what you're saying, and I agree, is that, Detective Weeks, your reports are well written, but they're conclusory without the backup stuff. I think if we had some of the backup documents, it would paint a clearer picture. Secondly, perhaps if this report is provided to an applicant well ahead of the hearing, then the applicant would have a chance to see the report with the backup stuff and come in and challenge it or present us with evidence that could potentially explain some of the things, whether it's in a chart form or just a clearer format. That's what I would
And that way you see, if you say this is the evidence, and they say, no, that didn't happen, I didn't live there, where's their evidence? In other words, they would have a responsibility to present evidence also, whereas now they're saying, no, this didn't happen, no, I didn't get this and that.
And I appreciate all those comments. First of all, this particular applicant did have a copy of the report several weeks ago. So she did have that available to her, as do all of our applicants. Secondly, I understand what you're saying about backup. Sometimes the documents are coming from another law enforcement agency, which is third-party dissemination, which we could not disseminate to the applicant or ourselves, or yourselves. What we could do, probably better in the report, is state if this particular Social Security number came because she used a Nevada Power between this date and this date in this city. Would that help? Something more...
It would me.
Okay.
Because it gives me more of a foundation for your conclusion.
Okay. So maybe some more information about when it was used and where it was used.
Well, yes, your facts. And then they have access to that, and let them present their facts. Which concrete, it was the Social Security number used such and such a place, and then just can't we have a copy of where it was used at what time?
Well, we don't always have that information. When we do the checks, we find out, like the Massachusetts one, the driver's license. Yes, I found that through doing a driver's license history in Massachusetts under that particular name, the Paris Stevens. So I actually had a copy of that with the applicant's picture on it because Massachusetts does that. The applicant saw that. That's when she admitted to me that, yes, I used that. Because prior to me showing her that, she lied to me and said, no, I never used that name or that Social Security number. So in that particular incident, yes, but that's not something that we would normally, all of that some documentations or files are literally this thick of information. Now, I know that you don't have the time to go through every single one of those documents. So that's why some of it we can disseminate and some of it we can't disseminate.
Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I've sat here and I've heard you make some disclosures. I've heard the applicants and even their representatives said they lied about it. But it's frivolous. It's not important. Well, it's important to me. Don't lie to me and don't steal from me. If they lie about their using the Social Security card 2 or 3 different times today, then they're liars. Simple as that. And it's important. Thank you.
Well, and basically, did you want to go ahead? I'm sorry.
Well, thank you. 2 days ago, I was handed 2 notebooks this tall on another matter. So I personally wouldn't mind you giving me more information, because I think your example of this thick is the exception rather than the rule.
Yes.
But personally, I consider these decisions to be very important. We're talking about the livelihood of someone. So the more information is the better. That's my attitude on these things.
And I was making that as a suggestion, which I think Councilman Wilson was. But the next thing I was going to say is basically what Councilman Reese said, and that I just found the information was given that was not true too many times. And the proof was there that it was not true. And even admission was made that it was not true. And these licenses, I think, are very special, and they come under criticism by many members of the public, and so we have to make sure that when we grant them, we're granting them without any concerns of misuse in the past in any way. So I'm going to move for denial.
All right, that's on both 67 and 68? No, I'm not saying that. I like the ladies myself. I think
we all like the ladies.
I like the ladies. I think, just because somebody may fib or lie or whatever doesn't mean to say you can't like them. I think they're rascals. And I sort of get a kick out of them. And if I'm going to ask after we're through whether or not I could get a psychic license and have you work for me. But we'll work that one out. All right, there's a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, ladies.
Thank you.
Item 69 is discussion and possible action regarding change of ownership for a tavern license from JCK Ventures, LLC, doing business as Heights, which is non-operational, to Dreho Enterprises, LLC, doing business as Tom Peters Gaming Bar at 465 South Decatur Boulevard. Jocelyn M. Nixon, who is the manager member in Ward 1. DeFiore?
Mayor, members of your council, you'll have before you a Metro report which basically details some recent incidences on some business licensing code violations that Metro responded and handled at her 7-Eleven store at 1000 South Torrey Pines. These issues, I believe, have been adjudicated or have been taken care of. Today, though, she is asking for a license for a tavern operation. And my concern has been, throughout the entire application process, of having the similar situation occur at the tavern. The recommendation today would be to approve a temporary license for Ms. Nixon for this tavern license with a 90-day review.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I am the applicant, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. I know that you have a report there in front of you, so if you have any questions for me, then I would be willing to answer them.
All right, are there any questions of Mr. DiFiore or Ms. Nixon? All right, seeing none, Councilwoman Tarquini.
Move to approve staff's recommendation with a 90-day review.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, by the way, Dr. Selby, I think item 55 is history.
Okay, maybe you should take action just to obey it then, Mayor.
Yes, could I have a motion to obey 55? How does June 6th look? Is that meeting? We don't know yet. Let's obey it to June 6th, and then we'll go from there, if that's okay. Because I know what we have this afternoon, and we don't have 20 minutes to spare, unfortunately. All right, is there a motion to obey?
So moved, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, item 70 is discussion and possible action to rescind the council's action regarding approval of a memorandum of agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Clark County Fire Department for members of Las Vegas Fire and Rescue to join the National Urban Search and Rescue. This pertains to all wards.
I move to rescind that item, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 71 is discussion and possible action regarding a memorandum of agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Clark County Fire Department for members of Las Vegas Fire and Rescue to join the National Urban Search and Rescue Task Force. Okay. Chief.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Gene Campbell, Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. I ask that you consider approving this motion.
All right, we've all been briefed on it. Are there any questions of Chief Campbell? All right, seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem.
Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item
73.
This item will be trailed to be heard in the afternoon in conjunction with items number 94 and 95. We'll move on to 74. 74 will be trailed to be heard this afternoon in conjunction with item 104, so we'll move on to 75. 75, this item will be trailed to be heard in conjunction with agency items 4 and 5. We'll move on to 76. 76 is Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, the term, my term, which expires June 2007. I would like to be reappointed. I'm really in the middle.
I would move to reappoint Mayor Goodman.
Let's vote then. Opposed?
He's done a great job representing the City of Las Vegas.
Thank you.
As chairman.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you. I appreciate that. Item 77, this is bill number 2007-15, levies assessment for Special Improvement District number 1485, Alta Drive from Rancho to approximately 275 feet west of Lacey Lane. Councilman Ross, do you wish to have it read?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Bill number 2007-15, an ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1485, Alta Drive landscape maintenance, fiscal year 2008, providing for the payment of the cost and expenses of maintaining street beautification improvements, assessing the cost of maintenance against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said maintenance, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, prescribing details in connection therewith.
All right, thank you. Councilman Ross, do you have a motion, please?
I do, Your Honor. Move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 78 is bill number 2007-16, annexation number ANX-10156, property located within the area bounded by Clark County Highway 215 on the east, Washburn Road on the south, Pulley Road on the west, and Centennial Parkway on the north. And Councilman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Bill number 2007-16, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters, annexation 10,156.
Thank you. Councilman Ross, do you have a motion, please?
Yes, sir. Move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 79 is Bill Number 2007-17, amends the Town Center Development Standards Manual to allow consignment sales in the GC-TC and SC-TC zoning districts by means of special use permit as a limited type of secondhand dealer. Councilman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Bill number 2007-17, an ordinance to amend the Town Center Development Standards to allow consignment sales in the GC, TC, and SC, TC zoning districts by means of special use permit as a limited type of secondhand dealer and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Councilman Ross, your motion, please.
And also move to approve, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. And 80 is Bill Number 2007-18, requires in certain buildings the minimum level of support for radio coverage for emergency service personnel. Councilman?
Worked hard along on this one, Your Honor, and looking forward to having it read.
Thank you.
Bill number 2007-18, an ordinance to require in certain buildings a minimum level of support for radio coverage for emergency service personnel and to provide for other related matters.
Councilman, your motion, please.
I absolutely move to approve, Your Honor.
No. Let's vote, please.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to say how proud we should be of what Councilman Ross did in this. This puts us ahead of a lot of other places and helps prevent some of the problems that caused in New York.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The new bills, items 81 through 84, which are bills 2007-21 through 2007-24, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, June 5th, 2007. Could you read those, please?
I'll be happy to honor Bill Number 2007-21, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of a registered local improvement district bond series 2007 of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District Number 1490, Tenaya Way, Northern Beltway to Elkhorn Road, to finance the construction of local improvements and provide for other matters related thereto. Bill 2007-22, an ordinance to amend the city's drought plan regulations to allow new turf to be installed in the front yards of single-family dwellings, subject to the existing overall turf limitations to provide for the related matters. Bill 27-23, an ordinance to eliminate the resolution of intent process as an alternative process for future rezoning approvals and to provide for the related matters. And finally, Bill number 2007-24, an ordinance to amend the regulations governing the use of city parks to prevent persons over the age of 12 years from being within a certain proximity to children's play areas or play equipment except under specified circumstances and to provide for all related matters.
All right, I'd like to assign these bills to Councilwoman Tarkanian. Okay?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And Councilman Ross.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. All right, thank you. The council meeting will remain open to hear trailed items 75 in conjunction with the agency items 4 and 5, and we'll move on to our redevelopment agency. The redevelopment agency meeting of May 16, 2007 is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. Item number 3 is approval of the final minutes by reference to the regular redevelopment agency meeting of April 18, 2007. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No addition or deletion. Make a motion for approval of the minutes, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Council number 75, R35-2007, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the commercial visual improvement program agreement between the redevelopment agency and FR Fremont LLC, doing business as USA Hostels, Las Vegas, located at 1322 Fremont Street, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the redevelopment agency. Agency number 4 is RA-7-2007, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution finding the project proposed by the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the redevelopment agency and FR Fremont LLC, doing business as USA Hostels LV at 1322 Fremont Street, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the redevelopment agency. Agency number 5, discussion possible action regarding a commercial visual improvement program agreement with FR Fremont LLC, DEBA, USA Hostels LV, providing funds to assist with improvements to a building and property located at 1322 Fremont Street. And all of these items are in Ward 3. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. These are the 3 usual items that we present to you for consideration on a visual improvement program grant, one being a resolution of the City Council, one being a resolution of the RDA, and then the final item being the item that actually approves the agreement that we enter into that provides for funding and certain requirements of the grantee for meeting the requirements of the program. This is for the USA Hostels project at 1322 Fremont. I've got a before shot on the overhead. It shows an actual location of the building as well as a shot of the building's exterior as it is today. There is a gentleman here representing USA Hostels, and I believe he has an after sketch that shows what they plan to do with the project afterwards.
All right, would you identify yourself, please?
Charles Fox, USA Hostels, 1322 Fremont Street. Glad to do our part in trying to get the downtown area up. And I have a picture here of what we propose to do. Painting, landscaping, and the terrace in the front. Try to give it more of a cityscape and make the whole building more cohesive.
All right, thank you very much.
If I could, Your Honor, I think a question came up in briefing. Was the little pizza establishment part of the actual improvements? And the answer is yes. And they will be making improvements to that building as well.
Very good. Thank you. Did you want to be heard? Okay. All right. I could have a motion, please.
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to, I guess, put on the record, this is just north of the new urban lofts that are being built down there. I think we have about 24, 26 of those that have been sold. We've got some others being built. This area here is really taking on a new look, and I appreciate what they're doing down there. I will make a motion for approval of item number 75 with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
And on agency item number 4, I'll make a motion for approval of all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post.
And
motion carries.
And on item agency number 5, I make a motion to follow staff recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. You have the bunkhouse, right? sir?
Yes.
Doing well?
Yeah.
All right. It's a great little place.
Yeah.
That whole area
I just
is
wanted to thank the redevelopment agency for all their help. Good guys and very helpful.
Good. Thank you. We thank you for all you're doing, too. All right. The City Council meeting is now in recess. We're going to move on to the agency item 6. Item 6 is discussion and possible action regarding notice of intent to augment and amend fiscal year 2007 annual budget of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency Debt Service Fund. Mr. Vincent.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Vincent, Finance and Business Services. This is just a routine item. We do it every year. It's a notice of intent to augment the RDA budget because the RDA's revenues are coming from tax increment, ad valorem tax increment. We're required to have a public hearing. This is the notice in the public hearing.
All right, folks. It's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard?
This is not a public hearing. This is notice of the public
Oh, I
hearing.
see. Okay, fine. All right.
That's all.
Okay. Did you want to be heard? Okay. May I have a motion, please?
Move to follow staff recommendation.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Item number 7, discussion and possible action regarding a contract for the lease of property at 5th Street School located at 400 Las Vegas Boulevard South for leasing office space to the Las Vegas chapter of the American Institute of Architects. This is Award 3.
Scott Adams again with the Austin Business Development. There's actually 3 items that are very similar, items 7, 8, and 9. These are all leases for the space that will be occupied by each of the cultural facilities that are planning to go into the 5th Street School. I've got on your overhead a shot of the layout of the 5th Street School. Item number 7 is an item regarding a lease to the American Institute of Architects for 1,426 square feet of space. These leases comprise $1 a square foot for their space, as well as their paying their pro rata share of CAM charges, our overhead and operating expenses for running the facility. The overhead diagram shows where each of those facilities, where each of these tenants will be going. Item number 7 is for the AIA. Item number 8 is for the Nevada School of the Arts at 4,463 square feet. And item number 9 is with the University of Nevada, Las Vegas College of Fine Arts to have their downtown studio, architecture studio at 4,057 square feet, all under very similar terms and conditions.
Okay,
there
fine.
are representatives of each of these groups here present if you have any questions about any respective
All right, very good. Well, I'll read 8 and 9 into the record then. 8 is discussion and possible action regarding a contract for the lease of property at 5th Street School located at 400 Las Vegas Boulevard South to the Nevada School of the Arts for leasing office and classroom space in Ward 3. And 8 is discussion and possible action regarding an interlocal contract for the lease of property at Fifth Street School located at 400 Las Vegas Boulevard South with the University of Nevada, Las Vegas College of Fine Arts to lease office and studio space in Ward 3, of course. All right, are there any questions of Mr. Adams on this? Or would any of the folks who are associated with these wonderful facilities that are going to be tenants at our Fifth Street School, would you like to address us now? All right, we don't see any. Did you want to be heard?
Yes. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Upon public disclosure of the terms of all three leases, approve all the items. Thank you. I'd like a copy of that. Public copy.
Okay, folks, I just want to say to you, we're delighted to have you be part of this very important intellectual, cultural center in the heart and soul and the core of the Las Vegas Valley. And I can't think of better folks to occupy for creating the energy that's going to emanate from that building and waft through downtown Las Vegas. And I can't wait till we finish the building. It's going to be, what, about 9 months, they said, right? 6 to 9? Right. About 9 months. So you'll be in there before the first, right around the first of the year, and that's really, really exciting for us. We're really looking forward to it. And try to be as active as possible when you're down there. Let the community feel and sense what you're trying to accomplish, okay? Good. All right, Councilman Reed.
Yes, Your Honor, I make a motion for approval of item number 7 with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
And I make a motion for approval of item number 8 with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries.
Yes, Your Honor, I make a motion for approval of item 9 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Item 10 is citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the redevelopment agency. No subjects may be acted upon by the redevelopment agency unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please step up to the mic, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on. Thank you.
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. And I want to say to Councilwoman Tarkanian, you know, you just approved a tavern that's going to be opened up in your ward. But I want you to understand this. My son also is a boxer, and I don't want him to become a statistic like that other young man was in that woman's previous business that she had. And the next thing, you need to look into and see who her private backers are. So is Michael Chambers going to be getting checks at the prison? Or Yvonne going to get them when she get on the bus to go to prison?
Anybody else like to be heard?
Charles Fox, USA Hostels in the bunkhouse. At the hostel, it's a youth hostel, and when after the guests stay there, they're mostly kids from Europe, from Asia, Australia. We send them out a email to do like a review on their stay in Las Vegas, and I just have like a compilation of like some of the reviews of the street, and I was just hoping that maybe what they've done at the entertainment district, where they've hired, they've made a group to hire security guards. Maybe we could do that, extend that further down Fremont Street, or maybe even start a new group where we could be taxed and maybe have our own security in that area. And then the other thing was the lighting. The lighting in all down Fremont Street it's like a 1960s or 70s like low voltage type lighting, which really doesn't cast any light out at all, and the people are kind of scared going up and down the street. So I just wanted to give this to you guys just to see like the kind of comments that we're getting back about the street.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. If you'd also give a copy to my new go-to guy, Mr. Sanchez over there. He's my go-to guy when it comes to these kind of projects. And, let him have a look at it in the Head Start, okay?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I just add, and I know that Councilwoman Williams feels the same way, in our areas where we have that low voltage lighting, it's worth it to pay more for electricity for the safety that you get to have the higher voltage. It's just a less expensive way to do it than a security guard. So what I just wanted to say is, I understand what you're saying. We know the problems that you're having, and I know Charlie has been helping us a lot in getting that taken care of. He's changed the lights in some areas. It's improved the safety situation very, very much.
Both at the bunkhouse and at the hostels, we've had to go out on our buildings and put like spotlights into the street to try to illuminate around our area. But once you move away from our properties, then it becomes very dark. And like if you read these comments, you'll see that, I mean, the people are literally like running like from the bar to the hostel, or from Las Vegas Boulevard down to the hostel, because they just don't feel safe, you know, walking up and down the street. And maybe this is something that we could look to as far as, you know, just, you know, like maybe the Fremont corridor and these other corridors where we have people that are tourists that are coming from out of the country even, and this is their impression of Las Vegas. And, you know, sometimes it's not a good impression. So,
well, we can't take action today, but as I said, Mr. Sanchez will be on top of it.
Great.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Right, be sure to get in touch with them.
And thanks for the vote.
No problem. Okay, anybody else?
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. And as a side note, what's the demographic attribution of the passengers based for the bunkhouse? Anybody? Now forget it. Here's my presentation. You were repeatedly advised of the need for public mass transit along Casino Center Boulevard during First Fridays in the Art District of Ward 3. And each and all of you were provided with a recommendation and request for a south extension of the City Ride bus system to serve that need, but apparently to no avail. If you continue to be unwilling or unable to discharge your duties and responsibilities as prescribed by your sworn oath of public office, the federal and state governments can and will assist you to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the state of Nevada in fair and impartial service to not just some, but all residents of the city of Las Vegas, inclusively and without exception. The written text of my public comment is submitted in requested inclusion in the minutes of today's meeting in compliance with NRS 241, Nevada Open Meeting Law. I'll just say one thing in passing. You have 3 minutes. Take all the time you need. But you have 3 minutes.
Anybody else, please?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Ted Russell. I probably should have come up earlier. I just wanted to say positive things about the bunkhouse and the hostel. I hear good things all over the place. And I also wanted to agree with the gentleman, the applicant, that the lighting he has done is really good, but the hostel is an island of light and the bunkhouse is an island of light. And I'm looking forward to when we get improvements there on lighting, which of course is substantially less than security guards, but he's doing great work in that part of town. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard, please? Okay, seeing none, we're going to... Oh, there is? Okay.
I'm here to apologize for the last time I was here.
Have to state your name, please. For the record.
My name is Anthony Hodges, and I live 123 Sir David Way. Officially, I live in the county. But I have something, Mr. Mayor, from 1991 when Jan Jones was elected a mayor in her first term, and these two things prove, and Councilman Reese got elected in 1995. In 1996, he verbally attacked me, and you have records here, your cameras show that. He told me I have no business being here because I live in the county. See, the open meeting law said citizens' participation, so I can come all the way from New York and come in here in that 3 minutes and say something. No, Mr. Reese, please don't laugh, because under the law, you're in a lot of trouble with me. One, you physically put your hand on me improperly, and I'll tell them where. And you also twice before you threw me out the last time, the mayor wasn't sitting in his chair, and he is the mayor. I know you're mayor pro tem or whatever. Now, you let that lady to whom come in here get as loud as she wanted, do anything she pleased. The county wouldn't allow it. They protected me. That lady that followed me all over this valley from time to time and just beat up on me, just blah, 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 which is fine. That's good. But the idea is, I got thrown, I'm losing my voice, which is good anyway. The point is that Mr. Reese, that lady, the mayor asked her 2 weeks before I came back and got thrown out, did she mean that she wish you would die from pneumonia? And you asked her, would she restate that for the record? See, you even the day she comes, that lady gets loud. Her voice is on all of the kind of, the lady, I don't mind, hey, I've been beaten up on, period. But I come down here on the interest of all of the people. But Mr. Reese, you done something you had no business doing. And I speak a great deal of Spanish. I'm going to talk to the Spanish folks. You know, it's something you knew even with them. Boy, when they find out about, they really don't really know you. That's why they just backed off and let you run, and the young man ran to get you, whatever. But the objective is, Mr. Reese, we all have things we have done we're not proud of. But you do have some skeletons, and I will bring them out when it comes time to press you on it. See, the objective is, in 1991, this will have to be turned in. I know, Mr. Mayor, this is stuff I want to turn into. Is that this right here proves who was on this city council in 1991 when Jan and when I, furthermore, Ward 5 and 6 would not be in existence in 1996. When you sit right here, when I tried to bring it back before the city council, you and Mr. Brown was on the board. And that was on Jan's second term. And it was your first term. What I'm trying to say is, if what you say is true, then Ward 5 and 6 should not even be in business. They shouldn't even be here, because I was a man who lived in the county, and that letter said it was sent to me by the city. The city the one told me to go to the state.
Right.
Before you ever came.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, please, I love you, and I'm sorry I ever did anything in your office here under your heading. But you said something today, please let me say, you said something today is the reason I'm down here. You said today that we don't care how poor a person is in America, they should have the right to run for public office and not to have a lot of money. That is great on your part.
Thank you. But I have to cut you short, my friend.
I appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? All right. The redevelopment agency meeting is adjourned, and we'll be back here. I'm sorry, folks. We got to give our staff time at 20 after 1. 1:30? 1:30.
May I? I'm fine, sir. That gentleman? I think he worked with a guy named Andre McGee on speech. I have this 2 o'clock call. Should I speak to the mayor pro tem about my problem? Okay, would you ask him if he would speak to me? Thank you. You went up? Well, yes. Want to see a copy? May I? I can't figure this out.
Okay, go get some food. Excuse me. Yes, ma'am. Oh, yeah, no, it's okay. It'll survive that long.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If everyone would please have their seat. We thank you for your patience. We had a long morning agenda. We have a long afternoon agenda. I'm going to try to move it along. Hope everybody takes into consideration the feelings of their neighbors when they get up and talk, and don't feel like they have to monopolize or repeat one another if you have an issue because of the length of the agenda today. Item 85 is any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could I have just a moment here, please, with you and Councilman Brown, please? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 64 is a temporary approval of a new package license, 1510 East Sahara, and item 157, which is a companion item. The applicants asked those to be held in advance until our June 6, 2007 meeting. Item 106 is a site development review 2124. Applicant, the Animal Foundation, owner of City of Las Vegas. They've asked to strike that item. They wanted to put in a veterinarian hospital. Item 110 is RQR 2054, Las Vegas Development County 5550 West Sahara Avenue. The applicants asked that to be held in advance until our June 6, 2007 meeting. Items 111 through 113, SUP 18347, SUP 18630, Site Development Review 18349, Grand Teton Lodge Land LLC, 2.71 acres on the northeast corner of Grand Teton Drive and Durango Drive. Councilman Ross has asked that those applications to be tabled. Item 114 through 117, GPA 18776, rezoning 18773, special use permit 18774, and site development review 19330, Carlos Ave Maria, 5200 Las Vegas or Vegas Drive. The applicants asked that to be held in advance until our June 6, 2007 meeting. Items 136 to 139 is rezoning 20,397, variance 20398 and variance 20399, site development review 19675, Luis Rojas, 0.16 acres at 802 East Bonneville Avenue. The applicants asked that to be held in advance until our June 6, 2007 meeting. Item 158 is a special use permit 20138, Steve O'Kissy and Susan Nakawaji, Tech Retail Center, 2400 North Buffalo Drive, Suite 145. The applicants asked that to be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 162 is RQR 18626, Reagan National Advertising, COG3 LTD 1110 South Rainbow Boulevard. The applicants asked that to be held in advance until June 6, 2007. Item 163, just a moment, please. Items 163, 164, 165, 67, 66, 67, 68, and 69. They've all been asked to be held in abeyance. I'll read them real quick. 62 is a Reagan National Advertising billboard at 1110 South Rainbow Boulevard. 163 is a Lamar Advertising billboard at 4950 Rancho Drive. And item 165 is a Lamar Advertising billboard at 2350 North Rainbow Boulevard. 164 is a Clear Channel billboard at 3200 Valley View Boulevard. 66 is Lamar Advertising billboard at 2401 North Decatur Boulevard. Item 167 is a billboard at 3920 West Charleston Boulevard. 168 is a billboard at 336 West Sahara Avenue. And 169 is also a billboard at 2001 Western Avenue. We're going to have those held in abeyance until...
170 as well.
Oh, I forgot 170? And 1.7 is also a billboard at, I can't find the location here.
It's east side of
It's on the east side of Rancho Drive, south of Corin Lane. Those items we're going to have held in advance until our June 6, 2007 meeting. We just want the people up at the legislature to know that we are working with the industry to get these items taken care of as soon as possible.
Very good, thank you.
Council members, are there any other items that I forgot that needs to be straightened out so people understand?
Councilman Reese?
Yes.
Or Mayor, through to
Certainly,
Councilman Reese.
certainly.
Item 110, there was a request for an abeyance, and I had a copy of the letter on my desk today, and I had been contacted and spoke with individuals yesterday about it. I did not want to grant that abeyance for the reason that in May of '06, we granted the applicant what they requested with the understanding, we had several neighbors here, and this council, including the mayor and several members of the council, very strongly stated at the end of it there would be a 6-month review, and that neighbors weren't happy, then they would be the consideration of taking away the applicant's request. What happened was that, quite honestly, I didn't pay close attention, and the 6 months, which should have been last December '06, passed. I was in contact by several residents who asked me, when are you going to review that item? You promised us that you would review it. The council promised us. So I checked on it, and it was placed again 2 weeks ago, and a request was made by the applicant for a variance, an abeyance, and I did obey it for 2 weeks at that time. I do not feel we should have any more abeyances because the people are here today. They've been agitated for some time. We did make the commitment that it would be a 6-month review, and now it's a 12-month, 2-week review, and I think we should keep that commitment to them. And this is nothing against the attorneys who wish to have an abeyance. I respect them professionally and as individuals. This is the applicant's responsibility to have done this absolutely months ago. So I am requesting that we hear that item and not...
Okay, then we will drop the withdrawal for abeyance on item 110, which is an RTR 2054 Las Vegas Development Company, 5550 West Sarah Avenue. Are there any other corrections or additions to this?
Mayor Pro Tem? Right.
Yes.
Normally, the mayor would have an abstention on item number 162 as a result of Mr. Brown's involvement in this and his business relationship with Mr. Brown. But since this is being obeyed, Mayor, you can vote on the abeyance since it's not a substantive motion.
All right, very good. I also see Mr. Chesnoff is coming up to the podium. Mr. Chesnoff and myself are involved in a business relationship owning some property down in Elgin, Nevada. And
Elgin?
Elgin.
That's good.
It's on the way to Pioche and Panaca.
It's down the wash, yeah.
That's correct. It's in the wash.
Yeah.
It's in the toilet, this particular piece of property. But nevertheless, I've been advised by the city attorney as a result of that I have to abstain. So if you'd be kind enough to address Mr. Chesnoff.
Mr. Chesnoff, please.
Yes, thank you. David Chesnoff, 520 South 4th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101. The reason the mayor knew that was I contacted him because of the ethical concern I had with him participating in this matter. In that light, I have to raise another ethical question with respect to Councilwoman Tarkanian's involvement. My client, Las Vegas Development, is the real estate leasing agent for her son, Daniel Tarkanian, on a shopping center mall that he has. That's number one. And number two, over the years, as far back as when Mayor Goodman was my law partner, we have provided legal counsel to Mrs. Tarkanian, her husband, Jerry Tarkanian, and me to her son, Danny Tarkanian. So I don't think it's appropriate for her to participate because I wouldn't want anybody to think that she would do special favors for me.
Can I answer that?
Absolutely.
Well, quite honestly, I have nothing to do with that lease that he's talking about, and I have not used him myself as legal counsel. He has never served as my legal counsel.
And Councilwoman, as long as you don't have any, as long as your independence of judgment isn't compromised in any way, in your opinion, then you're able to vote on that item.
Well, I'd like the record to be complete. I absolutely believed I was counseling Mrs. Tarkanian, at the time that we did it. And as recently as the last election, Mrs. Tarkanian contacted me to provide legal services to her. So I really want the record to be complete on that, especially in light of the fact that I'm the only item that was on the abeyance calendar that Mrs. Tarkanian and the rest of the council apparently didn't grant a continuance to. So I think a complete record needs to be made, because I don't want anybody to ever suggest that I had any appearance of impropriety.
And just for the record, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, as long as the councilwoman believes that this gentleman was not her attorney at that time, there's never been a attorney-client relationship. You don't owe him any money. He doesn't owe you any money. Your independence of judgment isn't hampered in any way. You're able to vote on this item.
I don't believe that that's the legal standard, most respectfully. I acted as her lawyer, her husband's lawyer, and I've advised her son.
Excuse me just a minute. I'm going to call for a 2-minute recess here. Councilwoman?
Is Brian asking me something? No. You're the attorney, so I'm letting the attorney handle this, but I didn't know if you were asking me something.
I just want to know if you and Brian wanted to go back in the back and talk this over.
Well, I could state that Mr. Chesnoff never represented me. I will repeat that again. I did call him to see if he could represent me, and no connection was made there, so.
And that doesn't form an attorney-client relationship. So.
Well, with all due respect to the city attorney, conversations were had that requested my advice, communications were made to me.
The conversations were...
Mr. City Attorney, with all due respect, since you're not aware of the facts and you're making a judgment based strictly on her representations, I think we should investigate the facts first. It also may require people who are present as witnesses to the fact that we have provided legal representation to the Tarkanians.
At this time, we are in recess for a few minutes.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry.
Ready to vote? Yes.
Okay.
Would you repeat
Mr.
the
Kennedy?
motion, though?
Yes. Okay, you want to withdraw item 110, being held in abeyance.
Yes, I want it to be heard today.
Okay, that's fine. Also, I got to read into the record, item 122 is a rezoning, 18208, abeyance item, applicant Fletcher Jones Management Group, Inc., owner Fletcher Jones Senior Trust, request for a rezoning from R1 Single Family Residential to C2 General Commercial. They want to have that held in abeyance till June 6th, 2007. We have two other items with this item, so I guess we'll hear the other two items. Okay? So put in item 122 also to be held in abeyance. Thank you. No. Mr. Chesnoff, yes.
My letter reflected that I had a 2 o'clock conference call of some significance, so I'm hoping that I would at least know the results of my letter so I could represent the client that had hired me prior to this matter.
How long do you think you're going to be on the conference call?
At least an hour.
Would you want to have this item trailed, Councilwoman, until 4 o'clock?
But that would be fine.
Okay, my request is still that I get a continuance so I can be properly prepared.
Okay.
As a professional courtesy, I can say that in 28 years of practicing law, I've never had a request like this denied.
Okay. Are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, David.
Katie Fellows, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant for items number 155 and 156. And the applicant respectfully requests that those items be held in abeyance until the June 20th, 2007 council meeting.
155. 155 and 156?
Correct.
All right, that's in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward.
Okay. And you want it back till June 20th?
Correct.
Okay, I'll read into the record, Your Honor, if I could. ROC 19273, public hearing applicant, AAG Las Vegas, owner Mustang Man LLC, to allow auto dealer inventory storage where the original condition stated that there shall be no outdoor storage of any kind on 1.61 acres at 6750 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. And SUP 19103, public hearing applicant, AAG Las Vegas LLC, owner Mustang Man LLC. A proposed auto dealer inventory storage location with a waiver of the requirement that stored vehicles be effectively screened so as not to be visible from adjoining properties on public rights of way at 6750 West Sahara Avenue. There's been a request to have that held in abeyance until our June 20th, 2007 meeting. Are there any other items at this time?
We were discussing another item. Could you tell me, what were you holding? Are you holding the Harley Davidson in abeyance?
No, this is the items related to the Lexus dealership.
Oh, yes, okay, that's right.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mark Jones, 3610 North Rancho. We'd also like to have items 134 and 135 held in abeyance until your June 6th council meeting.
That's 134
and 135, Councilman Brown?
134 and 135, that's in Ward 4. Councilman Brown?
Yeah. Mark, are you representing them?
Yes, we are.
Could you give our office a call in the next 3 weeks? Just bring me up to speed what's going on.
Will do.
Okay, item 134, rezoning 19647, public hearing applicant, Platinum Realty and Development, owner Craig 95 LLC, Abrar Management, request for rezoning from SE Service Commercial to General Plan designation. This is on 3.53 acres on the south side of Craig Road. It's in Councilman Brown's ward. And 135 is a site development 19643. Request for a site development plan review for a 37,925 square foot commercial center and waivers of perimeter landscape buffer standard to allow no landscaping along the south and east property lines where an 8-foot wide buffer is required, and a 2-foot wide buffer along a portion of the north property line where an 8-foot wide buffer is required. Are there any other, and you want to be held, that, sir? You want that held in abeyance until our June 6th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. June 6th on 134 and 135.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. Tabitha Keach, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. I'd just like to confirm that items 163, 165, and 166 are being held to your June 20th meeting, and that item 167 is being held to your June 6th meeting. There was some confusion when that was read. I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a motion?
Yes. Is there any questions on these items? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion to bring all these items forward, take appropriate action, please.
All right, as to 110, I'm abstaining. As to the rest, I'll vote.
Okay.
Opposed? Motion carries.
You pushed the wrong button, sir. Excuse me? You pushed the wrong button. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, okay.
All right.
And item 110 will be heard at a time certain.
I thought that was included just now with the mayor abstaining.
But it's going to be heard today.
You didn't vote on it.
Well, he abstained, but we all voted on it.
I thought you voted. I misunderstood then. My understanding was you had a list that you wanted to table. It was included in the list. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
She had it withdrawn. She had 110 withdrawn. So we voted on all the items except 110.
Okay. Well, then why did he abstain if it wasn't included?
He's abstaining on voting either way.
Okay, well, that's not what happened, but I understand what you intended to have happen.
Well, if you want to re-vote, just to make the record clear, you can vote on all the abstention items, deleting item number 110.
That would be my motion.
All right, let's vote. Post?
I'll rescind the original motion, Your Honor.
All right, so the motion is to rescind the original motion. Let's vote on that. Post?
And then I would make a motion, Your Honor, to approve all items as read, with the exception of item 110.
All right,
with all conditions.
Let's vote. Post? Motion carries.
And we will have item 110 heard at around, not before 4 o'clock, but as soon as after 4 o'clock as possible.
Thank you for that courtesy, and I still make the request that the basis for the recusal, the relationships with me and her son's relationship with my client is part of the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And just for the record, we've advised her that she can vote on this item, on that item.
All right, 86, this is a public hearing to assess inspection, re-inspection fees, and civil penalties located at 920 West Bonanza Road. The property owner is Moulin Rouge Properties, LLC. This is in Ward 5. Ms. Morris?
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. Lisa Morris, Deputy Director of Neighborhood Services Department. I would like to ask that agenda items 86 and 87 be heard together.
All right, 87 is public hearing to assess inspection, re-inspection fees, and civil penalties located at 1001 West McWilliams Avenue in Ward 5.
Okay, thank you. In the interest of time, I will briefly discuss the case, and I have provided a detailed narrative for the record as well as copies for you and the rest of the council. We're here today on Desert Breeze Apartments 1, located at 920 West Bonanza Road. That's case number 47974. And Desert Breeze Apartments 2, located at 1001 West McWilliams Avenue, case number 47883. On September 12, 2006, the City of Las Vegas received a complaint from a tenant regarding the living conditions at the Desert Breeze Apartments. Code enforcement staff, along with the Clark County Health Department and the City of Las Vegas Fire Department, inspected the property and found multiple code violations, including health and safety issues which required immediate attention. The property's living conditions did not meet the minimal living standards, and many of the units were deemed substandard. Staff observed a blockage in the sewer main, allowing fecal matter and water with effluents to back up in the courtyard and into some of the units, causing unsanitary conditions. Several units were infested with insects, vermin, such as roaches, bed bugs, and or rodents. Toilet sinks and tubs were inoperable in several of the units, preventing tenants from accessing running water. And also some of the units were without heat and air conditioning. Staff met with the owners or their designees on site for several months to provide technical assistance relating to the issues and the repairs. And when no reasonable efforts were made to remedy the situation, staff issued a notice and order on January 17, 2007. On March 15th, staff received a letter stating a decision by the owners of the Desert Breeze Apartments had been made to close down the complex, and staff had been working with the owners and or their designees to develop a tenant incentive and relocation plan, which resulted in Clark County Social Services assisting eligible tenants. On April 11, 2007, the tenants were issued a 30-day notice to vacate, and as of today, May 16, 2007, there are approximately 8 tenants remaining in Desert Breeze 1, and Desert Breeze 2 is completely vacant. From March 6th through April 18th, weekly inspections and re-inspections were conducted based on the notice and order, resulting in a total of 232 inspections being made on 59 units within Desert Breeze 1, and a total of 147 inspections were made on 33 units within Desert Breeze 2. At this time, I'd like to ask Devin Smith, the Manager of Neighborhood Response, to read in the recommendations.
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager, Neighborhood Response. For the record, as I read my recommendations, I'm going to break these down into individual cases so we understand that the civil penalties and the inspection penalties are per case, for which will be a total that will be put together for a total that the property owners will owe the city of Las Vegas. And the cost breakdown on 1001 West McWilliams, the total owed on that inspection and reinspection fees are $18,780. Civil penalties associated with inspection fees are $31,300. In addition to that, the City Council may impose daily civil penalties in the amount of, for a total of 35 days, for an amount of $35,000. On 920 West Bonanza Road, cost breakdown on that case would be inspection and reinspection fees in the amount of $28,440, civil penalties in the amount of $50,600, and an additional 35 days of daily civil penalties in the amount of $35,000. We're asking the council to impose all these fees at this time, and per the city attorney's recommendation, they have worked an agreement and a confession of judgment with the property owners, and at time that the case was settled with them, including 4 equal payments to pay the total of $129,120, that the daily civil penalties would be waived at that time.
All right. Gentlemen, did you want to be heard?
Your Honor, just Craig Newman here, 300 South 4th Street, Suite 700, on behalf of the property owner. We have reached that agreement.
And the agreement appears to be one that both sides want. I'll be quite frank with you. During the briefing yesterday when I had it, I felt that the conditions as represented to us as a council were abominable. And several of the council members during that briefing expressed a concern that perhaps the city is going to be liable if anything happens to the 8 remaining tenants. And we were advised by our council that that's not the case. But I want to know when those people are going to get out of there. This is not fit for human habitation.
Your Honor, I can address that. They have, all of them were served 30-day notices to terminate, and 7 remain on the property today. They have been served 5-day notices to quit. If they do not file any sort of countervailing affidavit with Justice Court by Monday, we can get an eviction order on these 7 remaining tenants. If they do, there will be hearings set probably next week, and the city has indicated their willingness to assist us at those hearings if necessary. It's everyone's goal to get these properties empty at this point in time.
All right, and I assume that after they're empty, they're going to be leveled?
They are going to be boarded and fenced, and eventually they are going to be demolished.
How long are they going to remain in the condition of boarding and fencing? I can't stand that when it happens in the city. I'm not blaming you for all the boarding and fencing, but it's a blight, and we have to get these things taken care of.
Within 60 days, we're planning on starting demolition.
All right, that's fair. All right, we'll make that a condition. I hope if the councilwoman deems that appropriate. And
Mr. Mayor and Council, we have put in the agreement that they are to abide by all vacant building standards within the city of Las Vegas. The standard boarding would take place, the boarding certificate, and that they would be moving forward with the completion of this project.
Okay, well, I'm sure they're going to do that, but I want to make sure that it's demolished too, because those are blights in our community, and that particular area of town is making a comeback now. And I want to make sure that nothing is going to be there that's going to affect the redevelopment on West Bonanza. So you'll be on top of that, Mr. Smith?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Dr. Morris? Yes. All right, I'm counting on that. All right, Councilwoman.
Mayor and City Council and the residents, I am very encouraged that we have come to some resolution on the issues facing Desert Breeze 1 and 2. It is totally, as the mayor said, a blight on this community, something that we don't want to hold as a standard for other landlords to do in any other ward in this city. And I am happy that we have finally freed up the neighborhood staff. We spent over 600 hours of man-hours just running back and forth to Desert Breeze 1 and 2. That does not include the officers or the top administration. So with that being said, I know that we've come to an agreement, a summary of additional requirements for owners of Desert Breeze 1 and 2, and we have a confession of judgment, and it is dated, today's date, 5/16/07. And I would like Do you want to read this into the record, Mayor? Because I would like to make sure that this summary confession of judgment be...
That's appropriate.
Would you like for me to read
Please.
it? Okay. The first item is the lien. The total amount of the lien is $199,120. Lien release to be immediately provided to the owner upon payments to the City of Las Vegas, 4 equal payments of $32,280 on June 1st, 2007, July 2nd, 2007, August 1st, 2007, and September 4th, 2007, in accordance with the confession of judgment dated 5/16/07. The second tenant here is conditions during occupancy. As of 5/15/07, 8 or 9 units remain occupied. All are under 5-day or quit notices per the owner's attorney. A, the city will conduct weekly inspections for habitation, let's just leave it at that, and life safety issues until last tenant has moved out. The owner will provide the city with a weekly report and a summary of court proceedings, including all supporting documentation concerning the status of each unit and tenant until all units are vacated. All tenants will be out no later than June 11th, 2007. The owner will board all vacant units according to city standards in both Desert Breeze 1 and 2 no later than 5/18. As the remaining units are vacated, they will be boarded within 24 hours. The owners will provide photo or other identification acceptable to the city for all remaining individuals living at either property. This is to ensure that the city knows who should and should not be on the properties. The conditions, once the properties are vacated, are as follows. Property owner will ensure all units are boarded according to city standards. The owner will also provide a fence around both properties. If necessary, the owner will provide additional security at the property as determined by Metro, which may include 24-hour security guards. The owner shall prominently post no trespassing signs at Desert Breeze 1 and 2, and the owner shall be required to comply with the city's vacant building code, and the code is listed here, until the buildings have been demolished at the property. I would like this to present a copy of this to the clerk, and this become a part of the record. I believe you.
Very good. That's part of the record, then.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes.
City Attorney's Office, real quickly. I just wanted to also make part of the record, and I've handed it to the clerk, is the confession of judgment that's been executed by the managing member of the LLC, and personal guarantees have also been provided by both managing members of that LLC.
All right, thank you very much. That's part of the record as well. All right, Councilwoman, can we have a motion, please?
My motion is to follow staff's recommendation in this matter.
All right, that will be on both items 86 and 87. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
88 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance and assess civil penalties located at 4319 Fulton Place. The property owner is Catherine M. Paola, and this is in Ward 1. Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Again, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background of this is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken, nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired CH Construction to remove refuse, waste, a Dodge Ram Charger, and the items inside the vehicle, the fence in the front yard, and the illegal, unpermitted structures from the property, as well as repainting and repairing deteriorated wood eaves. To date, there have been 18 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property, based on the county assessor screen on April 20th, 2007, the sale price was $0. The recommendations is that the City Council approve the report of expenses in the amount of $15,300 for work completed by CH Construction. plus a 15% administrative fee of $2,295. Reinspection fees, including late fees, of $429. Civil penalties in the amount of $2,950. Service of processing fees for the city's motion of order and abatement in the amount of $65, for a total amount of $21,039. And that the above charges be filed and recorded against the property, constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorize that the notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the county treasurer. In addition, at the council's discretion, the council may impose daily civil penalties from July 7, 2006 to February 8, 2007, for a total of 214 days and the amount of $107,000. And just to bring this note to light is, our recommendation would be that the dailies would not be imposed. The gentleman was having some issues and some medical problems and things like that, so we really don't believe that it was just lack of wanting to take care of the problem. It was just, I believe, a lack of poor judgment.
All right, well, we appreciate that. It was a terrible mess. All right. Is Catherine M. Paola here? Okay. It's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to speak on this? Then I'll close the public hearing. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I move to approve staff's recommendation.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Have a
Stay
great
on top of
afternoon.
that Moulin Rouge, okay?
Absolutely, I will.
Okay. Items 89 through 92 are on the consent agenda to be considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 89 through 92?
Your Honor, I'd like to have items number 89 and 90 pulled forward, and I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of item 91 and 92.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll call 89 and 90 together. 89 is EOT 20771. The applicant is James E. Stroh, Architect, Inc., the owner Decatur Roman numeral 3 LLC. Request for an extension of time of an approved rezoning from RE Residence Estates to C1 Limited Commercial on 3.6 acres at the northwest corner of Decatur Boulevard and Tropical Parkway in Ward 6. The staff recommends approval. 90 is EOT 20772. The same applicant, the same owner. Request for an extension of time of approved site development plan reviews, which allowed a proposed 262,640 square foot retail commercial development on 27.6 acres at the northwest corner of Decatur Boulevard and Tropical Parkway. The staff recommends approval. These are on the consent agenda and have been pulled, and be happy to hear from you, sir. Please tell us who you are.
Good afternoon, Jim Stroh, JSA Architect, 1955 Pamela Lane, representing the property owners.
Okay, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the third extension of time for this project. 6 years ago, are you familiar with the history of this project?
Yes, Councilman.
Do you know how many residents are calling me on a constant basis asking what's going on?
No, sir, but I would be happy to meet. We would all be happy to meet with the residents and let them know what our plans are as they continue to develop.
Well, by me pulling these two extension of time items off the consent agenda and denying your extension of times, you have to do that anyway.
Well, we would respectfully request that you approve this extension of time for one additional year. It's been very difficult to put this project together. A lot has happened, as you're well aware, at this intersection, on the north side of the intersection, the north side of the Beltway, across Decatur from the north side of the Beltway. A lot has happened that's caused us to rethink our development plans. To be fair, it was probably green when we first started thinking about this property, and we have a different idea on how to develop it at this point.
I don't mean to be rude, but, you know, I just went through an issue of this about 9 months ago, 9 months ago, with legal counsel in regards to this whole site. Nothing was addressed that I asked them to address, and I don't anticipate it being addressed the next time we see this. So I'd really like you to go back, if you got something better or bigger and nicer, and since the development on the other side of the freeway's changed, which it hasn't, you've got a prime piece of property there to do great things with. But the last time we had this conversation, you guys, it wasn't you, but I asked the legal counsel to bring back a lot of the requests from the neighborhood, and it didn't happen. I saw nothing. And the neighborhood's still sitting out there going, what's going on? I am not in the position to approve the extension of times. And I think by doing that will help you guys out, so you can go back into the drawing board and design something that's going to work and renotice the neighborhood so they can be part of this.
Councilman, I'd like to, if I might, I'd like to take a second to let you know about a couple of things that are going on right now, which are pretty important to us. Right now, this property is in escrow. If the C1 extension is not approved on these two parcels, it will be a very bad thing for us. The escrow may fall out.
Let's do this. I'll obey these items for 2 weeks. You make an appointment with my office, come in and talk to me, and let me know what's going on, because if you've got something in the works, I don't want to stop that.
I appreciate that.
But I do want this neighborhood involved, and I do want those folks out there to be in the loop as to what's going on. I'm still kind of set back a little bit because nothing I asked for previously, and the neighborhood asked for previously, ever happened. So the question marks are looming out there. So Your Honor, I'm going to move to obey agenda item 89 and 90 for 2 weeks.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item 93 is MSH 21013. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is City of Las Vegas. Request to amend the master plan of streets and highways to select the Northern Alternative Freeway Expressway alignment known as Mountains Edge Parkway as the permanent alignment on the master plan of streets and highways, and to remove the Southern Alternative Freeway Expressway alignment from the master plan of streets and highways between Grand Teton Road and Fort Apache Road in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is going to be a public hearing, which I now declare open. Now, this particular item is succeeded by items number 94 and 95. We'll consider them after we have a review of item number 93. Mr. Kukowski, you want to lead off? Let me ask you this, folks. We have got a packed audience here today. Would you, by show of hands, show me if anybody is here on this item that I just read? Okay. All right, fine. I'm just trying to figure out how we divide the time up here. Is the crowd here for any one particular item? Does anybody know? Say it again, please.
94 and 95.
You think most of the folks are here for that? Okay. All right, I'm sorry I asked. I was trying to make life easy for everybody, and I apologize. I will make it as difficult as I can. Okay, Mr. Kukowski.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today I have, we want to make a brief presentation to lead off our presentations. I have Jorge Cervantes, our city engineer, and he will be followed by our consultant, Parsons Brinkerhoff, Sam So. With that, Jorge, we need the overhead.
Please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Good
Jorge
afternoon.
Cervantes, Department of Public Works. July of last year, we brought before you a request to modify the master plan streets and highways to add a northern alternate alignment to that plan, to give us an opportunity to explore that alignment to see if there was any benefit to look into a different alignment. Since then, we've hired the consulting firm of Parsons Brinkerhoff to do that analysis for us, and we're here today to present the results of that analysis and make a recommendation on alignment. But before we get into the results of that analysis, I'd like to just go real quickly over some of the impacts that both alignments have to land around that area. If we look at the overhead, we see the bottom alignment, the current alignment shown in yellow, and the proposed northern alignment just above that shown in multiple colors. And what this map shows is a color coding of different land ownerships. If we see under the southern alignment, what you see in yellow is land that we have today where we have a roadway grant from BLM for the current alignment of that right-of-way. Within that same alignment, you see in green land that is privately held that we would have to acquire as part of this project when we move forward, if we move forward. Under the northern alignment, we see multiple different ownerships. We see, first of all, in yellow, pieces that are BLM land that we would make an application for, similar as we did on the southern alignment for a transportation grant. We see in green what are privately held parcels, and I'd like to point out that between the north parcel and the south parcel,
we have about an equivalent amount of private land that's held out there. And then we see in pink part of land that the Focus Development Group would be providing to the city in exchange for the relinquishment of our grant on the south side. To go over some of those acreages on this land, if we look at the southern alignment, there's 245 acres of existing BLM land where we have a grant on. Under the northern alignment, we currently have no BLM land. BLM land that we would put in a grant application for under the southern alignment would be for about 20 acres. Under the northern alignment, we'd make an application for 33 acres. If we look at the privately held land that we would need as part of this roadway alignment, either one, under the southern alignment, we would need 34 acres, where under the northern alignment, we would need 33 acres. And then if we look at the focus held land that would be needed for the southern alignment, we wouldn't need anything today since we have a grant there already. Under the northern alignment, from Section 1, and just to give you an idea where Section 1 is, under Section 1, they would give us 50 acres that they currently hold. Under the existing Cal Canyon Gateway
Excuse me, when you say they, you're talking about Focus?
That's correct.
Okay, why don't we refer to them by name rather than by pronouns? I appreciate that.
No problem. Under the northern alignment, from Section 1 land, Focus would give us 50 acres that they hold. Under the Cal Canyon Gateway, they would dedicate 105 acres to provide the new alignment. And under their Providence development, they would provide us 6 acres from their southern alignment. So the total land needed for the Beltway under the southern alignment would be 299 acres. Under the northern alignment, it would be 277 acres. If we look at some of the costs that are associated with both alignments, we see that under the southern alignment, we would need additional cost for the Iron Mountain Road realignment of about $10 million. Under the northern alignment, we would need that, and not that there isn't a cost to it, but this is just additional cost beyond one alignment versus the other. For flood control protection, there's an additional cost of about $10 million, and when we get to the technical session, a lot of these costs will be explained in detail where those numbers are coming from. There would be an additional cost of about $10 million under the southern alignment versus the northern alignment. Similar for sound walls, there would be an additional cost of about $2 million under the southern alignment versus the northern alignment. And then for the actual construction of the US 95 Mountain Edge Parkway system-to-system interchange, there's a cost differential of $426 versus $317. And again, our technical analysis report will explain why that additional cost. So if we look at it from the cost savings, one alignment versus the other, we find that the southern alignment would have a construction cost of $448 million versus $322 million for a potential savings of about $126 million for the northern alignment.
And that's a savings to our taxpayers?
That's savings to the taxpayer, correct.
All right.
If we look just at a summary of the two alignments, under the northern alignment, there is a benefit to the Focus that they pick up 84 additional acres that can be developed for whatever that development is. Benefits to the city certainly is, or to the taxpayers, is an infrastructure saving of about $126 million. And there's additional benefits that, again, I think I'll let the technical analysis go over because they're presented here, as well as preserving some more of what we visioned as part of this development of being a walkable, sustainable community. And so with that, I'd like to introduce Sam Soule from Parsons Birkenhoff to give a report of the analysis of the technical benefits.
Mayor Goodman, may I ask a question before we move to the next?
Certainly.
If we can go back to that, and that's with Councilman Ross's permission. If we can go back to your last chart. The 84 acres of land, those acres are identified as of today, correct? We know which 84 acres, do we not?
That is correct, we do.
And if we were to put a fair market value on that land today, what would you guesstimate that would be?
If we assume a cost of acreage up there at about $500,000 an acre, you're looking at about a $42 million cost for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, council members, good afternoon. Sam Soule, Parsons Brinkerhoff. I'd like to give you the findings of our technical presentation in terms of the analysis between the northern alignment and the southern alignment.
If we get the PowerPoint presentation.
Our analysis focused upon a number of items, including engineering as well as environmental issues. We focused on the geometry of the two interchange alignments, construction cost, land use, socioeconomics, air quality, flood control facilities, noise and visual impacts. Let me go over the brief summary of these findings. In terms of the alignment, what we see in terms of the comparison between the southern alignment and the northern alignment, one of the things that we provide with the northern alignment is we move the alignment closer to Moccasin and away from Grand Teton and from Iron Mountain. One of the things that we do is we provide better continuity between the Kyle Canyon and tying directly into Iron Mountain, which provides for a cost savings. We reflected previously, Mr. Cervantes indicated about a $10 million roadway savings. This is a shorter roadway versus the dash roadway that you see in the southern alignment. So that provides that $10 million savings. Additionally, one of the impacts relative to the interchange itself, the system interchange between the Mountain Edge Parkway and US 95, is that one of the criteria from the Federal Highway Administration is looking at interchange spacing. There is a proposed future interchange at Horse Interchange. The separation distance between the Horse Interchange and the new system interchange is a little tight. It's less than a mile, which would require fairly expensive highway braiding. What that does is really, it provides for the safe operation of weaving for ingress and egress from the freeway to the arterial system. So what you end up doing is you separate the roadways by bridges. And by adding these additional bridges and additional roadways, that creates some additional complication. I'll go over some of the findings of why you do have some improvements from the physical perspective. In terms of the cost comparison, and looking at the overall program cost, for the preferred or northern alignment, it's roughly $317 million in the year 2020 dollars. The existing alignment, the southern alignment, is $426 million. Again, that's a savings of approximately $109 million. And largely that's attributable to the cost of inflation. It's for the longer bridges that you have on the southern alignment versus the northern alignment. The northern alignment, you cross at a better perpendicular angle. The southern alignment is a skewed angle, so your bridges are longer and costing more. There also is an additional right-of-way acquisition for that braided ramp, so there would also provide an additional 18 acres that contributes to this differential in cost between the preferred northern alignment versus the southern alignment. In terms of the community impacts, the southern alignment really impacts the town center, and again, that is preeminent concept that is really vital for the Northwest. Moving it further to the north, on the preferred alignment, is much more compatible from that perspective. We talked about previously the compatibility of the roadways tying in, but also this provides for better utilization of the parklands. In terms of the southern alignment, on that right view, you see some green horizontal lines. Those are proposed as the Royals and a bikeway trail system. As you see the dashed line for the southern alignment, that transportation corridor would bisect these Royals and trails. And again, by shifting further to the north, we create a better compatibility in terms of future land use. Mr. Mayor, do you have a comment?
No, I'm sorry. I will have a comment, but...
Very good. I will continue.
Did my thinking show that much? No,
really. Maybe I'm reading too much into you, sir.
No, it's unbelievable. I was thinking for the first time in a couple of weeks, and it's amazing that you could read it that way. Good.
And I'm having a little difficulty with the clicker here, so... There we go. In terms of, again, just recapping that socioeconomic issue, the preferred alignment, again, the northern alignment does provide for a greater residential and employment growth. It provides for a greater community tax base. The existing alignment, again, because you see the disruption between the park system and trail system, it does have some limits, as well as it provides for some impact of the potential of the future employment growth. Environmental comparisons. In terms of the overall two system interchanges on either the preferred alignment or the southern alignment, ultimately when they are fully constructed, they would provide the same environmental benefit. However, because of the $109 million differential in cost, we anticipate that the southern alignment may cause phasing of the full system interchange, which means that the air quality benefits would not be achieved until further years. But the ultimate interchange on either alignment would provide ultimately the same environmental benefit. So it would really be the incremental and when you get to those ultimate alignments. Also, the northern alignment would provide a better compatibility with future flood control. The Beltway in itself could really serve as compatible with future flood control improvements, again saving an additional $10 million as seen by Mr. Cervantes' summary previously. Because the northern alignment is through an area that really is beginning to emerge, the need for sound walls is eliminated. Also, you do provide for preservation of the vistas of the Red Rock Canyon. So again, there's some benefit to moving to the north. And I must be technologically challenged with this clicker here. Did I skip it? Is that the last one? I guess that was the last one.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stowe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Cervantes?
Yes, so given the analysis that was presented of the technical benefits to the city, it's our recommendation that we move forward with making the northern alignment the preferred alignment, and then we remove the southern alignment from the master plan streets and highways.
Okay, I appreciate the presentation, and I'll tell you where I'm coming from, and I do this with a great deal of forethought. This transaction will affect the future of the Northwest. It will have the same kind of impact, if not a greater impact, on the development of the city of Las Vegas as Summerlin has had. And it's a massive project. It's a project that's going to last over years, and it's going to be the subject of discussion as time goes on. And I have to say this, when I was first elected, I came into City Hall, and there was a debate taking place, a debate which was ultimately lost and which has had far-reaching ramifications 8 years later, with a vote being taken by the public concerning eminent domain, the legislature discussing eminent domain, groups being formed to define eminent domain and to, in effect, address the Kelo decision out of the Supreme Court involving eminent domain in the state of Connecticut. And what had happened here in the city is, when I came on board, I was embroiled through no fault of my own, because I wasn't the elected official sitting in this chair at the time that it was taking place, with Neonopolis and the taking of property from the Pappas family, a private entity, and given to the Neonopolis developers, who were another private entity, and it was subject to a great deal of criticism, and it really slowed down much of what the city was doing. It was basically getting into a boxing ring and having ourselves beat up day after day after day by the local media, and maybe rightfully so, maybe not, but nevertheless it was distracting. So there are two areas that I would like to have addressed today, hopefully to my satisfaction, before we go forward with this. And one is whether or not this is eminent domain in the sense that there is a taking from private persons to the benefit of other private persons. And where I get into that issue is on the overview summary of benefits of northern alignment, with the focus benefits. They're receiving 84 acres of land worth $42 million. Whether that is a taking from private and giving to private, which this council has taken a position on unwaveringly, that we're not going to engage in that kind of process. It's one thing needing roads and taking property and paying fair market value for that property in order to continue development. But I think, I know it's my philosophy, and I believe it's the philosophy of all of us up here, that we're not going to engage in the taking of private property and giving it to private property. The other, and this goes, and I'm not going to hold anything back here, to the allegations that somehow Billy Walters, and he's a friend of mine, and I make no bones about that, somehow had sweetheart deals with the city of Las Vegas, and that was the subject of some criticism. So what I would like to hear is, I'd like to hear the analysis, if you're able to give it today, regarding eminent domain, private to private, and benefits there, and whether or not this is a sweetheart deal for Focus.
And with that, Mayor, I'd like to defer to our legal counsel to be able to answer that for you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, hello, good afternoon, Council. My name is Jim Lewis. I'm with the City Attorney's Office. I might ask first, Mayor, if you'd like to hear from the public with regard to these issues, because I know you will hear from some, or if you'd like to hear my presentation to begin.
Well, I think it's fair that we hear from the public, and then you would be able to put what they say in context to address my concerns, and I believe the concerns of some other, if not all, of the council members on those two issues.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Moran, did you want to be heard?
Yes, I did, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Council. Mayor John Moran Jr., 630 South 4th Street, Moran Law Firm. Basically speaking, I'm going to keep this as short as I can. I'm here today to represent a client who has property that would be adversely impacted if, in fact, the northern alignment went forward. I've already had occasion to speak to the council, and therefore I'm not going to take a lot of time up here today to repeat a lot of the things that I said, but I do have to make a record for a client, and I would appreciate the courtesies of the council in allowing me to do that.
Certainly.
First of all, my clients, and if I could have the overhead here, I don't know if this will show on here, but here we go with the proposed north alignment here.
It's not on there yet. It's not on the overhead yet.
Okay.
There it is.
Okay. All right. In any event, this here is the Mountain Edge Parkway, and as you can see, Mr. Mayor and Council, this is the proposed alternative right here. This is the north alternative that we oppose, which is before you today. My client's property is approximately 10 acres right here that this new alternative would go right through the middle of. I think you can all see this. My clients bought this property in 1979, so they're not land speculators. They've had this a long time. They've held it a long time. My law firm got involved in this when my clients brought to my attention that basically they had been approached by a group to acquire that property, and they were offered, and the negotiations were about $5.4 million. That offer evaporated, was followed by another one that was in writing to the tune of $5.28 million for this property. That was pulled off the table as well because of the fact that the proposed alternative, which did not affect my clients, then this discussion started in '06 that there was going to be a new alignment that would go through the middle of the property, and naturally the prospective buyers for that amount weren't interested in buying a piece of property that had a new freeway going through the middle of it. Now, I had corresponded, I'm asking, like I said, I'm going to shorten this up because there's a lot of other people here with other important issues. But I wanted to make sure that the record reflects that back on June 7th, we wrote a letter to NDOT. I have previously sent that letter out to the council as copies and have introduced it at the planning and other hearings that basically set forth the fact that we were very concerned about the status of this, and in light of the focus group that had originally acquired property from the BLM right here that had a freeway going through it and now was proposing to have this moved through the city onto our property, freeing up the focus group property. That letter was June 7th to the Nevada Department of Transportation as well.
What year?
Of '06. Okay. June 7th of '06. I wrote to the Nevada Department of Transportation and laid this out. I received a letter back from them that's previously been introduced in the record on June 27th that basically NDOT told us that, in so many words, doesn't matter because there's no federal funds to do that. I corresponded, Mr. Mayor, with you and the City Council again on July 17th, 2006, and again pointed out and sent a letter to you and the Council that we've discussed that basically set forth our position. One point that I wanted to point out is the fact that this here, if I could go back over to this document here, this is a Kyle Canyon acquisition document. This is where the freeway is now, where it's proposed to go. These are their documents, their information. This is Kyle Canyon by Kyle Canyon Acquisition Group. And what it basically says is it gives a chart how many acres they get if this proposed freeway system is moved and taken to somebody else's location and not theirs, opening up their whole development without having it burdened. So what that shows here is that they're going to pick up approximately 73 acres. I know they said today 77, and that's going to be a windfall for them. And, that's fine, but we don't believe that it's proper to move that freeway system onto other private property owners, which, as you can see here, there's a lot of them in this area that have been there a long time, and then free up a piece of BLM land that was acquired and move that onto other people's property. We think that that's a taking, that constitutes a taking. I had contacted Margot Wheeler by correspondence and also telephonically recently, and I pointed out to her that I was concerned because of the fact that there was two prices that had been offered this property that were pulled off the table, and at the end of the day, when a developmental agreement is signed, that it would obligate the city to buy out those private people with taxpayer monies to satisfy the movement of that off of focus group's property onto the private owners. Having said that, all these are in the record. I'm not going to continue to go on with it, but that I am strongly opposing the taking of private property. Even if the city decided in the future that it was not going to go or was going to scrub this proposed north alignment that goes through my client's property, until that determination was made, it would be very difficult for my client's property to be sold to anybody, because nobody's going to buy a piece of property that has a proposed freeway going through the middle of it. That would constitute a taking. That would constitute a negative impact, because nobody's going to buy a piece of property that now becomes subject to a different freeway access and basically allowing Focus to go ahead and do their project, which I'm sure will be probably beautiful, but not to the detriment of my clients. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Silver?
Thank you, Your Honor, and members of the council. My name is Jeff Silver, 3960 Howard Hughes Parkway. I represent two clients in this matter. There are others, of course. I'm going to refer to them as the Beltway Boys because although they didn't start out wanting to be the Beltway Boys, they're in the middle of this beltway now, as you can see in the red. One client is under an overpass, and the other client is right in the middle of the center line. The reason that we are here today is because there have been a series of hearings conducted in 2001 to 2004 where the county, the state, the city, NDOT all got together with the BLM and so on and talked about the development of a piece of BLM land. And it was agreed at that time, after those hearings, that this southern alignment was the preferred alignment for that property. At that time, everyone had an expectation that that's where the Beltway was going to go, and the reason why it was there is because it affected very few property owners other than the BLM. And the BLM was later contacted after that fact to free up that property to allow it to be sold, and at that time that the city agreed that there would be an annexation of that particular parcel. In 2005, in February, that property was sold in a BLM auction, and the buyer was Focus. They paid $298,000 and some change for the property for each acre.
$298 million.
Excuse me, $298,000 per acre.
Oh, per acre.
And at that time, the reason why they paid $298,000 an acre, which I understand based upon some other information that I had read, where the city of Las Vegas, the average acreage price was approximately $500,000 to $700,000 an acre, is because it was burdened by this southern Beltway alignment that had previously been placed there in hearings that took place, I guess, in the years previously. Those hearings that took place were well-documented, open hearings. Now, there's an old saying that says, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And I suppose there's a lot of good things about that particular project to be able to design a master plan development from a clean slate. The inverse of that, perhaps using the word inverse condemnation of that, is what's bad for the goose is even worse for the gander. Because what we have here is a situation where this property is being unburdened by this alignment and is now being burdened by these poor, unsuspecting homeowners who bought these parcels 10, 15, 20 years ago. And as you'll hear from other people today, expected to utilize those properties either for their retirement savings or otherwise to make a substantial sum of money. These aren't, for the most part, flippers. These are people who've held this for a long period of time who had much greater insight than I did in terms of buying property in the city of Las Vegas. So what is happening here is this development gets the benefit of moving this freeway to these guys over here who thought that they were free and clear from any of those issues. Now, will this property be land banked? And that's, I think, a major question that has to be answered here, because merely what we've heard from the city attorney up until now is this does not constitute a condemnation. This is only a plan. This is an illusion. This is only proposed. So you can go on with your business, go on with your lives. There's nothing to see here. Go get yourself a use permit. Go build on your property. Do whatever you want to do. Well, the fact of the matter is that in the real world, that can't be done when you have a published alignment in a master streets and highway plan that originally only affected the focus group and now affects a number of private property owners. Now, you asked for some information regarding the legalities. I've done some research on this, and the general rule is that the approval of a master plan alone does not entitle the property owner to compensation for inverse condemnation. This is what Mr. Lewis is going to tell you. Unless the municipality's actions are indicative of an unequivocal intention to take, number 2, significantly interfere with the use and enjoyment of property, or number 3, end up significantly depreciating the value of the property, and that's exactly what I think we have here.
You have a citation for
Yes, the case on that is People v. Jones, 22 Cal 3rd, 144. It's a 1978 case. Now, what are the indications of an unequivocal intention to take? Of course, that was discussed in the Carson Street matter with Mr. Pappas. In that case, the city entered into a condemnation order. That certainly is unequivocal. And what Mr. Lewis would tell you is that there isn't any unequivocal intention to take the property until we actually let a contract out for the construction of the road. Now, what happens in the meantime? I noticed that in the Parsons-Brinkerhoff studies, they're referring to purchases in the 2020 range. Well, 2020 is 7 years. 2020 is 13 years from now. So what the Parsons-Brinkerhoff study is saying is that you guys are going to be saddled with this master streets and highway plan on your property, where you're in the middle of the center line or under an overpass until 2020, when we think we might be able to finance this thing and take your dough, and take your property and give you the dough. We have no other buyers and no other possibilities of of selling this property until then. So that, I think, is an unequivocal taking. Land banking is significant interference with the use and enjoyment of this property. Now, the last point I want to make on the legal side is that the Kelo decision that you referenced earlier. Of course, the Kelo decision was not a favorable decision for private landowners, because what the decision held is that in that particular case, the city government did have the right to take a piece of private property and turn it over to the benefit of another private developer. And the purposes behind that, obviously, is we increase the tax base, we have efficient urban planning.
It was redevelopment. It was a redevelopment.
It was a redevelopment issue, of course. So in this particular case, do we exactly meet those kinds of terms? I know that the political people in this community eschewed the idea of taking private property for private purposes. That's not their intent, because we're out west. We believe in the man's home is his castle. But in this particular case, the justice that was the swing vote on it, Justice Kennedy, did make a comment about how perhaps the court would view future takings of this nature. And what Justice Kennedy said was, he strongly implied that there would be a more demanding standard of review applied to that subset of economic development takings where there is, quote, a plausible accusation of impermissible favoritism to private parties. And that accusation, according to Justice Kennedy, should be treated as a serious one, and the trial court should review it as if it did have merit. And that was the second part of your question, is do we have a sweetheart deal here? Well, the only thing I can say is that this development has been ongoing for a year and 9 months or more. When you looked at your development agreement, it had everything down to a gnat's eyebrow. They were talking about the fire sprinklers in the buildings.
Well, that's a big deal.
It is a very big deal, but it shows you the minutia to which this agreement has been negotiated without the input of the general public and without any conversation, apparently, about whether this road was even going to be there. For a year and 9 months, the city staff has been negotiating with this developer, talking about a parcel of land as if it did not have this road interfering with that development. And I think for that reason alone, there certainly is a bias on behalf of the city not to examine two alternatives. Did Parsons Brinckerhoff look at this thing in some kind of an impartial and independent way, or were they instructed to find a reason, any reason, socioeconomic, environmental, flood control, you name it, to justify giving this property away to this developer? Now, in July, and I'm going to finish up real quickly because I know my time is short.
No problem.
This matter was heard in July of 2006 before this council, and I listened to that hearing. What happened at that hearing was we talked about that we were going to explore in more detail the feasibility of this new alignment. In May of 2006, they had a workshop in North Las Vegas, and they talked about the possibility of this alignment coming on. And at that time, the city said, well, we have money.
Which city?
City of Las Vegas.
Okay, but you said the workshop was in North Las Vegas?
I believe so, because I think this parcel affected North Las Vegas. I might be mistaken.
Okay. All right.
So, at that time, a representative of the city, Mr. Foltz, who was our traffic chief, said that there was money in the budget to buy out these landholders. And everyone said, okay. As long as I know that there's an exit strategy for me, I think it's okay. Well, let's hear what they have to say. But what we find out now is that in Mr. Moran's conversation with NDOT and the city is that there isn't any money to build this road or to buy out these property owners. And in essence, these people are going to be forced to land bank it. Now, the comments that were made at this July hearing was, we are not going to decide whether or not landowners can sell or whether there is a condemnation. There's going to be full public comment later. Well, is this the later? Because there hasn't been any public input on that Northern Alignment Beltway plan except at the Planning Commission 2 weeks ago and right here, right now.
And that's something I'm going to want to ask about because I received emails from folks in the last 2 days saying that there were no public hearings. I've been told by city staff there were multiple public hearings, so I want to get to the bottom of that too.
Okay. We didn't...
Mr. Lewis, you'll fill me in on that too? Not now, when you get up. Public hearings.
We will do so.
All right, that's very important. Very important.
I believe Your Honor stated that we were a long way down the line back in July of 2006. Your comment was that we can tell them at that time whether to jump in the lake or whether or not we're going to go for this deal. I think it was a euphemism to use. So I'm saying let's look at what happened. How coincidental that 34 acres were going to have to be taken to private property under the old plan and 34 acres are going to be taken under the new plan of private property. Is that just a coincidence, or did Focus buy some property knowing that they were going to have to do a swap, a horse trade, and then stop buying property when they equaled the amount of property that they thought would have to be bought under the old plan? Yet at the same time, they're picking up property that's worth anywhere from $500,000 an acre to $700,000 an acre. And it seems to me that if Focus wants this deal, they need to go approach all these private owners now, buy the property, and don't make us land bank it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Silver
Yes, sir.
a question? Comment first. The 13-year differential, regardless of what alignment we're talking about, that doesn't bother me at all. I think we approved the US 95 expansion in 1995, and 13 years later we think it's going to be finished. So the 13-year issue is actually proactive from a streets and highway standpoint. Probably the most proactive would have been, and if I'm not mistaken, the original charrettes on this outer beltway happened years ago. But let me ask you this, because I appreciate what you have spoken about. What differentiates, and separate from your clients or Focus or the city, what would differentiate the 34-acre private ownership under the existing alignment versus a proposed alignment? Wouldn't they be able to come in and speak to some of the same issues as you're speaking to?
Well, I think the differentiation from my perspective is that these people here who are private property owners, and I don't know who they are, whether they're Focus or whether they're somebody else, they had 3 years of hearings from 2001 to 2004 to voice their concern about a BLM property adjacent to them having an alignment through it. On the other hand, my client, who has intentions to sell property, and Mr. Moran's client, who actually got into contract with Focus and then had them renege on their deal, we only had 2 weeks. We've had 2 weeks. That's the difference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Silver?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that Jones case with you, or a synopsis of it that you were able to provide?
No, I did not bring it with me, but I certainly
Could you
could
provide those standards? I'd like to see those 3 standards if I can get those.
Can I give you a copy of my notes?
I'd be happy to get those.
All right.
If you'd hand them to the clerk, I don't want to...
Can I get them back? Because I don't necessarily want
Absolutely
to
not.
have them
Once we
flying
get
around.
something, we don't give it back.
Thank you. I'm not asking that it may be made...
No, it's
part of
not
the
made part of the record. I
Right.
just want it for my review.
Okay.
I'll give it back to you after the hearing.
It does discuss pro and con in there, and I have no problem with your...
Well, I don't want to invade your work product. I just wanted those standards. If you'd like to...
All right, let me excise it.
Fine, that's fair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a good thing you're a lawyer and you understand all
I
this.
do understand, believe me.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Did you want to speak to the
Yes,
project?
sir.
Okay. Please identify yourself for the record and tell us who you're representing.
You bet. William Stoddard Jr., 801 South Rancho Drive, Building D, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89106. I represent 2 of the property owners affected by this matter, who are the Tomcat LLC and the Moccasin and 95 LLC, which own the 2 properties that are highlighted here in yellow. And those are, for the record, assessors parcel numbers 126-01-502-002 and 003. I think that the concerns of my clients are pretty clear from taking a quick look at the map. As you can see, the proposed realignment will run right through the middle of their property, leaving 2 things. Number one, it will, obviously take half of their property, leaving a completely unusable remnant to the north, also landlocking that property so that there's no means of access to that property. And so the concerns that my clients have expressed to me and wanted me to make a record of here today are that, obviously in light of this proposed realignment, there is going to be a significant amount of difficulty with them using their property, accessing their property, and obviously with respect to any proposed sale of the property. My clients echo the concerns that have been voiced by Mr. Moran and Mr. Silver. And just to be brief, I guess the issue that I would like to hear addressed from the city attorney with respect to this matter are the questions that have been raised, which include, number one, how in the world are we going to deal as a city council with prospective land use applications for properties such as ours, which are directly and immediately affected and directly in the middle of this proposed interchange. If we come in for a special use permit or a land development application, are we actually going to be able to develop this property in light of the fact that we know that this is going on, if indeed this issue is approved, number one? And the other issue is, how do we sell this property? How do we market this property? Obviously issues that have been encountered by other people that have spoken here. And so I'd just like to express those concerns and make that record. Thank you very much.
I appreciate that. Yes, sir.
Alex McCuyton, 9033 Big Plantation Avenue. It's up in the northwest. I am opposed to having the alignment changed. It's been with the city. It should be kept. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for coming down. Yes, ma'am.
My name's Eileen McCuyton.
his wife, 9033 Big Plantation Avenue, Spring Mountain Ranch, and I am opposed to changing the alignment. The focus group bought the land that way. They should keep it that way. I see no reason to give them the advantage of making their property worth much more than it was when they bought it, just by realigning it and hurting other neighbors.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am?
Hi, my name's Wendy Hemingway Warm, and I live at 8920 Pine Mission Avenue in the Spring Mountain Ranch subdivision. I moved here to this area about a year ago, and I asked my realtor, what's going on in my neighborhood? Is this all open space? Is this, I wanted to be away. I wanted to be near open space. I moved here from outside of Aspen, Colorado, and I lived on the highway that goes up to Aspen, 20 miles away. It was pretty nice. The highway gets noisy, but personally, I'd rather live near a highway than near density of housing and apartment complex and that so forth. I would personally rather have the highway stay where it was planned, and therefore do not, for you not to infringe upon the property rights of others. And I just want to be heard.
Okay, you had that opportunity. Thank you.
Oh, wait, and also the only time I was aware of a public meeting about this whole development was in December of 2006.
And how did you become aware of that?
I became aware of that because I recently got on the board of my homeowner association. I was voted in December, and I was made aware of it from the president of the board, and there was a newsletter circulated in our subdivision, and that is the only reason I was made aware of what is going on in my community, because I live just outside of the 1,000-foot radius for public notification.
Okay, thank you.
Bob Marento, 3360 West Arby. I own this piece right here. I got one question. Is there going to be a sound wall on the north side of the highway, or those people that live out there SOL?
Do you know? I was under the impression that on that side there would not be a sound wall.
So they won't have no sound wall?
That was my impression.
Another question. If there's so concerned
Correct me if I'm
about...
wrong. Am I wrong, Mr. Savant? I thought on the north side there's no...
Mayor, there would be sound walls where we showed the cost savings of the sound walls where it's adjacent to the Red Rock Conservation Area where there would be no development. Certainly adjacent to any development, there would be sound walls to mitigate that
Which
impact.
is right here?
That's correct.
Okay. But the highway's turning right here anyway, right? Or am I wrong? It's right here. It's turning, so you never... Okay.
But, Mr. Mayor, if I may say one thing to clarify this, there is no project now for this northern alignment, so we don't know whether or not there would be sound walls. What I'm hearing from our Public Works Department is, generally speaking, when we have alignments such as this, there would be sound walls on both sides of the road. But it's important for us to understand that there is no project right now on the table. I just want to make that clear for the board.
My other question is, if the road does go right here because of the skew, and all this property is owned by one person.
Do that again, please. I was thinking again. I shouldn't think. Could you say that again?
You ready? If they're going to save $100 million by the angle of this northern alignment, and Focus owns all this property, why don't they just skew that the same way and save $100 million for the city? Or is that not possible either? See, I'm against the road going through my property. I bought it back in '79.
We appreciate that.
In '89, I was going to sell it. And I brought the contract over to my dad, had him look at it, and he goes, I was only 34 at the time. He goes, why are you selling it? He says, I said, because I'm going to triple my money, And he says, why don't you wait till you retire? It's going to be worth a lot more money, and you don't need the money right now. Which... I did not sell it, and I'm not ready to retire right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Charles Lamb. I'm 1096 East Sahara. My family has a property which is going to be impacted by the proposed freeway and highway here. I have voiced my opposition to the proposed northern alternative at the Planning Commission, so as I reiterate it today at your council here, just for the sake of it. I know that once the highway impact my property, then I would be in limbo that I cannot do anything with the property for the next 10 years or so, as I understood from Mr. Silver. So that's what I'm worried about. And also, I commend your speech at the before the presentation here regarding the taking of private property and give it to another private owner. That's what my concern is. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Ted Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. On the basis of what Your Honor submitted as our experience with eminent domain, the questions that you posed, I have to say that I am entirely in favor, in agreement with the logic and the pragmatics, the legalities of the attorneys. I should have brought my glasses. I agree with Mr. Moran, Mr. Silver, Mr. Steed, and Mr. Stoddard. There's a sense that those people who did buy these properties where on the southern basis, the BLM land, all of a sudden I see what Focus is doing. I'm against what Focus is doing. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Council members, Robert Grossbeck, 5820 South Pecos Avenue, and I'll be very brief, Your Honor. I would like to incorporate Mr. Moran's, Mr. Silver, Mr. Stoddard's records into my comments. Just briefly, our position may be a little more unique than what we've heard previously today. We've actually had an application pending in Clark County, and we have a proposed use. We're kind of, the northern alignment certainly takes our property, and if I may.
Where's your property?
Right in this vicinity, Your Honor.
All right.
And for the record, I represent the Carolyn Ahern Trust. And, it's our position, it's been our position that the current Kyle Canyon roadway is conducive to commercial development out there. And as I said, we've made application for the county. We pulled that back. In fact, we were instructed by the county to work with the city in light of the annexation that's proposed for this parcel and others. And our concern is simply this, and I think Mr. Silver hit it right on the head, and I know Councilman Brown doesn't have a lot of concerns over that, but the time frame here, looking out 13 years in the future, that has a dramatic impact on our ability to move this forward. We just want the opportunity to be heard on an application. We'd like to build our facility. We think it's conducive to the area. I commend Focus on what they want to do out there. I think it's going to be a wonderful amenity for the entire city. It's just, I think we're rushing to judgment, so to speak. This is a fairly new idea. This alignment is very new to us, and we'd like some time to study that. And if I may, Your Honor, if you could direct the staff, I've just got a couple of questions. One is there were some comments as to valuation. I heard the number 500,000 an acre.
Yep.
And I don't know where that number came from. I'd certainly appreciate if staff could clarify that into the record. I've seen parcels much further to the west that are in the 500,000 acre range. Parcels down here adjacent to 95 now, I'm seeing numbers from 750,000 well over to $1 million an acre. And I'd be real curious where we're getting that number. Having personally been down the condemnation road before for clients, it's not a pleasant road to go down. And we're hopeful that the council will look at this in the big picture and not rush to judgment and allow us to put our property to its highest and best use. Thank you.
Good. Excuse me, Councilor.
Mr. Grossbeck, you can clarify your comment about my comments to Mr. Silver, but to Mr. Silver, he was enlightening me not only in last week's briefing but this morning. So I don't know where your comment's coming from. Where is your property?
We're right over Osabuco.
Did you point it out on this map?
Right in this area.
Okay. So you may be impacted by either alignment.
Well, Councilman, and certainly I didn't mean to misconstrue your comments. But no, I don't know if we'd be may, because the way we look at this, I haven't seen a survey or an engineered diagram of this take, or proposed take, but under either alternative, or under this northern alignment, it looks like it would certainly take more than half our property. That would be a full take, at least the way we look at it.
All right,
Thank you.
I think that's a fair question. Where did we come up with the 500,000 an acre valuation? Where was that number derived from? No.
The Focus purchase was, as you heard, about 298,000 an acre. We were just taking a guess. We haven't done any appraisals.
That's a fair answer. That's fair. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I know, Mr. Mayor, you asked about, my name is Jennifer Taylor, and I live at 8158 Hawk Clan Court. I know you asked about the neighborhood meeting issue, and unfortunately, Todd Schwartz, who is the president of the Spring Mountain HOA, which includes 1,600 homes, could not be here today. It's the middle of his workday, and it's a very busy time.
I got an email from him.
Okay, I wanted to just provide you then with this list of meetings that was held, and the sequence in which applications were made to Planning Commission and Council, and the coordination of those with neighborhood meetings. Some of this information came from Councilman Ross's office, just to confirm what Mr. Schwartz understood, which was that there are very few actual public meetings, very little actual notice to the public, and that some of the final details and plans for the Kyle Canyon Master Plan community were not actually made available to the public until so far into the process that we only actually saw the development agreement as members of the public late last week. I don't know if you want to have copies of these for the record. I brought up two.
We sure should, if you'd be kind enough to give them to our clerk. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I just wanted to, since that was a question, I just wanted to bring those up.
I appreciate
And I
that.
think that you can review them and see that there were really only a few actual public meetings. And Mr. Schwartz, I'm sure, told you in his email that at one of the public meetings he went to, one of the fairs that he went to, he actually did sign up with Focus Group to receive notification and updates to the project, and had never received any information from that time through Planning Commission on April 26th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I respectfully recommend
I guess this councilman.
that you do your homework at home, that you ensure timely and full open public disclosure. And when you get here, do your job in an efficient and effective manner in a lot less time, instead of using it as a publicity forum.
Anybody else have any public input at this point?
This is not pertaining to the focus group. It's a separate issue.
What's
I'm
your
allowed
name?
to address it.
What's your name?
My name is Poliak. It's a little off of my dramatics. But citizens, Nevadans, council members, lend me your ears, please listen. I have sacrificed a day's pay, a pound of flesh. My name is Poliak. Acknowledge you have had a very tiring schedule. With all due consideration, I shall be succinct. The purpose of my attendance is to balance the firing line, to arrest the assault of sleepwalking critics nitpicking your intent to introduce a revamped noise ordinance more tailored to the current needs.
No. This is not the agenda at this time.
It's not the agenda this time. I thought it was a new introduction of an agenda.
You have to have a seat. You'll be able to speak at public comment. Or if
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. I hope I haven't distracted you or embarrassed you.
Not at all.
Okay.
All right, anybody else like to be heard? And that's on this issue, of course. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Charlie Kukowski, the Public Works Director, has indicated that he would like to take a few minutes of your time to explain the master plan amendment process and what it is we usually do here in the city with regard to master plan amendments. I think it might be helpful in light of some things that you've heard with regard to what the process is here with regard to the street and highway network we have in the city of Las Vegas. So I would just ask that you take 2 minutes for Mr. Kukowski.
Mr. Kukowski?
Well, not so much about the process, but only to point out that on the master plans of streets and highways, we have many roads being proposed. It takes time to do these projects. The current Beltway, the 215, which is being built along the south, west, and the north of the city, was something that was studied early 90s. It's a difficult thing to put lines on a drawing, and we want to be transparent and show that to the public. And then some of the downside is that It does impact properties to the extent such as you heard some of the people speak today. On the other hand, if we draw lines on a map in an enclosed room, we're not being open about it. We're doing the right thing, in my opinion, planning out these future alignments. The East Beltway, the Beltway as we have today is missing the East Beltway because it's all built up. Had this kind of activity been worked on 10, 15, 20 years ago, we would have had a full Beltway. It's fortunate that we did start this early, in the open, getting public comment. Much of the comments you have received today on this proposed alignment, we have had on the previous alignment. We've had projects in the city such as the El Durango Curve, which didn't follow typical land lines, and it went through people's backyards, and it creates hardships indeed, and we try to mitigate those. But you can't do projects like this without having some hiccups or hardships on people. And we, through the public process, we hope to get comments, pick the right alternative, or recommend the right alternative to the council, and then move forward at some later date. 2020 is not an unreal date. It just takes time to do environmental documents, solidify the concepts, and then get into right-of-way acquisition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, it appears there's no one else here, so I'm just going to have to speak, so I'm going to have to go ahead and move forward. We've heard from Mr. Moran, Mr. Silver, Mr. Stoddard, Mr. Grossbeck, Ms. Taylor, and a number of other people today regarding this issue. I want to go back to the two things, Mr. Mayor, that you'd like to speak about. The first is, this is taking. Bottom line, if you approve this master plan amendment, does this affect the taking under the laws of the United States Constitution or otherwise? There's a real simple answer to this one. It's no. There's two reasons the answer is no. Number one, the case law that Mr. Silver was referring to, this is case law that stretches from east to west coast. It is a standard that master plan amendments by municipalities are not a taking. They are not a taking. As you might know, Mayor, with every law there are a few exceptions. In my experience as a land use lawyer, I will tell you that those exceptions are few and far between. This case, your attorney's office is telling you that we believe this would be like any of the other general cases. This master plan amendment would not be considered a taking by the general rule of law. It has been established for time.
Is the bottom line what you're telling us, that there is not an eminent domain issue, that there's no issue that we even consider a private to private?
That's my second point, sir. Yes, the first point is the law says that master plan amendments by municipalities are not a taking. Number two is this transaction that would be before you today, the accompanying items. This item nor the accompanying items authorize your staff to go out and take Mr. Silver's client's property, Mr. Moran's private property, Mr. Stoddard's client's private property, take it and then give it to another private property owner for a private use. We heard about the Kelo decision today. It's a United States Supreme Court decision that was widely discussed in 2006 as a danger for the common man. A danger, be careful of governmental action. In that case, what you had is a redevelopment effort where a redevelopment agency acquired a private person's property and then gave it to another private property owner for private use. This is a master plan amendment. All this is saying, you know what? This city believes it is best that the let's just call it the northern alternative, is the best route for this future beltway. And we want to let people know that that's the case. That if you were to approve this, that from now on, this is where we believe the roadway should go. Not this way. It's nothing more than that. This is a master plan amendment. The law says not a taking. And I want to be short and sweet, to the point. I'll answer any questions you have. But we've got one other issue, if I may. And that is Mr. Moran, Mr. Silver, others talked about, well, what about this 70 acres? What about this 84 acres? What about this benefit that is being bestowed upon a private party? Well, you know what? That's a policy discussion to have, because the legal discussion is pretty easy. Since you're not authorizing the city to go take from one private party and give to another, you don't have a taking. Because the law says master plan amendments do not constitute a taking, the law is clear. Now the question for this board is, are the policy benefits equivalent? And so what I might ask, if you'd like to hear more about some of the policy benefits that the city is going to be entitled to, you've heard from our Public Works Department about why they believe the northern alternative is the correct route. Our planning folks, Mr. Tom Perigo, can come up here and talk to you about some of the planning advantages to the residents of the city and the city council. And even the developer himself might be able to come up and talk to you about what it needs to expend, what money it paid, and why that 84 acres is not truly a benefit. So hopefully I wasn't too unclear, and I'd like to take any questions if you have any.
All right, Councilor Brown.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, if you can, separate from who owns what.
Yes, sir.
If we are going to, especially for a highway,
Yes.
Condemn private property for that highway,
Yes.
how is that property appraised?
The property is going to be appraised at the fair market value of the property. So, for example, let's say someday we actually have a project for the Northern Beltway. We go through and we design it. At some point, we're going to go into the acquisition phase. Today, for the record, I'm not saying that this action allows acquisition. I'm saying someday we might get into an acquisition phase. The day we go into acquisition, if we do, we're going to sit down with these folks where we have to acquire the property, the green properties on this map. And we're going to have arm-length negotiations with these folks. We may or may not come to a deal. If we don't come to a deal during our acquisition phase, if we get there, at that point, we will most likely use what municipalities and governmental agencies use the eminent domain power for, acquisition of land for roadways. And that's what we would be doing down the road.
Well, let's use a hypothetical. And Mr. Kaikowski, if you could maybe shed some light on the Durango S-curve, that's very appropriate. I forget which gentleman spoke that at one point he was thinking about selling his land, tripling his value, and that was 10 years ago, whatever. Mm-hmm. If he sells it today, I guess the question is, it's not going to hurt the value because there's a potential city roadway. It's going to be based on whatever day he chooses to sell, the fair market value. It could triple from today. In 10 years, it could stay the same, depending on what the market does. But how do we determine that value?
What comes to mind here recently is the right-of-way acquisition for Discovery, where we were dealing with the property owners on the corner of Discovery and Martin Luther King, the Cox building and the Walker building. And those properties, that street was never there. In a way, it kind of mimics this. It was never there. And then we decided that as a city it would be good for access into the railroad property and enhance that that ability to get in and out. So we had a master plan amendment. We put that road on the master plan, and then we had project funds and started developing that project. We started negotiations. First, we did appraisals. We contacted the property owner and then offered them a sum of money for their right-of-way, identifying how much the impacts that it would have on their property. The appraisal was based upon the fair market value for that property as determined by an independent appraiser. Those parties, in turn, I think it was the owners of the Cox building that subsequently had their own appraisal. And as it turns out, I believe that one is in court for a final determination of what the payment will be.
You know, if I may, I'm a little, I'm more than a little, I'm concerned about the appraisal. The gentleman who did say that he could have sold it 15 years ago, when he was talking about his piece of property 15 years ago, there was no northern beltway proposed, and his property had an inherent value based on the fact that the only beltway was going to be the southern one. Now, when we start hypothesizing that this is going to potentially be a northern beltway project and the southern beltway will be omitted, two things happen as far as I can see. One, the folks along the northern beltway, their property is substantially diminished, and the folks who have the land where the southern beltway goes, their property is substantially increased.
Mr. Mayor, may I respond to that?
Sure.
The answer is not necessarily.
Okay.
The fact of the matter is, when I talked about the arm's length negotiations, when Charlie talked about getting an appraisal, what we do is we go out. I didn't want to get into the details of this, but I will. What happens is we go get the appraisal. The appraisal is based upon the highest and best use of the property.
At what time?
At the time that we're going to go and acquire the property. But we're not, and Charlie, you're going to have to jump in here if I screw this up, but the highest and best use is not necessarily determined on the fact that this is on the master plan of streets and highways. What they will say is, we came in, and this tangentially answers a question for somebody out in the audience, and I think it was Mr. Stoddard, but we came in with an application for land use entitlements. We applied, we got our comments back, and we were either approved or not for whatever development we wanted to put down there. They're going to argue that the property is worth that, the highest and best use, commercial, residential, otherwise. Is it possible that the city may say, you know what, we don't believe it's worth that much, but that's how we start our negotiations. The two sides will come to a figure. We're going to have appraisals. They might get their own. We're going to sit down with the appraisals. We're going to make a deal, or we're not. And then we're going to go and we're going to, if it gets to it, a court's going to decide what the fair market value of this property is.
How about the issue as far as the southern beltway not being there and the increase of the value of that property? Is that a windfall?
Is this a windfall to Focus Property Group?
Right.
The answer is no, for a few reasons. We believe it's no. The city believes it's no, and we're going to talk about this. You heard from Public Works that at a minimum, we're talking about $129 million savings to the taxpayer if we choose the Northern Beltway alternative. Number two, the Planning Department can talk to you about many of the things that the city is receiving in return from the Focus Property Group in our later item, the development agreement, because of the change to the alignment. There is, I can get into some of it now, but there are fire sprinklers that wouldn't have otherwise been there. It's the first time we've ever had that in the city of Las Vegas. 16,000 units sprinkled. We've got 40 acres more of parks and open space than we would have otherwise had on a typical application. And one of the most important aspects of this is in 2004, this board, through resolution, said, we want a new kind of community. We want a community that's walkable, sustainable. We want people to get outside and go places. We don't want them to rely upon their cars. I will tell you that the planners, and I should probably let Tom talk about this because I'm not a planner by any stretch, but with this southern alignment, we can't really get you there as easily. It doesn't become as walkable. So those are some of the benefits that we get. Lastly, you can call the developer forward. The developer can explain to you that if the Northern Beltway happens, it's going to have to purchase, using its own money, 56 acres of land up here in the Northern Beltway and give those to the city, free and clear. That's it. They're going to have to do they've got other costs associated with that transfer. But you know what? I'm probably not the guy that should be speaking for the developer. If you'd like to hear from the developer, I'd ask you to have him come forward.
Let me talk to you first, though.
Yes, sir.
I'm kind of like the mayor. I'm a little bit confused myself.
Yes, sir.
I've kind of been sitting here trying to rationalize, okay, my house backs up to Mojave. For some reason, there's a proposed expansion of Mojave. They're going to use the west side. Okay. I need to get, we may not do that for 10 years, though.
Okay.
So all it is in the planning stages.
Yes.
Okay, I get transferred out of town. So I got to sell my house. I have to disclose, now my house is appraised at $100,000.
Okay.
So I have to disclose the fact that there may be an expansion and you may lose this house or part of this backyard in 7 or 8 years, 10 years or whatever. So he's going to say, well, I'm going to give you $20,000. Now I got to leave town. So my property is diminished. And so all of a sudden they decide, well, it's cheaper to buy the houses on the east side to expand. So now I can go back and sell my house for $150,000. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, and Councilman, I understand your point. So do others, it seems. What we're talking about here, I want to kind of bring this back, and hopefully I'm answering your question by bringing it back to what it is we're here on, which is this Master Plan of Streets and Highways Amendment. Which one is more appropriate? Which one saves the taxpayers more money? Which one has the Public Works Department gone out, done an independent study? And so the decision with regard to the policy question as to whether this is a windfall or not rests upon that. And the quick answer, Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem raised to your question, I suppose, is that if your realtor disclosed a master plan, well, your realtor would disclose a master plan amendment, a master plan of streets and highways line that affects your property. That not only would affect your property, but every property up and down your street, whatever that street may be. Let's call it Mojave on the west side. And so...
But no, wait. That's what I was trying to refer to, though. I have to move.
Right.
And the rest of the people, they're going to sit there for the 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to sit there for the next 10 years. So when we have to come in and buy it, then they're going to get the appraised value, but I got to leave.
When the appraisers are done, when the appraisals will be done, it'll be done on all the properties around you.
No. What I'm saying is, I own this house. Mm-hmm. I got to leave a year from now.
Right.
So I put it up for sale, but I got to disclose the fact that there may be an encroachment coming in, taking some of my property.
Okay.
So they're going to say, well, it's not going to be worth anything. So the other people, my neighbors, they stay there for the 10 years. They're going to receive the full benefit. But my property was there was no road going through there. They haven't increased the size of the road yet. But I've still lost the value of my house because I had to move. I had a depressed sale, or for whatever you want to call it.
Okay. I understand your point.
All right. Mr. Fiorentino, I think it's your turn. Tell me why this isn't a sweetheart deal for your client.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Councilman, members. You sure you don't want to make a Parago's turn? I'm sorry. I'm Mark Fiorentino. I represent the master developer of the Kyle Canyon project. First, just to get the facts clear, that is not the equivalent of saying the Focus Property Group. The master developer of the Kyle Canyon project is a consortium of the Focus Property Group and 8 preeminent home builders in the city, all names that you would recognize. I have been listening, and I have made some notes, and I think we need to make this simpler, I think.
I think so, too.
There is no question that the issues that have been raised by the people who spoke and by the questions that you've asked, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Brown has asked and the mayor has asked, are absolutely legitimate questions and issues. When does a taking become a taking? And how much money are you going to pay me if, in fact, it's become a taking? Okay? But they are irrelevant to the decision that is before you today, because as Councilman Brown points that out, you have exactly those same issues no matter which alignment you adopt. Either alignment, affects private property owners. The people who are under the current alignment have the same concerns, or they should have the same concerns. Have you today taken my property, and how much should you pay me? All legitimate issues that have to be worked out, but irrelevant to the question of which alignment is the best alignment under the public interest. Okay.
May I interrupt for 1 second to make one point? I understand what you're saying, except for one thing. When you talk about which alignment, that implies that a choice hasn't already been made. A choice has already been made. The southern alignment is on the books. The question is whether to change it to the northern alignment. So when you say which alignment to go with, that almost presupposes that a choice hasn't been made, but a choice has been made. The question is, do we choose the alternative? And a lot of the people, and I'm not saying where I'm going on this, but the people that are coming in here complaining are complaining because they relied on the southern alignment for years and years and years, and now this northern alignment is being presented to them. So it's not like nothing's been chosen up till date. There has been a choice. It's the southern alignment unless we change it to the northern alignment. Or am I missing something? No,
that's right.
Mayor, Councilman, that is only partially true, okay?
Mr.
First of all,
Fiorentino,
I'm sorry.
Could I follow up to that? Because maybe in answering, you could help me out too. Let's suppose that there was no private property up here. It was all BLM, and the southern alignment was there. The city comes in and evaluates the northern alignment. We wouldn't be having this discussion. It would be $126 million savings to the taxpayer. We introduce the fact that there is private property ownership. That starts creating this value or impact on those private property owners.
That's correct.
Without the private property, it's a no-brainer. We're going to save taxpayers $126 million and more.
That's right. And in both alignments, you have private property owners who are going to be impacted. But what you said, I think, is only partially true, and let me explain what I mean by. First, both alignments exist on your master plan today. You did that by action almost a year ago to add the second alignment as a study alternative, okay? And the first alignment has not been on your master plan for years and years and years. The staff can correct me if I'm wrong. It's been on the master plan for about 2 years, okay? It's relatively new as well. Of that 2 years, plus or minus, it might be slightly longer, almost a year of that, you've had both alignments on the master plan. The decision before you today is actually a pretty simple one. I suggest to you there are 2 questions you need to ask yourself today. The first is, do you need an outer beltway at all? Do you need a regional roadway? As Councilman Brown points out, that's a fundamental question. The answer to that should be yes. You have 4 or 5 years worth of study going into whether a roadway, regardless of where you put it, is required. You have spent a lot of taxpayer dollars already doing traffic analysis and impact studies and charrettes and public hearings. and they all lead to the conclusion that you need a regional roadway. Okay, so we shouldn't debate over that. Both alignments, either one, require roughly the same acquisition of private land. The second question you have before you today is, so which alignment best serves the public interest? The public interest. Forget about Kyle Canyon's interest. Forget about Mr. Moran's client's interest for a second, and everybody else who spoke. Forget, frankly, about the other people here, what their interest. What is best served in the public interest? Which alignment is best? Clearly, we will submit to you, and your staff already concluded that there is some public benefit through the development of the Kyle Canyon Master Plan. You get more efficiency, you get better roadway networks, you get preservation of arroyos, you get a better overall community design. But again, I submit to you, you don't have to fall into that debate because you don't even have to get that far. The study that you commissioned tells you that the northern alignment is safer, and it's $126 million cheaper to the taxpayers. That's why, if you're going to move the alignment, you should move it, regardless of what tangential benefits you get, and you get substantial benefits from the development of the Kyle Plan. Now, on this whole financial windfall to the developers of Kyle Canyon, we got to get some things straight here. First of all, there's no question that when you erase the yellow on our plan and you replace it with purple on our plan, we get more acres. Okay? I don't want to debate over whether it's 80 acres or 70 acres because, again, I'm going to submit to you that's almost irrelevant. We get acreage back. Okay? Getting that back, again, creates a better overall master plan, so we get benefit from a better overall master plan. But to anyone to suggest that this alignment or moving it to another alignment is being done for the financial benefit of the Kyle people, that's just utter silliness. Okay? And let me explain to you why. First of all, of the 80 acres, only a portion of that is developable. It's not like we can put buildings on it. This exhibit probably shows it the best. A good portion of that yellow you're giving back is still utilized by right-of-way for the Kyle Canyon interchange, for parks, that's what this green is, for parks and arroyo preservation. So we don't get 80 acres back. But let's just assume for a second that we did. And let's assume for a second that Mr. Kukowski's number is right. It's worth $500,000 an acre. So we get roughly a $40 million benefit, right? But we paid nearly $80 million before you even get to our development agreement for the right to get that $40 million benefit. We had to go out and acquire all of this land in here at our cost, and we have almost 2 years' worth of interest carry on the project to make it work. So if that is a sweetheart deal for Focus, don't bring me any more sweetheart deals where I got to spend $80 million to get arguably $40 million in benefit back. The other thing that everybody needs to understand is those criteria that we tried to do, it's just patently false for Mr. Silver to suggest to you that all this happened in a vacuum and all of the work that your staff has put in over this happened in a vacuum with no discussion of the Outer Beltway. That isn't true. You all, the City Council, adopted a resolution about what you wanted to see happen on the Kyle Plan long before my client owned it. We weren't even in the picture. You established certain criteria. We said from day one, some of those criteria conflict with this alignment. You, City, are going to have to choose which you want us to do because you can't do them all. That 80 acres that we get back, right? One more final point on the financial windfall is, remember, it is subject to the obligations of our development agreement, okay? So that 80 acres, when we develop it, it has to contribute to parks, fire stations, sprinkling, metro substations, and everything else. The land that we had to buy and give you didn't have those same obligations, and they are substantial. I want to give you an example. Focus Property Group is developing Mountain's Edge in Clark County. The master plan community Mountain's Edge. Everybody's seen the obnoxious commercials about it. It is one of the most successful, fastest-selling communities in the United States, not in Las Vegas, in the United States. It is not being developed with the concepts embodied in the resolution that you adopted before we bought the land. It doesn't have the energy efficiency. It doesn't have the walkability. It costs us 3 times per acre to develop a project like this than it does Mountain's Edge. It is utter silliness to suggest we get a huge financial windfall from helping the city move to an alignment that is better overall for everybody in the city, in the taxpayers, the people that you represent. Now, I don't know if that answers your question, but unless you have further questions, that's really all I had to say on
Well,
that.
it helps me understand the issue. I think you framed it in a way that's more meaningful. However, when the property was bought by the BLM, by the purchasers, be it Focus or this conglomerate, the property was paid, you paid substantially less than you would have had the southern Beltway not been there, correct?
Can I address that?
Please.
Because that is also absolutely inaccurate.
Okay.
There was an appraisal done on this land, again, obviously before we owned it, before the auction. There was a public bidding process. It was very active and very competitive. Ultimately, Focus and its partners won. They won at a price something like $300 million above what the land was appraised for. Okay? So we paid way above and beyond. Now, there's no question the appraisal took into account that this property would be burdened in some way by roadway improvements. But it also took into a number of other assumptions that also turned out not to be true. For example, it assumed we would have 200 more developable acres than we actually have. Why is that the case? Because your staff did a very good job in negotiating with us and making sure they got schools and parks and open space. So we have less developable acres than the appraisal presumed, and we still paid $300 million more than what the appraisal assumed. So we didn't get any windfall through the BLM process either.
All right. Well, these are the issues that we have to determine, and I'm happy, and notwithstanding one or two comments that perhaps were taking too much time, I'm happy that we're going through this process. I think that this is a way to vet the issue so that we're not going to have a criticism in years to come, and when we leave here, that we are trying to make the right decision as far as this is concerned. I think there's certain givens that the Northern Beltway certainly is of economic benefit to our constituents. I think that's a given. I'm concerned still about the taking issue, but we have to rely on our city attorney there, and he says it's not a taking, certainly at this point in time. And as far as the windfall or the sweetheart deal based on the exchange that the city is getting in return for the developer doing all these things that we've heard about, making it into the kind of sustainable green community that the city envisions. I even have been told that you're going to put in LEED commercial type, LEED certified commercial properties, that we're going to have at least one LEED certified public building there. And that, to me, is critical to what this city council is trying to achieve. So I want you to say one more time, my attorney, that this is not an issue involving eminent domain.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I think okay, good. Yesterday, during our briefing, Councilman Wolfson asked that we receive in writing our city attorney's position on these issues, and you have filed a brief where the first question was, does positive action to approve I'll exchange the MSH for the Northern Beltway affect the taking of property by the city of Las Vegas, and your answer to that is no. The second question was, does positive action to approve the taking, approve that the Northern Beltway affect a taking of the property by the city, and your answer is no. So you stand by that?
Yes, Mayor. I drafted this memo for the seven of you because I knew that question would be coming to you, and I would be getting that question today before you. I think that it would be best if you place that into the record.
I'm going to.
And if anybody has questions in the future, you can rest assured the city attorney's office has given you advice that this is not the city. If you took positive action on this MSH, you would not be authorizing the city to take private property from one individual and give it to another private individual for private use.
Ms. Bridges, could you file this, please? All right.
Your Honor, are you done with me? May I sit down?
I don't know whether I'm done with you. Let me see. I'm done with you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. I just want to make sure I understand something, and I think you hit on it, Mr. Fiorentino. Whether it's the northern or southern beltway, as we're calling it, these are extensions to our current beltway. It's an additional arm, if you will, to help the traffic flow in this area of our valley.
Yes.
And that neither of these, well, certainly not the northern, but the southern one, the one that's in yellow that's on our screen right now, wasn't even presented for consideration until just a short few years ago. Is that right?
Yeah, my estimation is about 2 years ago, but wrong Public Works will come up and say so. Approximately 3 years ago.
So I guess my point is, and I mean this with the utmost respect to the property owners in this general area, people that bought property in the 70s and 80s and even in the 90s can't say that they had a reasonable expectation about anything involving this extension to the Beltway, because this extension to the Beltway wasn't even proposed until about 3 years ago.
I believe it was February 2004.
Well, that's 3 years ago, Charlie, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if somebody purchased property in '05 thinking that, well, this southern extension was going to go into effect and now we're talking about a northern extension, it would be easier to understand their beef because, hey, this southern extension's going in, but I'm up north, I'm not going to be affected. But wait a minute, now we're talking about the northern, I can understand their displeasure. But persons that bought property many years before didn't have the same expectation because this so-called southern extension wasn't even presented until 3 years ago. Is that an accurate characterization of where we're at?
He said yes, and I agree.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now, one last question on my part of Ms. Fretwell, who has been, and I'm not putting you on the seat, I just have to get the answer from you because you've been an integral member of the negotiating team, which has worked out negotiations concerning what the city is going to receive and what the taxpayers are going to receive as a result of this. I'm just going to ask you a bottom line question. In your opinion, and you've been through a lot of these as far as real property development is concerned, have you not?
Yes, sir.
Is this a sweetheart deal for the developer?
I think we've negotiated a very fair deal that will benefit all the residents of the city of Las Vegas. I don't think you construe it as sweetheart.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. Now, Councilman Ross, you've been sitting there quietly when this is your baby. So I'd love to hear from you.
I've been sitting here quietly all day, Your Honor.
That's all right.
First of all, let me express my appreciation to the folks who came down today to let us know how you feel about this. As we move on to the next items, I expect to hear from you again. I want to express my sincere appreciation to our Public Works Director and City Engineer. When I had realized, and Jorge Cervantes brought this to my attention, the significant impact in regards to taxpayer savings for realigning this, it became something of importance to me in regards to this taxpayer savings. Councilman Brown, it's 126, I think, is the dollar amount, another $10 million for for flood control improvements, and everyone knows when a dark cloud comes over the northwest, someone's house is going to get flooded, someone's yard is going to get washed away. That's just how it is. After reviewing this with staff, and again, staff, you've done a fantastic job getting to this point. I appreciate the comments from the public. I appreciate the comments from legal counsel, those folks impacted by this. But these numbers are absolutely moving. It is challenging for us, Your Honor, and council members, to make these difficult decisions for a growing city. I think Mr. Silver hit it on the head when he talked about a blank slate. I mean, that's a canvas waiting to be painted out there. This council's vision, and prior to me being in this seat, was to create a community that's walkable, that's sustainable, that people can live, work, and play in, and not get in their cars. And we'll address those issues in the upcoming items. But this is part of it. Mr. Kajkowski, our Public Works Director, prior to me coming to this office, had spent a few minutes with me, and Charlie, I appreciate that, but he showed me this great plan for the Northwest. He showed me the many meetings that they had to put this all together with many of the stakeholders involved. He has a vision. We've gone through a couple of meetings where we've recognized the city is freeway poor. Anybody been on US 95 or I-15 lately can probably attest to that. This is a significant item for the future of this city. Your Honor and council members, our vote today and our votes on issues such as this affect years to come and generations to come. And that's why it's important to understand how difficult this is. We certainly don't want to harm anyone economically. We certainly don't want to hurt anybody in any way, shape, or form. But when it comes to smart growth and thinking about the future 10, 20 years from now and the generations to come, we have to make those decisions today. It's part of our challenge, it's part of our commitment, and part of our calling to sit on this council. So I appreciate everybody that's been involved up to this point to get here, and appreciate the public input. With that, Your Honor, I can't express enough appreciation to my colleagues, because I've been quiet because I've gone through this. I've asked the questions, and grateful to the city manager's office for putting this in the briefing so all of you could be involved, so you could have an understanding of the progress, so you can have an understanding of the impact on the citizens of this city and what it means to the future. With that, Your Honor, and after receiving all of the testimony and details, I am going to move to approve Agenda Item 93.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, Item 94 is DIR 21605. It's going to be a public hearing, the Kyle Acquisition Group, LLC. Consideration and possible action regarding the development agreement for the Kyle Canyon development on approximately 1,712 acres at the southwest corner of Fort Apache Road and Moccasin Road, Ward 6. And item number 95, ZON 20543, also a public hearing. Same applicant owner, request for a rezoning from RE Residence Estates and U undeveloped, TND Traditional Neighborhood Development, land use designation, to TD Traditional Development on 1,712 acres at the southwest corner of Fort Apache Road and Moccasin Road. This is in Ward 6. Mr. Perigo.
I think Mr. Lewis is.
Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Mayor, there was a park agreement on the morning agenda. We'd also like to have that read to the record.
Which is that?
That is item 73, sir.
All right, I'll read that. 73 is discussion and possible action regarding the parks agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Kyle Acquisition Group, LLC, on approximately 1,712 acres at the southwest corner of Fort Apache Road and Moccasin Road in Ward 6.
And Mr. Mayor and I have talked a lot, and if I can just ask one more favor.
Certainly.
When we're done with the item and this board is going to vote, could we vote on the park agreement first?
All right.
The development agreement second.
All right.
And the zoning third.
Fine.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Perigo?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Tom Perigo, Planning and Development Department. A lot of what I was going to talk about has already been covered this morning, so I'll try to keep my comments
to the things that we haven't talked about, which is some of the details of this community. First off, I'd like to say that the design guidelines and the development agreement before you do meet all the requirements of traditional development zoning in Title 19. Additionally, this is, as has been said before, probably one of the most comprehensive planned projects you've ever seen before you. A lot of thought and detail has been put into this particular project, and more participation from a cross-section of the departments than I think any other master plan that we've done before. The reason for that is because of the resolution that was adopted back in 2004, set out a path for a new type of development that's taken an enormous amount of effort, and I think what we're delivering today meets those expectations.
Yes.
So I will skip directly to some of the details within the plan. The plan and the development agreement provide for fire safety by sprinkling all units. We've heard that before. That's the first time in the city of Las Vegas. Contributes $1 million towards a fire station. Contributes $218 per unit towards a metro station. Provides for over 284 acres of parks, trails, transit, and schools as follows. 93 acres of active recreation areas, 22 of which are part of the open space arroyo system, 50 acres of preserved open space natural areas, 72 acres for one elementary school, one middle school, and one high school, 89 acres of landscape common areas and trails, and 2.5 acres for a transit center. The plan also calls for a $10 million contribution to an overpass of Kyle Canyon Road. The community design guidelines include provisions for connectivity and walkability. Houses must front or side onto all neighborhood or village streets. Dominant features of a typical street scene are trees and landscaping that separate sidewalks from cars. Architectural features on the front of the homes that include balconies, porches, and courtyards. De-emphasizing garages as they have to be set back from the front of the house. All of this creates a very pedestrian-friendly environment. A diversity in product types is required with different elevations, colors, and architectural features. Block lengths will be considerably shorter than typical, and there are required pedestrian and auto connections between builder pods. There's a limit on the number of cul-de-sacs, and each cul-de-sac must end with a pedestrian connection to a trail or an adjacent street. There's a limit on the number of gated communities. All homes will be within a quarter mile of a park or open space, and there's a requirement for a mixed-use village. Green building is a major component of this program. The standards that were prepared, or the resolution was adopted obviously prior to the recently adopted green building program, so we work towards a plan that's very consistent with the green building program, and in fact, these standards achieve approximately 90% of what the green building standards require. And additionally, all 16,000 homes are required to be built to the Southern Nevada Water Authority Water Smart Home Standard. We believe that these provisions meet the expectations of the resolution, and that the documents meet the requirements of the traditional development zoning in Title 19, and staff recommends approval. There are a couple of, I handed out a sheet with, I believe, about 6 or 7 amendments to the design guidelines and development agreement, and with that, staff would recommend approval, and I believe the applicant wants to go over the plan as well.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Pergo. It's okay. Everything's all right.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor, members of the council. Thank you again for your time on the previous matter and for your time to consider this plan today. My name is Mark Fiorentino. I represent the master developer. I will be very short. I think we prefer to answer your questions and address issues that you may have. But I really do think we need to sincerely thank and honor your staff for the amount of time and effort that they put into this project. It has been an extremely collaborative effort. An extraordinary amount of time and dedication making this everything that you envisioned when you adopt the resolution and more. People represented from every department in the city, the manager's office, the public works department, the planning department, the parks department, the building and safety department, the city attorney's office, the clerk's department. I mean, every department in your city has spent a substantial amount of time making sure they were coordinating together and coordinating with us to make this the master plan that you envisioned. And they really deserve a tremendous amount of credit for that. Throughout that whole process, they've always been, you need to know this, Your Honor, courteous and professional advocates for the city. We have a plan that we both support, we're both very proud of, but that's because they did their job and they did it in a very professional and courteous manner. They deserve a tremendous amount of credit.
Well, that's why I turned to Ms. Fretwell to ask her opinion, because I know how much effort she's put in and supervised the other city employees as far as reaching this end result.
Very brief summary of the plan that's in front of you. The yellow areas, there are essentially 3 land use categories shown on this plan. Let me take that back. There are 4 land use categories on the plan. The green and blue make up one of them. Those are the public facilities. As your staff pointed out, there's a high school site, a elementary school site, a middle school site, a transit site that's very important. We've agreed to dedicate at no cost to the RTC land sufficient for building a transfer station for whatever ultimate public transportation route they have out here. The green on the plan indicates open space and parks. Wherever you see community or CC on one of the parks, that stands for community center. That is a substantial difference between this plan and others that I've seen. Every one of those parks will have a community center and a pool, which obviously is more expensive to build than the traditional open space and parks that you've seen before. The dotted lines on the plan are trail and walkway systems that tie the whole projects together. The yellow color is the neighborhood residential. Obviously, neighborhood residential dominates the plan on both sides of US 95. The overall density in those yellow areas, this is very important, Your Honor, is not substantially different than what you've approved in other master plans in the community. They are almost identical to, for example, to the overall average density in that yellow area to the Providence master plan community south of this. The other 2 colors on the plan are the urban mixed use. This is intended to provide a mixed use environment, but more in the neighborhood commercial realm, where we're mixing potentially some commercial with housing, but it's less than intense than what you would see in the brown. The brown depicts what was very important in the resolution and the process that led up to it, which is to create a town center environment here that's more mixed, that is also mixed use, but more intense in terms of both its uses and its density. And so that's what the brown is on a plan. Again, all tied together with very systematic, sophisticated, integrated system of roadways and open space components. This green right here, I think, is substantial and merits particular attention today. Those are natural arroyos that we are going to preserve instead of filling them in and developing over the top of them, and build into the older all open space plan. This doesn't quite show it, but this is more than just open space. It's usable, especially at the top. There are pocket parks and trails built all the way around it. And so that was a key component of your resolution, and it was a key component of what went into the overall design of this master plan. I'm sure you're going to have numerous questions, and there may be issues to address, but we're happy to handle it in any way that you want us to, Your Honor.
Okay, do the arroyos have water in them?
No.
Well, those are dry beds, is that it?
They are dry beds.
But they're natural.
They are natural. Now, Public Works will probably correct me if I'm wrong. I think during certain rain conditions, they do carry water, but the vast majority of the time they are dry.
When do you think that this project will be begun as far as the first structures on it?
We're going to begin the infrastructure components of it, the roadways, certain roadways, and public facilities like flood control protection within the next 6 months.
Where will you start?
Start building houses?
No, where will you start building on the property?
That kind of depends. it may begin here, because this part of the project can, this is a very generalization, but can rely on the infrastructure. This is Providence Master Plan right here, so it can rely on an awful lot of the infrastructure that's already existing for Providence. Here you have other flood control issues, but if we can work out some of the timing issues, you will see, if we get the perfect world for us, development on both sides of the highway happening at the same time.
And when do you think that the entire build-out will be completed?
Depends on the market conditions. I would suspect that it is probably no sooner than 8 to 10 years.
You think it will be that fast? That's a lot of property.
Maybe I should have said 15 to 20.
Well, it's a lot of property.
I remember I said no sooner than 8 to 10 years. It may take longer, and it probably will take longer.
Do you have any idea what the price range of the residences in the development will be?
No, other than to say you will have, and that was a key component of the resolution, and what is before you today, a complete diversity in housing types ranging from single-family homes to condominiums to apartments. So there's going to be available housing for every demographic that exists in the city.
All right. Any other questions from the council? Councilor Ross?
Mr. Perigo, would you approach the microphone there for a minute? I just want to go over a couple of highlights here. And I, too, Mr. Ferrantino, wish to express my appreciation to the city staff and all the departments involved here. This has been long and arduous to get to this point. This is by far the most comprehensive and best development agreement that this city has ever created. Am I correct, Mr. Perigo?
Yes, sir, that's my opinion. We did a tremendous amount of study when we went into this of all the past development agreements with all the departments and said, let's this time fix everything that we didn't like about the previous ones, and the result is a very detailed and comprehensive set of documents.
And likewise, Mr. Ferrantino, your team also needs to be congratulated to get to this point. Many hours on both sides were spent getting to this point, not only with the Beltway issue, but with all the rest of these issues. I have in my hand, and for the residents of Ward 6, a stack of emails, a stack of letters, a stack of concerns, and a stack of questions. And I need you both to stand there while I kind of highlight a couple of things. And Mr. Perry, you already have, and I'm going to do it again. Mr. Ferrantino, you have, and I'm going to do it again for the benefit of those in the community. I have received many letters and emails talking about the Kyle Canyon project, although there has been a lot, and I'm going to emphasize a lot, of misinformation. My focus has been on listening to the elements of the plan that were concerned to you, my residents in Ward 6. Someone suggested there wasn't any public safety issues addressed in this agreement, and I tend to disagree. This is the only project that is requiring funding for the Centennial Hills Police Substation. Of course, our efforts to provide more police officers in the Northwest continues. Every building, as someone mentioned earlier, and I think as Mr. Lewis mentioned, every building, not only commercial building, every house, condo, and apartment will have a sprinkler system in it. I cannot tell you how paramount that is for our fire and rescue teams. I cannot tell you how important that is for our own public safety. That was huge, Mr. Ferrantino, and I know you guys recognize that, and I appreciate it.
Took us 6 months to get over that.
I know that.
Councilor Rosa,
Your Honor?
with your permission, I'm going to interrupt you because
Please.
I asked Chief Gracia to be here today because I asked the question during our briefing yesterday because I didn't really understand what these sprinklers meant. And I'd like him to give us a 1-minute description
That
of what
would be
they,
great, Your Honor.
because it's phenomenal. What this basically does, folks, is it alleviates from fire and rescue the responsibilities of really spending any serious time on any kind of fires out there. They're going to be able to concentrate their time on emergency medical treatment as a result of these sprinklers. Could you tell the folks what these sprinklers do?
Yes, Your Honor. For the record, I'm Rick Gracia, Fire Marshal, Department of Fire and Rescue. And just to be brief, we're really excited about the opportunity to have an entire community with built-in fire protection for our residents. What happens is we have a passive fire response right now. It's by luck of the draw. If we get notified in time, we start traveling. There's many other factors en route that will affect our response time, and that whole time fire is intensifying and it's growing and it's destroying. In many cases, most of our fire fatalities are in homes. By virtue of having built-in sprinkler systems, we anticipate that our fire response to this community will not only be more effective, but it'll change. The workload will change because the sprinkler system in most cases are going to put out the fire. We're going to have to clean up. But more importantly, we're going to be able to have a reduced cost of response in those particular cases.
As I understand it, the sprinkler actually, the water cascades down and puts out the fire.
It's the most efficient technology currently available to suppress fire. It uses far less water. It's dispersed. It attacks fire in the incipient stage. It's virtually foolproof. And the results in other communities that have residential sprinkler ordinances are remarkable.
Thank you very much. I hope you didn't mind my interrupting you.
No, and I'm actually grateful, Your Honor, that you asked the fire marshal to come up and speak on that. Good thinking. I'm glad you were here. Thanks.
Your Honor, and Councilman Rossi, I wonder if I could amplify that point for just 1 second, talking about the benefits that your team negotiated on behalf of the city, not counting the costs that the fire marshal just indicated to you in savings to the city. This is approximately a $40 million cost to Kyle in just the construction cost to add the sprinklers to the units. It's a very big deal. Very big deal.
We arm wrestled at great length, Your Honor, and fortunately I'm a little bigger than Mr. Ferrantino is.
I always lose those arm wrestling matches.
No. And the fire marshal knows this, and my colleagues know this, and staff is probably tired of hearing about fire stations in the Northwest. But I've got to emphasize, with 48 being built soon, 49 coming online right after that, the Focus Development Group is also contributing $1 million to an additional fire station in the Northwest, which is definitely going to be needed because of the growth. Schools, in the communications that had gone out to my residents and my constituents, talked about no schools. Mr. Ferrantino, have you got that map? Can you put that map back up there on the overhead and point those schools out for me again, please?
They're on the overhead here. Can you see them?
Yeah, they're there.
The schools are, this is a high school site, elementary school site, and middle school site. This is existing dual elementary schools, but the new school sites are here, here, and here.
Definitely necessary, and I appreciate the Focus Development Group working with the school district in regards to the needs that are going to be out there, and with the city staff. Schreckenbach-Bilbray, high priority on my list on concern. Number one, traffic and children running around there. There's two sides of that development that are improved right now. This will finish the improvements around Schreckenbach and Bilbray. This will alleviate the necessary flood control issues that those two elementary schools have been faced with, and I'm looking forward to the infrastructure, Mr. Ferrantino, being taken care of there for the benefit of our moms and dads picking their kids up and dropping them off. Open space. Somebody wrote me a letter, said we're not addressing enough open space, and I think, Mr. Ferrantino, Focus Development is providing 282 acres, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Perigo, 282 acres of open space, and you're only required to provide 245 acres. Am I correct?
That's close, Councilman. The 282 acres is what's being provided for open space, parks, trails, schools, all of that. So you are correct in providing that, and that all that was expected out of the resolution for all of that was 245.
Okay. And here's one of my favorites, and if I can find my other notes. The Focus Development will be building the soccer lacrosse fields next to Bilbray Elementary School first. Am I correct? And I have a note here, something about within 180 days, Indian Hills Park.
Yeah, the way our, Councilman Ross, the way our development agreement works is if the city does its part, that will definitely be the first park to be built and likely be built before we have any houses in the ground at all. Let me explain what I mean by the city doing its part. You have to finish the design. You've done a part of the design. You need to finish it. As soon as you give us the finished documents, we have 180 days, I think, to finish the park. Or is it to start?
And I bring that up because that was a huge priority to get more parks built out there as quickly as possible. You committed to it. I'll work with the city staff to make that happen so we can get that going.
I kind of muddied my answer. Let me go back to the beginning of the answer because I think that's what's most important, is it will be the first park that would be built, and it will be built ahead, in all likelihood, of any of the homes in our development.
Of anything else.
Of any of the homes in our
Any of the
development.
homes in the
Probably not
development.
ahead of some of the roads, but
You're also going to build a 10-acre Little League baseball park. And I don't think the residents know that, and some of them did read the
10 or
developer
15.
agreement. Are you aware of that, Mr. Ferrantino?
yeah, no, I am. It's more than 10 acres.
Is it more than 10 acres?
Yes. Yes, we are building a Little League baseball complex approximately. Let me get you the right map.
Well, and while you're looking for that, it's important that everybody understands, we really worked hard on making this a great community. We took that blank palette and we painted it the way we think this community should be built. Focus Development stepped up to the plate. They said yes, they said no, we said yes, we said no, and we're here today with some great amenities for this community. You have that park picture up there?
His pen is pointing
His
to it.
pen is pointing at it, okay? There's the baseball fields. More soccer, lacrosse fields, more baseball parks. The protection of the arroyos, very important to a lot of environmental folks out there who like hiking the trails and taking part of that in their lives. I want to point out, there's 13 parks in this community that the developer is building. There are 5 community centers, and Mr. Ferrantino, there's a swimming pool at each community center?
Yes.
What a great asset in a community. This also, folks, I need you to understand, this is one of the only developments that came in with a traffic study when they didn't have to have it yet. So we actually have a traffic study, have the traffic study for this entire project. Kyle Canyon Group is going to spend $10 million on the Kyle Canyon overpass. You want to elaborate on that, Mr. Ferrantino, at any, or are you just going to...
Maybe just a little. It's more than just the overpass. It's the inner improvements that'll both provide an overpass and improve the ramps on and off of US 95 from Kyle Canyon.
On both sides.
So that benefits not only your residents, but everybody who uses and lives on Mount Charleston as well.
That's perfect, because those folks, and you know, were a main concern of mine early on in our discussions, and I shared that with you 2 years ago about this. We've already recognized in the Master Streets and Highways Plan that they're required to build out the roadways, the street networks, including Fort Apache, Horse, and Hualapai. The transit facility, Mr. Ferrantino has already mentioned. A lot of concerns about a casino, and I'm going to let you point back around where that casino area is, Mr. Ferrantino, so we can talk about that for a minute.
Well, first, obviously there is no casino in front of you today.
You don't have a real project right now, do you?
We have a proposed area where we think the casino should go and how it would anchor the town center and so forth. But the development agreement doesn't obligate you to make any decisions on any gaming, or it only recognizes that we will file. And there will be public hearings about that. I've already committed to you, and I committed publicly at the Planning Commission. I took down the names of the people who are interested, that we will invite them in and show them the proposed plans before it ever goes to any hearings. But if we do a casino, and when we present it to you, it will be in this area here, which will be under what is going to be the new, or near, I shouldn't say under, the new Kyle Canyon interchange. So it's tucked up in the northwest area of the plant. It is entirely west of US 95.
And that was important to point out, Mr. Ferrantino, because in a lot of the communications I received, folks thinking we're going to let a casino be built right next to the elementary schools. And that's just an absolute falsity, and I want folks to understand that.
That is false.
This is across the highway. This is very far away, out in the desert, next to the proposed on and off ramps, basically, where the new Mountains Edge Parkway is going to be. And this, if they do propose a casino, mayor and council members, they'll have to bring it back to us. This is something that will require more public meetings, more public input, and have to come back before this council. And I believe that should this come back to us, Mr. Ferrantino, you must notice within 2,500-foot radius?
Under state law, yes, that is correct.
Under state law, not our own local laws, state law.
Yeah, the state law is more aggressive than your code. In other words, it requires a broader notification, so it will be 2,500 feet from the casino site.
All right, I want to address, and bear with me, I'm almost finished, and I appreciate your patience. The mixed-use area. The area before the zoning is PCD. And a lot of my constituents out there don't quite understand that PCD already allows apartments, condos, single-family homes. The zoning allows for all the same things that you're asking for in this developer agreement. Based on resident concerns from past meetings, there have been several meetings. Do you have a list of those dates, Mr. Ferrantino, in regards to those meetings?
Actually, I think Mr. Perigo does.
Mr.
I know
Perigo?
I was involved in some, and he
Mr.
and others.
Perigo, would you provide that with us for the public record?
I'm sorry.
And while you're looking for that, those public meetings, the residents, this was the residents' concern out of those public meetings, that there be single-family homes as well as other homes in that mixed-use area. And Mr. Ferrantino, you guys did that. That was addressed in this developer agreement. The residents asked that there be more neighborhood meetings. And Mr. Ferrantino, I think as you move along, if it's not, if anything different varies from that DDA, this developer agreement, you'll have those meetings as required. Now, Mr. Perigo, you see those, it's kind of hard to read from the monitor, but if you could read some dates.
Yes, sir, Councilman.
Well, that's looking better.
Yes, for the GPA that created the traditional neighborhood development designation, there was a neighborhood meeting in October of '05, Planning Commission meeting October of '05, and City Council in November of '05. For the Kyle Canyon GPA that changed the land use from PCD to TND, there was a neighborhood meeting in October of '05, Planning Commission in October of '05. Then the item was obeyed from the November '05 City Council and approved at the December '05 City Council. Then there was the TND ordinance that created the TD zoning, and that went to recommending committee in December of '05, Planning Commission January of '06, and City Council January of '06.
With that, there were other meetings.
That's correct. I have to pull over here to read it, sir. There was an information fair in May of '06. There was another information fair at Thompson Elementary School. I'm sorry, May of '06, there was an information fair at Schirkenbach. In November of '06, an information fair at Thompson Elementary. There was a presentation to the Lower Kyle Canyon Citizens Advisory Committee in November of '06. The Mount Charleston Town Board presentation was made in November of '06. There was a Kyle Canyon neighborhood meeting at Cadwalader in December of '06, and another information fair at Lead Middle School in April of '07.
So as my residents have sent me emails and letters and phone calls saying they knew nothing about this and it just snuck up on them, it's important to know this has been in the works for almost 3 years, literally, to get to this point. In my information fairs, and Mayor, for your benefit and my colleagues, my info fairs, we send out a ton of invitations to those, and we invite developers who have significant projects in Ward 6 that will impact our neighborhoods, so neighbors can get the information they need directly from the developer. Like it, don't like it, they get to tell them right there. And it's a great format. It's working very well. But I want to point out, I sent out my first info fair at Schreckenbach Elementary School, almost 56,000 notices. The second one at Thompson Elementary School, almost 45,000 notices. My third one at Lead Middle School, almost 45,000 notices went out to residents of Ward 6 to be at these info fairs, to address these concerns with this developer. So when I hear that, I'm a little hard-pressed to buy into it. My definition of smart growth and protecting families, since several of these notices came referring to my campaign and the way I feel about our neighborhoods, it is to make development responsible for roads, schools, parks, police, and fire, and this has absolutely been accomplished by this developer agreement. This developer agreement enhances the quality of life, not only for the existing residents over in the Spring Mountain area, but for the new residents. The new residents that are going to buy homes and enjoy the amenities of this fabulous community in Ward 6. Thank you, Your Honor. With that, I'm going to follow.
We have to have public comment.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
Could I ask Councilman Ross a question?
certainly.
with all this wonderful things that you have here, Councilman Ross, if I could just ask for a little more frosting on the cake and ask on these swimming pools that are going into the community centers, I believe you pointed out 2 of them, would one of them be covered? Could you do that? And I say that because I know the residents in your area will need a covered pool. And I know we don't have enough places to practice swimming in this area of the desert, which we should have.
Your Honor, Councilman Ross, Councilwoman Tarkanian, as you listen to public comment, I will go back and, because the standards that you've developed for each one of these are very, very detailed. I'll go back and look and see whether we were planning on covering and try to get you an answer to it.
And, you know, this is up to Councilman Ross, of course, but I just know that great need, and I know that we are finally being able to do something in another ward, and it would be wonderful if it's not after the fact, it's when it's being built, it would cost less money and everything. Thank you.
Right.
Mr. Ross.
Okay, this is the time for the public comment. We're going to have a 2-minute timer on Bev, or else we'll never get anybody out of here. Well, if you have a need to speak more than 2 minutes, ask me, and I'll give it to you. But,
you can have one of my minutes. How long is
no,
one?
I'm not talking to you, sir. I saw a look of askance at somebody who said they needed more than 2 minutes. So if you need it, ask for it, please. But I'd like to try to set the tone here. There are so many people who have been waiting here for other matters all day long, and this has taken up an inordinate amount of their time. We're here to serve, but I want to take care of their issues as well.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas. My compliments to Ward Representative, Ward 6, Steve Ross, and staff and the developers, with one qualifying reminder. In the closest understanding, Ward 6 is the newest ward. Is that correct? So it's like the new world. You have room to develop. This is by no means infill, is it? So we expect that and much more from you because you have that advantage. And now let me ask, harking back to your presentation that you very eloquently delivered, has the traffic read the traffic report? Or is that something you hope they will find to their liking when they arrive? Is that the way it is? Okay, fine. Now, the serious question really, what implications of the green buildings element, how will that affect the tax revenue necessary for other projects community-wide in the future? Green building is an advantage.
We don't know the answer to that. That's
no, you don't. So remember one thing, that a lot of this money have come. I haven't seen a picture of one house yet, but I'm sure it'll be beautiful. The question is, will it be that when it's completed? So let's not count the chickens too quickly, because you may be very busy explaining it later. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Goodman, City Council, again, my name is Jennifer Taylor. My address is 8158 Hawk Clan Court, and I am going to ask you for more than 2 minutes. I have a statement, and I would like to be able to read it in its entirety.
That's fine. I'm just trying to help these other folks.
I understand that, Mayor Goodman, but we spent an awful lot of time with the members of the public who had concerns about their land in 93.
Take your time. As I said, I'm just trying to get this.
Fair enough, and I'll hurry. I'm here as a member of Northwest Residents for Responsible Growth. Councilman Ross is aware of our group. As he showed you, we received countless emails from concerned citizens who may not necessarily understand the process, despite the discussions that you've had about the number of meetings you've had. This is very technical, complex type of information going to residents, and to just say, well, we had information fairs, et cetera, is not necessarily sufficient to provide adequate knowledge and a comprehensive understanding of what's really going to happen in Ward 6 with this Kyle Canyon agreement. The neighborhoods and families of Ward 6 are trusting in you, Councilman Ross, and Mr. Mayor, and the remainder of the council members to take a moment to consider our concerns and our issues and not just focus on the benefit to focus group and the perceived benefit to the city. Councilman Ross, in your campaign statement, we did go back to your campaign statements, and you said the neighbors must be listened to when a development can change a neighborhood. This development is absolutely going to change the neighborhood, not just of the west side of the freeway, not just of the Spring Mountain Ranch HOA, but far and well into Ward 6. I live at the base of Tule Springs, and it will have a huge impact on me from a quality of life issue with what's proposed here. Accordingly, all we are asking is that these two items be held for 75 days to allow the neighbors to be truly involved in the final version of the Kyle Development Agreement. This has been going on, as you've said, for a number of years. Mr. Fiorentino represented that there would not be any development out there for 6 months. We've heard representations from Councilman Ross's office that there wouldn't be any building for 2 years. So there's really no prejudice in granting our request to hold this for 75 days to allow the neighbors to fully understand what's going to be included in the development agreement, and additionally to allow focus group to fully and finally develop it, because at Planning Commission they admitted, and there are not any development standards for the town center area or for the urban mixed use area. There's no prejudice to focus versus the huge prejudice that the neighbors face if we're not allowed to have some input, information, and understanding. The main issues that our group has with the development agreement, and with all due respect to Mr. Lewis, the city may have wanted this type of a neighborhood and the city may have wanted this type of development, but I think you'll find that if you talk to the residents of Ward 6, this is not the type of community that they necessarily understand, want, or contemplated. There are grave concerns about certain issues that have never been really addressed and have changed as focus group has developed this project, and they haven't provided that same information to the citizens. First of all, this is not smart growth. Allowing the development of 16,000 new residences and the inclusion of potentially more than 50,000 residents does not take into account the fragile nature of our community and does not protect the character of the Northwest. At some point, the development agreement or the proposal was for 12,000 units. I'd be curious to know at what point and why and what it was that Focus or the city perceived Focus traded for an additional 4,000 units. Here's a chart that we've created, and it shows there's a substantial larger amount of density in Kyle Canyon than in Providence, one of the neighboring communities, and then in Mountain's Edge, which is Clark County. The members of the Clark County Commission only allowed a certain number of units per acre, which was much lower than what they're proposing here. Henderson, Mayor Gibson, made them drop their density for Inspirada, and the same with North Las Vegas, Park Highland. That density is substantially lower than what's being proposed here. This is an extraordinarily greater amount of density than in all these other focus group projects. The Kyle Canyon Agreement contemplates an entitlement to a casino as the centerpiece of the town center area of Kyle Canyon community. We request that this casino entitlement be eliminated as part of this development agreement. Councilman Ross, in your campaign, you stated no neighborhood should be dominated by a huge high-rise casino. At 160 feet as the proposed maximum for the town center, that is exactly what the Kyle Canyon development will be, a neighborhood dominated by a huge high-rise casino. Please know, and you've all heard from my colleague Lisa Mayo, you all need to understand that if you allow this to go forward with the entitlement for gaming, we will avail ourselves of the rights in NRS to appeal any inclusion of the gaming entitlement in the development agreement. There's been a lot of information, there's been a lot of touting and boasting about the extent of the parks and open spaces in this community, but in all reality, it's 6% of 1,700 acres, 6%. And again, I have a graph for that. Here's the parks. Again, here's the park for Kyle Canyon Gateway per acre. Is that right, Eileen?
Yeah.
Is this your chart?
If you look in the email that I sent to the council, you'll see these are basically up to date. Okay, this was done.
You have to
2 weeks
identify
ago.
yourself.
Oh, I'm Alex McCartan, 9033 Big Plantation Avenue.
And you'll see again that the amount of open space and parks in Mountain's Edge is far greater than what's being contemplated and allowed and permitted in Kyle Canyon. Inspirada, which is in Henderson, also provides for substantially greater open space and parks, as does Park Highland in North Las Vegas. So we would ask that you consider what it is that you're really negotiating with focus group about. This, we do not believe, is a good deal. We don't believe that this is really a sufficient amount of open space. The heights of the structures contemplated in the Kyle Canyon Development Agreement for the town center urban mixed-use areas are excessive. They call for 160 feet in the town center and 80 feet in the urban mixed-use areas. Allowing structures of this height, and here's a comparison chart showing the a hotel or casino or a building at 160 feet, apartments at 80 feet, and then your typical suburban homes. Allowing structures of these heights will forever and detrimentally affect the characters and vistas of the Northwest and the entrance to Kyle Canyon. And again, these are areas, this potential height of 80 feet is something that could go right next to Bilbray and Schirkenbach Elementary School in that urban mixed-use area where no design standards and no plans have been presented. Although there have been plans called out for fire safety facilities and police facilities, the reality is Focus can say that they're paying for this, but I'd be very curious to see whether or not those prices are going to be built back into the cost of homes. I doubt seriously a smart developer like the consortium of builders set up in this Kyle Canyon development agreement are not going to somehow build that cost back into these homes that they're touting as potentially in a lot of the areas affordable. We don't believe that this Kyle Canyon development agreement allows for sufficient buffering between uses. One example of this, which we've probably previously brought to the attention of Planning Commission, is the urban mixed-use designation immediately adjacent to Bilbray and Schirkenbach. No project has yet been proposed for this parcel. However, we're concerned that absent specific requirements for sufficient buffering, an inappropriate and incompatible use will be requested for this area. We don't believe that Kyle Canyon agreement takes into consideration compatibility with existing uses. And further, we are very concerned that the citizens of Ward 6 will not be given an opportunity to comment on compatibility if the Kyle Canyon development agreement is passed without additional details and conditions as to the proposed uses within the different areas of development. Oh, sorry, I missed one of my issues. We're also concerned that the public review process for the future development in Kyle Canyon is insufficient as set out in the development agreement. We believe that expanded scrutiny, especially in the town center and the urban mixed-use areas, needs to be specifically included in the development agreement, including a notification range well beyond the 1,000-foot radius, and we would propose and we would request 2,500 feet, not just for the casino, but for every single urban mixed-use and town center issue that needs to come back before the commission. We would also request strict scrutiny of the compatibility and buffering of any proposed uses in the town center and mixed areas. Finally, members of the council, Mayor Goodman, please remember that this is a contract between the City of Las Vegas and the developer, and the effectiveness and appropriateness of a contract are all in its details. You talk about how comprehensive this agreement is, yet again, there are no development standards, there's no plans, there's no specific development or projects called out for the most key and dense and intense uses in this development, which are the urban mixed and town center areas. We as citizens and taxpayers deserve to have sufficient input into the terms of this very important contract, including the opportunity to show you how and where the Kyle Canyon Development Agreement is incomplete, inconsistent, and ambiguous. While we understand staff and planning and Focus has had significant time and input into the Kyle Canyon Development Agreement, the failure to allow adequate input from the citizens, and remember, we as a public body did not have the ability to look at the development agreement until about a week ago. It was brought down to the floor on April 26th during Planning Commission. We all reviewed it then. It was then stayed until May 10th, but it was still not available to the public at large, and members of our group got it only because we came until about another week later. The failure to allow adequate input from citizens on this contract puts us in the position we are in now. Confused citizens, upset with the process, and feeling that their interests were not and are not being considered. There's really not been public input and no real work sessions on an issue-by-issue basis. The public at large was not even aware or given access to the Kyle Canyon Development Agreement until about a week ago. The City of Las Vegas should not accept, for the sake of its citizens, a contract that is not fully vetted, and this one is not. Therefore, the only appropriate action is to hold this matter for further review and input and revisions. I want to thank you very much for allowing me this additional time. I think it's very important, and as I said, there are a lot of citizens who can't be here today because of the timing, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on their behalf. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Alex McKnight, 9033 Big Plantation Avenue. I agree with everything she said, but there are a couple of things that I can show you. Advertisement for Kyle Canyon, okay? Proportionate drawings of what a 75, 110, and 160-foot building is going to look like. They're proportional to the buildings they're shown in the photo, okay? It's going to change the skyline, okay? The other thing is, yes, we're voting on the yellows, or you're voting on the yellow areas, but the mixed use and town center areas, you're also voting on the densities of them. Holding it for 75 days and restricting them to have to come back and redo those areas totally would not be uncalled for. That they come back and justify why they need 30 units per acre. Okay? This project has been running so fast that here's your agenda. you'll notice every item on that agenda has the Planning Commission vote and the staff recommendation, except for these two. Okay? You have the original agreement or the original agenda item for the Planning Commission and the agenda item for today. The wording's totally different. Okay? I'm not going to blaming anybody for doing anything sinister. Okay? Well, what I'm saying is this plan is going so fast. You're looking at 14 working days between it being put in front of the commission to you voting yea or nay on it. On a project of 16,000 homes and 1,700 acres. Take a look at their list of who they talked to. They talked to Kyle Canyon people. We're 1,600 residents that are across the street from their development. Do you see that they came and talked to us? Councilman Ross did. We told them we didn't like it. So that's all I have to say. Obeying it and making some restrictions on mixed use and the town center and holding them and having to go through a complete process would not be uncalled for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name's Eileen McKighton. I may take a little longer only because, first off, I have been accused of handing out misinformation. The pink copy is the copy asking residents to come to the April 26th planning meeting.
Your Honor?
Yes.
May I ask her a question? Who accused you of handing out misinformation?
Your office.
I'm sorry, can you tell me specifically who?
Sheila.
Would you tell me specifically what she said?
She said that there was misinformation handed out.
Did she say, Ms. McKighton,
that it was handed out from Bill Bray School.
Your Honor, I'd like the record to show that my office accused no one of handing out misinformation. Misinformation went out from Bill Bray Elementary School. The school district handled it on their level, and that was the end of it. Thank you.
Bill Bray School did not hand out the information. I handed out that flyer at Bill Bray School. I went into Bill Bray School and asked if I could. They told me I could not do it on school property without prior authorization, which would take time. We did not have time. They said I could do it on the sidewalk or the street, so I did. I handed out about 100 flyers. So there's no misinformation in there. Okay, I'm sorry, but the way Sheila worded it, I was being accused of handing out misinformation. And the second one didn't have any misinformation either, asking for things. Okay, otherwise, by now I know more about the planning system in Las Vegas than I ever wanted to know. I've spoken with numerous planners who know less than I know about this project when I called during the daytime. But at least they pointed me in the proper direction. Tom Parago, who worked with the developer I spoke with, gave me a lot of information. James Lewis, the city attorney on this, I spoke with the Public Works regarding the horse interchange because I couldn't understand the layout by an overhead. And the department that handles flood control because I was concerned about where the flash flood waters would go. That said, I have to disagree with Focus Group, not so much on the amount of, quote, public meetings they have had. However, I have to disagree with how the plan was presented and why there was no public outcry as to what was being proposed, not only in the creation of the new zone TD, but what was going to be developed on the site the TD was created for. This might work very nicely if they either had a square or oblong lot that was surrounded by nothing, or if the community had built out differently, but neither is true. We had horse ranches, pig farms, etc. here less than 10 years ago, 20 years ago, even less. Now, however, we have the suburbs, and what is being proposed is a mini-city, to quote one of the planning commissioners. Though this is kind of true, what I see is the design pattern more like a large outlet center, not unlike Premium Mall, with an anchor of a casino surrounded by a mixed match of dwellings in no particular density order. Another correlation would be the district and the station casino. There, however, they took a large parcel of basically rectangular land, did the district and casino. They are bordered by 215, a 4-lane road with an island and green space buffering on both sides of more than 50 feet. The condo project on the east side has been put on hold, possibly because it abuts 2 elementary schools. Neither side is over 3 stories tall in the district, and the condos apartments above the stores are vacant. Many of the condos and apartments above the stores are vacant from what I could tell since they had no window treatments. If this development could develop like that as I believe it probably was explained to people who attended the meeting, then great, I'd be for it too, and there'd be no complaints. Here, however, you're putting an urban mixed use directly across from an elementary and high school, and according to the developer, they want to put in apartments as stated in the December 06 meeting with the public, which caused objections. Sheila was there. She should have told you. In January, we had Councilman Ross at our Spring Mountain Ranch board meeting, a development of 1,600 homes, already of different densities, all walled-in communities with a progression from more dense to the less dense. And we objected to the uses across from the elementary schools. This project to have urban mixed use next to schools, which after doing a study myself, handing it to Councilman Ross at that meeting, shows the incidence of increased crime as the density of dwellings increase around an elementary school. Unfortunately, I did not make a copy for myself due to time restraints, and their office could not find it. The public is supposed to have its input as to what goes by the schools in these areas. However, if you pass this today, we are severely limited because of Table 8.2, which already specifies what is permitted in the UMU and TC areas, and even the residential uses in Figures 2.2, because it describes residential uses and their standards and guidelines. We can recommend setbacks, building appearance, and the like, but we cannot stop something like a McDonald's from going across the street from the high school or elementary school because they are permitted uses. I ask that you should you pass this today, you at least omit the mentioned sections. Then at least you're truly giving the public a chance to have a realistic input into what goes into at least the multi-mixed units and the town center. In the agreement with the developer, Section 3.01E needs to be modified to not include UMC and TC. I put a lot of time into researching this project after April 26th. Planning Commission meeting, and you have packets, and you have in your packets a letter describing what I feel is wrong. I did not move to the suburbs of Las Vegas to have a mini city dumped in my backyard. Lived there in Philly, done that, moved out really quickly because of crime and drugs in my early 20s when, as a stupid young adult, we normally have no fears and feel we're going to live forever. But even I was intimidated by this. I plan on staying in this house that I now live in for retirement. However, if this project goes in, I will doubtless move. We already have enough vandalism and drug trafficking in our 6 to 8 acre park. We spend $2,000 to $5,000 a month on graffiti, broken out glass light panes, and irrigation lines being tampered with. We will have to get 24/7 security, which will raise our dues. So I might as well move to an over 55 community where my dues will be the same, but I will have amenities instead of vandalism and crime. I do not want to leave as I've put a lot of money into my home, but I need to feel safe. I am 60 and not in good health. I have good neighbors that I can depend on, and we're the only neighborhood watch block in the community. I urge you to give either a 75-day abeyance or at least take out the permitted uses in Table 8.2 in the residential Figure 2.2 by using Section 3.01 in the agreement document. Since you're supposedly only voting on the yellow residential area, if you vote to change the zoning to TD, this is putting the cart before the horse because the guidelines and standards are incomplete in the brown and orange zones. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name's Kenneth Clark. I'm from 9104 Big Plantation Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm approximately 300 feet from the proposed development, and I have to say that I strongly oppose it. As a concerned citizen and taxpayer, I was never notified by the developer or by the town or by my councilman in the ward or district. I know you said, and I quote, "You're hard pressed to buy into the fact that that the citizens were never informed," but I'm less than 500 feet away from this development, and I never got any information except from my homeowners association and the people in this group that came before me. They just gave it to me 2 days ago. The other thing I wanted to point out is that roughly, I think, the end of January, Councilman Ross, you stood in front of my homeowners association and you told us that in no way you would let this go through. What happened?
Your Honor, would you like me to respond?
I don't think you have to.
Thank you.
Okay. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Jeff Green, 8916 Wolf Dancer Avenue. I am concerned with the density. I echo some of the comments. along with them. I'd like to show a few pictures, if I might, regarding especially traffic and the portions of the traffic study that were not completed that affect the area. Page 8 of the traffic study states that access to and from the east will also be provided via Log Cabin Way, O'Hare Avenue, Iron Mountain Road, Brent Lane, Horse Drive, and Russell Street. Those are here. Page 10 of the traffic study further states that these streets are fully constructed 60-foot collector streets east of the project between Fort Apache Road and El Capitan Way. Despite the addition of 2 interchanges, there is a mention of traffic moving to the east and to the south to the Durango interchange. I'd like to show you a few pictures of that area. You do it this way. This is looking down Brent from Billberry Elementary at Fort Apache. Granted, at the most busy time of day, but traffic stretches up here about a quarter of a mile to the school and down about a quarter of a mile toward El Capitan. This is a picture of El Capitan looking south at Russell Street. Notice that it's a nice 4-lane road with a left turn lane. Looking the other direction, we see that the road narrows right here, and we lose the left-hand turn lane into these neighborhoods. That's looking from the middle of the street. I won't go too much longer. At Horse Drive, we lose one of the northbound lanes where everything merges. About 6 weeks ago, an accident occurred right here, a T-bone, where Flight for Life had to come in and take care of 3 people. Because there are no traffic controls along any of this is Brent going to Billbrae. You'll notice there is 1 lane here, and traffic backs up in order to yield to 2 lanes of southbound traffic. If this is going to be a collector street for the development, then we need to consider improvements and work with the county on improvements to this, as well as traffic controls. There's a 1.6 mile stretch from Ruston to Grand Teton that has no traffic controls at all. And in a 35 mile an hour speed zone, you can imagine what happens. This is looking the other way, the traffic backed up trying to turn left. This is approaching Iron Mountain Road. You'll notice that there is another narrowing. We now get down to 2 lanes, 1 in each direction. This is Iron Mountain Road. The width of this road is 23 feet. And we're supposed to accept this as additional traffic for this area. I would hope that if the council goes ahead and okays this today, that they require that the phasing of the projects coincide with the street improvements promised at the Horse interchange, so that we don't get the traffic from that area moving south through our neighborhoods and endangering our children walking back and forth from school. And as well, working with the county to increase the width of El Capitan to handle increased traffic and put signals there that will limit the rate of speed in those areas. Thank you.
Ma'am?
Hi, my name's Wendy Hemingway Warm, and I live at 8920 Pine Mission Avenue. I'm here representing not only the Northwest Citizens for Responsible Growth, but I'm here representing my homeowner association, Spring Mountain Ranch. There are 1,600 homes. I may take 3 minutes. That's what I was intending on, but I will try to be brief. There are several things I'd like to put into the record. Todd Schwartz, the president of the HOA, asked me to present these things. I was only able to make a couple of copies of each. And one is an article regarding Southern Highlands developer gets busy in North Las Vegas. It talks about Aliante and the Olympus Group and what happened in that development. There's a Principles of New Urbanism and some bullet points there, and something called Smart Code. And granted, I have not had the time to even look at this. On Thursday, I was at the Planning Commission meeting.
Why don't you hand those to our clerk, please? There you go.
Like I said earlier, I moved here a year ago. I was not notified for any of this until December in 2006. I get Councilman Ross's emails, which I was put on the list because I was made a board member in December 2006. I walked my neighborhood after the Planning and Zoning meeting approved for this to come before you today. There's been a 5-day notice between Thursday last week and today. We got together as a citizens group and stuffed envelopes. I was at the post office on Saturday morning putting 900 stamps on 900 envelopes and mailing them at our expense. I walked my neighborhood on Saturday and Sunday and Monday, hand delivering some of the flyers so that our public who lives outside of the 1,000-foot radius could be aware of what is happening right next to us. It's hard walking your neighborhood when it's 90 degrees outside. I appreciate the fact that they're going to put in this nice open space in the arroyos. Who's going to use them? Where's the green space? This looks very dense to me. I was told in the talks that some of the green space is being counted at the schools. The school land is being counted as the green space. It doesn't really seem like that's open space. That's for use for the schools. There are a lot of concerns that I have about this project, and no doubt it's going to go through, but what we are asking for is time. We've had 5 days to prepare for this meeting. You've had meetings with the developer for the last couple of years. We need time. We'd like 75 days for you to wait to decide on this, so that truly the neighbors that live in the immediate surrounding areas that are, in fact, outside of this 1,000-foot radius can be notified as to what's going on. The people I talked to on the street said, I haven't heard about this. How can we be notified if we don't get the little postcard in the mail and we're not on Councilman Ross's list and our HOA doesn't send out a newsletter? How is the public notified about a 1,700-acre project, 16,000 new residential homes? Schools. How do you justify putting 16,000 residential units? How does 16,000 people get into one elementary school, one junior high, and one high school? I don't know how that happens. I work numbers during the day. How do you put 16,000 households into one high school? I don't understand. I'd like to quote, my mouth is very dry. I'd like to quote a neighbor who in part of the correspondence said, she was stating her support for our cause, and she said, my experience with the county and city planning commissions and councils has taught me that political power comes from the wallets of the developers and big business and not from the mouths of the citizens. Thank you. Now, money may make the world go round, but wasn't our country founded by the people and for the people? We, the people, deserve the right to be heard. We would like time to have proper public input to the neighbors that are surrounded and that will definitely be affected. 16,000 new residences. We got over 20,000 properties on the market right now that are on the market. People come, people go. I moved here a year ago. I've just lost $30,000 in equity in my home because of the real estate glut. And now you're going to put 16,000 new residences next to us. How are we going to absorb it? What's going to happen? I thought there was a moratorium on growth or in development. I thought there was some sort of a permit restriction. I thought I heard that in the press. No more development because of the market value right now. Isn't it time to rethink irresponsible growth? I appreciate the efforts of the developer. It looks like a good project, but do we really need to move forward right now at this time? Can't we have the time to have proper input from the people that I represent and the people that are my neighbors and are becoming my friends?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yale Yondell, a resident of Las Vegas. I would just like to reflect some of the things I've worked with some of these people on what's happening here. And I think growth unchecked is a serious issue in our community. We are the fastest growing city in probably the United States, probably the world. And I work in at the Wind Casino, and I have a commute that approximately lasts about an hour for me to get down to my job. I'm a stage technician. I work at Le Rev, the best show on the Strip, by the way. And one of the things that I see these people concerned, it just seems like 5 days is not enough to really let the entire city know what's going on. I mean, I'm sure you've worked for this for 3 years, and you want to get all the bugs and details out, but people are shocked by growth, and we need to temper our growth in this city. I've personally have seen, I've been here 14 years, and I've seen casinos go by the wayside. The casino I work at now is really the old DI if you look at it. Changing the southern interchange to the northern interchange, and then 3 years later it's going to be the northern interchange. All these things we really need to stop, look at it, and say, do we really need all this growth? Is this the legacy that this city council wants to leave behind? Is like, well, we grew till there was no more water. We grew till there was no more electricity. We grew till there was no more people. I mean, I think you can force the people who have been here, since the 70s, that bought in this area, and they wanted a rural life when they came out here. And growth is natural for a city, but you always have to respect, who was here before. I mean, I wonder what Mr. Gilcrease would say with all this land that he originally staked to put a flag down on originally when he first came here. I'm just asking the city council to please put the brakes on. 75 days is really not that much, to really consider. Just look at, have the residents, come to these meetings. 5 days is really not enough time, and that's all I have to say.
Anybody else want to speak? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I appreciate all the comments from the folks who live out there and are going to be affected. I've got a couple of comments and things I'd like to address. And Mr. Lewis, would you approach the microphone as well, and Mr. Perigo, just to give me a level of comfort as we go here. Mr. Ferrantino, don't go away because you need to be part of this. 16,000 units, I've heard that many times. I've seen it on paper many times. I'm a firm believer that, and Mr. Ferrantino, this is to you, and you can say yay or nay, either direction you want to go. I'm going to submit that the market is going to dictate what your clients out there are going to build. Am I correct?
Yes.
16,000 units in this developer agreement is the maximum number of residential units. Am I correct?
That's correct. I submit we would all be very blessed if we actually got to that number.
The mayor himself asked you, when do you think you're going to start moving dirt and putting sticks in the air?
Homes?
Yeah, homes.
Probably 18 months.
18 months. And show me the area that you think in 18 months up there by Providence.
It's probably going to start in this area here.
Thank you for that. I'm getting the input and the general feeling from many of the folks that spoke that it's okay for me to live here, but not for anybody else. And I'm really shocked at that kind of attitude at this council level. To the gentleman who I spoke to at his homeowners association, who insinuated that I lied, let me correct you. What I said was I will work with the developer to make sure there is buffering between your residences and his. And there is. Fort Apache, I believe, is 100-foot right-of-way, along with the dense landscaping requirements that Mr. Ferrantino and I spoke about, and about the not the setbacks, but the single stories moving to the west to protect your neighborhood, and I stand by that. The traffic studies for the gentleman, Mr. Green, I think it was, in regards to Iron Mountain, I hope you understand that the traffic studies were done, and as development occurs, those roadways will be improved. Absolutely part of the infrastructure of any development, Mr. Green, that I'm part of in this city council, and I'm a stickler for getting those off-sites done first. The roads, the streets, the gutters, the sidewalks, the streetlights. Those also help mitigate a lot of the flood control issues out there. Some of the streets are going to be next to the county, and I want you to know that I work very closely with County Commissioner Chip Maxfield and Tom Collins to make those things happen. If we have an intersection that needs some help right away, our traffic study gets done. If it's a shared intersection with the county, we work together to fix it so no people get hurt. I hope that helps. And I have no problem talking to you about this or getting you with our traffic engineers to discuss it more with you. Mrs. Warren, I believe it's Warren or Warm, I can't recall. Your involvement with your homeowners association is commendable. I appreciate that. If you're working so closely with Todd Schwartz, I'm still amazed that you've only had a 5-day notice since Todd's been part of this for many months, going back many months in private meetings with the developers. So I'm a little concerned about that. Folks, I want to encourage you, whether you like me today or you hate me today, sign up for my newsletter so you can be informed. So this doesn't take you by surprise, because I put everything in there to help you make your lives better. If it's something you don't like, I expect to see you down here. If it's something you love, I expect to get a love letter from you. This is tough. I'm not even going to comment on this individual. Mr. Ferrantino, let me ask you this. You've heard the requests from my constituents in Ward 6 and their concerns. Would you share with us the impact of possibly holding this off for 75 days?
Actually, it would be devastating to us. We have obligations under our financing agreement to be done by a certain date. It also is about $100,000 a day in interest carry. And we can't do, it's very misleading to say, well, you're not going to build for 18 months anyway, so you might as well, you got 18 months that you could work with us. We have to have action today to set the parameters, the standards, and our obligations so we can go ahead and take that next step. Now, one thing they did say, however, that I do agree with, and I think we committed to, much of their concern is about the orange areas. And those, the buffering and setback standards have not been set for those. We've been very open about that, and we indicated that they will have as much input in that process as we want.
All right, repeat this for everybody, because I'm having a hard time hearing you. Can you speak a little louder in the microphone for me?
Sorry, Councilman. We've committed that they can have as much input as they want in the development of those standards in the key areas where they are most concerned about, the commercial, the brown and orange on this. That has to come back through a public hearing process. It has to be approved by the Planning Commission. It has to be approved by you. I've already taken the names of many of the people who spoke here tonight at the Planning Commission and said, I will personally make sure you are invited to meetings when we begin to work and develop those standards. If you want to ask me to commit on the record that we will also do a 2,500-foot notice when those go to the Planning Commission, we're happy to do that. They will have the input that they're asking.
What's required of you now, 1,000 feet?
Yes. It depends on what application, but yes, it's generally 1,000 feet.
Then let's do this, let's do that on record today, if you agree to do those notifications for 2,500 feet.
We will commit on the record that when we do the casino, we'll do 2,500 feet, and when we do the standards that develop for the brown and orange, we will notify everybody within 2,500 feet, and I will also personally contact the people who have already given me their numbers so that they have input in that process before the first public hearing.
So these folks, and I had to say that again and a little louder because I want everybody to understand, you're going to have more public input here. At your homeowners association meeting, we talked about this. We talked about the buffers. I never said no way. I don't know where that ever came from. I said I will get with the developer and make sure that those buffers are included, and he's just made public record that you're going to have the opportunity to give your input one more time, or several more times if that's what it takes. With that being said, Mr. Lewis, am I leaving anything out?
Wow, that's quite a question. You want to ask a lawyer a question like
Yeah,
that? We might be
maybe I
here
better
until
not.
9. But thank you, Councilman Wilson. But yes, Mayor.
I think that before you go, I believe that Councilman, forgot his name, Councilman Brown would like to make a comment with your permission.
Oh, I'd love to hear it.
Councilman Ross, with your permission, I've been sitting here listening to this, and if I could just take a few minutes and offer perspective, because this is a little bit of deja vu. And when I got into office in '97, there was no Ward 6. Everything out here was Ward 4. The things that were in existence were the county had designated a beltway alignment at the 95 and the 215. Each side of that highway, and you're familiar with it if you live out there, we had the Gilcrease Ranch area, perhaps one of the largest rural areas in Valley. On the west side, bounded by Centennial, Alexander, Durango, and the foothills, another large unincorporated county area where minimum sizes were half-acre lots. And I say that because that was where the city's growth was heading. And especially Spring Mountain Ranch. Even those that live in some of the larger lots, I'm not sure the final blended density, but it was anywhere from 3.5 units up to 6.5 units. And I can emphatically tell you that there were 50 people in this audience protesting Spring Mountain Ranch. They did not want the city and stick dwellings to come out and ruin, that's a tame word used, but ruin their lifestyle. And these are people that probably, like the Gilcrease, that had been out there for decades. And the challenge to the city at the time was we weren't getting master plan communities. You have 1,600 homes, that might have been one of the largest assemblages. We were getting 10 acres, 40 acres, 20 acres, and trying to make some kind of master plan out of that. And the whole concept of the town center was we were going to put all the traditional commercial and intensity in town center to start protecting urban residential areas like yours. It's not by accident there's not a convenience store on every corner up in your area. It's a very protected area. The interlocal agreement that we signed with the county gave some protections. But the one thing that we've been lacking in the Northwest is the fact that we have had little assemblage where you can come in and do a Summerlin-type master plan or Aliente, because no one's ever assembled that much land. But to hear some of you, and I think from my perspective, there may be more of a concern of the unknown or fear of the unknown, what's going to be over there. But from a planning perspective, if we had this kind of development 10 years ago, it would have been perfect. It would have been ideal. And believe me, and I want you to understand and go back and check the records, they protested you and your homes. You were going to ruin their lifestyle. What we have today is a major metropolitan city with two very large rural areas surrounded by urban growth. And to complement your association and many others out there for the last 5 to 10 years, done a heck of a job keeping up that quality of life. So what we're seeing here is an opportunity not to go through some of the challenges and fights and mistakes we made in growing into the Northwest. The benefit of having a development agreement is you take away the unknown. I think you've been heard today that you're going to have a commitment to be notified for some of the development in there. But it's just the overall density, that's where this is going. There were part of Spring Mountain, and those closest, I'm not sure where you live exactly, but those closest to the state park, we had 100 people protesting 2.5 units per acre. And yet, it's turned out to be a pretty nice neighborhood. And I would offer, from my perspective of the past 10 years, is give this development a chance. Have trust in the councilman and this council to protect the quality of life that you have. But believe me, from a historical perspective, this is the kind of master plan development area that we want, because it takes away those convenience stores on the corners that everybody used to protest. So and I'd be more than happy to talk to any of you as far as the history out there, but what you've accomplished without a master plan is great. I think this is going to be a tremendous addition and amenity to the entire Northwest. And if you look at some of the areas in the city that have some height, have some density, and perhaps have some casinos, they're some of the nicest areas in town. And I would offer my perspective, but as far as the development agreement goes, I just wish we had more of these to better plan our city, and that's where it's going. You guys are you used to be at the boundaries of the city of Las Vegas. In another decade, there'll be 2, 3, 4 miles further development out into the Northwest. So I appreciate your comments. I've heard them before, but when I heard them before, they were protesting you and what we were approving for you. I would ask you to have some faith in what we're anticipating will happen in this community, because it's going to be special. It's the first opportunity outside of Summerlin, on a scale of what we're talking about today, to be able to literally control and manage many of the concerns that you've raised today.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Even though Councilman Ross tried to give me carte blanche as to the microphone, I've only got one thing to put on the record.
All right, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you very much. If you could please zoom in on the overhead. There was a question as to school sites, and are these enough schools? Do we need more schools? Well, the developer went to the Clark County School District. The city went to the Clark County School District and said, "You've seen the plan. What do you think?" This letter, dated November 2nd, 2006, says, "The school district, dear Mr. Perigo," that's Tom Perigo to my left, "the school district has worked with Kyle LLC on the Kyle Master Plan, and we have no objection to the city adopting the plan attached with the school site shown." And if I just may, for the record, the school sites shown are the same shown on this master plan. This city does not plan schools. The Clark County School District plans schools. We assume, and we need to trust, the school district feels that these school sites are appropriate for this master plan. I did want to put that on the record today.
Hey, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to add that they are giving us the land for the schools, and we've not having that done before any place. Even Summerlin didn't give us the land fully. We had a percentage of off-sites and other things. I don't know if you've worked that out with them or not. But the school will, I'm sure, be adding additional schools there. These are 3 that you begin with, and they approve this, but I don't think they're saying these will be the only schools. But they will have to add, and they know that, but they don't know that far in the future.
All right, thank you. Councilman Ross, I think everybody's had their say.
I think so too, Your Honor, and I appreciate Councilman Brown, your comments, and Councilwoman Tarkanian, thank you very much. And Mr. Lewis, thanks for touching on that, because I had it in my notes and forgot to address it. Councilwoman, it's also important we continue our good relationship with the Clark County School District as projects come to us, and we have the foresight and try to plan for the years to come, because I know they do. So we're an integral part of that, and we want to continue that relationship.
Councilman Ross, Mr. Perigo, I believe, wanted to add something.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, I did want to point out, I said in my presentation earlier, but I want to point out on the screen here is a copy of the amendments to the design guidelines and development standards that was handed out to you and was given to the city clerk for part of the record. They don't substantially change any of the documents. It's just some cleaning up of some of the language.
All right, thank you.
All
right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
We don't need to do it as an amended, do we, Mr. Perigo? Or do we?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Actually, because I, for the record, would like this to be completely clear, that there is no assertion in some later date that some language got changed and nobody knew that how it got changed, when it got changed, why it got changed. I would ask that you take the document dated May 16th, 2007 that has been distributed to this council and actually make a formal amendment by voting to include these amendments into the development agreement. Now, having said that, remember the order in which I had asked that we do this. I'd ask you to approve the park agreement, or I'd ask you to consider the park agreement first. I would ask you then to consider the amendments on the May 16th draft of amendments. Then I would ask you to consider the development agreement once those amendments are officially made. Then I would like you to consider the zoning matter, if you could, please.
Right, we're going to vote on item 73 first.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank all of you that have been here today, especially the folks who live out there. Your Honor, I move to approve agenda item 73, subject to all conditions.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And likewise, I approve, and this will be taking it out of order, Mr. Lewis.
94.
Well, we've got, next would be the amendments to the development agreement that we'd like you to vote on and to approve, and then we would ask you to then approve the development agreement.
So we'll stay in order 94, 95?
Right. Yes, our recommendation, 94 is the development agreement, so yes, vote upon the amendments from the May 16th letter, then vote upon 94, please.
All right, I would
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I just ask the question, Councilman Ross? Now, we're voting on a development plan that they have vision in their mind that this is what's going to happen in these different places. But when you do get to the casino, which might be of significant impact and concern, you will come back to it. You will do the mailings at the distance you said, I think 2,500, and that will then give the input to the public, I hope a transparency of being able to give their concerns. Am I correct? We're not saying, yes, you're going to put it there for sure. We're saying this is what the plan has, but to be sure, you have to go through the final vote.
Councilwoman, they're not sure they're going to put it there for sure, but I'll let Mr. Lewis comment.
Well, I thought some people didn't know that. They'd ask me questions, and I just want to clarify.
It's actually an easy answer, Your Honor, Councilman Ross, Councilwoman. The answer is yes. We can't do a casino without another action and vote by you all, and they will get notice of it.
And I might just add, it's several actions. Several.
Yeah, all of them, really.
All of them. So he said action. Really, there are several items that will come back before you, a gaming enterprise district, a special use permit, many discretionary items. The residents may and probably will be involved in those conversations.
And Councilman Ross, I believe that the motion would be on item number 94 to approve it with the amendments.
I think so, instead of approving the amendment and then 94, because an amendment's not agendized.
That's correct.
So, so I'm following this legal counsel.
Okay.
We're going to move to approve agenda item 94 with the amendment of that letter dated May 16th.
May 16th. May 16th, 2007.
That should cover us. Am I correct, Mr. Lewis?
That will certainly do the job.
That's my motion, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. No problem. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
And also, agenda item number 95 would move to approve, subject to conditions, and as discussed in this great meeting.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? That's okay. Motion carries. Thank you. The Mayor Pro Tem has requested that we call item 110, which is RQR 20054, public hearing. The applicant is Las Vegas Development Company. The owner is Cardin Lindell North LLC. Required 6-month review of a variance to allow a proposed 100-foot tall flagpole where 40 feet is the maximum height allowed at 5550 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 1, and the staff recommends denial. I was advised by the Mayor Pro Tem that Mr. Chesnoff made a proposal that if he withdraws his representation as counsel for the applicant here, whether I would be able to vote on this matter and participate, or whether the fact that he has represented the applicant would preclude me, because the only reason that I'm abstaining is because of Mr. Chesnoff and the fact that we own a piece of property together.
Your Honor, as long as Mr. Chesnoff isn't involved in the item, you're able to vote because that relationship between you and he won't exist as far as this.
Well, I want to be absolutely sure. I'm not trying to take any money out of your pocket, but if you're getting paid any kind of a fee as a result of being here representing the applicant, and I know you probably are making a fortune, I don't want to participate. But if I'm assured that you do not get any personal benefit out of this, then I will participate.
And I will make a record, Your Honor, and Mayor Pro Tem. It was my intention to participate, but as a result of the denial of the continuance, I don't believe that I'm prepared to be an effective advocate, and I don't think that ethically I should proceed. I have received a fee which I intend on returning to Mr. Tobin and my client immediately tomorrow morning. I will not accept $1 for the work I've done. I know that's shocking to you, Mayor, but
I'll tell you, if your nose is growing, I know why, but that's I can handle that.
the only problem I'll have is explaining to Mrs. Chesnoff how I gave money back.
That's true.
I'm going to ask permission to withdraw, and the same applies to Mr. Brown. Both of us were unprepared to participate. We needed the continuance in order to make the kind of presentation that I would make, and I'm going to leave it in the hands of my able client.
Okay, now, was Jay Brown involved too?
He was, but he's not, because the only person who got money was me, and I was going to give money to Mr. Brown, but I haven't.
Is that
as far
accurate,
as I
Mr.
know.
Brown? Because I'd have to abstain if he were involved as well, based on my property interest with him. All right, I'll accept those representations, and we'll go forward.
I apologize to my client, who I know for a long time and who I met actually as a result of my involvement with the Andre Agassi Charitable Foundation. But I'll be back sometime. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Marcella?
Your Honor, members of the City Council, first of all, I'd like to excuse my address today. I would address more formally if I knew I was going to be presenting. And I would like to go through the history of this project. We're here not only to address this issue, but to uphold our integrity, our honesty, and the right to fly the American flag in front of Tobin Hummer. On March 23rd, 2006, we went before the Planning Commission and requested a variance to construct a 130-foot flagpole with a 30 by 60 flag. We, at that point in time, the Planning Commission approved us to fly a 100-foot flagpole with the same size flag. There was a 10-day appeal period, and during that 10-day appeal period, Councilwoman Tarkanian appealed it and had it moved to the City Council for an appeal. Let's see. On May 3rd, 2006, we went before the City Council, and during that meeting, we were approved for a 100-foot flagpole and a 75-foot, a 100-foot flagpole and a 30 by 60 flag. Councilwoman Tarkanian at that time said that she would approve us to have a 75-foot flagpole with a 30 by 60 flag, but we did not agree to that, and that's why we moved forward, to support our decision that we got from the Planning Commission. And here we are today for our 6-month review. During the past year, we haven't received any written complaints. In fact, I even attended a neighborhood meeting where Councilwoman Tarkanian and Chip Maxfield attended and ran a few months ago. And the neighbors that are here today attended that meeting, and there was no complaints with regards to the flag at all. So we're going to ask that you could support us today and uphold us flying the flag, and then we can move forward with our dedication and memorial that we committed to do, which was not part of the conditions of the original approval. That's something that we wanted to do ourselves. And the reason why we haven't done that yet was because we wanted to get our final approval first before spending more money to build the memorial. In fact, we had it on the mayor's schedule for May 30th for him to attend and officiate that ceremony. But we held off on it because we didn't know what would happen when we came back for our review. I have a signed contract with Martin Harris Construction to build it. They're ready to start tomorrow, and should be done in about a week. We have Las Vegas Trophies, who's a former Thunderbird, making the plaque that's going to go on top of the structure. And then at another time, we will have a memorial service, and we'll ask the mayor to preside over that and support us.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Marcello? I have a question of Mr. Scott. Was the memorial a part of the condition in order to have the flag fly there?
It wasn't an official condition. I know the applicant referenced it when he made his presentation back in May of 2006, but it did not make it on as a formal condition.
It was not a formal condition.
If I may, Mayor?
Yes.
I apologize. The conditions state that the project must be built in compliance with the plans that were submitted, and the plans that were submitted showed that feature, and it was shown in the, it is in your file. The original plan is in your file received, and it is also in the original proposal. So that's why it is made a part of the requirements, because it is part of the original submittal.
All right. Now, assuming that the flag is permitted to fly, what is your representation to us today as far as the memorial being completed?
It'll be completed within a week. We have a contract with Martin Harris already, and we're prepared to move forward and get it done, and then pick an official date where we would ask you to preside over us for ceremony with other officials from state and city government.
All right. Are there any questions of Mr. Marcello? Mr. Tobin, any questions, or would you like to be heard?
The only thing I'd like to say is that over this year, I have not had one complaint, one comment. Certainly have not heard from Councilwoman Tarkanian on this issue. We've had many contacts with the city, though. She's sent compliance out many times. The wall's not the right height. This plant is dead. There's graffiti on the wall. We've had multiple contacts, and we've taken care of every issue without question. Worked very well with the city. But I've never heard a complaint from a neighbor or anybody, not an email, not a FedEx, not a letter, not a phone call, one time about that, because you're going to hear testimony today from an individual who's a neighbor who is not happy that I didn't build him a wall, a special wall for him. And I'm not going to be shaken down by a neighbor. So that's the basis of that. And but I did everything in regards to all the issues that I've been trying to run a business. I have a letter from a neighbor that I'd like to read, the most direct neighbor. And I think it's really well written. It's from Joe Esposito. He's the president of Liberty Lock and Safe. He's right across the street. To whom it may concern, I would like to state that the flag and pole that is situated at Tobin Hummer and adjacent to my building at 5470 West Sahara Avenue is complimentary to my business. I would also like to state that any business that puts so much expense, time, and design into such a landmark status symbol of our country should be commended and praised. Each morning I come to work, I gaze at that inspiring symbol of freedom and give thanks that I live in this wonderful country. I would also like to state that given the size of this glorious flag, the fact that when it is outstretched in the wind, it is surprisingly quiet. It is not distracting in the least, but on the contrary, fills my entire team of 55 employees with pride. There are many days we comment as to how beautiful she is. Any individual or group that would refer to this symbol of America as nuisance, eyesore, or noisemaker should be looked at by the Department of Homeland Security to see where their sympathies lie. Respectfully submitted, Joseph Esposito, President of Liberty Lock and Key.
Thank you. All right.
I'm very proud of the fact that I am waving this beautiful flag of ours. I'm a very patriotic person, and it's my opportunity to show that and to share that with all people of Las Vegas. And I've had nothing but compliments from people that are customers and neighbors and that don't have a bone to pick with me or my company. We've given back many things to this community. I think this flag is giving back to the community. I'm very, very proud of it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, one other thing, just to state for the record, there were many flags flying on Sahara and throughout the city, and Terrible Herbst has really set a standard for that. There's many 100-foot flagpoles out there, you know, in the same proximity to residential neighborhoods. I think a precedent would have been set by that. Just wanted to state that.
All right, before we hear from the public, do any council members have any comments or questions at this time? All right, folks, it's a public hearing. Would anyone like?
Mr. Mayor, if I might, please.
Yes, sir.
Would you I just want to make a couple of corrections or comments so that we know full accuracy. The meeting to which Mr. Marcello is referring, the one that I held with Chip Maxfield, I just want you to know that this was not an item on that agenda. We were doing traffic studies, and so that's why the item never came up. Secondly, I do believe that an email was sent to Mr. Tobman, and I've got it someplace in this pile, which I can find, if it's not already, with the stack of papers that you have. My understanding is that, and I received it this morning, that each of the council members received, it was 25 to 30 letters from different individuals in that area who were complaining about the flag. Now, I did not start getting these complaints until slightly past that 6-month period, but after that, I did start to receive them. I did not do anything with Tobin because it was my understanding from our vote at the May meeting that this would be reviewed, and at that time, how the neighbors felt was going to be the deciding factor. So that's why I did not want to get involved. I didn't want anyone to think I was out there with the neighbors or something. And Mr. Marcello, I just want to emphasize to you that you said you needed the approval on May 3rd because you had a ceremony scheduled no less than 2 weeks away. And that ceremony was to dedicate and honor the veterans. And there was no comment then, and no mention of final approval. You stated then at that meeting that within 2 weeks you were going to have that ceremony, and that's why we had to rush that vote.
Yeah, and what date was that, Councilman?
That was our meeting of May 3rd, 2006.
Well, we had it scheduled for the 30th.
Yes, Memorial Day, right?
May 30th. May 30th.
Well, what does that mean? I said the meeting was on May 3rd.
Right,
you
said 2 weeks. There wouldn't be 2 weeks, right? Of this year. May 3rd was last year.
That's what I'm talking about, last year.
Last year.
Okay. I don't know how that continues in the road, but let me just emphasize that what I'm saying is that at that date, May 3rd, 2006, you said you had a ceremony scheduled, and you said Memorial Day, you said you were going to get the Nellis color guard, and that's why we had to rush the vote, and that's all I'm saying. No time did you mention.
That's an inaccurate statement. With all due respect, you can't schedule something like that and send out invitations in 2 weeks. And maybe there was a miscommunication there.
Well, forget the 2 weeks. I don't know if that's accurate or not, the 2 weeks. I'm just saying that you said that you had, well, let's get the...
We had nothing
I have on tape that you said you wanted to do it during the centennial year, and you were going to do it during the centennial year. The centennial year's been over for a while.
That was the intent.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the intent.
And you never mentioned final approval. You just said we had to hurry with it because you had planning to do it.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Not that I recall.
Any other comments or questions? All right, public comment.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident and disabled American veteran of the Korean War. What kind of a flag? Everywhere in this text, in this conversation, not once did anybody say American flag. Is it red, white, and blue? Approve the item without delay. Thank you.
All right, would anyone else like to be heard?
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Steve Sanson, a proud Desert Storm veteran that served this country proudly during the First War, during Desert Storm, in the United States Marine Corps, president of Veterans in Politics, 6455 Dean Martin Drive. Sitting in the audience, I have Nick Starlin, who is an Army Ranger, combat veteran, the 3rd vehicle during the invasion of Baghdad. Everyone has the right to fly the American flag, and that right belongs to all Americans. We are proud that Americans would want to honor and pledge allegiance to our flag. Our flag has been flown proudly from the Revolutionary War to present day over 232 years. We do not have an issue with flying of the American flag. The applicant stated over 12 months ago, on May 3rd, 2006, that in addition to the American flag, there will be a memorial at the base of the flagpole in honor of our veterans. The applicant's statement are as follows: we dedicate the flag to our brave veterans who have risked their lives to ensure our freedoms. This will be in conjunction with the Las Vegas Centennial. Applicant added that there would be a plaque, a monument, color guard from Nellis Air Force Base. We are here to tell you that there is no memorial at the base of the flagpole. There is no plaque, and there hasn't been any color guard over 12 months. What disturbs us is the exploitation of veterans, our men and women dying for our right to a free nation, being used for selfish financial gains. Veterans give their life for selfless reasons. The veterans should not be exploited to gain the compassionate and sympathetic hearts of the general public and this City Council. Thank you, and Semper Fidelis, and always faithful.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
Oops, excuse me. Perhaps last but not least, I too am a Korean War veteran and believe in that flag and what everyone else has said about our American flag. Semper Fi, I was a Navy hospital corpsman during the Korean War. I took care of you, a lot of you Marines. Anyway, God bless us and God keep us going forward. Amen.
Yes, ma'am.
Kanita Jones, 5645 O'Bannon Drive. When they first came to us, they met with 3 of us, and they wanted the memorial to be Vietnam veteran. They did not even know that there were no Hummers used in. I'm a Vietnam veteran myself. I wish we were a master plan community and somebody would block us from these. We all love the American flag. Stop the businesses from being in our neighborhood. It's loud. I wrote a letter June 27, 2006. That's shortly after it went up, copying Dan Tobin. Each one of you should have received one, stating that we had a problem. The flag was loud. It pops. It's like fireworks. Good on 4th of July. Not a daily thing. It's business that should be on a freeway with a large flag for people to see and hear on a freeway, not in neighborhoods. I'm a Vietnam veteran. For anybody who'd like to say we didn't serve, we love the flag.
Thank you. Next, please.
I'm going to be just plain me for a second and comment on this particular topic. My name is Poliak. And, I was in the military for 4 years. I appreciate the symbol. But I think what we need to do is put excerpts of the Constitution because people don't understand. They can't see any writing there. They don't know why that flag is there. And it'd be probably more academic to have excerpts here and there. This is what it means, how our forefathers drafted this, because if you ask anybody on the street about the Constitution, they don't even know how to spell it.
Next, please.
My name is Wayne Earl.
I live at 2260 West Wind Road. I'm kitty corner through the block from the flag in question. I know there are 2 other flags in the neighborhood, same size pole, and I consider all of them sort of a disservice to the idea of the flag. I think the flag is a patriotic thing. I served in the Navy in World War II. I had 3 brothers in the Army. We participated in the occupation of Japan and the repatriation of the Japanese people that were on the islands. I like to see our flag flown, but I don't like to see it used as a commercial draw. I'm familiar with some of the complaints of my neighbors that the flag is loud. It personally doesn't bother me being loud, but I recognize that when the wind comes up, and usually that's in the evening, that it can be distracting. And I think the flag should be flown reverently, not auspiciously. That's all I had to say about it.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman. I appreciate you working quite so late. My name is Connie Kling. I live at 5640 Urbana Drive, which is about a block over from where the Hummer dealership is. I have happened to be at neighborhood meetings where it has been promised that their issues, the neighbors' issues with lights and the wall would be taken care of. Those items have never been followed through with. As far as I'm concerned, that puts the integrity of the dealership at question because they are not following through with things that they promised when we had neighborhood meetings to plan this. In addition to that, I don't often hear the noise, but I am an insomniac. I am up in the wee hours of the night, and when it is windy, I do hear it. Now, I don't live next to it, and it's not that much of an issue for me. I have to say, initially, I thought it was gunshots in the neighborhood, and we don't live in a neighborhood where you hear gunshots. The other issues I would like to address are the size of the flag. I don't think, first of all, that it's an appropriate size for the area. I am like the gentleman that was up here previous to me. I think that the flag should be revered. I think that our troops should be honored, but I don't think that the size is what makes the difference. First of all, it overwhelms the area. Secondly, I have a question, if I may. Is the flag that you have currently flying 30 by 60?
Yes.
Okay, what size flag did you have up there previously? Because the size you have flying now is not what you had previously.
No, ma'am. We have, can I?
I drive by it every day. Okay.
Speak through me.
It appears much smaller, and the reason I notice it, my husband is active duty. I drive right by their dealership every day, going to my job. And first of all, they had the flag up there, and I love the flag, but it looks out of proportion, greatly out of proportion in comparison to the Nevada flag. If you decide to make an agreement with them to let them keep that flagpole, then the 2 flags should be in direct proportion. Otherwise, I think you do a disservice to the state of Nevada as well as to the United States government flag. In addition to that, I want to say that as far as the memorial, if they're going to put a memorial up to honor the troops, it shouldn't make any difference the size of the flag. The regular size, the larger size, well, we're not going to do it until we can see if we get this. I can understand the memorial may perhaps, and I emphasize perhaps, change in size depending on the size of the flag that they are flying, but I can't truly think that a memorial down here on the ground is going to change that much in size if they change the size of the flag. I also do not think that this promise to put this memorial in place and have all of these things should have been delayed over this whole concern. Well, am I going to get to keep my flag or not? My husband is a combatant. My husband's been in the military for 23 years. He and I both would do or say anything to further and honor the flag and this country's government. And I agree with the gentleman before me. I think that it is a ruse to profitably line their pocket. I don't think, and I'm sorry if this offends you, in my opinion, you are not doing this or requesting this for the right reasons. If I truly felt that they were the right reasons, then that would be one thing, but I don't think they are. Another thing, if you're going to fly a flag, you should see that that flag is properly maintained. How many times have I driven by there and seen that flag in tatters? I have, on a daily basis. Now, I admit it was during the windy season, and perhaps they were waiting to see if they were going to get the authorization to keep it there, so that they didn't want to spend the money on another 30 by 60 flag, so that it looks nice and was appropriate. But those are my feelings on the matter, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, Council Mayor and Council members. My name is Gary Swansker. I live at 2270 West Wind Road. My property adjoins the dealership in question, and I'm the guy who's trying to shake Mr. Tobin down, according to him. Even though I have an agreement, I have a letter from the architectural firm that said they would provide a visual screening along the west wall that belongs to the LDS Church to screen me from the back of the Hummer dealership. This was something that was negotiated prior to the city council meeting, and at the city council meeting, Mr. Tobin agreed at that time again to provide that visual screening. The reason I requested it is because previously, when they were using that property, which was previously a beauty shop converted from a home, they had stored a sea of Hummers back there, and it wasn't. Hummers are not my favorite vehicle, and I shouldn't have to be an extension of their parking lot. And so I requested a simple visual screening. I didn't ask them to extend the wall which separates them from the church in the rear of their lot, which would be the north wall. I simply asked them to raise my wall the appropriate amount in order to screen me. I've been in negotiation with Mr. Marcello and Mr. Tobin for well over a year now for them to comply with our original agreement. Now, if he and Mr. Marcello told me that I was trying to shake him down, I was trying to shake Mr. Tobin down in presence of Dr. Parachi, who's my next door neighbor. And I took offense to that. I felt he insulted me. I did everything that I felt was appropriate. I was simply trying to protect my property. And then for him to come forward and then do this again, I find it unbelievable. I originally supported the flag. I supported it. Mr. Marcello came to me during one of our discussions about the wall. They kept leading me on to believe they would do what they said they would do. And he says, "Oh, we're going to put up a 130-foot flag as a Vietnam War memorial." Well, I enlisted in 1966 in the U.S. Navy. I served 4 years until 1971 as a rescue crewman in Adak, Alaska, and then aboard as a supply officer on Bahama Richard CA-31. I've seen a lot of terrible things, and I'm proud of my service. And I'm proud of the flag. I have no problem with flying the American flag. I think that's one of the reasons I served in the service. But the American flag is a symbol. It shouldn't be a wind instrument. This flag flies 100 feet tall, and currently I have done some calculations. I have pictures. I did some calculations on the flag, And I believe the current flag is 25 by 50. And they could fly as much as a 30 by 50 flag on that pole. I believe you have information in your packet. And the reason I did this calculation, I wanted to see how many square feet of sound a flag was creating the sound throughout our neighborhood. It's 1,250 square feet. The sign of a small house is up there waving in the wind. If they were allowed to continue with the 100-foot flagpole, it'd be 1,500 square feet of increased sound. Now, probably a physicist could tell you what the decibel level would be at a certain, within a certain airspeed and size of a flag, but I can't do that calculation. But in preparing for this meeting, I reviewed the Planning Council meeting, and Mr. Marcella, let me read this if I may. I'm a little dry now. This is from the minutes, the Planning Commission meeting, March 23rd, 2006. Vice Chairman Evans remarked that the neighbors might not realize the sound of a flag that size would be when it snaps and waves in the wind. Mr. Marcella stated that the flag would be nearly 1,500 linear feet away from the nearest resident home and mentioned the noise already produced by the traffic at the location. Vice Chairman Evans resented the argument that this would serve primarily as a patriotic request. It is apparent that allowing this request would serve as a marking symbol for the dealership, and opposing such requests would appear as if patriotism is not encouraged. He stated that the reason given for the size of the flag was disingenuous. Now, I calculated the distance based on that information. I said, okay, how far away am I from this flag? Well, when I came forward and supported the flag based on being a war memorial, Vietnam War memorial, I hadn't really considered the noise. And when we had the council meeting, it was kind of an awakening to me, because here I had committed my word to Mr. Marcella I would support this flagpole. And so when Mr. Evans brought this up, and then later they offered a 6-month review, I felt, okay, I can live with this, because we'll have 6 months, and if it's not a problem, it's not a problem. Well, 6 months went by, and another 6 months went by, and here we are today. Just recently have the neighbors received notification of the meetings. Many of them complained to me long before, and as a matter of fact, I have a copy of the email that I sent to Mr. Tobin the morning of July 5th, because I was awakened by the flag. And I expressed to him my concern that I had received from the neighbors about the noise, as well as myself. So I did some calculations, and first of all, I'd like to show you how this flag affects my home. I don't know exactly where this goes. All right, in the middle? Like this? This is the front of my home, and the flag flying behind it. Okay, it's very large. This is my home when the flag is not flying. You can still see the presence, the height of the flagpole in relationship to the distance to my home. This is my home from the Hummer parking lot, to show you what I was concerned about, because I can easily see over the top of that wall, which code enforcement's recently required them to raise about four blocks, and it's helped tremendously. But I had no privacy. People would come back here, they would show their vehicles standing, looking directly at me. I took this picture last night sitting on my patio at night. Not only do I have a great view of the flagpole, but I got 13 light poles and 16 lamps lit. This is what I have. I had previously asked Mr. Barcella to extinguish this light. This light is 95 feet from my bedroom window. But since they decided they weren't going to cooperate with me, they turned it back on. That picture's last night also. This is a picture of the reflection of the lights in my master bedroom window.
Okay, we're going a little bit astray.
No,
off the flag issue.
Flag issue. They're all flag issues. This flag is on a 100-foot pole, and it's a 25 by 50, which is 1,250 square feet of flag flying up there. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just I got a little disorganized here, sir.
No problem.
Okay. What I did is I went down to, I calculated, I don't know if this was going to come in. I basically took the area view of the area off the city website, and then I took the plot map from the city website in order to center the pole, and I wanted to make a calculation of how far this flag was from my house. Now remember, Mr. Marcella said the nearest home was 1,500 feet away. Okay, the back of my property line, now these calculations are from Doug Rankin and Bob Levant of the Planning and Development Department. I visited them on Monday, May 7th. My property line is 453 feet from this flagpole. The back of my house is 540 feet. Mr. Parucci's home, which is adjacent to mine, is 294 feet from the property line, 405 feet from the back of his house. Kenita Jones, who spoke earlier, the flag is 915 feet from her property line, and from the back of the house, 990 feet. If you do a 1,500-mile radius from the center of the flagpole, to the north, that takes you to El Parque, to the south, El Dorado, to the east, Edmond, and to the west, Duneville, Saratoga. So they gave it, based on 1,500 feet, if the flag was 1,500 feet away, probably wouldn't be a problem. But for me, 500 feet away, when the wind's blowing, this is a 24/7 flag. They don't take it down in inclement weather. I don't know how they could. Probably takes 8 men to take it down. This flag is brutal. It's welcomed me up on numerous occasions, and I really think it's just not appropriate. If they really want to create a memorial, I saw a beautiful situation when I came to the city council today. You have 3 flagpoles, probably 40 feet high. Okay? They could have an American flag, appropriate size Nevada state flag, and perhaps a MIA flag or a Hummer flag, based on a 3-flag memorial. A 100-foot flagpole does nothing but promote excess noise in the neighborhood and also assess the dangerous precedents, because the Budget Kia dealership may want a 100-foot flagpole, and the 2 Desert dealerships on the same side of the street may want a 100-foot flagpole, and the residents would never get any sleep at night. So I really request that you vote against this issue. If they want to have a memorial, it should be in front of the dealership, not above it. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard at this time? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Would you like to be heard?
I'd like to respond to a few of the comments by the neighbors. I'm sorry, I don't remember her name, but a lady had mentioned that some things that were just not so about the size of the flag changing. That's just not true. The tattered flag issue, we have a contract with a company that changes it out every month. We bought an additional flag. We pay several $100s a month for this service. The only time they cannot do that is when the wind is so powerful that you just can't take it. It'd be dangerous to take it down. So sometimes for a week it might fly tattered, but we're all very much aware of it, and we have a contractual arrangement with the company to take care of that. So we've gone to great expense to make sure that that didn't happen out of respect to the flag. People have made a lot of comments about whether or not my heart is in the right place with that, but only I would know that, wouldn't I? Unless you had a crystal ball or you're a psychic or something, you wouldn't know whether or not I was doing it for commercial benefit or not. I'm a very, very patriotic person, and that can be proven. I'm not going to bother with it, but I'm not going to stand here being accused of being of doing this for only financial gain. I really don't know of anybody that purchased a vehicle from me because I fly the flag. I have not met that customer yet, but I'm very proud of the fact that I do. And the nice thing about this, and one of the things that the flag does make a statement about in this country, is that these people can come up here and make these comments without us stopping them. That's a right we have. And one of the things that the flag represents is the fact that these folks can express their feelings and their concerns, and I think that's very special. And I really in honor of that. And then our neighbor, who referred to me as Mr. Hummer, Mr. Swanger, very much aware of him, and he has a bone to pick. He was under the impression that we were going to participate in rebuilding his wall in the back. He's got a little like pony wall, and his backyard is in terrible disarray. It's overgrown, it's dirt, and it's got weeds, and talking about a nuisance. I mean, we look at this all the time. It's horrible. We spent a great deal of money building a beautiful property, working with the city on all kinds of issues, and then I have to look at this eyesore of a house that he has in this backyard, who he's probably never spent 10 cents in maintaining, and he has a 3-foot pony wall, and he needs a higher wall, but his neighbor is the church, the LDS church, and he sent us a proposal for $18,000 or $20,000, expecting us to rebuild this, to build his wall. And we never made a commitment. We did talk to him about participating, but when I felt like I was getting shaken down by this guy, and his insinuations were, there's people that are having a problem with this flag, and it was just very timely when this conversation. Didn't hear from him for 6 months, 7 months. Didn't hear from you. Didn't hear from this guy until it was evident that I was not going to spend $20,000 improving his property. So I've said it on tape. He's got a problem with that. That's the nice thing about being able to be in this forum and expressing oneself, and that's one of the things that the flag represents. So that's all I have to say, and I hope that you will honor this flag. If there's any issue here today, let it be about the memorial. Give me appropriate time that you demand me to have it up. It's with the best intentions. We've had a lot of people make their opinion, both at city council, staff, neighbors, what I should put on this memorial, how many flags, where they should be. The flag is up. I really hope that you're not going to take down the American flag in Las Vegas. And if you'd like, I will commit right here and there about the memorial. Our first discussions were about the Vietnam vets. This was a work in process. We can't be held accountable for every conversation we've had in trying to work this issue out, as we did with every other issue. If you noticed on those photographs, Mr. Swanger, by the way, all those light photographs, did you see his property? It's dark as can be. There's no light protruding onto his property. There is light at the dealership, but there's no light protruding onto this property. We have no paging. We have no doors open to his property from the shop. There's a lot of things we worked out a year and a half ago. They should be. Why are we talking about that stuff now? We're a good neighbor. We respond to every concern that is put forth to us. Ms. Jones, who came up here before, contacts our office anytime a Hummer drives by her house. And we have a meeting with our employees that day and let them know about the planned route for driving, and we have a discussion. We remind them of their employment agreement that prohibits them from driving in the neighborhood. And I heard no complaints about the noise except for Mr. Swagger, who happens to have a problem with us about a wall. Nobody else had a problem with the noise, keeping them up or anything else. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Tobin, I certainly love the flag, but I feel like that you've had ample time. Here you are asking for more time to put up the memorial. I agree with Mr. Sampson. I thought he was perfect in his comments and stuff. I don't feel like that giving you 2 more weeks or 6 more months is going to take away from the fact that you promised us a year ago that this would be done, and it's still not done. So here you are. No, I listened to you. I really feel like that giving you more time is just taken away with the spirit of what we've done, what you talked about the American flag stands for, and to me, the American flag represents honesty, forthrightness, and I feel like that I've been boogered. I was told that this is going to happen, and it hasn't happened, and that really, really bothers me. And we don't have enough staff members, we don't have enough hours to go out there and make sure every condition is met. And that really, really offends me. And again, this has nothing to do with the American flag. We've heard the American flag, what it stands for, the freedom that it represents. I certainly represent the same thing. And again, I feel like that I've been boogered, and I just have a hard time with it. So I don't feel like giving you any more time is going to do anything except, well, I'm not going to say that. Anyhow, I don't believe that your intentions was to put up the memorial like you said it was, or the memorial would have been put up already. Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? Councilman Wilson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Goodman. With your permission, Councilwoman, I was in the back when this agenda item started, and I didn't hear the explanation that was given for the delay in putting up the memorial. So if somebody could offer that to me.
I'm glad that you asked, because I really would like to kind of clear that up, because it is an issue. We first of all, we didn't know it to be a condition. It was not part of the conditions per se. I understand from staff today that they said that, well, everything you put on the plans is basically a condition. So technically speaking, yes, it's a condition, but there was no written condition to me or to us, and it was not made a part of the conditions that Councilwoman Tarkanian, or actually I think it was Mayor Goodman, made the eventually made the proposal last time, but there was not a condition. So we were supposed to go for a review in 6 months. That was 6 months ago.
Let me stop you right there, if you don't mind. May 3rd is when we approved this.
06.
I'm sorry?
06.
Yes, May 3rd of 06 is when we approved this. I don't remember if you were here, Mr. Tobin, but certainly Mr. Marcella was here. Were you here, Mr. Tobin?
Yes.
I mean, I thought it was pretty clear that the spirit of what we were doing was for you to put this memorial in.
Okay.
In fact,
By Memorial Day.
well, whether it was by Memorial Day, it was certainly within a short period of time. I mean, I remember the controversy was the 100 feet versus the 40 feet, and I know that I was swayed at the time, because rather than restrict you to 40 feet, give you 100 feet, but there was, in addition to, displaying the American flag, we were going to have a great symbol, a memorial.
That's right.
And I just find it difficult for you to come in here now and say, I really didn't think it was part of the requirement.
No, I'm not saying that. Let me finish.
Well,
please.
you did say that. I mean,
well, would you like me to finish the
sure.
thought, or
Sure.
I mean, I'm not going to take an axing for something I didn't do. What I was saying, as I was saying, 6 months we were supposed to have a review. We never got notified. What we thought very clearly, that it was not a condition. Let's get our final approval. We have this thing hanging over our head. City Council is going to decide whether or not we're going to be able to display this flag. That's where you left me. So why would I spend a great deal of money? I mean, I know that, if that's what your expectations are, please tell me now. If you expect me to bring out distinguished parts of this community, the mayor, the governor, city council people, inviting all the politicians and all the people that make this town go in this southern Nevada and part of Nellis and everything else. And then you're going to ask me to take this flag down? So I thought it would be best.
What I'm going to do and what I'm going to throw out there is the opportunity to see the tape from the May 3rd meeting. Because, Mr. Tobin, if you're right and you didn't think it was a condition, I hear what you're saying, but that's not my recollection. And, you know,
we have it written.
A picture tells 1,000 words. Councilwoman, if you don't want to do that, I accept that and I'll go with you. But if there's a tape...
But we have a written
condition. Hold on, Mr. Tobin. If there's a tape which displays what everybody said and what the spirit of the conversation was, that'll answer it for everybody.
And Councilman Wolfson, I would like to show the tape. The problem is the tape is too long for today's meeting, but I do have parts of it that I think that are pertinent that I could show, and I have about 2 quotes at the end. I want to say that even after the review was mentioned, it's automatic to get a review. Are we saying that these people who are such successful businessmen who do business with the city all the time didn't know that the site plan would be part of what they would have to do, number one, on the memorial, or that we wouldn't be having a review? And they never mentioned, even when they knew there was a review, that they were not going to do that memorial. And did you want to say something else? Because now that I'm on the
I want the tape.
I would just like to quickly add that the Hummer dealership is one of the dealerships, of course, along the Sahara corridor. We've had many, many complaints, and the Hummer dealership has been at the top at the number of complaints. And we have code enforcement who has gone out there and who has tried to make corrections. I have not had a single code enforcement officer tell me about this gentleman's house, but I will ask that code enforcement to go out there and check on it. But that has nothing to do with it. We're not talking about even the flag. The flag we love, we know that. We're talking about the flag pole. And we said in that last meeting that if the neighbors didn't like it, it would be removed, and you agreed to that. And I remember why I felt you weren't genuine in your patriotism. I felt it when I asked, and I made a motion. My motion was that it be 75 feet. And you stated, Mr. Marcello, that I'd rather have nothing than not have 100. Well, to me, if your heart's in patriotism, it's that tribute to the veterans right there. It's not the height so it attracts people from a long, long distance. And that's what I feel.
The reason that we had a problem with the 75 feet was the fact that 75-foot flag is closer to the ground, and we knew that would be much noisier, and we didn't see we did not want to have a problem. So we thought the higher it is, the less noise it's going to be.
Except that a 75-foot flag would be smaller. You don't have the same size flag if you're following flag etiquette on a 75-foot pole as you do on 100.
Okay, what I would like to do is, Councilwoman, you say you have the tape?
Yes.
I'd like to see the tape.
We're calling for it now. My liaison in the back room heard what you said.
All right.
And basically, while we're getting it on, could I just begin so we can save...
Well...
Oh, okay.
Brave veterans who have risked their lives to ensure our freedom, and do this in conjunction with the Las Vegas Centennial.
I think you have to back up some, but that Las Vegas Centennial is where you're saying you're going to do this Veterans Memorial. I hope we're right. I hate to do this in a long meeting.
I want to see the tape.
That was before the first 6 months review. Right.
You can't see all of it, Mr.
I want to see the relevant portion of the tape. I want to see what representation.
Ensure our freedom. We have designed a plaque and a monument to be placed in front of the American flagpole, and we will have a formal dedication to include the color guard from Nellis Air Force Base. As you all know, Hummer vehicles have been used to defend this country throughout many wars, and we feel strongly about the direct relationship of the American flagpole, the dedication to our brave veterans, and the vehicles that we sell. I would ask the City Council today to support our 100-foot flagpole, and I would like to introduce Mr. Dan Tobin, who's the chairman of the Tobin Automotive Group, for some further comments. Dan?
Thank you, Carl. City Council and Mayor, I guess he took a break from that last session, I would understand. Anyway, I'm very passionate about this particular issue, as I, like most people in the room here, are very patriotic. I'm very.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think that's basically the major part of where they were talking about it. It started a little later than it should have, but that's basically what they were saying. They were going to have the memorial, they were going to have it during the centennial, they were going to have the color guard.
Does that satisfy you, Councilman Wilson?
Well, as Councilwoman says, it may have started a little later than we prefer, but I did hear, is it Marcella? Yes. I did hear Mr. Marcella say that they were going to have it in conjunction with the centennial, and I thought he said maybe Memorial Day.
Can I please make a comment?
Sure.
Yeah, this is the time to do it.
That was on May 3rd, 2006. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we at that point in time, as part of the conditions we had, is we were going to have a 6-month review. Am I correct? After that, 6 months from May 3rd, we were supposed to come back before this body and get approved, which would be within the centennial year from the Las Vegas. Is that correct?
Technically, it's
okay. So we never got notified of a 6-month review. We were going to wait, get it approved. We never had the intention of not building that memorial. And that's what's trying to take place here today, and that's wrong. We had it designed, and it's ready to go, and it's ready to start construction tomorrow. But we just didn't want to spend the money, you know, if we were going to have the flagpole come down. So 6 months from May 3rd, 2006, we were supposed to have a review, and that never took place. So it ended up here we are today in 2007. And that's the reason why the memorial isn't built today. There's no ill will here or ill intent. Not at all. It's a disgrace that's even upon myself that it's being portrayed like that. We would not come before this council and make a commitment to do a memorial and not do it. There's no way. And that's not my intent, and I know it's not Mr. Tobin's intent.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
He was aware of the 6-month review. He said he wasn't aware. He was aware of the 6-month review. It shows that on the tape. And then a little earlier, he said it would do an undue hardship if we didn't move quickly to vote on this because of what they wanted to do in the celebration and the dedication of the memorial. I would like to say, and this is the main thing is that we're here to ensure that the conditions that were made in May of 2006 are met, and that no harm was enacted on the quality of life for the residents in the area. I don't recall you asking for the review, and yet you knew a review should occur. So it goes both ways as far as that city staff or the other. Please let me finish, because I have to tell you, the last time in May 2006, you had an awful long time to talk, and the other people didn't have as much time, and I didn't even have as much time. So I want to point that out. And I'd like to say that on all of this, towards the end, this is what, today, the importance of having this review is to finally keep our commitment, our word to our residents as council members. That's why it was important to have this here today. And I wanted to point out that at the end of that tape, if you went all the way to the end, you state, if the neighbors say it is a problem, we can take it down. And then the mayor responded, you have no choice. And that was where it ended. And that's what those people, those residents believed. They believed. And that was one reason why I stayed out of any of the neighbor business, because I knew that they were the ones who would be coming back if they had a problem. And you know that I was concerned at the height of it, and I felt that if we should have the flag, we could have it at 75 feet. And you said at that time, it's on the tape, I'd rather not have any at all if it's 75, if it's not 100 feet. That's a summary of what you said. And then I said, well, that doesn't sound very patriotic to me, because the flag is the flag and it represents our country, and you don't have to have it that high, which I may have mentioned before. I'm ready to make a motion, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'd like to be heard first. This council took an extraordinary action several years ago about the American flag. People will recall that there were homeowners associations in this community that barred the American flag from being flown in the homeowners area just as a matter of policy. And we actually passed an ordinance to the effect that flags can be flown notwithstanding a homeowners association if a person who is part of that association wanted to fly the American flag at their home. I think the problem we have here, I'm not going to call anybody names because that's not what this is about. I think that there was perhaps a misunderstanding on your part. I definitely was under the impression at the time that the motion was made, because I'm the one who carried the ball, that that memorial would be a done deal. I don't understand really why we keep on referring to the centennial, because it was outside the centennial year. The centennial would have concluded by May the 15th of 2006. But if you 2 weeks from then, maybe you want it to still to be associated with the centennial. Mr. Sampson makes a good point. The flag is what is symbolic of what you and the other gentlemen who served our country and put themselves in harm's way, and the lady as well, I don't want to forget you, of course, during these wars and conflicts to preserve the liberties that we pride ourselves as being the only nation that really has this kind of freedom. And I just feel that we expected the memorial to have been done at this time, and that I think is the thing that perhaps is most disturbing to me, because I know that that was your intent. It wasn't done, perhaps because of a misunderstanding, but nevertheless, I think that that was our expectation, and we have been let down in that expectation. Councilwoman?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to point out, and I'm sure you didn't mean it that way, but it's not the flag that we're trying to prohibit here. It's the height of the flagpole, which is sort of different from the homeowners where they tried to keep the flags
No,
out.
and I appreciate that, and I wish I would hear from Mr. Tobin and Mr. Marcello that they would like to have a 75-foot flagpole there, which was acceptable to us at one point in time.
I would like to make a motion if I could.
All right.
And that motion is to deny. But I would then like to work with Mr. Tobin and Mr. Marcello to see if we could, along with the veterans group, along with veterans who have spoken here today about their concern of wrapping a flag of patriotism around a commercial thing, I would like to have them serve in working with us so that we could reach a fine memorial.
But what I would like to do is I'd like to have this resolved, as strange as it may sound, by Memorial Day, so that we either get this resolved with the flagpole at a height that's acceptable, with a memorial to the veterans, so we can have that celebration. I don't want to put it off another year.
And by the way, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to point out, that's why on the tape Mr. Marcello said, that used the term, we want to finish it by the centennial, and that's where the 10 days came in, because the centennial ended approximately 10 days after our council meeting, and that's why there was the rush, and that was why they were saying no undue hardship. I do not feel it's appropriate to have that tall a flagpole in that area. Again, I move for denial on this item, but I move in a way that I hope we can work together. I don't know how you could reduce the flagpole or what could be done, but if we could work together with a veterans group on the size and on the memorial itself, because it is a little off balance if you look at it.
Well, I'll support that on the understanding that the two of you will be meeting with the councilwoman's office and the veterans group immediately to try to get a resolution as to the height of the flagpole, and I want that memorial up and running by May the 30th.
If I may, Mayor and
Yes.
Councilwoman, I apologize, but the motion for denial would then mean that in the absence of other conditions, so that's why I bring it to the council's attention so that we have the appropriate conditions. The motion for denial would mean that the flagpole has to be removed and they would be able to build a flagpole of 40 feet in height, which is what is allowed by code. So if the council has other wishes, then I need for the council to place those on the record so that staff can adequately follow up in accordance with your wishes.
Well, I expressed my wishes.
Okay.
Again, I move for denial of the flag as it is today, and coming back to build a 40-foot flag, a foot pole, or whatever let me take that back. I move for denial of the 100-foot flag pole, and request that we have a group coming back that might be able to see how we could work out another size flag pole with a relevant memorial for the veterans.
I hope, Mr. Tobin, that you will be cooperative in that respect. I hope you will. It's your prerogative, of course, but I think it's your intention to have the memorial there. I think it's your intention to fulfill your patriotic obligation as you expressed it, and perhaps you can negotiate a height differential over the 40 feet. I don't know, but I would like to see a memorial there, and I'd like to see a flag there.
Your Honor, I'm really don't understand what I'm supposed to. Am I supposed to get a wrecking ball and take this flagpole down?
I don't know.
I really don't understand.
Well, at this point in time, you could chop 60 feet off of it. I mean, that's
it just can't be done.
That's what's being said at this point in time, and I'm suggesting that you meet quickly with the councilwoman's office and with the veterans groups and get this resolved one way or the other, or else we'll remove the flagpole for you.
Mr. Mayor? As a condition in the staff report, it indicates that if denial, the applicant shall obtain a demolition permit and remove the subject flagpole within 60 days. That is in the condition.
As I say, I would like these things, I'm conditioning my vote, or I won't support the motion, on the fact that you're going to meet and you're going to try to get this resolved. If that meeting's not going to take place, then I'm going to have to vote accordingly.
Well, I didn't know that I would have to deal with this in the next couple of weeks. I'm not going to be in the country, so I can't change that. I can meet in 30 days from now, but I can't meet within 2 weeks.
Okay, well, I thought we could get it done by Memorial Day, if all the plans were in order as was represented.
But Mr. Marcello can meet on my behalf.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
As your agent, that's fine.
Mayor, we have arrangements to start building the memorial like tomorrow.
All right, well, let's start it.
Can we proceed forward with that?
Yes, I'd like to get the input of some of the vets here. I think that would be helpful.
Per our design, okay, that we submitted in,
yes,
which I had no idea it was included in the design of a flagpole.
Okay, well, I would love to see a memorial there, and then we'll give you appropriate kudos, and we'll have a nice ceremony on Memorial Day.
Okay, can we call for the question, please?
All right, let's vote.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry, not to beat a dead horse, but this fact had not come out yet, and just out of curiosity, the cost of the memorial, do you have any idea about the cost of the memorial? To give us an idea of what we're talking about.
Yes, it could be right around $20,000.
$20,000?
Yeah, in that area.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I ask that perhaps, is that Mr. Sam, are you still in the audience? Yes, if his veterans group, they represent several different groups, if they could quickly then, after this item is finished, make arrangements, they could go over with you your current plans and see how they could help and give some input. If that would be all right with you, that would quicken it, Mr. Mayor.
I would like that.
Yeah, it would. The memorial is designed, and I think they could really have some good input on what we put on the bronze plaque. You know, I think that would be really good. Well, I'd say.
Could they meet with you tomorrow? If Mr. Sampson can, I have no idea if he can or not.
I'll get with him and have to look at my schedule, and we'll do it as expeditiously as possible. But all I could, say is that, we spent over $50,000 or so on this 100-foot flagpole, and to reduce it in size, it's a major task. There was never an intent to go against the conditions.
And I will concede that. I just think there wasn't a meeting of the mind. I was of the impression that memorial was going to be up by Memorial Day.
Mr. Mayor, I've called for the question.
All right.
Can we please have the question? We're going to be here till midnight.
That's all right, too, but we'll vote.
Okay.
Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, that'll have to be down in 60 days, the 100-foot flagpole.
Right. All right. We're now 96 and 97. 96, is that correct? 96 is ZON 20185, There will be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Centennial Riley Development. Request for rezoning from U undeveloped zone SCTC Service Commercial Town Center Special Land Use Designation to CTC Town Center Zone SCTC Service Commercial Town Center Special Land Use Designation on 1.61 acres, approximately 1,000 feet west of the intersection of West Centennial Parkway and Grand Montecito Parkway. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. SDR 20186 is a public hearing. Same applicant owner requests for a site development plan review for a two-story, 21,730 square foot medical office building and a waiver to allow no landscape buffer along the west property line where 8 feet is required of 1.61 acres, approximately 1,000 feet west of the intersection of West Centennial Parkway and Grand Montecito Parkway. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are public hearings which are now open. Yes, sir.
Hi. I'm Nathan Goodman with KGA Architecture, 4495 South Polaris. We're here representing the property owner, and to make it short and sweet, we agree with staff's conditions.
How do you spell your last name?
Same as yours?
Are you a long-lost son?
No. I don't, not to my knowledge, no.
Anything within the third degree of consanguinity?
Say what?
Forget about it. Forget about it. No. You can, stop it. Okay, any questions of Mr. Goodman? All right, folks, a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, that's on 96. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And on 97, please.
And on 97, also move to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
98 and 99. 98 is ZON 20200. Public hearing. Applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, request for rezoning from R1 single-family residential to CV Civic on 18.4 acres located at 2100 East St. Louis Avenue in Ward 3. And 99 is SDR 2201. A public hearing as well. Applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, request for site development plan review for the renovation of an existing public park on 18.4 acres located at 2100 East St. Louis Avenue. The staff and Planning Commission both recommend approval. I'm going to turn this over. I'll be right back.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Mayor and City Council. Claire Lewis, representing the owner with the City of Las Vegas, and I brought with me Mike Duran, representing RPA, the consultant for the project. We've reviewed staff's conditions. We concur with the recommendation.
Well, just in abundance, saving a little bit of time, if you run over real quick what we're going to do. This park is J.C. Park. Just go over real quickly what we're going to do here at the park. I think it's important that people know what we're doing down here.
Well, go ahead, Mike.
Mike Duran, 6785 Southeastern. Yes, this is a renovation of J.C. Park. The park's about 40 years old, hasn't had a facelift since then, and we will be going through and essentially be renovating approximately 10 of the 18 acres throughout, redoing the jogging path that's there, removing one of the existing baseball fields that's in somewhat of disrepair and replacing it with a synthetic soccer field. We're also adding a tot lot to the south, or playground to the south end, and then we're also adding parking lot to the south of the project where there currently is no parking right now. Currently people park along St. Louis, and so we think this will be a nice amenity to the park.
And we're going to redo the bocce courts too, right?
We currently are not touching the bocce courts or the horseshoe courts, but we have gone to great lengths to protect what's already there.
Yeah. This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on these items? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Council members, are there any questions of Claire? Hearing none, I really appreciate what staff's done on this park. I think that the amenities that we're adding, I know that a lot of the downtown soccer clubs are going to really enjoy practicing on the new synthetic turf down here. It's great for Ward 3, so I'll make a motion for approval of item number 98 with all staff conditions. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. And on item 99, again, I'll make a motion for approval on this item with all the staff conditions. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Councilwoman? Again, motion carries. Thank you guys very much. And
Thank you.
Give my thanks to all those who worked on this project for us. Item 100 is rezoning 19444, public hearing, applicant owner Nadir Zekahami, request for a rezoning from RE Residence Estates to C1 Limited Commercial on 0.48 acres located on the northwest corner of Decatur Boulevard and Auburn Avenue. This is in Ward 5. Councilman Williams' ward. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare the hearing open. Is the applicant present? Any representative of the applicant? Seeing no one, Councilwoman, what would be your pleasure on this?
I'd like to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
And this is a public hearing. Anyone want to speak on this item? We'll close the public hearing. Is there any questions on the motion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item 101 is a variance, 20,027, public hearing, applicant Willow Springs Ranch, owner Selective Holdings, Inc., request for a variance to allow non-habitable accessory structures, horse facilities, to be 21,122 square feet, where 3,136 square feet is the maximum allowed on 4.45 acres located at 5770 West Rosado Way. This is in Ward 6. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. The applicant's present. I'll declare the public hearing open. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, before we get started, Mr. Weiss, forgive me for interrupting. I need to disclose that I live 2 doors down from Mr. Weiss's home. This will not affect my home any differently than any other home in the neighborhood, and I will be voting on this item.
Excuse me?
Yes, sir, please.
Hi, good evening. Steve Weiss, 5770 West Rosado Way. I've contacted several neighbors, and I've contacted one neighbor from Los Prados who usually contacts her other neighbors, and she had given me approval on it. And I misplaced her original email. However, I can hand this to you. These are letters from my neighbors.
Just put them in the record, please.
And I had turned all the pictures into the Planning Commission. It's a covered arena. I don't have the pictures to show you. It'll be well maintained. It comes with, I believe, I'm not sure if it's a 15 or 20-year warranty on the cover.
Yeah.
But it should improve the look of the facility and enhance the property.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Any questions of the applicant? Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Weiss. I will let the public and my colleagues know that he's got a great ranch right there. Great service to the equestrian community. He takes very good care of it. I wish you'd send your hand down to my house every now and then. But Mr. Weiss has done everything I've asked him to do. He went and talked to the neighbors, and that was the biggest concern of mine. I certainly am all right with it, but I wanted to make sure the other neighbors were as well, especially those folks. As you can see, that's Los Prados right behind his ranch, and he's got to know them quite well. So with that, I'm going to follow. I'm going to move to approve agenda item 101, subject to all conditions.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Sorry.
That's fine.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck,
Thank you.
sir.
Have a good evening.
You too. 102 and 103. 102 is SUP 20198. A public hearing. The applicant is Red Rock Motorcycle Sales. The owner is Summit Global LLC. Request for a special use permit for motor scooter sales at 2260 South Rainbow Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 103 is SDR 20196. A public hearing as well. same applicant, same owner, request for a major modification of an approved plot plan review of an existing building in conjunction with the proposed motorcycle, motor scooter sales dealership on 7.73 acres at 2260 South Rainbow Boulevard. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Ward 1, public hearing is now open. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Richard Moreno, 300 South 4th Street for the applicant. We appreciate your office's help in this matter and your personal involvement with the neighbors, and we would like to just clarify item number 4, condition number 4 on the SUP. I believe there was a change. We realize that there's been some issues about test driving in the neighborhood, and we will definitely not be a part of that. We will have a specific drive course along Rainbow and Sahara for any test drives. There's only about 3 or 4% of people who buy motorcycles want to test drive, but just the repairs to ensure that they're properly, it'll be clearly marked and there'll be no violations of that.
And
pardon me.
Mr. Mayor, I just could say, I believe Margot has put that in, has changed that condition so it reads correctly.
If I may, Mayor and Councilwoman, it would change, condition number 4 would be deleted in its entirety and replaced with the language that the test driving of motorcycles in residential neighborhoods from this location shall be prohibited. The applicant shall provide staff with an acceptable test driving route plan prior to the issuance of a business license at this location.
Could I just add, it was supposed to be on-site, that there would be no test driving on-site or on the neighborhood schools. I don't know if that got to you, Margot, but that's,
so
it's
then,
just, I don't think you'd be doing it on-site, but it was just because of some concerns voiced.
then it would be on-site or in residential neighborhoods.
Right.
We accept that.
All right, any questions of Mr. Moreno? Folks, a public hearing, would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
I'd like to state that this is a wonderful revitalization opportunity for this shopping center. Harley Davidson has been an excellent business community member at their other large location at Eastern and Karen, and it should be noted that they've been a good neighbor at their present location on West Sahara. They've not been cited for code violations. There have been no complaints from the residents. You've really, truly been a good neighbor, and everybody is very pleased that you're going to be coming into this area. I move for approval.
All right, there's a motion on 102. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. 103, please.
Move for approval.
Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. 104 is SUP 20184. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Las Vegas Carriages, LLC. The owner is Baptist Mission to England, Inc. Request for a special use permit for horse-drawn carriage rides at 1060 South Main Street. This is going to be heard in conjunction with item 74 from this morning. 74 is discussion and possible action on a request to allow horse and carriage rides on city streets in the downtown. This is in Ward 3 and 5. And let me see. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Gentlemen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Stephen Smith. This is Robert Humphreys. He's my partner in this venture. The business is located at 1060 South Main Street in Las Vegas. We've done horse carriages in Clark County for over 20 years. Presently, we're doing horse carriage rides at the Floydland Park. This is an amusement ride is what we're asking for. It is not a transportation. In other words, we will not be taking people from point A to point B, but it will be point A and then back to the same place. So it's not going to be like a taxi. It will be an amusement ride. We have met with the Arts District, the Downtown Business Owners Council, the Entertainment District, the Gateway District. All of those districts have submitted paperwork saying that they support this for the downtown, except for the Entertainment District, and I met with them on May 1st, and I would like to read into the record their short letter and then present it to the council as support for this. Dear council members, the Fremont East Entertainment District met on May 1st, 2007, and considered Las Vegas Carriage LLC proposed carriage rides for downtown Las Vegas. We wholeheartedly support this project. We would like the city to consider allowing the carriages to come up to 6th Street. Presently, the city municipal code only allows the carriages to pick up and drop off at 8th Street. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us, 702-382-4766, and it's signed by Raj Patel, board member. The last couple of years, I've met with numerous city departments. Robert's met with numerous city departments. That includes the city attorney's office, that includes neighborhood services, that includes the traffic engineers, Office of Business Development, and everything that they've asked us to do, we've done. The operating hours are limited. The time of the year, it's limited. We have a program to take care of the waste if there was any spillage. All the horses have diapers. The carriages, they are new carriages. They're not antique carriages. They have, for safety, hydraulic brakes. They have lights. They have slow-moving vehicles. And also that the routes that have been approved in the traffic and planning are all on the slow streets here in Las Vegas. And we just want to thank everyone that has worked with us on this. And if you have any questions, we would feel free to open that up to you. Thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. Under conditions, there's no condition in here stating about the waste. I'm really concerned about that. The diapers, are they foolproof? What happens in case a horse does without the diaper or something? I want to make sure that the waste is cleaned up as quick as possible.
Okay. The diapers could have a spillage. They're not foolproof, but we will have somebody completely, whenever the carriages are rolling, to be on call, and they will be there the longest. We measured it from the most traffic period of time during the day that we would be operating, and we're not operating during the drive time, but to the farthest point, and it only takes us about 6 minutes from the barn to the farthest point of the routes.
Okay. We need to add that as condition.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Bart Anderson, Public Works. I would like to address item number 74, which is the discussion to allow the horse-drawn carriages on the public streets. Licensing of horse-drawn vehicles is governed by Municipal Code 6.44 and 11.39, and within 6.44 there are ordinance requirements for the manure catching and for the things that he's referring to. So it doesn't need to be an additional condition. It is covered in our current code. I'd like to say that we've met with the applicant over the last 18 months to define the routes that they can take, and that we are the routes that we've recommended are off of the main traffic-bearing streets. We feel that this can be safely and harmoniously brought into the neighborhoods.
I got no problem with that. I do have a couple concerns, and one of them is, okay, are we going to allow this travel route to go by some of the condominiums that are in progress right now being built?
Well, I think the routes that are before you tonight are defined. The routes went to the Traffic and Parking Commission, and they were approved in March of this year. I don't specifically know, I can certainly show you maps of where the routes go. I can't specifically say whether they go by condominium developments. That question I don't know right now.
Well, I apologize. I had to leave my briefing on Monday, so I would have asked those questions at that time. I don't feel like that. I would ask that they work with staff to make sure that, because we do have some of the streets neck down around the construction. We gave them half streets to set up their cranes and stuff like that. I think it would be a danger not only to the horses but to the people inside the carriages if they are going by these condominiums. So I would ask that staff work with the applicant to make sure that during the construction time that we're not infringing upon the work in progress.
And we certainly will do that, though I will point out that although the code does put in hours of operation limitations. The applicant has agreed to even more stringent hours of operation, in that the code says that they can't be operating between 6 and 9:30 in the morning or between 3 and 6:30 in the afternoon. And my understanding is that the applicant has agreed to not operate before 6:30 p.m. at all during the week, and only 6:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. weekdays and 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. weekends. So it's my understanding with these numbers that they would not be in conflict with any actual construction activities.
Okay, well, I would just like to be sure that we monitor that.
But we certainly will, sir.
Yeah.
I do also need to state, though, for the record, that the applicant is asking for 2 exemptions from the...
I got those here.
Okay, from Code 6.44, the chapter
On
644.
the seat belts.
Correct. That's
And the veterinarian.
Yes, sir.
Veterinary certification.
Yes, sir. And we believe that that those are reasonable requests, and we support the request.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the exemptions I don't have. I don't know anything about them.
I got a letter
I
from-
understand. Excuse me, what did you say?
I received a letter from Mr. Smith, or Mr. Humphreys, I'm sorry, that is dated April 15, 2007. I thought everybody got one, so I apologize.
I apologize, sir.
Okay, so what are the exemptions then?
To clarify, if I may.
Yes, please.
The exemptions they're asking for is a requirement to provide seatbelts on the carriages. My understanding is that the insurance companies will not insure horse-drawn carriages with seatbelts in them because it can actually be more problematic if a person cannot leap free of a open carriage if they're strapped in. The other request for a waiver is of 6.44, parent 110, which requires a veterinary certification that the animal must be acclimated to street noise.
That is my concern. How do we know if the animal is going to be acclimated? And so it relates directly to the seatbelt thing. If a backfire, something spooks the horse, then what happens? I mean, that's a safety issue in my mind.
And I believe the applicant can address what their precautions are going to be.
Why don't you do that, sir?
Robert Humphreys is my name. I'm a Las Vegas resident. That is a very good concern. And these horses are used to these type of noises if wherever they're brought onto the streets. But the question here is that the veterinarian came out there and looked at the horses and inspected them. And when he got to that particular question, he said, well, this is outside of my area of duty. I mean, he has no way of knowing just by looking at the horse if the horse is used to street noises. There's no way he can tell that just by looking at it. Excuse me. What I suggested is if we reword that to where if someone honks a horn right by the horse and the horse doesn't react, or if they slam on their brakes right in front of it, things of this nature, then the veterinarian can react to that, and he can say yes or no, and we can satisfy what we really need. If the vet puts his name on something like that, and then the horse goes downtown and has an accident, the vet doesn't want to stick his neck out and be liable.
Well, what do you do in other places where you have your operation? Aren't they concerned about the same thing, about the horses spooking in city traffic?
Sure.
And how do they resolve that issue?
It's done by the training of the horse. I mean, the horse is just already used to that.
How do they get used to noise?
Well, if I could, Your Honor, I think we're going to have a guinea pig on these horses. I think Councilman Brown and Councilman Ross will be riding one of these horses during their Eldorado parade.
Actually, if I could follow up with that, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I had an opportunity, and Councilwoman, if this makes you feel better, to go out and visit their horses this last weekend. They've got some well-trained teams. I watched them hitch 2 teams. You guys did a good job. They were incredibly well-trained horses. The horses we'll be riding, just for clarification, are not the same horses.
Oh.
It might have been that one I was riding because he was awful slow. But they've really got a sharp operation out there in Councilwoman. I just want to share with you because I haven't had a chance to. that what they're doing out at Two Springs, Floydland Park, folks are just lining up. I mean, I was so dang impressed, and I want to make one more comment, Mr. Humphries and Mr. Smith. Why wouldn't you want to be able to pick somebody up and then, drop them off a block or two down the road instead of taking them along like your amusement ride definition? I think you're kind of ruining the convenience of that, and I only say that because I've ridden them before and just come down from Salt Lake a couple of weeks ago, and they were doing the same thing, but folks were being dropped off where they wanted to be dropped off, not necessarily, from point A all the way back to point A. If they wanted to stop off the casino and hit the buffet, they had the opportunity to do that.
Well, the reason that we are not doing that has to do with the Transportation Services Authority, and that makes us a limousine under the rules, and then we would have to go get a limousine license, and I don't think that would be quite possible.
Yes, all right, yes. All right, public hearing, anyone want to be heard?
Yes. Don McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I had my first ride on a horse when I was 5.5 years old at a place called Oakland Military Academy. The horse's name was Prince. I wasn't as big as he was, but I enjoyed it very much. Now, in this unique attraction ride, which is what it is, it's important to understand some things after the laughter dies down. Some real facts. The carriages are not ADA compliant. The alleys that the carriages will enter and traverse on their routes are dark. It's downtown. There have been armed assaults and robberies in those alleys. I can attest to that personally. Unless somebody's riding shotgun on each carriage, not a good idea to cop on it. But the real important matter here is the art district, where the public who resides in the art district has been denied access to public mass transit by this city council and the art district associations. So here's what I will say about this item. I respect and admire Reverend Steve and his compatriot. I'm going to recommend very strongly approve the item and make sure you got it covered, because there may be problems. But if you don't restore bus service to the people who live in that art district of Ward 3, you can forget about an art district, because I'll stop it single-handedly, and I ain't kidding. Giddy up.
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. I had a chance to take my patient that's in the wheelchair during Christmas, to take her on a carriage ride not too far from Mesquite. And, because she was in the wheelchair, you had cowboys out there that helped lift her up on the carriage ride, and it was very nice for her, and it was the first time she was ever able to get on it. But I got a problem with the city, because when I tried to get a carriage ride in my neighborhood, and I live in a rural neighborhood, for my grandbaby's birthday party, they told me I couldn't do it, and it was only for one day, and it wasn't a business. I just wanted the kids to ride through the neighborhood on the carriage and the horse, and they told me I couldn't do it. I had to have insurance on the horse, the children, the street, and everything else. But now they're going to let them open this business, and I support that, because in New Orleans, you have that, the carriage rides that's in New Orleans. And since they say this man here is a reverend, I want to, this reverend is starting a business. How many reverends you got around here that started a business? So I want to, I support your project. We ain't got no reverends that starts nothing.
Johnny Ventura, Las Vegas, Nevada. I strongly support, Reverend, and you, sir. The last time I took a carriage ride was back in New York City a long time ago, when they had carriage rides in New York City. I don't know if any one of you remember, but it was a lot of fun. I was in the military at the time, and a couple of sailors and myself, we took a carriage ride. Maybe we weren't sober at the time because we're drunken sailors, right? But we had a lot of fun, and I'm happy to see that we're having something with this come to Las Vegas. And Beatrice, the reason why you couldn't take a ride, honey, because you were a patient. See, if you were a patient, the therapy was, and I'm sure you ladies will agree, the therapy would be tremendous for some of the patients who need that therapy. God bless you, gentlemen, and onward, like Tom said, giddy up, let's go.
All right, anybody else want to speak? 7:15, folks.
Charles Fox, Bunkhouse Alone. Stephen had asked me to come down and support him. I think it's great for the downtown area. I wish it could come down to the bunkhouse. He stops at 10th right now. I don't know if it's possible that he could come up to the 11th Street, that my customers could take advantage of that also.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Poliak, and I object to this idea because I think it's a pipe dream removed from reality of the congestion and traffic. I don't like the idea of adding, let's say, urine on the road. Even though they sweep up the horse manure, you're still going to have residual there. It's a health problem. And it's not a good idea. Probably in a park in Mesquite be great. But we should examine the overall aspects as to repercussions to health, safety, and welfare.
All right, would anybody else like to be heard, please?
Mayor, if I could.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, wait, I'm hearing it from both sides now. Yes.
Sorry. Just on the manure issue, they are required to, by our code, to carry a chemical nutrient in order to neutralize the urine and the feces that the horses will leave. With regard to insurance, it's going to be required that they carry a $1 million liability policy as well as a $5 million umbrella policy, and also naming the city as an additional insured on each of those policies. So, just for the clerk's record, I'd like to give her a copy of the declarations page, which indicates that they have secured the $1 million and $5 million policy, indicating the city as an additional insured.
Right, they pay for it, correct?
That is correct.
All right, yes, Councilman.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to ask Councilman Ross.
Councilman Ross, there's a question.
I just wanted to ask you that if Councilwoman Williams and I rode this horse-drawn situation carriage here, would that count for the El Dorado Parade horse riding? No?
Councilwoman, I'm going to count it.
You're going to count it? Okay, then. Thank you.
Closer I get
we'll
to-
need a couple of horses. Okay.
All right, I'm closing the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Bart Anderson
You gotta be
again.
kidding.
I have taken the opportunity to take a look at the routes and plotted them against the tower projects that I know of having been approved. And none of the routes before us right now will go by any of those tower projects. However, we will continue to work with the applicant over the next 6 months to refine, make sure these routes are appropriate, and possibly, as we've heard some of the public request, possibly come back with modified routes in the future, and that is one of the items we will be looking out for when those new routes come in. I do want to say that in order to facilitate traffic and vehicular movement, no travel is permitted on busy streets such as Charleston, Las Vegas Boulevard, 4th Street, Fremont, or Main Street. These will be limited to the minor traffic carrying streets in the downtown area.
That's fine. You ready for motion, sir?
I am ready for a motion.
Councilwoman, do you want to make a motion?
Ready for a motion and a martini.
Same here. My recommendation is to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
And I would like to add, could you put a 6-month review on here?
With what?
Put a 6-month review on it.
With a 6-month review.
And if I may, is this item 74, the discussion on possible action to request to allow horse and carriage rides from the morning session?
This is 104 first.
I was under the impression that 74 had to be first.
74 is first, Mayor.
I was behind this 104.
All right, vote on 74. Same motion?
Yeah.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. And 104, please.
If I may, Mayor, if I may not, that's fine too.
We're getting silly. I think we're all tired.
What do you have?
Just the hours, sir, that the applicant indicated they would do lesser hours than is required by code, and if you wish to place that as a condition, then we would do so
Please.
on this item.
All right, what hours are they?
That would be, the hours are limited to 6:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. weekdays and 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. weekends. Thank you.
Is that agreeable? All right, very good. Motion, please.
With a 6-month review. That'd be my motion.
Would that be a 6-month review before the city council, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Margot?
One more thing, that'll be a change to condition number 4.
Sorry.
What do you need?
Could I hear those hours again so that I'm sure that I understand?
Okay, what hours are those again, please?
The hours I have are from 6:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. weekdays and 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. weekends.
I didn't understand that when I talked to John Radilla. He only talked about restricting it till the late nights during the week, but from 9 a.m. until 3 o'clock was okay during the week.
That's what we agreed to, is from 9 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock when the traffic starts. And then also after the traffic stops
On
until 2 a.m.
On weekends.
No, every day.
Okay, if I could.
Well, let's get this straight.
The code provides, Mayor,
What are you saying?
that you cannot operate between 6 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. and between 3 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. throughout the week.
Say that again, please.
You cannot operate between 6 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. or between 3 p.m. and 6:30 p.m.
That's correct.
And you understand that?
That's correct.
So we don't need an additional condition, if they understand that. They will be compliant with the code unless you're trying to limit them further under the code.
I certainly don't insist upon that. That was my understanding of a representation they had made, was a limitation further than the code, but if the code hours are acceptable to you, I have no objection to that.
What did they agree to?
My information is that they had agreed to 6:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. weekdays and 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. weekends. That's what I have before me.
Okay. The only change that was made was to the 2 a.m. part. There was no change made to the daytime route, and that's probably why it's addressed that way. So 9:30 to 3 was acceptable during the day, but where they were looking for the change was till 2 a.m. in the morning, and that's only on the night shift, because there's two shifts.
I would just go with what the code hours provide, and that would give them exactly what they want.
That's fine.
Your motion, please.
So then the only change would be to condition number 4 that will read, there shall be a review of this item in 6 months by the city council.
That's correct.
All right, is that the motion?
Does everybody understand the motion?
Now let's vote.
The
please.
hours. Thank you.
Post.
Yes.
Motion carries. Good luck, fellas.
Thank you so much, and I'd like to thank the staff that worked for the last 18 months on this. They were really great with us.
All right, 105 is SUP 20189. There'll be a public hearing. The applicant is A Access Bail Bonds. The owner, Osvaldo Fumo, requests for special use permit for a bail bond service at 117 Gas Street. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is in Ward 3. Folks, we're still in our meeting, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Lynn Handler Cohen, Craig Cohen from Access Bail Bonds. We're really just here to answer any questions you have and to thank the staff for the help that they've given us.
All right, are there any questions of the lady or gentleman? Folks, a public hearing, does anyone want to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem? In his absence, Mayor Pro Tem Tem? Mayor Pro Tem?
I move to follow staff's recommendation with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Post? Oh, motion carries. Thank you. Good luck, folks.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, 107 is SDR 20178. Public hearing. The applicant is Levitt's Home Furniture. The owner, Constantino Noval Nevada LLC, requests for a site development plan review for a proposed freestanding sign 80 feet in height within 200 feet of the US 95 highway on 8.19 acres at 81 South Martin L. King Boulevard. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is not a billboard sign, right?
No.
Okay. Okay, please identify yourselves.
Ken Kendall, Visible Graphics. Mario Rodriguez, Signs West.
Be happy to hear from you, gentlemen.
Only if you have any questions.
All right, very good. The public hearing, folks, would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Williams.
Yes, Mayor, my recommendation is that of the staff, and that is to approve it, since it's not a billboard.
Very good, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 108 is VAC 19628, a public hearing. The owner applicant is Barbara J. Farminelli. Petition to vacate a drainage easement generally located on the north side of Centennial Parkway, approximately 645 feet east of Leon Avenue in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. Is the applicant here or anybody on her behalf? Councilman Ross, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I'm going to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, before we vote, it's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the Ma'am, did you want to be heard? No. We'll close the public hearing. There's been a motion. Let's vote on it, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 109 is VAC 19867, a public hearing. The applicant is Las Vegas Civil Engineering. The owner is Rutherford McKinney. Petition to vacate a 20-foot wide section of public right-of-way generally located west of D Street, north of Owens Avenue, and south of Leonard Avenue in Ward 5. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval. Is anybody here on behalf of the applicant or the owner? It's a public hearing, folks. Does anyone want to be heard?
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. Because right there on that corner, they have the rock that says West Las Vegas for Berkeley Square. Is this right there where they want to vacate that right there where that rock set that for Berkeley Square? Because this the man's property right here. Do anybody know?
Does anybody know an answer to that question?
If the question is, are we
Yes.
Sorry? If the question is, are we vacating the property underneath the landmark rock, well, the answer is no.
Okay. So what is he doing there?
There is an unused alley at the back of his property that is fenced off and currently unused. It's right-of-way that's not attached. It's not part of a real alley. It was just kind of a remnant left for many years.
When they build the senior apartments over there.
He's asking to eliminate that public right-of-way use and reclaim the property so that it can be used.
So he'll be able to extend back to the brick wall, right?
That's correct.
I don't have no problem with that.
Did you want to be heard, sir?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your name.
My name is Frank Mitchell, and I own the property at 401 Leonard. And that's adjacent to my property right there. And when I bought that house, the public right-of-way was an access to me. And now if you're vacating it, it seemed like that would depreciate the value of my property. And then if you did vacate this property, what would happen to this to this public right-of-way? Where would it, the north side go to the north property and the south side go to the south property? Or what exactly would happen to it?
If I may, yes, Mr. Mayor. The county assessor will make the determination as to how the property will be redistributed, but it typically comes from the parcel from which it was created. They'll do the research to see what the action that created that alley, which side of the center line it came off of. It appears, I can't actually say. It appears to be entirely located south of the center line, and it would appear to me that it would reattach entirely to the property on the south, but the county assessor will make that ultimate determination.
Yeah, but like I said, when I bought the property, having the public right-of-way there was access to me at that time. And, I think it should still remain a public right-of-way.
And we appreciate your position. Thank
Okay.
you.
But, okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, would anyone else like to be heard here, please? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Williams, what's your pleasure?
My recommendation is to approve.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Please. I would like to ask Beverly if she would show me voting in affirmative on items 107 and 108, please.
All right. Thank you. Very good. The record will reflect that. All right, item
118.
118. 118 is 118, 119, 120, and 121. 118 is GPA 20150, a public hearing. The applicant is Diamond Springs LLC, the owner First Southern Baptist Church. Request to amend a portion of the southeast sector plan of the master plan from PF Public Facilities to O Office, 1.69 acres on the east side of 6th Street, 335 feet south of St. Louis Avenue. This is Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. 119 is ZON 20151, also a public hearing. The same applicant, the same owner. Request for rezoning from CV Civic to O Office on 0.69 acres on the east side of 6th Street, 335 feet south of St. Louis Avenue. The staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. 120 is VAR 20152, public hearing. Same applicant, same owner. Request for variance to allow a two-story, 35-foot-high office building 15 feet from the residential property, where residential adjacency standards require 105 feet on 0.69 acres on the east side of 6th Street, 335 feet south of St. Louis Avenue. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. 121 is SDR 20149, public hearing as well. The same applicant, the same owner. Request for a site development plan review for proposed 11,110 square foot office building on 0.69 acres on the east side of 6th Street, 335 feet south of St. Louis Avenue. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. This is in Ward 3. They're all public hearings, which are now declared open. Mr. Lane.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Doug Lean, 5520 South Fort Apache Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, here representing with the applicant Desert Springs and the owner First Southern Baptist Church of Las Vegas. Thank you for hearing us tonight. A couple of high points in lieu of the time issues that I know that are happening here. We'll hit a few high points. We've worked quite diligently on this small office product in this area on 6th Street. We've worked with the Neighborhood Association and with city staff on this. I think the one big point that came up on this property was that we are asking for an O GPA change and an O on the zoning. Staff had asked us to do service commercial C1, which was a less restrictive issue, and the neighborhood liked the more restrictive zoning of the O issues, and the applicant is in agreement to that. A couple of the points I want to point out on the site plan is we've done excessive amount of landscaping to both the north and south boundaries. We have raised the wall in the back an extra couple of feet, up to 8 feet, for more added privacy. The one property behind us is about 3.5 feet in elevation lower than this site plan. So there's an exceptional grade difference as far as giving a site buffer. We also have gone along with staff recommendations that the windows on the second floor will be high strip windows. They'll be over 6 feet off the floor. From the second floor, so there'll be very little chance for any viewing out the back wall. I think that we've covered all the parking issues on site with no variances there whatsoever, and it's a very restrictive, straight office use, no retail types of activities under the O office designation. I have the owner of the property, the First Baptist Church here, representative, the architect, and also the applicant. If you have any questions, we respectfully request your vote.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lean? All right, any questions for the other folks that have come with him? It's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard?
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. On the office buildings at the two-story that they're going to build, will they be renting those or will it just be for the church business?
No, this is not for the church. This is for the developer, Diamond Springs LLC. They are purchasing the land from the church.
From the church?
Correct.
Also, the church not building nothing there?
No.
Oh, because I thought I was going to support, if it was a church out of my ward, I was going to support that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else like to be heard? All right. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, on the GPA 20,150, I make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. Margot, would you put on record real quick why you recommended denial on this application?
The denial, sir, is because of the variance necessitated by the type of development. That is the only reason.
I feel like that this area here, it's by the church radio station, and it's right behind the shopping center where Marie Callender's is located. I like to this be a very welcome addition to this area here. I have spoken to some of the neighbors. They don't have any problem with this application, so I move for approval.
All right, that's at 118. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. 119, please.
Yes, and I do, again, follow Planning Commission recommendation for approval on item 119. Again, I think that the zoning is appropriate.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. 120, please.
And on the variance, because of the conditions that Mr. Lean referenced, I feel like that this is going to be compatible, so I'll make a motion for approval of item 120 also.
Thank you. Please vote. Post.
With all conditions.
Motion carries. And 121, please.
On the site development review, again, I think it's a beautiful building. It's going to be nice. I'll make a motion for approval with all conditions.
All right. Let's vote on that, please. Post.
Thank you, Councilman Reese, and Mayor and Council, and thank you for all the hard time you spent with you and your staff. Thank you.
All right. Motion carries. Thank you. All right. 123 is and 124. 123 is GPA 20175. Public hearing. The applicant is Fletcher Jones Management Group, Inc. The owner is Fletcher Jones Senior Trust. Request to amend a portion of the southeast sector plan of the master plan from SC Service Commercial to GC General Commercial on .54 acres of property located on the north side of Alta Drive, approximately 500 feet west of Decatur Boulevard. This is Ward 1. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval. 124 is ZON 19128. A public hearing as well. Same applicant, same owner. Request for rezoning from R3 medium density residential to C2 general commercial on .26 acres on property located on the north side of Alta Drive, approximately 600 feet west of Decatur Boulevard in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Yes, ma'am.
Katie Fellows, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. These two parcels comprise a very small portion of the larger Bill Hurt car dealership, and the general plan amendment is to bring in the zoning request or to bring these parcels into conformance with current use of the property. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the young lady?
Excuse me.
Yes.
I think you've indicated you have an abstention on these items.
Mr. Brown, is he involved?
No. You said you had a lease agreement with Fletcher
Oh,
Jones.
geez, it's so late I forgot who I leased my car from. I lease my little car from Fletcher Jones, and I've been advised because of that, a contractual relationship, that I'm not allowed to vote on this, so I'll abstain.
Thank you, Your Honor. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
We'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian, please, on 123.
I would like to emphasize that these are what we sort of call cleanup items. As you stated, it's just so we can all get conformed into C2. And I know there were some concerns by seniors in the area about other aspects of your application. However, we were having another big meeting next Monday, and I've told the individuals that we will meet with them there and answer any questions. And this today, I'm emphasizing this because I know a lot of the seniors watch this program. I just want them to realize that this is only a cleanup item to make sure that everything falls under C2. It's not making any big changes whatsoever. The other changes will have a time for more input. So I move for approval.
All right, that's on 123. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries at 124.
You abstain, sir.
No, you're right.
On item 124,
Move for approval.
you've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Okay, good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
125 is GPA 20188, public hearing. The applicant is Urban Lofts, Roman numeral 14 LTD, owner, City of Las Vegas, request to amend a portion of the southeast sector plan of the master plan from PF, public facilities, to M, medium-density residential, on 3.98 acres on the northwest corner of Stewart Avenue and Mojave Road in Ward 3. The Planning Commission failed to obtain a supermajority vote, which is tantamount to denial. The staff recommends approval. 126 is ZON 20192, public hearing, same applicant, same owner, request for rezoning from C1, limited commercial, under a resolution of intent, to CV, civic zone, to R, PD 15, residential plan development, 15 units per acre on 3.98 acres on the northwest corner of Stewart Avenue and Mojave Road. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. 127 is WVR 20191, public hearing, the applicant and the owner are the same, request for a waiver of Title 18.12.100 to allow private streets to be 24 feet wide, where 37 feet is the minimum, for a proposed 56-unit, single-family attached residential subdivision on 3.98 acres located on northwest corner of Stewart Avenue and Mojave Road. C1 limited commercial zone under a resolution of intent to CVE zone. Proposed RPD 15 residential plan development, 15 units per acre zone. Ward 3, the Planning Commission staff recommend approval. 128 is VAR 20193, public hearing. Same applicant, same owner. A request for variance to allow residential plan development on 3.98 acres, where 5 acres is the minimum required for proposed 56-unit single-family attached residential subdivision located on the northwest corner of Stewart Avenue and Mojave Road. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. 129 is VAR 20190, same applicant, same owner. Request for variance to allow 2,059 square feet of open space where 40,249 square feet is required for a proposed 56-unit single-family attached residential subdivision on 3.98 acres located on the northwest corner of Stewart Avenue and Mojave Road. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission has no recommendation. 130 is SDR 201187, same applicant, same owner. Request for a site development plan review for proposed 56-unit single-family attached residential subdivision of 3-story, 38.5-foot high homes on 3.98 acres located on the northeast corner of Stewart Avenue and Mojave Road. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends no recommendation. This is in Ward 3. They're all public hearings. They're all declared open.
Trinity Slotman with Interurban Construction, Urban Lofts, here today on behalf of the applicant, 1126 Carson Avenue. You can see from the overhead, what we're building is referred to as the Stewart Avenue Lofts. It's a 56-unit community. It's our 4th community here in the city of Las Vegas. You can see from the exterior, it's covered in 26-gauge sheet metal product called Galvalume. It's reflective of the sun's rays. Also, it's a pretty efficient way to build from the standpoint of maintenance. Very low maintenance exterior. You don't have to paint it. It comes with a 20-year warranty. You're also not having to patch stucco cracks and all of that sorts of things.
You all right? Cut this to the chase.
Yes, we'll cut to the chase here, sir. We're going to cut to the chase. We've been out there. We've seen it.
Sure.
We love it. Okay? It's a great project.
Open public hearing.
If you want to show your pictures, that's fine.
I'll show you the exterior elevations for the project at hand, and this is the actual colors that we're going to be using. It's desert tan on some of the corners, Galvalume in the center, and rustic red along the outside. It'll have a beige wall with palm trees going around, and then a landscape buffer will have rocks in it.
All right, very good. Great job. Okay, you did a. Don't even bring up another. Don't even think of it. If anybody wants to see the drawings, go outside afterwards. Okay, because we are not going to see one more drawing. Okay.
Okay, good deal.
All right.
Let's just approve this one.
This is a public hearing. Does anyone want to be heard? Thank goodness, no. We'll close the public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Just for the public record, this is the 4th project that we have built by this group in Ward 3. We have a project that's half completed on 11th and Carson, or 12th and Carson, that's already sold out. They built a beautiful project. If people haven't been through one of their lofts, they need to go through and look at the floor plans. They are really, really nice. I think that these are becoming more attainable housing for the workforce people in Ward 3. I have one request here that I'd like to ask from Trinity on, I think it's 129 on the variance for the open space. I think staff's recommending that we, I want to put on record also that we have a park right across the street with a tot lot. It's Rafael Rivera. We have another park to the north. We have another park to the east. So I don't really feel like that we are inhibiting anybody there if we do allow the variance for the open space. I think staff is asking for $150,000 in lieu of. I would ask that they would put on record that they would pay us $50,000 instead of $150,000. And with that, Your Honor, make it ready to make a motion.
And I'm sure that's agreeable with you.
Yes, it is.
And I really don't want to cut you short.
No, that's fine.
If you wanted to show, do you have any other?
No, I was going to show the site plan, but I guess we really don't need to even go over that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've seen it.
Yes.
In all sincerity, it's a wonderful, wonderful urban project, and it's time-tested at this point in time, and very, very welcome into the downtown.
And we're moving along very nicely on Fremont from that groundbreaking 2 weeks ago.
That's great.
And we're also going to
welcome
have
you to our community.
We're also going to have another one of these projects at 5 Points down there on Charleston Eastern and Boulder Highway. On the GPA 125, I'll make a motion for approval of all conditions.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
On 126, I'll make a motion for approval with all staff conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
On 127, make a motion for approval with all staff conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed, please.
And 128, I make a motion for approval of all staff conditions.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on the variance, 129, I make a motion for the open space variance with the applicant paying $50,000 to their fund.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on the site development review, I'm going to make a motion for approval. First, I want to mention that this is backed up to the freeway to the north, to the south of the freeway. Across the street, we have the detention center. To the east, and then to the south, we have Chuck Meeker and Rafael Rivera. And I think it's a great location for this type of attainable housing. I think it takes a lot of guts for them to come down here and build this project here. And so, again, just for the information, I make a motion for approval with all conditions.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you again.
Thank you for your help.
Thanks, Trinity. Appreciate it, buddy.
Okay, 131, 32, and 133. 131 is Z01-19210, public hearing. The applicant is, Ms. Bridges, you're exhausted? Do you need 5 minutes? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Just everybody can get up, stretch a little bit. We'll be back in 5 minutes. The clerk's office really has to have a little bit of relief.
I did not realize that was a consent agenda item. I've never had a consent agenda item in the city. Can we approach the bench, Your Honor, for a moment? You. I'm talking to you. No, you did. I said I would never have taken your time. I was embarrassed.
All right. And their comments?
I would say I heard a voice, and Lois was looking at me, but you really didn't sound like Lois at all. You mean recently or today? Or during this meeting? I guess the truth is, no, it's really
Okay, Beth? I'm going to call. I'm calling.
Okay, folks, thank you very much. We're back in session. I'm going to call item 131, 132, and 133. 131 is ZON 19210. Public hearing, the applicant is Rural Construction Company, the owner is Town Vistas LLC. Request for rezoning from U, undeveloped zone, MTC, medium density residential town center, general plan designation, to CTC, town center zone, MTC, medium density residential town center, special land use designation on 4.62 acres on the south side of Echelon Point Drive, 350 feet east of Campbell Road in Ward 6. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 132 is VAR 19853. Same applicant, same owner. Request for variance to allow a proposed condominium building to be 55 feet from the north property line where the residential adjacency standards require a setback of 173 feet on 4.62 acres on the south side of Echelon Point Drive, 350 feet east of Campbell Road. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. And 133 is SDR 19211. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is the same. The owner is the same. Request for a site development plan review for a 115-unit condominium development composed of 2 5-story buildings on 4.62 acres on the south side of Echelon Point Drive, 350 feet east of Campbell Road. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are all in Ward 6. They're all public hearings. They're declared open. Yes, Ms. Keach, what can we do for you?
Good evening, Your Honor, members of the Council. Tabitha Keach, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. We appreciate the favorable recommendations from staff and Planning Commission, and I would be happy to answer questions if you have them.
Okay, are there any questions of the young lady? Folks, public hearing, anyone want to be heard? I see nobody. We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. On agenda item 131, move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on agenda item 132, Your Honor, would also move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And move to approve agenda item 133, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. 140, 141, 142, 143, 144. 140 is ZON 20507, the public hearing. The applicant owner is Livework LLC. Request for rezoning from PR, professional office and parking, C1 limited commercial and C2 general commercial to C1 limited commercial on 2.67 acres at the southwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 4th Street. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval. 141 is SUP 20519. Same applicant owner. Request for special use permit for a 12-story mixed-use development including 58,000 square feet of commercial space and 1,100 residential condominium units at the southwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 4th Street. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. 142 is VAC 20522. Applicant owner is Livework LLC. Petition to vacate a 20-foot service alley and access easement generally located east of 3rd Street, commencing approximately 137 feet south of the southeast corner of 3rd Street and Charleston Boulevard. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. 143 is SDR 20502. Same applicant owner. Request for site development plan review for a 12-story mixed-use development including 58,000 square feet of commercial space and 1,100 residential condominium units on 2.67 acres at the southwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 4th Street. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. And 144 is SDR 20492. The applicant is Livework LLC. The owner, Leah Property LLC. Request for a site development plan review for a 120-foot high 1,500 space parking structure with 12,000 square feet of ground floor commercial on 0.63 acres to the northeast corner of Casino Center Boulevard and Coolidge Avenue. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are all in Ward 3. They're all public hearings. I now declare them open. And Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to move that this be obeyed for about a month. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I do have a comment for Mr. Lieberman, though. He was telling me this morning in my office that he was really surprised how fast the city of Las Vegas works on these applications and stuff. I wonder if he still feels the same way.
Well, I have an 11 o'clock flight, so, you know.
You're plenty of time.
I'm fine. I'm
Okay,
fine.
we'll have plenty of public comment on this.
Okay, good evening again, Your Honor, members of the council. Tabitha Keach, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. With me is Kristen Newman from Aptus Architecture, and then Barnett Lieberman, the owner and developer of the proposed project. This project has been very well received, I think in part because it's a great project, very innovative, but also because of the contagious enthusiasm in urban growth and redevelopment in general, and also in the city of Las Vegas that Mr. Lieberman brings to the table. So I have a technical comment that I'd like to make on the vacation application. I can do that now, or I can wait till that item is heard, but
Let's do it now.
right now?
Please.
Our neighbor here, well, let me say this. The vacation proposes to vacate an access alley located right here and then through the remainder of our property. This access alley not only abuts our property, but it also abuts this property here and not directly abuts these two properties here. The owner of these properties is Mrs. Marilyn Oler. Condition number 2 of the vacation application provides that the order of vacation shall not record until a plan for access and maintenance of that alley has been established and approved by your city engineer's office and your city attorney's office. So I believe that Mrs. Oler is protected. However, we have also agreed to negotiate, execute, and record an easement agreement that would provide for that maintenance and access of that alleyway, and we would agree to at least do our part within the next 60 days, although we are dependent upon negotiations with the city attorney's office and with the city engineer's office. So to the extent we are in control of it, we will be very expeditious in drafting that document and getting it recorded, but we are dependent upon your office as well. So with that being said, unless you have questions for us, we can accept all conditions of approval and appreciate the support of everyone involved.
All right, folks, a public hearing, would anyone like to be heard?
No, as long as what she just said is put in there.
It's going to be put in there.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much, we appreciate it. All right, folks, a public hearing? You are Ms. Oler, are you not? Okay, thank you. Anybody want to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing.
Your Honor, I need to read for the record, I received a letter from Wesley Miles Isbett on behalf of the 18B Las Vegas Arts District Neighborhood Association. I offer our overwhelming support and encouragement for the approval of the Live Work LLC project on Charleston and 4th Street and proposed parking structure on Casino Center Drive in Coolidge. This project will undoubtedly facilitate patronage of existing galleries and businesses in our neighborhood and will help to attract new investors, stimulate growth, and encourage the redevelopment projects already under consideration in the 18B Las Vegas Arts District and neighboring commercial zones. I'd like to put that on the record, please.
Yes, that's great.
And no other questions?
My only comment is, Mayor Pro Tem, the two of us, and I'm sure everybody on this council recognizes how wonderful this project is, how important it is to the city of Las Vegas's future growth, to the downtown's future success, and we want to continue working very closely with you and your partners.
Thank you. It's been a
If we
pleasure
could,
for us.
I would like to ask Mr. Lieberman his timeline, because we always like to ask that.
Right.
When are we going to see these things start going up? What's your timelines? If you put that on record, please.
Well, the timeline is subject to finish of all the architectural work, and then we have to apply for the approvals. In the approval process, as I discussed previously, there's a new technology being used for this, which permits us to build within the economic constraints to provide a housing that can be rented at an attainable rate. So if that is approved quickly, within 6 months of that piece of it being approved, we could start construction. So if that requires a UL procedure prior, that'll add 6 months to it. So I would say, if I had to estimate, I would say the soonest we would do it would be 10 months from now, and barring any other delays, would be 18 months from now, start the actual construction.
The sooner the better. And again,
It's very expensive not to build on it. You know, I've owned this property quite a while, and we want to start as soon as possible.
okay. On item 140, the rezoning, make a motion for approval with all staff conditions following planning commission's and staff recommendations for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And 141 on the special use permit, I make a motion for to follow the Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on the vacation, 20522, I would like to have this put in the record about the easement, parking easement, making that a condition as soon as possible.
All right, that's part of the record.
Yes. And with that, Your Honor, I make a motion for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And item 143, I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation and Planning Commission recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Please vote. Opposed?
And item 144, again, I make a motion for, to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions. And I do want Mr. Lieberman to know that my staff will work with him on the, all those things we talked about in my office today, and hopefully we'll be able to get this started within 10 months.
Thank you.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you. And
Thank you.
Give me a buzz. I want to discuss some other matters with you.
I'm leaving time tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow was going to be a brutal day, but you call
Friday.
me. I'll
Okay.
on the phone call.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good
All
evening.
right, good luck. Okay, 145, 146, and 147. 145 is ZON 20602, a public hearing. The applicant owner's Living Waters Baptist Church, request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to R2 medium-density residential on 2.88 acres on the east side of Sand Hill Road, approximately 630 feet north of Washington Avenue. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval. S-146 is SUP 19483, the same applicant owner. Request for special use permit for a church house of worship on the east side of Sand Hill Road, approximately 630 feet north of Washington Avenue. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. And 147 is SDR 19484, same applicant owner. Request for site development plan review for a 10,327 square foot church and a waiver to allow no landscaping along a portion of the north property line where a minimum 8-foot wide buffer is required on 2.88 acres on the east side of Sand Hill Road, approximately 630 feet north of Washington Avenue in Ward 3. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval. These are all public hearings which are now open. Gentlemen.
Your Honor, council members, we agree to all the requirements of 145 and 146, but do have a question concerning 147 of a minor change that we have discovered that needed to be made.
And what is that question, sir?
We just needed to show you what, we weren't able to get the site plan here until this evening, and so you might have to deal with 147 because a small change was made.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Show us the change, please, on 147.
The change was we believed that there had to be a 100-foot entryway here, and we realized you only had to have 36.6, so we changed that, allowing us to add additional parking here along the front, and then this parking was angled, and we then put it parallel parking instead. That's the only changes that have been made.
Well, I have concern on the waiver for the landscape buffer on the north property line.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that we have some kind of landscaping along there.
Yeah, north, along the Las Vegas Wash, they have, the city's putting in a walkway there, and they're putting in all their own landscape.
This is the nature walk that
Yes,
they purchased our property from.
Well, but I was saying, okay, I didn't want it, are we going to have a fence there? What are we going to have? I haven't seen this application yet, Your Honor, so please bear with me. Are we going to have a block wall along there? What are we going to have? Separating.
There'll be a block wall there. We'll put a block wall on that, if that's what you want.
Well, I don't necessarily want a block wall. I mean, if you want to fence your property, I would like to have a, wrought iron or something like that to where people can see the walkway and stuff. You know, I think it should be a pretty addition to what we're doing down there. We're spending a lot of money down there on the trail system as well as the park over there.
We did not know what your plans were to do that. This has just happened where you have purchased that property from.
Okay, Margot, could you work with these applicants on this to make sure that it is in accordance with what we're trying to do there with the trail system, as well as their development too, so that we do have cohesive type development rather than piecemeal and stuff.
Certainly, sir, and both Mr. Anderson and I have talked to our staffs back in the office, and they're aware of this and have been working on this. And we will continue to work with him.
Right. Is that right with you guys? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Very good. All right, folks, public hearing, would anyone like to be heard?
We need to have their names.
Oh, please identify yourselves.
I am Pastor Roger Bannerman, 1109 Coldstream Drive, pastor of Living Water Baptist Church.
Thank you, Pastor. Yes, sir.
And I'm Tim Steverson, 1725 Elderberry Drive.
Very good, thank you. All right, this is public hearing. Anyone want to be heard?
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. Councilman Reese, you know, they want a waiver for landscaping. And you know, and you said it right, you are doing a lot of wonderful work down there. Now, I can't understand how come these churches can't put in landscaping.
No, did you hear what I said, Beatrice? They're going to work with staff to make sure they put in some landscaping. I want it to be cohesive with what we're doing down there. I'm not allowing the waiver. They are going to work with staff to make sure that they do their part.
Because see, I don't want this church to look like them 300 churches sit in my community. They have to have landscaping or something.
I agree with you.
They don't pay no revenue.
Just let me comment on this, if I please, Herbie. The only reason we weren't doing landscaping on there is because the city was doing the landscaping, and it was discussed about duplicate landscaping, and that was the only reason.
Yeah. Well, like I say, we're asking for a waiver. I don't want to give the waiver. Right. If you work with staff on that.
No problem.
No problem.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Are there any other questions of the applicant? You want to go ahead?
Go ahead.
This is a public hearing. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? These items? We'll close the public hearing. On item 145, I make a motion for approval with all staff conditions, following Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, please vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on 146, the special use permit, I make a motion for approval of all staff conditions, following Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on the site development review, 147, I make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval with the change of the condition to where they will work with staff as far as the waiver of the landscaping.
And we need to submit this.
And they need to submit that.
If I may, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, very quickly, on 147, the change to conditions would be in condition number 3 that the date of the site plan will be May 16th, 07, and on number 4, with regard to the waiver, we would add the sentence that the applicant shall ensure that landscaping is provided, both adequate landscaping on the private property adjacent to the trail.
Gentlemen, that's agreeable, is it not?
Yes.
Very good.
Thank you. That would be my motion, Your Honor.
All right, please vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, man.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Do I give this to someone?
Yeah. 148 and 149. 148 is VAR 18090. Public hearing. The applicant owner is Fairfield Wallapai LLC. Request for a variance of the Cliffs Edge Master Development Plan and Design Guidelines, Section 3.2.1, to allow a balcony-to-balcony separation of 24 feet where 30 feet is required, and to allow a setback of 2 feet from a living area, porch, stoop, and sidewalk where 10 feet is required on a portion of 15.69 acres at the southwest corner of Wallapai Way and Elkhorn Road in Ward 6. The Planning Commission recommends approval. The staff recommends denial. 149 is SDR 18031. The same applicant owner requests for site development plan review for a Cliffs Edge mixed-use development consisting of 218 proposed condominium units and a 3-building, 32,400 square foot retail development on 15.69 acres at the southwest corner of Wallapai Way and Elkhorn Road. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are both public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Your Honor, members of the council. Stephanie Allen, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicant. We're here today with the horizontal mixed-use development within the Providence Master Plan. Prior to going to the Planning Commission, we had 2 neighborhood meetings with residents in the area that had questions and concerns about the project. We read into the record at the Planning Commission a number of considerations that I believe have been incorporated into our project, and I don't believe there are any neighbors here. We have satisfied them for the most part. With respect to our project, we appreciate the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval. We do have 2 conditions that we wanted to clarify, or Ms. Wheeler, I believe, was going to read into the record, and we appreciate staff working with us on those, and we would respectfully request your approval.
All right, Ms. Wheeler, did you want to read something in the record?
Yes, sir. On item 148, condition numbers, I'm sorry.
5.
Condition number 5 and 7, I think.
It's item 149, not 148. Condition number 5 would be changed to delete building number 3 and change condition number 7 in its entirety to, or rather to add or submit a revised site plan to the Planning and Development Department for approval prior to the time application is made for a building permit depicting a multi-use transportation trail designed as specified on Exhibit 1 of the Master Plan Transportation Trails element. And that's on 149, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that agreeable?
We are. We're in agreement.
Very good. Folks, public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to approve agenda item 148.
Thank you.
Subject to condition.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And, Your Honor, on 149, would move to follow Planning Commission staff recommendation for approval and as amended.
Excuse me, Mayor, I'm terribly sorry. One more. Condition number 4 needs to be changed to reflect the proper dates of the plans to state that all development shall be in conformance with the site plan and landscape plan, date stamped 3/1907 and 4/5/07, building elevations date stamped 1/9/07 and 4/24/07, except as amended by conditions herein.
Is that agreeable?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Let's vote then. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
150, 151. 150 is VAR 18984. Public hearing, the applicant owner of Spanish Villas at Sahara LLC. Request for a variance to allow a 10-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is the minimum setback required on 7.68 acres at 3100 to 3190 West Sahara Avenue. This is Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. And 151 is SDR 18693. Same applicant owner, request for site development plan review for a 4-story, 42,000 square foot office building with a 2,450 square foot restaurant with drive-through, a 14,550 square foot general retail establishment with drive-through, and waivers to allow perimeter landscape buffer width of 5 feet along the east property line, 2 feet along the south property line, 6 feet along the west property line where 15 feet is the minimum required, and to allow interior landscape buffer width of 6 feet where 8 feet is the minimum required along the north property line on 7.68 acres at 3100 to 3190 West Sahara Avenue. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. These are public hearings. They're now declared open.
Good evening, Your Honor and Councilman. Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, representing the proposed developer in this matter. We would ask that you approve them in the manner suggested by the Planning Commission action. I do have one comment in the discussion on item 151. As you've read it, it refers to a 14,000 square foot general retail establishment. That was corrected in the revised plans, and the agenda item before you actually calls out correctly that that building is something over 40,000 square feet. So the agenda item before you and the one acted on by the Planning Commission was correct, but the square footage listed on 151 for the second building was a carryover from a prior plan.
Is it accurately stated, though?
It is not accurate in the square footage shown that you've just read. It is accurately stated in your agenda, and it was accurately stated in the agenda in front of the Planning Commission. As to size only.
If I may, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Since we do have corrected site plans, I'll simply read it in when I do the correction to the site plan, and we'll make the correction to the square footage at that time.
Very good.
If I could ask, Mayor, is the square footage larger than what was advertised or smaller than what was advertised?
I believe it's a change in the use. It's the change from the retail, from the office to the retail?
No, the building is larger than is called out here. I believe, however, it was correctly noticed because we turned in revised plans, which were recognized by the staff and the Planning Commission.
But in the public announcement, that's what we're going on.
Yeah, if it's larger than the 42,000 square feet that's noticed in the agenda, we'll need to renotice this and have this heard again.
I think we really have to obey it for 2 weeks to rectify it.
If you do, then you do. I guess we'd ask you to go ahead and act on the variance, and we'll come back on the site development review with correct numbers.
Do that.
But
I didn't, did you tell us that? I didn't, it was the first I heard.
I didn't understand the question. You want me to provide you with the staff report that has the correct number?
No.
To renotice, we would really need,
We have a 3-week gap in here. I was hoping, if it's an issue, that we could turn it around in that time.
Mr. Scott, I'll follow whatever advice you give us on this.
My advice is if the building is going to be larger than the 42,000 square feet that was noticed in the agenda, that we will need to hold this item and re-agenda it with the correct square footage.
All right, then we're going to follow your advice, and this is in...
Excuse me, the developer's here, and he may be telling me something.
Your Honor, Councilman, okay. So as a point of clarification, the 42,000 square feet is obviously office building.
Yeah, this is the other one, but it's wrong.
That one was noticed properly. 42,000. He
Right.
keeps saying 42.
Yeah, okay.
This one is that.
It doesn't affect the decision made here. Council has referred to the 42,000 square foot office building. That one's correct. It's the 14,000 square foot general retail, which is also 40,000, but it's immaterial to the decision if there's a notice problem.
So then that definitely needs to be changed.
Yeah, that
We go
has to
from
be
14 to 40.
And we would still ask for action on the variance, and I'm hopeful that staff, since you have a 3-week gap between meetings, could turn this around by your next meeting of
I would
June
hope
6th.
so. I would hope so. Can we do the variance independent of the SDR?
I will refer to the city attorney, sir.
I don't believe you can. I believe isn't the variance tied to the
No, it's not.
47,000 square foot general retail? Oh,
No, sir.
It's a separate building?
Yeah, the variance pertains to the setback of the building for which the notice is correct.
Oh, okay, then that should be okay.
All right, fine, then we'll go forward with the variance. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Mr. Cordell, I want to thank you for all the efforts that you've made with the citizens that live in that area. You've really gone out of your way to hold several different meetings. I move for approval on this item, and I know the people who live near there. I haven't had one single complaint, and they are very happy that you're coming into the area with this project.
All right, let's vote on 150, please. Post? Motion carries, and 151 will move for an abeyance to the next meeting, which is June 6th. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
First one would be obeyed to the June 6th meeting.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post?
Number 150.
151. 151 is being obeyed.
150.
We voted on 150 prior. All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you next
All
time.
right. 152 and 153 and 154. 152 is WVR 19784, public hearing. The applicant owner is Fairway Chevrolet Company. Request for a waiver to Title 18.12.130 to allow no circular cul-de-sac at the termination of Scarlet Oak Avenue on 8.2 acres at 3200 East Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 3, and the Planning Commission staff recommend approval. 153 is SUP 19359. The applicant owner is Fairway Chevy. Request for a special use permit to allow a motor vehicle sales new facility and a waiver to allow service bays to face the public right-of-way at 3100 to 3200 East Sahara Avenue. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. And 154 is SDR 19363. Same applicant owner request for the development plan review for proposed 251,828 square foot motor vehicle sales new facility on 17.01 acres at 3100 to 3200 East Sahara Avenue. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. These are all in Ward 3, and they're all public hearings which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Kevin Reich, Gary Miller Architect, 2800 West Sahara, on behalf of the owner. We'd like to concur with all the staff recommendations, barring one that was a little bit of a miscommunication and on Item number 154, item number 8, there was a condition that from planning, and that is that a certificate of occupancy will not be issued for the final inspection until the entire landscape's been approved. Our challenge we have with that, this is a series of about 12 buildings going to be demolished and then built in a phasing project, and we just asked if we could possibly get a temporary certificate of occupancy along the way as we phase this construction, because they're going to try to stay open during this construction.
No, that's fine. Any problem with that, Ms. Wheeler?
Just delete that final sentence.
Very good. Okay, that's agreeable. All right, folks, a public hearing? Anybody like to be heard? All right, seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. On 152, on 152, make a motion for approval following the Planning Commission and staff's recommendation with all conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And 153, Your Honor, make the same motion for approval following the Planning Commission and staff's recommendation with all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And with 154, Your Honor, make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval with that one correction, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you. 159 is SUP 20214. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Alfredo's Italian Bistro. The owner is Parkvale Partners, LLC. Request for a special use permit for the addition of a beer wine cooler on sale use to an existing restaurant and a waiver to allow a 300-foot separation distance from an existing church where a 400-foot separation is required at 4275 North Rancho Drive, Suite 130. This is in Ward 6, and this is heard in conjunction with the morning session item number 60, which is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer wine cooler on sale license, subject to the provisions of the planning and fire codes and health department regulations, contested de nobili limited, doing business as Alfredo's Italian Bistro, 4275 North Rancho Drive, Ward 6, of course. And it's a public hearing on 159. Yes, ma'am.
Chris Harper, 4275 North Rancho. My special use permit was approved or recommended approval by the Planning Commission, and I'm in agreement with that. And I would respectfully ask that I be granted a temporary license.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the young lady? Folks, public hearing. Anyone want to be heard?
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. You know, in Councilman Ross's ward, he always getting restaurants and stuff in his ward. And, you know, in my ward, I don't have but a McDonald's and a Jack in the Box. But, you know, this lady is close to a church. And I want to stand here today and say that should not hold her business up from being able to get beer and wine in her restaurant because a church is sitting 200 feet or 300 feet by her business. That should stop. A church should not hold up a person from trying to make a living, because we do know churches don't pay no revenues.
Actually, the church is very much in favor of me having beer and wine.
And you need.
Would anybody,
Thank you for your support.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Harper, forgive me for not being quick enough on my feet today, for recognizing you've been here since this morning.
Yes, I have, because I wasn't sure if we were going to hear them separately or together.
I wish you to
So I've been here
grab one
since
of my
9.
staff or somebody and ask me. I'm so sorry. Your Honor and council members, she's got some incredible food, and I only know that because of what I've heard, because I haven't been over to eat yet.
Mm-hmm.
And Ms. Turner, come on out to Ward 6 and have supper, because there's plenty of restaurants to eat.
You can come to Alfredo's and have a glass of wine.
I hope.
We'll start with agenda item number 60, Your Honor. I would move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Yeah.
And 159, please.
And I would move for approval, subject to all conditions of 159.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed?
And I'm coming. I'll be there.
Oh, I know.
I'll be there.
Motion carries. Good luck.
Now that I have wine, right? Thank you very much.
Okay. 160 is SUP 20477. This will be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Las Vegas Valley Water District. Request for special use permit for a liquor license establishment, tavern, with a waiver to allow a liquor establishment, tavern use 80 feet from a child care center, 100 feet from a church, 1,200 feet from a public school, and 1,400 feet from City Park, where a distance separation of 1,500 feet is required on 80.48 acres at 317 South Valley View Boulevard. It's in Ward 1. The Planning Commission staff both recommend approval. Anybody here representing the Water District?
Mayor, item 29, which is behind it, goes with it.
Thank you very much for advising me. Item 29 is approval of a special event alcoholic beverage license for Wolfgang Puck Catering, location 333 South Valley View Boulevard. The dates of May 30th, 2007 and June 5th, 8th, and 9th, 2007. The type is a special event, general events, private party, sit-down dinner, concert. Responsible person in charge is Andrew Sidebotham, Ward 1, of course. Thank you for advising me of that. Yes, folks.
Francis Bellam for the applicant, 1001 South Valley View.
Be happy to hear from you.
Also, Mayor, council members, Alicia Ashcraft, the law firm of Jolly Yerger, Worth, Woodbury, and Standish, representing Wolfgang Puck Catering and Events on item 29, if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the gentleman? All right, we have Mr. Jervik standing up there like a bump on a log.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be quick. Item 29 is in order, and I think that if you vote on it first, the reason up here is on item 160, the special use permit on the tavern.
All right, and thank you for your good sense of humor at this hour. Okay, folks, a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And this is Councilwoman's ward. Councilwoman Tarkanian. Item number 29 first.
Right. And this is for the opening events for the Springs Preserve.
That's
which
right,
we've all
Preserve.
discussed
4
for
days
some-
of opening events.
Just 4 days of opening events. It's a special license. I move to approve.
Okay, it's a big, big deal. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. This is going to be our Central Park. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. And item number 160?
Item 160, Your Honor, is a special use permit for a tavern license. I'll be less than 30 seconds, I hope. The goal here is to change the code in the near future to allow a supper club license for a CV use. Right now, only a tavern license is available for CV. What we'd like to do tonight is ask that you approve this SUP for a tavern license for a period of 4 months, 120 days. That'll give us enough time to change the code so that an application can be filed for a supper club license. We'd also want to limit the tavern license to beer and wine only and limit the hours of operation to 10 in the morning to 10 at night. With that on the record, submit it for your consideration.
All right, very good. Councilwoman, your vote, please.
This is a very unique project for all of us involved. I think this is going to be the jewel within the city, the county, as the mayor said. This is our Central Park. Now, because it is very, very unique, we've hit some bumps along the way, but working together, I think we've been able to resolve them. We had a meeting on Monday with the Springs Preserve, and the residents at the meeting and the representatives of the Water Authority were there, along with residents and our staff and Springs Preserve personnel, our legal staff. We've all been in meetings over the last 3 days. The situation is that the Springs Preserve is zoned civic. Title 19 civic designation only has a tavern license. That's all it can get. It can't get a supper club. It can't get a restaurant. So we are doing a text amendment, and that text amendment would include restaurant and supper club designations. All parties are in agreement with this. The Springs Preserve individuals are in agreement. Our legal and planning is in agreement, and we are in agreement with it too. I did talk with residents at the meeting, and At that time, I was hoping we could get it done in 90 days, but as we went back and we looked at the calendar, because we have to go to so many different entities, the city council, the recommending committee, planning and development, there was no way we could do it in 90 days. This is such a beautiful project. We don't want to hamper its opening, so it's going to take us a little longer than 90. It will take us the 120, but the commitment is there, and I think we'll have the voice from the Springs Preserve also to state that the tavern license isn't wanted by anybody, and in the meantime, we have these conditions that will take care of the 120 days.
And for the record, the liquor license is not on tonight. It will be on the next agenda.
Very good, thank you. Okay, with that in mind, Councilwoman, do you have a motion, please?
Well, I would like to see if we could have some comments from Francis.
Yes,
Oh, okay,
Councilwoman
sure.
Tarkanian. Sure. And you're 100% right. We've applied for a tavern license for zoning restrictions only. We hope to operate this cafe with bar service and offer a great restaurant for the Springs Preserve facility. Our normal operating hours will be 10 to 10. Will be 10 to 10, and we will have conferences, workshops,
Will you please?
and special events at different times.
And Margot, would you please read through those conditions so that we do have the people that live near there understand the protections we're giving?
Yes, ma'am, Mayor. The conditions would be hours are limited to 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., that the service shall be at tables only in the restaurant in conjunction with a meal. There will be no gaming machines, that the approval is for beer and wine only, and the SUP is approved for 120 days only.
And so, and Francis, you're in agreement with this?
We are.
Okay, wanted to make that. Then I move for approval with, oh, no, I can't, I'm sorry. We have some speakers in the audience. I
Oh,
think.
no, I opened it up for
Oh,
public
okay,
hearing.
and nobody wanted to come up?
Nobody wanted to come up, so that's fine. But
Okay.
you don't have to.
You don't have to, I just,
You really don't have to come up. No, and I'm a little ticked off at you, as a matter of fact, okay?
For not calling you back?
Yeah, right. You leave a message at my office, you say emergency.
No. It didn't say
It said
emergency.
I'll show you the message.
Well, I apologize if it said emergency. Tim McGarry, Council, Mayor, 200 Canyon. I live behind the Springs Preserve. It backs up to the Springs Preserve. And I guess the issue that we have is related to the hours of operation. And in conjunction with special events, that we have no problem with the restaurant really, but if special events leads into weddings, fundraisers, things of that sort that could go to early hours, because I guess they're going to go back up within 2 weeks for a full-blown liquor license. So that's going to be our concern, I guess, in addressing the liquor license and the hours of operation with respect to the special events only. Otherwise, we don't have any really other issues. I think they've been addressed by staff and by Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I think that what we have on the agenda this evening, we have addressed, and what you're talking about is a different areas. But the area that we can cover today that's been noticed for this agenda, we covered. And I just wanted to make sure you had a chance.
Thank you. Mayor, I apologize. I learned protocol was to contact Lois first.
Very good. Okay, anybody else? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman?
I move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 161 is RQR 20962, public hearing. The applicant is Kyuncha Kang, the owner is Watkins Investments Limited Partnership. Required 6-month review of an approved special use permit that allowed a proposed swap meet at 4821 West Craig Road in Ward 6. The staff recommends approval. I see Mr. Brown is here. Are you representing the applicant? I have to abstain, and I'll turn the meeting over to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Mayor. Mayor?
Yes.
You'll just need to make a full disclosure.
Oh, this one, Mr. Brown and myself own a piece of property together at West Charleston, which I know he's resolving, so I can vote on these matters one day. But in the meantime, I'm advised that I can't vote because of our common partnership interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, please.
Good evening, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is Rich Marino. We're here asking for approval with no review. For the record, I'm providing the clerk with a petition of with 588 signatures on it in support of this approval without review. I know it's not necessary, but earlier today at 1:30, we had about 110 people, small businesses who have individual city licenses, who took the time to come here in support of this. And because most of them have left, but there's a number of people and their families here. I know Councilman Ross thanks them for their interest, and we do, so maybe they might want to stand. All those who are in favor of this application, they've been here since 1:30, so at least I wanted to thank them.
I'd like to hear each of them talk.
Okay. Anyway, thank you. And in closing, the applicant, Mr. Marino, and myself thank Councilman Ross and his staff. They've given us a great deal of time, attention, and understanding, and we'd ask for your approval.
Thank you. Councilman Ross, where do you want them to meet you at?
He's buying dinner for all of them.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishes not to speak? Public hearing is closed. Any questions of the applicants? Hearing none, Councilman Ross, please.
I just have a quick question. Mr. Brown, Mr. Marino, your client has a copy of the conditions, I would assume. Correct. And I've just reviewed them, and I just want to make sure that they have a copy. Director Wheeler, it appears that they won't be before us again if we approve this without review for another 2 years. Am I correct? Is that the way that works? I'm looking at condition number.
No, sir, the way it works is they will not be before you unless you ask for them to be. The recommendation before you is condition number 1 for another review in 6 months. If you choose not to do that, you simply eliminate condition number 1.
I'm looking at condition 13. This special use permit shall expire 2 years from the date of final approval.
That means
if we don't.
We're not open.
that says if it is not exercised. So in other words, once they have opened, they have exercised it, so that condition is no longer in effect.
All right. Mr. Brown, I'm gonna move. Obviously, folks, thank you very much for coming down. I know you're passionate about this. Your 500 and some odd signatures are from clients walking in the door and people from all over the valley. I've only had one complaint in regards to signage, and I think we addressed that right away. I'd like, and that's why I asked if you had these conditions to make sure you
I really don't. I'll get it from.
Basically, we're just going to live by Title 19 to the fullest.
And I think we're in good shape, Mr. Scott and Jim.
I was going to say that one thing I know we put in Councilman Reese's ward is no, used auto sales or no auto sales in the exterior. That's all in there?
That's all in there.
Thank you.
That is in there. So we're well covered in regards to protecting that neighborhood. And I've got a lot of friends over there that don't have a problem stopping by the house. So, and you guys know that. So just be mindful of that. Any violations of the conditions set forth, plan on being back here. I think we can automatically do that under a special use permit. If there's a violation of the code, we'll see you back here, and I hope that doesn't happen. And wish all of you the best luck in the world, and keep on doing a great thing out there. I'm going to move. I haven't done it yet. Going to move to approve agenda item 161, subject to all conditions.
Except one. I believe that would be with the removal of condition number 1.
Removal of condition 1, you've got your permanent special use permit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Please post.
Thank you. Good night.
Now you can clap.
Thank you very much.
Item 171 is set date on any appeals filed or required public hearings from the City Planning Commission meeting, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and Dangerous Building are nuisance litter abatements. And item 172 is citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to the matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited to 3 seconds tonight.
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. This morning I had a chance to go to court with my mother about the guardianship. And the people that came to court, they work for the city with your senior law project. They were supposed to, 4 weeks ago, go out and inspect my mother's home. We went to court today. They went out yesterday. When they came to court today, they stood up there and said, you know, yes, the house is cluttered, but for the area that she live in, it's okay, and the house wasn't. Now, if you check your records, how many times I done called on my own mama's house, code enforcement, by making her a significant other that nothing she got living there, not work on cars in the yard, keep the yard clean. But when that woman stood in that courtroom and said this morning that it's the area where she lives, so that clutter or whatever is all right. And I say, if my mother lived in Summerlin, would it be different? And it ain't like my mother no broke woman, okay? Because she ain't broke. Because believe me, we done held her $400,000 up with that buzzard that lived with her, can't get to it. And I took pictures of the house. Matter of fact, before Councilman Woman Williams became the council person, I used her camera to take the picture so she know how long ago it's been since we've been back and forth about my mother's property. But when that lady stood there this morning and said it's the area where she lived, it's okay, I had to leave the courtroom because I knew if I didn't, I wouldn't have been here. What time is it? 8:30. I wouldn't have been here tonight because they'd have had to take me off to jail. Because, you know, for her to stand there and to say what she said, you know my blood pressure must have shot straight up. Because now, believe me, I gets on the city. Oh, I have made that, and Orlando can tell you when he was in neighborhood services, I'll report my mama's property in a minute. Because, and you know, my mother has never lived in them conditions. The same way I live, that's how my mother has always lived. And to see my mother live in them conditions, and then you come out yesterday when you were supposed to come 4 weeks ago, and you say it's all right. You know, we out about $7,000 paying for an attorney to make sure that my mother's interest is being looked after. And when the judge say, well, we going by what the people said from the senior law project, I can take you to my mother's house today, tomorrow, and what I tell you what's in there and show you the pictures, that's what's there. And I don't know how them people from that senior law project gonna say it's okay because of where she live at. No, it's not okay. I don't care where she live. It is not okay for nobody's property to look like that, although it is my mother. And yes, code enforcement and everybody else supposed to hold her accountable. And I want you to know I have a real serious problem with y'all senior law project, because if they look after seniors like that, I hope when I become a senior, they don't have to look after me. And the next thing I got to say, I hope y'all don't keep holding people up for their beer and wine license because they 4 feet from a church.
Do I have the floor? Yes, sir. My name is Poliak. I apologize for stepping in, not realizing that you had certain processing. But I'm going to change my little introduction somewhat. I'm sacrificed a day's pay to be here, and if I'd known I was going to be this late, I would have brought some bedding because I have to get up at 4 o'clock. So I've contributed a pound of flesh to address a very serious point. I know you've had a taxing schedule, and we stood shoulder to shoulder enduring this long day. With all due consideration, I will be succinct in comparison to others. The purpose of my attendance is to balance the firing line, and this is to arrest the assault of sleepwalking critics that have been nitpicking your attempt to introduce a revamped noise ordinance more tailored to the current needs of countering neighbor noise infringement upon neighbor. A picture, or for that matter, written thought, is worth more than 1,000 verbal words. For your leisure perusal, I have prepared a hard copy dissertation that reflect anonymous and personal objection of noisy neighbors' disturbances affecting adjacent neighbor rights to tranquility. For your review, I have entrusted you individually a prepared census report. This has to deal with your suspense disposition on noise ordinance revision 2007-14. And that's everything that I have to comment on. I have a copy for each of the council members, the recorder, and the news media here. It has taken me, believe me, many hours to prepare this for you, and it's for that reason I have set a record, and I'm proud of myself for exercising such patience, because I'm a very impatient guy.
Thank you, sir. Keep on for the record.
And that's it. Good night. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, sir. Yes, just a moment, please. Councilwoman?
I just wanted to tell you, you know that we're still working on that ordinance.
Yes, it's for that reason when you read it, you'll find how I have immediately responded.
Okay.
Yeah, and everything is very well prepared academically.
Thank you.
Johnny Ventura, 601 Raintree Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada. Tonight, boy, I wish they were here. I come armed for this tonight. In my hand, I have City Ordinances 1993 Revision of Guidelines, etc. I'll be fast about it because it's late. We want to go
No,
home.
it's not late, Johnny. Take as much time as you want.
You don't mean that, I hope. You don't mean that, I hope. This is the whole book. Here it is. Council people, get a copy of it. I have a letter here from the very lovely, and I never met her, I hope I will one of these days, Gina Venglass, the project engineer. You know her? She's in the city. Hi, Gina. I'm going to close the City of Las Vegas Ordinance number 3744 regarding naming of a streets, assignment of addresses. The address display requirements are Chapter 11. I have placed a marker on the page. Give me a call. Fine. Thank you very much, Gina. I will give you a call. It's number 9. It says building address users for residential and non-residential complexes will not be less than 12 inches in height and shall be conspicuously placed and attached to the outside of the building. Gentlemen, you know I've been bitching about for the past few times I've been here. They don't have enough street numbers on the buildings. You're looking for 6521. Where is it? Oh, it's not there. We're having 5,000 people a month coming in. A lot of strangers coming into Las Vegas right now. They're going to know, where the heck is this? I've given an address. I can't find the building because there's no street numbers. Mr. Douglas, we have an assistant city manager. I told you before, you want to hire me? I'm ready to go to work and get this done.
All right. Mr. Houchins, will you get Ms. Enos here with HR? We'll have them fill out a form. Okay. Anything else, Johnny?
No, that's it. Praise the Lord. God bless. God bless us all. God bless America.
I want to make sure you really feel like you've satisfied your needs.
Remember, I still want to publish the Clark County Chronicle.
All right. You have more time. You want to tell us about that now, too?
Well, I'm still looking for seed money. Anybody want to help out?
Anything else?
Seed money. That's how you start a business. A little seed money first, and then go on after that.
Okay.
And I can be reached, and whoever's watching me on television, Channel 2, listen to me. We need this paper. It's going to be a letter to the editor type of paper.
If anybody's watching this on Channel 2 at this hour, instead of the NBA basketball games, they're certifiably nuts. The meeting's adjourned.
Amen.
Here's your phone, sir.
Okay.